station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. We are live on Radio Row in Las Vegas. Day 4 here on the Row. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Yingling Flight bringing us here to Radio Row. We thank them immensely for sending us here. And we are one day closer to the Super Bowl. We've got big doings tonight here in Vegas.
What is it?
My man, how we doing this morning?
What's the big doings tonight?
NFL honors tonight, baby. Serious Texans flavor to tonight. Serious.
Yeah.
Maybe the Texans might be the team who have the most pixie dust sprinkled on the NFL honors
It's
tonight.
been weird, this sudden ascension from basically being on the brink of relegation to now all of a sudden being at all the cool parties and everything.
we're almost disbanded 2 years ago.
It feels like you're one of those Hollywood stars that kind of fell out of it. You know what we are? We're John Travolta.
John
Travolta when all of a sudden, like, you're playing, like, Look Who's Talking and all these crap movies. And this is our Pulp Fiction moment. We get to go back into the cool kids club. Yeah.
Maybe a little Drew Barrymore effect, because Drew Barrymore, child star, and the Texans had some good younger years and whatnot.
Drew Barrymore would more be the Carolina Panthers and Jacksonville Jaguars.
Okay.
Because they were child prodigies.
Oh, were they ever? Yeah,
Remember,
that's good.
they both made championship games.
Yeah, 1996 when they were both doing E.T.
Then they had their heroin phase.
Yeah.
They're Macaulay cocking around.
Yeah.
They Macaulay cocked it up.
You were part of the Drew Barrymore phase in Jacksonville.
I was a young fire starter myself.
Mm-hmm.
And
you were one of the kids on the bike, going through the moon.
Yeah. And we were like, oh, I must be I'm so talented that I can just things are always going to go well for me.
Yeah.
Then all of a sudden I'm shaking my boobs for David Letterman.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
So but like yesterday, the Texans, I'm on the X.
Yeah.
And yesterday, and I see that NFL on Fox did like a fan voting for all the awards that are going to be announced tonight. Who's winning all the awards according to the fans of the sport of American football? The Houston Texans, that's who. C.J. Stroud, Offensive Rookie of the Year. Will Anderson, Defensive Rookie of the Year. D'Amico Ryans, Coach of the Year. I don't think that's how it's going to go tonight for them. If I had to guess tonight, because they're up for 4 awards. CJ, Will Anderson, D'Amico, and then Bobby Slowick is the 4th one. He's up for Assistant Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
I think CJ's a lock to get his. I think D'Amico and Will are coin flips at best to get theirs, and I think Bobby Slowick, I think I'm just happy he's a finalist. He's up against Jim Schwartz and the 2 guys from Baltimore.
Yeah.
So he's happy to be in the building, getting a free meal out of the whole thing.
And he still looks like a kid. That's going to work against him in the awards stuff for a while. Steve Spagnuolo, I would imagine, is it's almost like a Lifetime Achievement Award for Steve Spagnuolo if he gets Assistant Coach of the Year.
Yeah.
The defensive coordinator for the Chiefs.
I don't even know if he's a finalist, to be honest.
Oh, is he not?
Yeah, I don't even think
he's not.
He's not.
That's bogus, NFL.
The 2 Baltimore coordinators. He schooled one of them in the AFC title game. These are regular season awards. Ben Johnson, Jim Schwartz, and Bobby Slowick. Those are the
Jim
5.
Schwartz, you know what?
Schwartz is going to win it.
I knew somebody in that vein. That's why I immediately went to Steve Spagnuolo.
Yeah.
So both former head coaches, both really respected defensive coordinators, and Jim Schwartz really, the fact that the Browns were able to be in that playoff conversation at all, really had a lot to do with everything Jim Schwartz did.
He had a lot of buzz all year long. He had a lot of buzz.
That's true. The Chiefs, honestly, I don't think people recognized how important they were to that team this year. I mean, the Chiefs just they couldn't have done it without that defense this year, and yet I don't feel like they got the actual recognition they deserved as a defense until maybe after that Ravens game.
Yeah, not till the playoffs, I don't think. And I remember our buddy Nick Wright, who's a huge Chiefs guy. That was his handicap on that Ravens game, was like, this has been the most underrated unit in the NFL all year, is the Chiefs defense. And to that end, Spagnuolo not a finalist. Now, the big one tonight, Seth, I would say bigger than any of those awards that we just listed there, is we find out if Andre Johnson goes into the Hall of Fame tonight.
Do you know what the format's going to be? Are they going to announce it?
I don't. I
during
forget.
the show at some point or something.
Yeah, it's not. I don't know. Yeah, it's part of the NFL honors.
Okay.
I don't know if it gets unveiled necessarily today. I'd seen some rumors out of some Chicago outlets that they found out through back channels at Julius Peppers, who he's thought more of as a Panther than a Bear. But Julius Peppers, I'd seen a rumor that Steve McMichael got in on the seniors committee vote, which is that's not the McLean 50 guys voting in the modern era guys.
He gets a bump both from the Chicago Bears dominance and also his WWF his WWF presence.
I'm gonna actually he was with WCW.
WCW, okay.
Yeah,
no, that's fine. That's fine. That's not something I feel. I have zero
different
clue
company.
about wrestling.
Yeah, different company.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he was never with WWF?
No.
He doesn't belong in the Hall of Fame.
It certainly doesn't belong in the WWF Hall of Fame.
Honestly, I would say that Bears team or era has more guys who definitely wouldn't have been in the Hall of Fame except for the team they're on, which is always that's a standard. Like, there's
Steelers of the 70s.
Yeah. But there's quite a few guys where you're like, okay, him with another. He would have been a beloved local favorite, but I'm not so sure about
Dan
this.
Hampton got into the Hall of Fame. I'm not sure he's a sure-on Hall of Famer. So, but we find out about Andre tonight. I'm feeling cautiously optimistic. That's where I'm at right now with Andre Johnson, that he gets in this time around. I don't have any reasoning behind it, other than I feel cautiously optimistic.
Who's the guy that you think would supplant him if he doesn't make it? If you were the sixth guy out, who's the controversial one that you is the fifth guy?
Whichever receiver gets in.
Yeah.
Because I think McLean has acknowledged this publicly, is that there's a logjam at receiver right now. And, John presents Andre every year for this stuff. So this is the third year that Andre's been a finalist for the Hall of Fame. It's been well acknowledged that there's a logjam at wide receiver. Reggie Wayne, Torrey Holt have both been on the ballot more often than Andre Johnson, but I think Andre's a better player than both of those guys. I think if either of them get in, then it's that silly Hall of Fame thing, like, well, it's just his turn, that kind of thing. To me, every year you should take who are the 5 best guys, and that's who goes in. That's how it should be. So I think if we see who goes in tonight, Seth, and one of them is not Andre Johnson, and one of them is a wide receiver, I'll be like, okay, that's the guy who took Andre's spot right there. Because I think that's the mentality behind it.
If it's Devin Hester, I'm going to seek McLean.
That was the other one.
I am going to chase
That was the
him
other
down.
one.
I know.
The Chicago outlet was saying Devin Hester might have made it.
Yeah. I don't like if Andre doesn't make it in and Devin Hester
That's garbage.
does,
Yeah.
That's some.
Devin Hester.
Wasn't. Did he play with Steve McMichaels or something? He may have. I don't know.
He's got some
is he coming in the senior?
I don't even think he was alive when the Bears '85 team was doing their thing.
There should be a separate specialist Hall of Fame.
Like a little wing over there. Right. A snack bar.
A little wing.
Yeah.
We could call it the Hall of Fame. Very Euro appeal to it.
Yeah, something. Right. Something. So that'll be tonight. As far as things going on here in Vegas, I don't think you and I get the full Vegas experience because of our 2:15 a.m. wake-up call that we have every day to get over here.
Yeah.
We did get to see yesterday. I didn't get to see this live, and we probably could have because both you and I, our hotel faces the Sphere.
Yeah.
That big new facility they have, it's an incredible spectacle. They have concerts there. U2's got a residency there. A dude scaled the Sphere yesterday.
Yeah.
We probably could have watched that from our hotel rooms if we had been in there at the right time.
I might have actually seen it, but it not registered because it would have just looked like a little speck against the Sphere.
Yeah.
That's how big the Sphere is. I noticed it because I was taking an Uber ride, and we drove right past it, and there were like 20 cop cars out front and a couple ambulances. And I was like, what's going on there? And the Uber driver said, oh, I remember I saw this earlier. Somebody climbed the Sphere. And I said like without permission, and he looked at me like I was the biggest idiot in the world. I don't know. I'm looking at it. This is a 400-foot tall sphere.
Dude.
We're not looking in the realm of reality. Or I thought maybe it was some kind of base jumper or something. Like it was some kind of stunt for Vegas.
I'm looking at the video of it right now on Twitter, and he's climbing the side of this sphere like it's a ladder.
Yeah.
Like he's, like foot in, hand.
It's not like a shiny chrome thing or anything.
Dude.
It's a bunch of LED lights. So he's just,
Yeah, I mean, there's places you can slide your feet in moving up it. But like this, he doesn't have a rope. It's not like he's rock climbing. There's no safety net at the bottom. Like if he has one misstep, he is plummeting to his death.
Now, all I know from this is the headline, which said he was an anti-abortion activist. Is this some I need somebody to connect the dots here for me, because if anything, this would make me want to have an abortion. If my kid might turn out like this guy.
Well,
take that, abortion doctors.
I'll read the tweet where I have the video here. Here's what it says: the man who climbed the Sphere in Las Vegas is Maison Deschamps, who's a pro-life activist, as you just pointed out.
Yeah.
Deschamps filmed himself at the top of the 366 foot tall structure. So let me stop right there.
Yeah.
For those who aren't familiar with this sphere, it's the size of a coliseum. It's a place where they have concerts. It's not some little 3-foot thing. It's not a glamping tent in somebody's backyard. Continuing. He said he was raising money for a homeless pregnant woman. He was reportedly able to get down through a hatch at the top of the structure. Deschamps' Instagram bio reads, "I climb skyscrapers to raise money for women in crisis pregnancies. Christ is king." Yeah. End quote.
Why didn't she just move in with, why didn't she have the father buy her a house?
It doesn't say in the tweet. It's a fair rhetorical question,
weird.
Seth. I don't have the answer for you on that one.
What does her husband think of this?
the husband of the homeless.
If I were her husband, I'd be kind of suspicious of this dude that's out climbing spheres to help her out.
It is a spectacle, man. If you go on Twitter and just search on it, it's crazy watching this dude climb this thing here, man. That's some balls right there. So that's what's going on in Vegas.
Is it balls? Is that what it is? Is it balls? That's it sounds. This is Sean. This is what this is. This is a guy that was going to climb that sphere no matter what, and he picked a cause to attach himself to.
Forget about the cause. Yeah. I'm just saying the mere. I don't care if he's. I don't care if he's protesting jaywalking. This dude is 500 feet in the air.
I disagree. He's going free solo on something that is like very regular and secure footholds. This is not like him climbing El Capitan or something.
I think you're diminishing how high up this guy is right now.
No, this is simple.
I'll do
it this afternoon.
Okay, good.
I've got a strict warning.
I will be
against. I'm not the.
Do you have a cause?
Yeah.
This is like my cause, my cleats. My cause, my climb. Yeah, that's what this is.
I want to get Patrick Mahomes' voice correction surgery. Pat Mahomes identifies as a smooth-talking jazz singer.
I want to thank Seth Payne. He says, I'm going to finally get rid of this thing. I'm going to finally get rid of it, and thanks, Seth, for climbing. I'm glad you didn't fall.
I'm going to start a legal defense fund for Pat Mahomes' family. For the two that are under issues, and then for any future issues.
Why is he climbing that sphere? I don't know. He's got this bug up his butt about Mahomes' dad's DUI.
I'm not going to stand for Pat Mahomes being targeted by the man.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. So that's what was going on in Vegas yesterday. We got a lot of stuff to get to on the show today, man. A lot of stuff.
That guy stamped out abortion.
Jose Altuve yesterday signed his contract. It was a celebratory day. We're going to hear some of the audio. It was a great day over at Minute Maid Park. There is something very weird going on with this Jose Altuve contract that I've never seen before when a player has signed a contract extension. And I will tell you what it is coming up next.
Oh, yeah, ability trees. This is if you want to fix something.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Jose Altuve signed his new deal yesterday. It was quite the celebration over at Minute Maid Park. 5 years, $125 million tacked onto his deal. He will be an Astro through 2029. Jose Altuve thanked pretty much everybody in the building and around Houston yesterday for his new contract.
Yeah, I want to tell everyone how happy I am. This means a lot, not only to me, but to my family. And I want to thank my wife, Nina, that is here, my family that's back home in Venezuela, couldn't make it, my agent, Scott, my teammates, Donna, Joe, Miss Crane, everybody that makes this dream possible. I want to thanks to Jeff Bowell, that's not here, and Craig Billo for all the advices, years and years, that helped me to become a better player. My teammates again, I play this game for you, to the Houston fans that they're day in and day out supporting us as a team, as an organization. We play this game and try to win for you guys too, and I want to thank God for this opportunity, and I feel really, really happy.
So that's Jose Altuve yesterday. It was a great day. We're going to hear from some more folks here in just a second. And it kind of, I guess, backing up what I teased into this segment here, Seth, that I don't want to rain on the celebration at all because it was an amazing day yesterday. I'm amazed. I've never seen so many people, and we're going to hear from Jim Crane and Dana Brown, all saying that this is going to make Jose Altuve an Astro for life. This is so great that he's going to finish his career as an Astro and be an Astro for life. And my reaction is, I hope that's the case. Yeah. But 6 years is a really long time. It's a 5-year extension on top of the year that he's got coming up this year.
This is
a lot can happen in 6 years.
To you sound to me like the skeptical person at a wedding of two 19-year-olds. You're like, till death do us part.
Well, no. But maybe the skeptical person at any wedding. They're like 50% of marriages end up in divorce.
You think Jose Altuve is Jim Crane's teen bride?
Sometimes when you get divorced, a lot of things are out of your control, and sometimes you never know. One of the people in the marriage may 4 years in, if the team's not good anymore, say to themselves, I'd like to really go marry a winner.
Okay, this is where you're wrong about your 50%. You who are so cynical at marriages, at wedding ceremonies. Mm-hmm. The 50% doesn't really apply when you add a bunch of other factors into it.
Okay.
So, like, people with – let's see if these apply to Jose Altuve and Jim Crane.
Okay.
Who is most likely not to get divorced? Because the divorce rate's much higher with certain categories of people, like people that So these are the people who are most likely not to get divorced. If you exercise together, you're less likely to get divorced.
Okay, I'm out. So this is Jose Altuve married to the Astros
organization.
Married to
Jim Crane.
To Jim Crane, okay.
Yeah.
I don't know that they work out together, but they both look very fit.
They participate in athletic activities together.
They do, okay.
Have a strong religious belief. You're 24% less likely to divorce your partner.
Okay, I think Jose may have thanked God in that 45 seconds we just played.
That's all the commitment I need these days to God.
Right.
As long as you thank him in a press conference, I know for sure you're super Christian.
That's big. You're right.
That seems to be the litmus test.
Yep.
Couples that dated 2 or 3 years before their engagement are 40% less likely to get divorced. That's for sure.
They've been dating for a long time.
Yeah.
Jose Altuve.
Okay.
Jose's been dating with the Astros longer than anybody on the team.
Couples that wait 1 year before having a child after marriage are 29% less likely to get divorced.
I don't know that there's a kid on the way between Jim Crane and Jose
They
Altuve.
waited to have a child. I would say this is kind of – they've already had a couple children. This is really their third child, right? Their third
I feel like Jeremy
extension.
Pena is the child of Jose Altuve and the Astros.
Yeah. Well, you know, the whole couples – there's just 2 more, I promise.
Okay.
Couples that do not have divorced parents are less likely to divorce.
I don't know anything about the background of either guy.
Well, no, but if you put it in a baseball context, like Jim Crane doesn't have bad memories of being a baseball owner.
Right.
And this is the only team Jose Altuve's ever been on.
Right.
So, there's a certain –
he was a virgin when they started dating.
I can speak to this 100%. My wife's family is rock solid.
Yeah.
There's no way in hell they would have ever considered divorce. I come from a different background. if I had married somebody who came from a similar background to mine, I don't think it would have lasted.
Probably not.
You know, like
you got at least one.
Yeah, there's like a certain like stability about my wife that I had never known growing up. Where I was like, oh, you mean we're just going to have an argument and then like still be cool with each other?
Yeah.
Well, that's odd. I don't trust you completely. No. Last one.
Okay.
Gay couples less likely to get divorced.
I don't know anything about that. And I'm not going to pry into either background of either.
No. If we're gonna see again, you're taking this too literally. We got to transfer it to baseball. I feel like in a lot of respects, Crane doesn't really have any other. He doesn't own any other baseball teams. Jose Altuve's never been with a. They're somewhat. They hang out with just nothing but dudes all day. Yeah, so
it's pretty solid.
Yeah.
No, I don't think it's going to end in divorce. To be clear, I've never. My point with all of this. Here's Jim Crane. Jim Crane on a video to Jose Altuve yesterday.
Congratulations, Altuve. I'm happy for you and your family that you'll spend your rest of the career with the Astros. You're the heart of the team. You're the soul of the team. The fans love you. The team loves you, and we're really looking forward to you ending your career in Houston, Texas.
My point with all this is I've just never seen a player sign a deal that extends him 6 years with a team while he's in his prime.
Yeah.
While he's in his prime. He's a top 5 MVP guy a year ago. This is not a guy who's signing on for the twilight years of his career, and it won't. And it's not an asset viewed by other teams around the league. That this tells me, like, even if it made sense for the two to part ways, if the Astros 3 years from now, the window closes and they're all of a sudden a team that's losing 90 games a year, which could happen, you never know, that some teams are knocking on the door for Jose Altuve at the trade deadline, that you're not going to trade him for 4 prospects.
This is okay. This is where this is one of those rare instances, Sean, where somehow you're being more cynical than I am about all this. I think the big thing is Altuve.
I feel like you think I'm infringing on your gimmick a little bit right now.
My gimmick. I wish it was a gimmick. I wish I could turn it off when
It's a wrestling term.
So no, I think that I think that for one, Altuve has mentioned this before publicly that he wants to play with the Astros for the rest of his life, and it's not like Crane is. It's not like Crane is somebody who's overly prone to sentimentality or anything. Yeah. I think. When I first heard Crane's statement, if I didn't know anything about the situation, my first instinct would be kind of presumptuous, isn't it? Like, man, it feels like you're pressuring Altuve.
Yeah.
When in fact, I think this is more probably in response to Altuve expressing that concern that he wants to be with the Astros.
Right. I'm just pointing out how unique it is, and how things can change in 6 years for one side or the other in all this. I've just never seen this before. Here's Dana Brown echoing this, talking about what a special day it is.
Today's an exciting day for the organization. Through total collaboration with the Boris Corporation, Jose Altuve, his family, his wife Nina, his 2 daughters, through our front office with Jim Crane, Jeff Bagwell, Joe Espada, and baseball operations. We all work together to solidify Jose's future in this organization. And I would like to say, make no mistake, Jose Altuve is a special human being. Jose Altuve is the heartbeat of this organization. He's a franchise player. He's on pace to be in the Hall of Fame. He's a fan favorite. And without a doubt, he's the spark to our clubhouse, to our dugout, and he's an Astro for life. With that said, I want to announce a 5-year extension to his contract on top of 2024, and this commitment to him and his family will make them Astros for life. We are honored to have this man as one of our better players that we've ever seen in Houston, and congratulations to Jose Altuve for spending his entire career in Houston.
Understatement of the year.
Yeah.
One of our better players we've had here in Houston. No, he's the best player that we've had in Houston. He's the best.
Maybe put an L in his name. So, I think, you're right. It's very, very unique.
It feels like he signed a 1-year extension for the last year of his career.
Where he was planning
like he's
on
retiring a year
from
now. It's 6 years.
Yeah.
We've still got to go in this thing. And I'm guessing there's a no-trade clause in there of some sort for him. Like, I'm guessing Jose Altuve controls his future.
This is going to be your heel turn is like 2 years from now if something happens.
I'm going to take a victory lap?
Like, look at this. Everybody else will be mourning the loss of Altuve, and you're going to be just dancing in victory about how you
I've heard nobody else bring this up, so you're damn right I will. Absolutely will.
Hey, real quick, Sean, this is what you need to watch out for, you and Amy. These will make you more likely to get divorced.
Okay.
Unemployment.
Okay, so far so good.
There's going to be plenty of kids for her to teach, too.
Yeah.
So divorce runs in the family.
Yeah.
We just talked about that.
Yeah.
If you have been divorced before, you're more likely to get divorced again.
That's true. It's a self-perpetuating
Got a
kind
red
of
flag
thing.
there.
Yeah.
I don't think Brandy does, but there's secrets about her I don't know. If your alcohol consumption doesn't match, I could see that being a big one. If you drink and she doesn't, or vice versa.
Yeah, I will say this. Amy drinks a lot less. It's not like she was an alcoholic.
Ben, hold that and cut it off after the a lot.
No. But she we'll go out to dinner and she'll drive now and not.
Yeah.
Like she's curbed that back. Not that she was bad or anything. I drink more than she does.
Yeah, but it's not like I would say that doesn't necessarily apply here because that's more just.
Yeah, neither of us are alcoholics or anything.
And neither of you are teetotalers or anything.
Right.
It's not like you have a different worldview.
Yeah.
Just for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Last one. You guys aren't going to have to worry about this.
Okay.
Your first child was a daughter. No one knows why,
wow.
but this makes couples more likely to divorce. It is a significant trend. I had no idea.
That's interesting. Okay. Do daughters get parented differently than sons do? I mean, as a parent of both, probably to some degree, maybe even subconsciously.
Maybe it's just like maybe tension between mother and daughter.
Maybe.
I
know that happens.
Transfers over to other. I don't know.
Yeah. I think the marriage of Jose Altuve and the Astros is going to be fine.
Yeah.
I was taken aback by how everybody was just treating it like, well, he's here for the next 6 years for sure.
It almost, the way you describe it, if there were to be a divorce between Altuve and the Astros, it would almost be something beyond their control, like the Astros. The Astros as an organization, just the team really goes into the tank.
That's a prerequisite. I think as long as they're good, he's an Astro.
Right.
I think if the team all of a sudden, if the window closes, we're going to talk a lot about the window. If the window closes in a few years, then at least it becomes a topic of conversation as to what is best for the team. And honestly, what's best for the team might be to keep Jose Altuve through his twilight years, even if he's not worth the money, because I think there are certain athletes, rare athletes, that are above the line of they just mean this much to the city and the organization. There's an ethos to them that transcends, we can go get 3 prospects from the Yankees. And that's the other thing. God forbid he were move to a team and go get his 3,000th hit in like a Yankee or a Dodger uniform.
By the way, 70%. There's one little tidbit I learned last night. I
learned more about divorce in this segment than I ever thought I would.
My brother sent me just a little factoid last night about divorce, the differences in demographics, which would suggest he's not getting divorced. So once he's at, I don't think that's the issue. It kind of sent me down this rabbit hole. But one of the big ones is 70% of divorces are initiated by the woman.
Okay.
I think it painted a picture of basically the standard situation being the guy kind of just going life's great, isn't it? And meanwhile, because he's ignoring and has no clue that his wife is miserable.
What's this envelope?
Yeah. So with Altuve and Crane, I think it would be like Altuve would be miserable or something, and all of a sudden Crane's not paying attention. He's out golfing all the time. Good Crane, you're married to your golf more than you are to me.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Why are you paying so much attention to Verlander? And to be clear, Jim Crane would never go do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. But most guys do. I can speak from experience. Hey, I don't know if you saw yesterday. Well, let's play this from Altuve. Altuve acknowledged yesterday. He acknowledged his teammates in his thank you part of his press conference yesterday. He had some teammates that were there to help celebrate with him.
No, it means a lot, obviously. I think, we're a family. I see Jordan there sitting next to Craig. I can call him, one of my good friends. And, I see Jeremy over there, and, I see Hensley. So, we're a family, so it means a lot. Like I said a minute ago, I play the game for them, I play for the fans. So it means, so much that they're here supporting me in a day like this. Big respect for Hensley being there. You had Yordan Alvarez, MVP candidate, Jeremy Pena, Gold Glover, and then Hensley, the guy who's back and forth between Sugarland. I'm being serious. Respect.
No, I know it is. It's
for showing up. Jeremy Pena, there were pictures circulating yesterday.
Yeah.
He's even more jacked this year than he was last year.
I don't know if that's, sometimes when you're as lean as he is, that the camera angle and lighting might make it look more one way or the other. I think
he's trying to put himself out there. He's doing a hell of a job.
I don't know, because the ironic part of that was, unless I saw a different article about it, was that it's that he's very much focused on correcting some of the flaws in his swing.
Yeah, I was going to point that out. Yeah,
this offseason, more so than his physique.
Yeah, the tweet that I saw was actually from the place that he's been working on his swing. It's a lab, the Marucci lab, and it's got 3 pictures of him looking completely jacked, holding a baseball bat, and then the 4th picture is him looking like Will Hunting on the board in Good Will Hunting, putting formulas up on there with a whiteboard with a marker where they make it look like he's trying to figure out his swing using some sort of computer algorithm.
The thing, look, I think people do get cynical when they hear about guys fixing their swing. It's kind of like fixing Tim Tebow's throwing motion. It can become a running joke after a while.
Yeah.
I think the thing that Astros fans always need to remember is J.D. Martinez. And that, like, J.D. Martinez is the classic textbook example of a guy that found the right swing coach, and it changed everything to the point where Luno will openly admit, like, he didn't see it.
Yeah.
Like, J.D. Martinez was looking really promising, but he wasn't getting any at-bats in that spring training, and he ends up getting traded away to Boston and is MVP candidate at one point.
Yeah.
So J.D. Martinez in fixing his swing is always what you could hope that somebody like
Jeremy
Pena could do.
Oh, my God, that would be glorious. That would be glorious. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday here. We're live on Radio Row. Big thanks to Yingling Flight bringing us here. Super stoked about them bringing us out here to Las Vegas. You can watch on the YouTube and the Twitch stream, the Low T Center as well. We want to thank them for helping send us here. And our friends at Bull Shirts. We were just commenting before the show about how comfortable these shirts are, the golf shirts, our 610 gear that looks so very good.
Sean, I was also secretly going through those divorce criteria. What makes you more or less likely? I think you and I are in good shape.
Are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
We match up on a lot of the stuff.
I got to make this one work, Seth. I got to.
Ironically, unemployment would be the one that would hurt us the most.
Okay.
And then it's a moot point.
Yeah. So if
we both get fired,
if our bosses are listening, please don't fire us.
Yeah.
All right.
If you care about the sanctity of marriage.
Yeah. Specifically, our 2 marriages. Yeah. If you want to listen to the big game, you can here on Sports Radio 610 on Sunday, thanks to Solo Stove. Get your very popular smokeless fire pit at solostoves.com. All right, up next, headlines. We will touch on Jose Altuve again, C.J. Stroud, Rex Ryan interviewing for a job in the NFL. This was an interesting one that came across the news wire yesterday. We'll touch on that as well as we continue. Live from Radio Row in Las Vegas, Payne and Pendergast. Stay there.
Kirk Holmes is a third-generation family.
SportsCenter.com.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
Hey, as we get into headlines here, we were hitting some Jose Altuve in the previous segment. Let's start off with that in headlines as well. Yesterday, February 7th, 27, Jose Altuve is his jersey number. Mayor Whitmire proclaimed yesterday Jose Altuve Day. Here is Anita Segal. She is the, I believe, Vice President of Marketing. She heads up marketing for the Astros. Here's Anita reading the proclamation from the mayor saying that February 7th will be named Jose Altuve Day yesterday.
We are very excited to actually, on behalf of the mayor, declare a special proclamation, which I'm going to read to you. Jose Altuve Day, Houston Astros All-Star Second Baseman. Whereas Jose Altuve, as the Houston Astros All-Star Second Baseman, has made significant contributions to the city of Houston in his first 13 seasons in Major League Baseball. And we commend his legacy, his commitment to family and community, and celebrate his love for the city of Houston and all Houston Astros fans. And whereas he has represented the Astros, the city of Houston, and the game of baseball in the highest of character on and off the field during the most successful era in Astros history. He is an 8-time All-Star, a 6-time Silver Slugger, a Gold Glove recipient, an American League MVP. He is the first Astro to win a batting title, and he has won 3 of them. And whereas Jose Altuve is the most beloved Houston Astro, leading his teammates to 2 world championships and providing fans across the globe with lifetime memories through his generosity, his character, and his commitment to giving back. And whereas the city of Houston is grateful for the immeasurable contributions made by such an extraordinary athlete and humanitarian, and congratulates Jose for his career commitment to remaining a Houston Astro. Therefore, I, John Whitmire, Mayor of the City of Houston, hereby proclaim February 7th as Jose Altuve Day in Houston,
Yeah, we
Texas.
didn't get to celebrate Jose Altuve Day on the air yesterday, Seth, because we were off the air by the time it was proclaimed yesterday, Jose Altuve Day.
I didn't have enough time to try to get a day off for religious reasons.
Right.
That's, yeah.
I would have liked to have put in for that.
Yeah.
Instead, I walked the strip a few times yesterday here in Vegas to celebrate
For religious reasons.
I drank several 27-ounce drinks yesterday.
That's the way you do. Just like the guy climbed the sphere for a cause. You go drink beer for a cause.
I do, for a cause. My
you
cause,
try to talk
my
to
alcohol.
other people.
That's right.
You talk to people at the bar about Jose Altuve.
I did, to celebrate. I probably did, actually.
His purity as a human being. The other, I wondered if there had to be another Jose Altuve Day.
There had to be somewhere along the way.
I did a search excluding like the last couple weeks.
Yeah.
The only thing that popped up was on Apollo Sports. I think they declared Jose Altuve Day July 20th.
I could see that.
Of 2021.
Okay.
He must have done something nice there.
Yeah.
So this might have been the first official Jose Altuve Day by the city of Houston.
Congrats, little fella.
Yeah.
Good job. I guess the big talk now that Jose Altuve is signed, sealed, and delivered, and we'll get into this a little bit more later in the show because we got to get to headlines, to the other headlines here. But the big talk yesterday, especially because Scott Boras was in town for the signing, he's also Alex Bregman's agent.
Yeah.
And Boras did say that, we've been talking with the Astros about it. This one sounds like it's going to be a much, much, much slower burn if it ever happens at all.
It's more so, like multiple people, including Crane, I believe, have commented about how Altuve's situation obviously is a lot different than Alex Bregman's in many, many respects.
Yeah.
And Boras is known for getting his guys to free agency and then getting them a whole bunch of money. Altuve, this has been directed by Altuve all along. Like every time he signed an extension before he becomes a free agent, that's not Boras' recommendation.
It's the Boras outlier for sure, the Altuve contract. So the Bregman one is going to be, I think, maybe dicier is overstating it, but it's going to be a much more conventional trip to free agency for Alex Bregman.
I wonder, with Bregman, I do feel like he might be one of the rare guys where the hometown discount does actually come into play, just because Bregman he's made a lot of he's put a lot of roots down in terms of businesses that he wants to start and all of that. And I think the other thing that those guys have is some perspective on, still being friends with George Springer and Carlos Correa and maybe understanding exactly just how it's different when you go elsewhere, particularly because the Astros have a very unique set of circumstances in terms of perception around the league and within fan bases and all of that.
Yep. let's shift gears over to football. We are live on Radio Row in Las Vegas. I think C.J. Stroud is expected to be making the rounds today here on Radio Row. For sure he's going to be in town because he's about to win the Offensive Rookie of the Year award tonight at the NFL Honors. This happened in the middle of the show yesterday where it was announced he's going to be playing in the Celebrity All-Star Game at NBA All-Star Weekend in a week or two. I think it's next weekend. I looked at the roster of celebrities that are playing in this game, and I realized how maybe unplugged in I am to what exactly constitutes a celebrity these days. There's streamers and TikTokers and things like that on there that I have no idea who they are.
We were having this conversation yesterday about, and today actually, about comedians. Like that Matt Rife kid, who's like a huge. There's people in America right now where if you told them you didn't know who Matt Rife was, they'd be like, "Oh my God, what the hell are you talking about?"
Right.
And there's other people that have zero clue who Matt Rife is. So like, what is a celebrity? I don't know anymore.
Yeah.
There's no monoculture. There's like little pockets of celebrity. So you're saying you didn't know like 3/4 of the people on this list?
Probably that's probably about right. I mean, Micah Parsons is by far the biggest name other than C.J. Stroud in my worldview.
Right. Amongst Swifties, for instance, many of them wouldn't have a clue who Micah Parsons is.
Right. My daughter wouldn't, but she probably knows who the TikTok guy is.
Your daughter, the Swiftie, was shocked to learn that Travis Kelce was one of the more unpopular players in the NFL.
She was a little taken aback by
long before he ever, made eyes at Taylor Swift.
A little taken aback by that for sure. So C.J. Stroud will be playing in the Celebrity All-Star Game. NFL Honors here in Las Vegas tonight. The big thing I think most Houstonians will have their eye on tonight, even more than these 2023 awards, will Andre Johnson get into the Hall of Fame. As far as other news in the NFL, this was something. Rex Ryan interviewed for the Dallas Cowboys defensive coordinator job. They're going after some big names, or at least interviewing some big names. Mike Zimmer is in the mix for that job. And Rex Ryan, who do you like Rex Ryan, the broadcaster?
I find him entertaining. I do feel
I do too.
Clint had pointed this out. There's a part of Rex Ryan, because I really love Rex Ryan as a defensive coordinator. I know guys who have played for Rex Ryan who just love him.
Yeah.
And it's hard because when you watch him, when I watch him, it seems very clear that he's still got a little bit of, whether it's insecurity or just jealousy, I think, of the guys who are still in it. Like, of the guys who are on TV. Some of the coaches that are on TV, like Bill Cowher, I can tell he's got zero desire to go back into coaching.
Yeah.
Jimmy Johnson, like, those guys are, even before they were the age they are now, they're done.
Been that
they're
way
done
for
with
a while. Yeah.
With Rex Ryan, it always feels like there's that part of him that feels unfulfilled over not winning a Super Bowl and that he could be doing it.
Yeah. Well, along those lines, so what I did yesterday, Seth, when I saw that Rex Ryan was interviewing for the Cowboys DC job, because Rex has had some strong opinions out there about some coaches and teams and things like that of late. I went on YouTube and kind of searched, okay, has Rex said anything about Mike McCarthy recently? Here was Rex after Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys were eliminated by the Green Bay Packers just a few weeks ago.
Do you think it was the right choice to keep Mike McCarthy?
I absolutely do. I mean, this guy, it's just amazing how I just think he's so underrated. Look, they laid an egg. There is absolutely no question about it. They laid an egg in that playoff game. But, I mean, the man has won 12 games, 3 straight seasons, all right? He took over the offense this year. Well, they were top 5 in points scored and in yards. Like, Dak Prescott was playing at an MVP level until that last performance. So, to me, yes, it made perfect sense.
So he didn't damage his prospects of getting a job, at least on the Cowboys staff.
The thing I do like about him as a broadcaster is that I think for the most part, as former coaches go, he's probably the most open to just bashing people.
He's very opinionated.
Most coaches are still playing that game.
Yep.
Like, a lot of coaching is networking and back scratching, and those guys, they can't turn that off once they're in the booth. Rex is not worried about that one bit.
It's why I searched it. I had to go see, like, okay, has Rex blistered Mike McCarthy at some point on NFL Live or whatever show it is?
So,
countdown show.
So he's not a complete non-politician.
Right. Got a little Mike McCarthy love in him.
I wonder if Jerry Jones. I wonder how Jerry Jones. Like, obviously, Rob Ryan was his defensive coordinator for a spell there.
Yeah, that's right.
The brother of Rex Ryan. Sometimes it's hard to separate siblings, And I wonder if Jerry Jones, however Jerry Jones feels about Rob Ryan.
Well, they're twins too.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, it's not just siblings.
Yeah, they're twins. But I don't.
So were Danny DeVito and Arnold Schwarzenegger.
That's true, and they don't look a thing alike. Good point, Seth.
Yeah.
Good counterpoint.
Yeah.
All right, those are your headlines here. We're live on Radio Row. Thanks to Yingling Flight for bringing us here. Thanks to everybody watching on YouTube and Twitch. Hopefully you're enjoying this week. Not as many guests on our show because of the hours here out in Vegas, but if you were watching yesterday, they're starting to roll in, including Carrot Top on the show yesterday.
Plus, as you and I discussed, by yesterday afternoon, I had gotten to the point where I hate all people.
You were ornery yesterday.
I hate all people. And now I got a good night's sleep, and now I like most people again.
For now.
Yeah.
For a long day. We got a long day ahead of us.
I texted this literally to Sean last night. This is my text to Sean yesterday evening. I'm going to order room service and go to bed at 7. I can't show up hating everybody tomorrow.
And I said, I think I replied, do your thing, man.
Yeah, do your thing, man.
All right, the 5 biggest legacies on the line this Sunday in Super Bowl 58. I've got 5 of them on the line this Sunday in the Super Bowl. We'll go through them next.
This is going to be your legacy.
Legacy Station.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, we got the Super Bowl coming up on Sunday, Super Bowl 58. A reminder, you can hear it right here on Sports Radio 610. Thanks to Solo Stove, solostove.com. That's where you can get your very popular smokeless fire pit from the folks at Solo Stove. And again, big thanks to Yingling Flight for being our presenting sponsor here as we spend the week in Vegas, bringing you all the sights and sounds from Super Bowl 58, and business certainly picking up yesterday, certainly today and tomorrow, guest-wise and here on Radio Row. Follow us on our social media as well. We're posting all the things that we're doing here on Radio Row and around town in Vegas. Sports Radio 610 on Instagram, on Twitter, and so forth. Brandon Scott, our digital guru, doing a great job of getting that content out to you guys. So as far as this game goes on Sunday, Seth, we've got some legacies involved here. We got some legacies involved. We got some father-son stuff going on in this game, legacy-wise. There's 5 of them that I've identified here, 5 big ones for individuals in the Super Bowl this Sunday. And I'm going to start with Patrick Mahomes. We know that Patrick Mahomes is on track right now. If anybody's on track to threaten Tom Brady and all the numbers that he's put up, both individually and team-wise, right now it's Patrick Mahomes. Here's Patrick Mahomes at opening night on Monday talking about chasing the great Tom Brady.
I mean, I'm not even close to halfway, so I haven't put a lot of thought into it. I mean, your goal is to be the best player that you can be. If you ask me that question in like 15 years, and I'll see if I can get close to 7, but 7 seems like a long ways away still.
Yeah, you know, the one thing about being in a position like Pat Mahomes that probably gets a little bit tiresome is like how many times you get asked that question about like a thing that's actually a really big deal. Like, think about that, like being the greatest of all time,
right?
And you're put in this position where almost if you don't show a certain amount of confidence and bravado, people are going to act like you're not projecting the right image. But then if you talk about it too much, people are going to say that you're too selfish, you're obsessed with that. Mm-hmm. I think he frames it the right way when he says, look, I'm not even halfway there. I'm not even close to halfway yet. He's got to win a Super Bowl and then another one before he's over halfway there, which is a long ways to go. And, I think if I were a fan of the Chiefs, that's where I'd want my guy. I don't want him being obsessed about winning 7 Super Bowls when I'd rather just focus on winning one more.
Yeah, this one, just this one, gets him into a really exclusive group of people.
And they're underdogs in this one.
In this one. Well, and they've had to go on the road a couple of times. I think that's been the most impressive thing to me about this particular run for the Chiefs is this is really the first one where they haven't been sitting on a pedestal above everybody else. Yeah. They've been getting picked against. I picked against them in Buffalo. I picked against them in Baltimore. I'm probably going to pick against them again this weekend.
I just honestly, though, it constantly amazes me how sports fans are so incapable of seeing how things might change. It's the same as when you're in a good economy and it feels like, oh, this economy will, of course,
it's gonna be like this
everything
forever.
will be like this. Interest rates will always be low. I think that you forget that Tom Brady himself, one of the guys you're talking about, went through a decade of not winning a Super Bowl.
No doubt, and had to do it different ways along the way. And I think that too with the Chiefs, probably more of a Reid thing than a Mahomes thing. And we'll get to Reid here in a second. This is the group that Mahomes gets into just by winning this Super Bowl. There's only 4 other quarterbacks who've won 3 Super Bowls in the history of the sport. Yeah. Brady's won 7. Montana and Bradshaw both won 4. They were both 4-0 in Super Bowls. And then Troy Aikman, 3-0 in Super Bowls. So that's you're now in a group of 5 if you win this one.
What if Mahomes got up and just totally went hot take and basically said that, without Belichick, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. I'd already be knocking on. Totally everybody knows that Brady wasn't that good.
Yeah. That'd be awesome.
I'd already be knocking on the door of the greatest ever.
That'd be a great heel turn. So that's number 1, Mahomes. Even just by winning this one, put Brady on a back burner for a second. You get into a group where you're talking names like Brady, Montana, Bradshaw, Aikman, and Mahomes. If he wins it, that's it.
Yeah.
As far as coaches go, I think Andy Reid's number 2 on my list. He is chasing greatness as well. Here's Andy Reid, and I'll tell you just what greatness he would be chasing with this in just a second. But here was Andy Reid from Monday talking or being asked, have you created a dynasty in Kansas City?
I think the best answer I can give you is when you're in the mix of things like we are, you don't really look at that. You're so focused in on the next game And I think if you make that your focus, you're probably going to have a problem and get knocked off whatever pedestal people think you're on. And so this game, there's too much parity in this game to take your energy and put it in that direction. So we're focusing on this game here against a great football team, and it's going to take all our energy to do well against them.
Real quick, similar to Mahomes, getting into that group of quarterbacks who've won 3 or more Super Bowls, if Andy Reid's able to win, he'll join Bill Belichick, Chuck Noll, Bill Walsh, and Joe Gibbs as the only head coaches to win 3 Super Bowls or more.
Yeah, that's an impressive group.
Yes.
Right there.
Yeah.
So
Gibbs in particular, because the other 3 align right with the quarterbacks we just named. Belichick with Brady, Walsh with Montana, Noll with Bradshaw. Joe Gibbs did it with Mark Rippon, Doug Williams, and Joe Theismann.
That's it. Okay, so I think the first thing people are saying, like, wait a second, you're putting Bradshaw in the same category as those other guys. Like, Bradshaw...
Merely because he won the Super Bowl.
No, I know, but he had him that same time, where Gibbs did it with multiple different quarterbacks. I think, and like Andy Reid's not going to... Like, I don't think he's ever of all those 3. I think he's maybe the most like Joe Gibbs, in that the ego. He just doesn't seem to have any ego about him at all. Mm-hmm. And Joe Gibbs was very much like that. Like I know people that worked and played for Joe Gibbs that just speak about him like he's nearly a god.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a different type of guy.
Yeah, I think when we're talking about. We were talking about Mahomes, like the fact that the Chiefs have had to do this differently this time around, not only going through places on the road, but I think doing it defensively. That's where I really think about Andy Reid, like that Andy Reid went from winning the way he did with Mahomes early on, where it was very offensive-centric, and now the defense is kind of defense and running game are kind of the calling card. You and I, we had a conversation with Mike Golic yesterday that people are going to hear a little bit later on in the show today. And Golic kind of laid it out like, Mahomes is sort of like the third thing on the list now when it comes to what the identity of this Chiefs team is.
Yeah, of this particular team.
This particular edition.
Something C.J. Stroud said that we might get to later or not, though, too, is that I think that's where I'm most impressed is when a quarterback like Mahomes or Tom Brady takes on that role where, it's not going to be a pretty day offensively or statistically, and it's not going to be a passing day.
Yeah.
That's where, like, the whole game manager discussion, which can mean 400 different things, there's times where great quarterbacks, when they have to play that role of game manager, that's when they're at that best. Mm-hmm. They're best because so much of it is about the mistakes you don't make, as much as it is the great throws you do make, and understanding the game situation and what is required. Like, I would even put last versus the Ravens, Mahomes understanding where they were in the game and that maybe not making mistakes was more important in the second half than it was to do anything spectacular.
And then when you needed the kill shot, he gave you the kill shot to Marquez Valdez-Scantling at the end of that game. All right, so those are the 2 big ones for Kansas City. As far as San Francisco goes, this is an organization that's been, by and large, one of the best in the history of the sport. They've won a ton of Super Bowls, but they haven't won one in a long time. The last 2 chances they've had at winning a Super Bowl, they've had a really good look at it. They were, they came down to the last play in 2012 with Jim Harbaugh as the head coach, and of course they lost to this Chiefs team 4 years ago in a game they were leading by double digits heading into the fourth quarter. So let's talk about Kyle Shanahan and his legacy when it comes to Super Bowls here. Here's Andy Reid talking about going against Kyle Shanahan.
It's an honor to be able to go against him. I think he is one of the top coaches in the National Football League, obviously. This isn't just a one-year thing for him. He's been doing this now for a while. So I have a ton of respect for him. He is a great offensive mind, but he's also very sharp from a defensive standpoint on special teams, which makes him a great head football coach, and a ton of respect for him. Look forward to the challenge of being able to do that.
So the legacy play here for Kyle Shanahan, I think, Seth, is twofold. One, he would become part of the first father-son Super Bowl winning head coach tandem in the history of the league. His father, Mike Shanahan, of course, won a couple Super Bowls with the Denver Broncos in the late 90s. I think the other thing, too, for Kyle Shanahan individually, both as an OC and a head coach, he's been part of collapses in a Super Bowl. One, an historic collapse when he was the OC in Atlanta, and he's largely he's a central figure in the blame for losing that Super Bowl. Mm-hmm. If you're the head coach, when you drop a double-digit lead like he did against Kansas City 4 years ago, you're of course going to be part of the blame because you're the head coach of the team. But this would be I think there's a big redemption angle for Kyle Shanahan potentially.
He was and you think about everything he's probably learned since then in terms of game management and stuff like that.
Yes,
because Kyle Shanahan's operating mode, like his standard operating mode, is to kill and destroy. And sometimes it's hard to teach somebody when to turn off the kill and destroy.
Mm-hmm.
That's where that Super Bowl is a big part of that lesson for him. I think the other thing about Shanahan that intrigues me is he's the right kind of Nepo baby, which is that, okay, however much nepotism helped him, it also did provide him growing up. You see this with coaches' kids, guys who grew up as the children. They get absorbed and immersed in the game in a way that very few other kids would be, and they kind of learn how to ask the right questions. I think they think about the game differently, and then I think with Shanahan too, there's a little bit of that old school. I think he wants to destroy his father. I think there's a part of him that needs to surpass his father. The old school. Back before everybody cared about self-esteem and work-life balance and all this nonsense, he wants to destroy his father.
Isn't there a Greek tragedy about that?
Oedipus.
Oedipus.
It also involves sleeping with
Loved
your
his
mom and stuff, so I didn't want to go there.
That's a little deep, I would say. But, but for sure, maybe an Oedipus complex. All right, two more with San Francisco. Christian McCaffrey, similar to the Shanahans. They would be this Christian McCaffrey and his father, Ed, who was on this station yesterday. Was he on the drive?
He was on with the drive.
Okay, he was on with the drive. They would be the second father-son Super Bowl winners. The Diassis being the other, Zach Diassi and Steve Diassi. One was a Giants linebacker, the other a Giants long snapper.
So as players or coaches, those are the only two guys that have ever both won Super Bowls.
Yep, the McCaffreys as players and the Shanahans as coaches.
Okay.
Yep, and the Diassis as players.
Well, the Shanahans haven't yet.
If they win,
right,
if the Niners win, that's what's at stake. And I think Christian McCaffrey too. And it's more of a loose argument, I think, now just because of the way the running back position has kind of evolved. It's not the running back position isn't like what wide receivers are now. Where, if you're having a conversation about the best receivers in the game, it is a heavy artillery conversation. Whereas with running backs, it's become kind of watered down.
Man.
But McCaffrey, if he wins this, you make an argument of this generation of running backs, call it the last 10 or 15 years, that he would be the best. And he's a 3-time Pro Bowler, 2-time All-Pro, and he's the third active leading rusher right now.
I feel like talking to kids today about the value of running backs and what they used to be, it'd be like telling them about getting a platinum record.
Yeah.
A record?
Yeah.
Platinum. Who cares? What?
What's a record?
Wait, people bought these things?
Yeah.
You used to have to pay for music?
It's weird, though, when you think about it, okay, a guy who's made the Pro Bowl 3 times, that's the best of this generation. And then you look and it's yeah, maybe, and especially if he's the only one who has a ring. And he's a huge central part of this ring if they win it, too. He's a finalist for the MVP.
Oh, yeah. No, Christian McCaffrey is the classic example of, hey, if you're going to spend either draft picks or money on a running back, if you're that team that's right there on the brink, that's where, do it then.
Yeah.
Because then it makes, the risk makes sense. If you're a team where you are with the Texans where you're just average as an offense and average as a defense right now and you need to get better, the money's better spent on positions other than running back.
I would agree.
But McCaffrey's the perfect guy for the 49ers when they got him.
It's their finishing move. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the last final touches on things. The last one, the 5 legacies in the Super Bowl, Trent Williams is kind of forgotten in all this. But he's been a Pro Bowler basically all of his 13 seasons, except for 2, 11 of 13. More importantly for the Niners, he has been a first-team All-Pro left tackle the last 3 seasons.
He was available to the Texans for probably what the 49ers got him for, a 3rd-round pick and a 5th-round pick. Yeah. He was living right down the road in Sugar Land, and instead Bill O'Brien chose to trade 2 first-round picks for Laremy Tunsil.
Who's been a good player for you, but he hasn't been Trent Williams.
He's not been Trent Williams.
And you would have had to give up those first-round picks.
There's a certain, just badass element to Trent Williams that very few other offensive linemen
Are you
have.
saying he's legitimately tough, smart, and dependable?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, okay.
O'Brien turned his nose up at a dude who is legitimately smart, tough, and dependable.
Who's just stacking first-team All-Pro seasons at the age of 52.
The guy who J.J. Watt specifically named as a reason he wouldn't want to come back into the NFL.
Right.
He didn't want to have to spend all day with Trent Williams' hand in his face.
That guy.
Because Trent does he's very crafty.
Yeah.
He does a quick jab to the face, but he never gets called for, yeah.
C.J. Stroud, he was on the Pivot podcast this week. Man, there was a ton of good stuff from that. C.J. Stroud taking up for Bryce Young. Also, C.J. Stroud, did he do any recruiting at the Pro Bowl, particularly with one guy that Seth Payne wants really, really badly. We will have that for you coming up next. But first, I'm going to tell you right now, whenever
Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Indeed, Yingling Flight presenting us here on Radio Row in Las Vegas. We thank them for that. 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbs, tastes great, and they're sending us here to Radio Row. What could be better? Watch us on the YouTube and Twitch streams as well. We also want to thank the Low T Center for helping bring us here to Las Vegas for Radio Row, and our friends at Bull Shirts for getting us looking as sweet as we look in these awesome golf shirts with the Sports Radio 610 logo on them. And again, a reminder, you can hear the big game on Sports Radio 610 this Sunday night. Thanks to the folks at Solo Stove, solostove.com. CJ Stroud was on the Pivot podcast earlier this week. A lot of good stuff, and enough good stuff to where you'll probably hear some more of it tomorrow after he wins the Offensive Rookie of the Year award tonight at the NFL Honors. But CJ Stroud, of course, number 2 pick in the draft. Bryce Young, the number 1 pick in the draft, and their seasons went drastically different. They're friends going back to high school, both from Southern California, and so CJ Stroud taking up for his guy here on the Pivot podcast, taking up for Bryce Young.
In his shoes, I feel like a lot of stuff didn't go his way that was out of his control. You know, like, you can't make a play if somebody don't block. You can't make a play if somebody don't catch the ball. Like, and when you watch the tape, like, Bryce did a lot of great things. Yep. You know what I'm saying? He's going to be a great player, but it takes time. You know, like, I think I came into a situation where, you know, we were struggling, I know, but, like, we still had a lot of good pieces, and Nick Caserio, our GM, brought in a lot of good vets. You know, D'Amico was the perfect coach for our type of team. So, like, I think our rhythm, and, you know, like I said earlier, everybody's path is different. Like, maybe I had a good rookie year, and Bryce is going to have a great second year, you know what I'm saying? And hopefully I do too, but, like, I know everything's going to be fine for him. And I told him, like, you the one, bro. Yeah. You the one for a reason. Like, don't ever, like, and he's not going to, but don't ever look at yourself different, bro. Right. Like, ever.
That's good advice from an older brother to a younger brother. I think from a guy who's been there to a kid that just doesn't quite know what it's all about.
Yeah, who still is not fully grown, maybe.
That was like, I hope he tousled his hair after that and said, "You're not run along, you little scamp."
It was funny that that clip was making the rounds. That was one of the more viral clips from that podcast that CJ did, and I think one angle that people were looking at it like, boy, he just took a blowtorch to the Carolina Panthers organization.
Yeah, I know.
Can't catch the ball for him. Can't block for him.
Yeah.
Like, if I'm an offensive player on the Panthers, I'm
was like
hey,
Giselle.
Man. Yeah.
He cannot throw the ball and catch the ball.
He can't do everything. Yeah. Horrible Brazilian accent by us.
I hope Bryce Young goes out with Giselle. So she would tear him up. Oh, my God.
Snap him in two. Yeah. Let's save that. That could be a full segment.
She would have him trotting around after, like Brad Pitt after Angelina Jolie.
Yes.
Remember, like, every picture you saw of Brad Pitt and Angelina Jolie was like Brad carrying 18 purses behind her.
Like, 1,000%.
I've lost both my testicles.
He'd be a love slave for sure. Yeah. Bryce Young, CJ Stroud here. So we're just talking about him taking a blowtorch to the Panthers organization.
Yeah. Oh, but also, by the way, in that little clip, one thing that I liked and appreciated about that, CJ Stroud, who, you can tell he puts a lot of time and thought into, like, how to communicate with people. Like, in this long interview, he talks to them about just, like, his approach to gaining guys' trust and everything, which is very, like, it takes a lot of empathy. You got to think about, like, how are these guys viewing me? Small little detail that we would notice is he was telling the story and he explained to those guys and anybody watching, Nick Caserio, the general manager.
Yeah.
A lot of people would this sounds silly and stupid, but a lot of people would just drop the name without really any consideration of whether they actually know who he's talking about.
Yeah, he's going to be a good broadcaster someday. Yeah. He remembers there's average fans out there.
One thing he needs to do if he wants to go into broadcasting, he does a little thing, and actually for communicating in general, he does a little thing where he adds, or like to the end of almost everything, like almost immediately. Yeah. That's kids out there listening. Drop that when you can consciously, because it almost it's almost like asking for approval. Mm-hmm. It sounds less authoritative and confident.
Good advice, Seth. Yeah. Really good advice. So he's, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But in taking up for Bryce Young, I thought it was interesting because we recall just a week ago that C.J. Stroud did a Cheetos commercial that looked like a shot at Bryce Young.
Somebody's out of Buffalo wings. Number 2 NFL draft pick, C.J. Stroud?
And the second best Buffalo thing.
Second best is the best.
And then he winked at the camera.
Oh, yeah, but doesn't he? No, that's not. That was edited a little bit because he does something in the. Oh, the guy is. CJ's not the one that says it.
Yeah, see, the guy
is the one that
who
says
gets
it.
the Cheeto says second best really is the best, and then CJ winks at the camera.
Okay, yeah.
It seems like approval to me of that message that second best really is the best.
Yeah, I like to look at this as not CJ being magnanimous towards Bryce Young, but playing psyops with him. I think he's taking him under, little brother. The same way older brothers and younger brothers typically, like the Maton brothers.
Yeah.
The older brother is engaged in a fierce battle of sibling rivalry, where the younger brother doesn't even know there's a battle going on.
Yeah.
And that's the advantage the older brother always has.
That's CJ.
And that's CJ. A little bit, like a little bit of psychotic subterfuge.
We don't have to be concerned about our quarterback. Like CJ looks like the real deal. How concerned would you be in Carolina right now? I mean, they cleaned everybody out from this year, and they're getting a fresh start.
If I'm a Panthers fan, I'm 100% convincing myself that it was all Frank Reich's fault. It was Dave Tepper's fault, which is the big concerning thing. But I think it's very easy to talk yourself into Bryce Young.
Sure.
And you can find various examples of rookie quarterbacks that figured it out. Or you just look, I know Trevor Lawrence is not nearly a finished product, but look at the difference between Trevor Lawrence in his second year and his first year just by swapping out coaches. So I think that's what they're probably banking on.
Hoping for, yeah.
The biggest thing with Bryce Young that I'd be worried about is that he's got some mechanical things to clean up. And he's not athletic enough and certainly not big enough to get away with all of the technical flaws he has. That's where I get kind of bowed up on behalf of CJ, because CJ is, of all those quarterback prospects of the last several years, really, he's the one that had the least formal tutelage at his craft, and yet he's got the best mechanics because he was obsessed with it and worked it. He cites, Drew Brees and YouTube and all these other guys that he's modeled his game and his mechanics after, that like all these other rich kids with resources, they didn't work on it.
Yeah, I think if you went back and looked at the scouting reports going into the draft last year about those two, CJ and Bryce Young, that there was probably, when it came to athleticism, moving around in the pocket, moving around outside the pocket, going and getting yards, improvising, things like that, I am guessing the scouting reports would have all given the check mark to Bryce Young in that department.
Yeah.
And I think what I learned this year, and I think what we learned this year in watching, like, CJ's got way more functional athleticism than Bryce Young.
And I have credit. The groupthink got really big, and I remember various scouts kind of talking and bringing this up before the draft, like that, and it wasn't like headline type material, but it was just simply like something that I thought was obvious was Bryce Young's not that athletic,
right?
And he was being talked about like he was going to be just this scrambling improvisational machine or something, where what they said was SEC coaches would say, look, this guy's not running away from our best players.
Right.
They're not, the guys we have on our team, they're going to make it in the NFL. Like, this guy's not running away from those guys.
No.
Like, well, I don't know what you think he's going to do in the NFL because he's not doing it in college.
Yep. Here's another one from C.J. Stroud, and I think this one gets Seth Payne excited here because it involves Derrick Henry, the apple of your free agency eye.
This was him relaying a story because he says he's talking about in here. He was on the bus with Derrick Henry at the Pro Bowl. Derrick Henry, a free agent running back, and
who's better than all the running backs on the Texans right now.
Yeah, so this is what their conversation was about.
A lot of people don't know, I would say, the dog that I have in me until they meet me and sit down with me. Because he was like, man, I thought you was just a nice dude. He was like, I didn't know you was like this, but I was basically explaining to him the mindset I have when I step on the field. I want people to, I wouldn't say I want them to fear me, but I want them to know, I got to be on my A game. I got to be on my because CJ on the field.
Yeah.
So that's the conversation he was having with Derrick
Henry. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Derrick Henry didn't realize he was like this. He thought he was just a nice kid. This is where CJ, we talk about this sometimes, having a little too much perspective on life.
Yeah.
Some of these kids that will go on and on about how football doesn't define me.
Right.
I don't think CJ has any issue with football defining him.
I think I think his faith defines him, but I think he allows multiple things to define him.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
I'm with you on that, man.
So Derrick Henry
sounded like he was giving him a sales pitch. On the sitting on the bus with him.
Yeah.
Hey man, I want you to know if you come to the Texans, you're going to be playing with the dog.
What if he was giving him the tough, the reverse psychology sell too? Hey, listen, Derek, you're not just going to show up on this team.
Right.
You're not just going to show up and think hey, it's okay. Hey, every running back for the Texans rushes for 2.9 yards per attempt. That's A-okay with us.
That's right.
Things have changed. New sheriff in town.
And he starts looking at me. He's like, how much dog do you really have in you, Derrick Henry? What is your quantity of dog in you right now?
And he probably made fun of Alabama a little bit.
I do want to ask, we're going to talk to Nick Caserio. Nick's going to come on with us before the end of the week here. He's going to be milling around Radio Row today. And Seth and I are going to get a chance to sit down with him. I do want to ask him about the CJ effect when it comes to talking to free agents this year.
Yeah.
What do you? They haven't talked to any yet. They can't, but they're going to soon. And how big a factor is CJ Stroud? How big a part of the pitch, depending on what position you're talking to a guy?
No. I think the really cool thing with Caserio and the interesting part of it is, okay, they spent years up in New England where guys would want to go play. Veteran players would go take a discount to go play with Tom Brady. Yeah,
Yes.
and just exactly. Nick, we got to be careful with how we phrase it. With Nick is very careful about like he doesn't want to like sit here and like pray to the altar of the Patriots and Bill Belichick.
No,
when he's on Houston, but he will tell stories about New England. You just don't want to. We don't want to frame it as like, hey, remember the good old days, Nick?
Yeah. I'll be honest. When I had the question in my head and I said it to you just now, I wasn't even thinking about the Patriots. It's a really good point.
Yeah.
I just wasn't thinking about the Patriots. I'm just thinking in a vacuum. Like, man, I got this rookie quarterback now who we've watched for the last 2 weeks since they got eliminated. Make the rounds on all these podcasts and nominated for awards and everything else.
You're not like CJ and I as far as empathic.
No.
I'm
I'm much more impulsive in looking in the moment. You and CJ both. I'm the Bryce Young in this relationship, unfortunately, and you're the big brother. Yeah, keeping me. For those who aren't watching on YouTube and Twitch, Seth has his nose pointed directly up in the air right now, pointed at the ceiling to me right now. All right, Altuve signs his deal yesterday. So now, what's the next big to-do for Dana Brown and the Houston Astros? I think we all know what it probably is, and the agent for that player spoke about it yesterday. How do we feel about the Alex Bregman situation after we hear from Scott Boras? And you'll hear from Scott Boras coming up next. But first, I want to tell you about
Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Yep, Yingling Flight bringing us out here. We appreciate that. Yingling Flight, you can watch us on the YouTube and Twitch channel and see the big Yingling Flight sign right next to me here. As Ted Johnson would say, damn Skippy, Yingling Flight brought us out here.
He used to say that?
Damn Skippy, he did.
I don't remember
Ted
that
had a
much.
lot of really dorky sayings. A lot of them.
Dorky, corny stuff.
Yeah, oh, that cake won't bake. When he felt something was askew, he's like, well, that cake won't bake.
He kind of got away with it. He had a way of he could do that because he offset it with so much
his presence,
just sheer testosterone.
Yes.
Yeah, it was. You know what? It was a bully factor with him. It wasn't intentional. He wasn't trying to bully anybody, but he kind of felt he's the kind of guy that you're going to laugh at his jokes because you want to be his friend.
Yeah. And rarely did the temper get to the point where you envision it in your head it could get to.
Yeah.
But I was around it when it did a couple times.
But I would say, like, when I say you want to be his friend, not because you're scared of him, but because he was like he was the embodiment of like what you want to be as a guy.
Yeah, Ted was fun, man. Yeah. He still is. I mean, he didn't die. He's still fun. Still check in with him every now and again.
He was he's a little bit like Vrabel too in. Like there was a side of him like when he was around guys, but then like when he's around like when he's talking to a woman, completely different. Like he could turn on the charm like nothing.
Dude, around the office, yes.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. Like even like talking.
He wasn't like hitting on him.
No,
he was just being himself.
No. I can remember honestly, like Brandy just there were times where I was sitting like talking to Brandy. It wasn't like a flirtatious thing or anything, but I'm like, well, you two are certainly hitting it off, aren't you? No, because he's very, like, for being such a guy's guy, when he was in, like, polite conversation with either women or business people, like, very good listener, very engaging. He gets super enthusiastic about whatever you're talking about, so, yeah.
Yeah. Old Teddy J.
Yeah.
Here was Dana Brown, Astros general manager, yesterday, and we'll get to more of this in headlines in the 8 at 8 at the top of the hour. Jose Altuve signs his contract extension yesterday. Big celebration, it felt like, out at Minute Maid Park for Jose Altuve. Of course, it immediately gets you thinking, as an Astros fan, because pitchers and catchers are going to be headed to spring training in like a week. It gets you thinking, okay, Dana Brown, you still got work to do this offseason. There's still contract extensions to be doled out if you're an Astros fan, hoping that happens.
Yeah,
and I think the big one is going to be Bregman. We'll get to Bregman in a second, but here is Dana Brown addressing the cost of being good.
No, I mean, I say it costs to be good. And so these players that we're bringing in, it's pretty special. You know, Hader is pretty special. And, of course, extending Altuve and having him in this organization, that's pretty special. And so when you want to keep the core group together and you want to continue to win, you know, you have to make these type of decisions. And, you know, we have the fan base to support us. You know, we have an owner in Jim Crane who's very dedicated to winning. And so we're going to do whatever we can do to keep this thing going.
So Jim Crane, an owner who has said the window will never be closed as long as I'm owning the team.
Yeah.
But how Jim Crane goes about it is certainly different than how other high-level teams go about it when it comes to long-term contracts. The Hader one is interesting. We're going to get to Scott Boras here talking about Bregman in a second, but as long as Dana Brown, Seth, we play that audio of him bringing up Josh Hader, I think that signing was unexpected for a lot of Astro fans because it does put them over the competitive balance tax. And so it does get me thinking, because this is not the way Jim Crane has operated, to just sail past the competitive balance tax threshold. There was a year where they went over the threshold. I don't think they ended up having to pay because it was the COVID year they went over, and they just kind of pardoned everybody on it. But he's only done it once, and it was barely over the threshold. This Hader contract puts you well over it. So to me, it's one of two things, if I'm being extreme here. It's either Jim Crane's changed his philosophy and he's cool with spending above the luxury tax, or you can do the Hader deal and do a 5-year deal like that because you're starting to see which way the wind is blowing on some of these guys like Kyle Tucker and Framber Valdez and maybe even Bregman, to where you go, okay, well, you know what? We can commit to the best closer in the game for nearly $20 million a year through 2028. Because it doesn't look like we're going to have to be paying Kyle Tucker $30 million a year. It doesn't look like we're going to be paying Framber Valdez $25 million a year. Who knows what the Bregman situation is?
It is, for whatever it's worth, like it gets dicey when you start looking at a lot of the projections on tax payroll and everything. But for whatever it's worth right now, the Astros in 2025 are 7th on the list at $164 million. Like
their total payroll.
Yeah, they've got room with which to work. It's not like all of these contracts have added up to something that's completely unmanageable or anything. There's room to work with Kyle Tucker, and especially when the extension would include, it wouldn't kick in until next year.
Yeah.
So, like, this year is taken care of. You're going to pay the tax. And then I think there's ways to keep it from getting out of control while still extending one or two guys.
Yeah, the tough thing with the tax, not to get too super nerdy on it, is when you start to repeat.
Yeah.
When you're a repeat offender, the penalties augment, So let's get to Bregman.
Yeah.
Let's get to Bregman because Scott Boras was there yesterday. He's Jose Altuve's agent. Boras confirmed one thing. He has spoken to Dana Brown about Alex Bregman's situation.
Dana and I talked about that today, and obviously, Alex has made it clear that he's open and listening to whatever the Astros have to say.
Okay, I mean, and that's a very vague, very general surface level. Yeah, he's willing to. Of course, he's willing to listen to anything the Astros have to say. It doesn't mean he has to like what they're offering him right now.
I know. Yeah, whenever I play a Boras clip about a prospective free agent, I'm waiting for the day that Boras is like, I'll tell you what, we're hard up against it.
Yeah,
we sure hope that we'll take anything at this point.
Well,
please.
But I think this next one is I don't think this next one is unearthing any new information for Astro fans. But to hear Bregman's agent say this, talk about the stark difference between Bregman's situation and Altuve's situation, here's Boras on that.
Jose did somewhat of a bridge contract because of the first contract he signed. And in Alex's case, obviously, he's more in a normal free agency dynamic that you would see both age-wise. So obviously that has more impact in the free agent market.
Yeah, if I can use a Vegas analogy here, translation, you ain't sitting at the $25 minimum bet table with this Jose Altuve contract when it comes to Bregman.
Yeah.
You're at the $100 tables now.
Yeah.
It's going to be pricier. I think the way he lays it out, like this is more of a conventional free agency. Bregman's 4 years younger than Altuve, and I would imagine he's looking for a deal that's going to take him into his late 30s.
Yeah.
Unlike Altuve, from the age of 34 into his late 30s, he wants to go from the age of 30 into his late 30s. He wants an 8 or 10-year deal is what it sounds like.
I talked earlier about how, the hometown discount is usually way overstated and overplayed. It doesn't factor in as often as you think it might. With Bregman, I think there's some reason to think maybe he's one of those rare guys because of the roots he's put down with his businesses, the history with the World Series, all of that.
Yeah.
The one thing I always try to remember, though, too, is that, the most awesome personality and, the guy you think of as the heart and spirit of the Astros, George Springer, is also the guy who will never, ever, ever forget how the Astros were the team that set the tone in screwing players with service time.
And him in particular.
Yeah, him and that Springer was an old mentality, and that's a confidant of all these guys as well.
Yeah, it's a good point. They didn't really do that with Bregman. The only thing they did with Bregman and bringing him up, we were actually involved in this. Bregman came on our show on the Triple Threat back in 2015 or 2016, whatever the first year he came up was.
It was 2016.
It was 2016.
Yeah, because there was less pressure on him with his slump because the Astros hadn't hit their stride yet.
Right. So he came on with us while he was still in the minor leagues, but it looked like he was going to be coming up pretty soon, and they put him on with me, Rich, and Ted.
Yeah.
And they were playing the Angels late in that week. He came on with us, and I said, hey, man, I wasn't even thinking of asking this question, trying to trap him or do a gotcha. But I said, when you were a kid and you envisioned yourself in the batter's box against somebody, who was the pitcher? And he's like, I don't really have a specific one, but it's definitely somebody in a gray and red uniform for sure. And it didn't even dawn on me they're playing the Angels who wear gray and red uniforms. That's what he was kind of alluding to.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he didn't come up for that series. He came up against the Yankees a week later. So we always like to assume that we played a role in Bregman getting called up 4 days later.
They taught him a lesson about giving away information like that.
You got to watch with these gotcha shock jocks.
And my point wasn't that Bregman would have any reason quite like George Springer, but just that George Springer, as a guy that could talk about these things with guys. That's something you tell younger. That is honestly, that's what the NFLPA president, Gene Upshaw, used to say to every group of rookies coming in at the rookie symposium when they used to have it, is don't you ever let these owners trick you or fool you into thinking that it's anything more than a business because they're lying to you. Like, it was very much like, listen, don't fall for that trick. So I could see Springer being in a kind-hearted big brother type of way, reminding those guys.
Think of
that.
yourself. Think selfishly. Last one from Boris. Astros, talking about the Astros team success over the last several years. Bregman's been part of all 7 of these trips to the ALCS, multiple World Series championships. That increases Bregman's value in the eyes of his agent.
He's a rather prestigious player because these guys that play here, when we look around at teams and the core of those teams, and being in it's one thing to win a world championship is rare to win 2, but to be in the championship series 7 years in a row, it's just not being done. It's just really not. And you have to look to the players who are integral in that from start to finish, who have been part of it. And Jose and Alex really have been the core of that.
I 1,000% agree with that. I think Springer's contract he got from Toronto, which ended up being a pretty damn good deal for a 31-year-old outfielder at the time. I absolutely think that Toronto felt like they were a team that was a player or 2 away, and they were purchasing postseason experience, clutch performances. I think Carlos Correa, before the leg issue became a thing, that's why he was getting that kind of money from the Giants and the Mets before a medical issue derailed that. I think that's why he's getting $30 million a year from the Twins. I do think there are going to be teams that look at Bregman and his postseason performance and say, we'll pay a premium for that guy. What we're trying to get to, he has performed in that environment.
That's where it's tough. If you're the Astros, you both understand how valuable those guys can be in the playoffs, but also where they become valuable to other teams is, look, it's a small sample size of playoff performance for most players. So usually if a guy has a couple good years in the postseason, as a talent evaluator or as a GM, you're like, okay, I don't know for sure if that's who he is. The Astros have just flat out played more postseason games, and especially because of expansion of the playoffs and duration there, that you see that, with Carlos Correa, there's zero flukishness to this.
Right.
He's just flat out, freakishly consistent in the playoffs.
Yeah, they play at least 10 postseason games every year.
Yeah. So I think, likewise with a lot of those guys, you can see that, okay, that's real. That's not a fluke. This is who this guy is in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think that, too, I agree with what Boris said. I agree with what you're saying. I think the biggest things for Bregman that also affect his value is, one, he's become an elite defensive third baseman. He came into the league as a shortstop. He is an elite defensive third baseman. And the injury issues that he had a couple years ago are gone. Yeah. He's been super durable the last 2 years. He hardly ever takes a day off. And if that, if teams, obviously they're gonna give him a physical and whatnot, but if they believe that what he's been durability-wise the last couple of years is what he's going to be moving forward, that he's fixed those issues he was having with hamstrings and soft tissue stuff for those years, that's huge as well. So I'm not optimistic they're going to get a deal done with Bregman. Maybe eventually they do. I do think, Seth, the hometown discount thing that you allude to as a small possibility, I could see him doing that if the give back is, fine, I'll do that. Let's do 9 years. There's going to have to be some give and take. Alex Bregman's not doing a 5-year deal like Jose Altuve just did. Let's just get that on the table right now. Nothing close. Mm-hmm. He's going to want premier third baseman money, and he's probably going to want more than 5 or 6 years.
And he's already done that contract early in his career. We did the extension that gave him the bleep you money.
Yeah.
That gave him that, okay, you know what, there's no pressure for me. I've got my financial security.
Yeah.
I'm just going to go for the absolute premium dollars.
Yeah. The discount might be on the years, not the annual average value for Bregman. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, okay, fine. I want, whatever the number is for an elite third baseman. Call it $30 million a year. Yeah, fine. I want that, maybe a little bit more. That's fine. The discount I'll give you is just 6-year deal then. That's fine. Just a 6-year deal, not a 10-year deal.
The weird, when I put myself in the position of a baseball player, like say you're 30 years old and you're getting offered that guaranteed money for 10 years. Like if you're being realistic with yourself, you have your positive mental attitude and all of that. But if you're being realistic, okay, sometimes just injuries or whatever happened in your late 30s, like the thought of being the guy that's there and showing up every day for 162 games and maybe sucking, scares the hell out of me.
Yeah,
it's like sure, doing it for $90 million for 3 years. Yeah, that's not bad pay. Oof. $90 million from the ages of 37 through 39 to suck.
Yeah,
and yet by the time you reach that stage in life, you've made enough money that, you know what, this is what I want to do for the next 3 years of my life.
I like playing that little game with, okay, if I got an interview with this guy, what would my first question be?
Yeah.
And now that you bring that up, if I ever had a chance to interview Albert Pujols, my first question would be, how did you live with yourself for those 10 years?
What's it like being both at the pinnacle and in the absolute dredges of the sport at the same time?
Other than the 1st and the 15th of every month, how did you live with yourself for those 10 years?
I whistled the whole damn time.
Yeah, very easily.
I'll take that check now, please.
Thank
and
you.
I'd be like, yeah, I actually asked for paper checks because I like looking at them so much.
I would too. I would want a paper check. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. It is a Thursday. We're live on Radio Row. You're listening to KLT and KLT HD2 on Odyssey Station. Let's do the 8 at 8 o'clock. Mike Golic. We had a conversation with him, and you're going to hear that coming up in the next segment. David Anderson, former Texans wide receiver. He's here live on Radio Row, or he will be shortly. He's going to join us later on this hour as well. Let's get the 8 at 8 going. Yes, thank you, Ben. 1. Ben's like, move it along, pal.
Yeah.
Jose Altuve made it official yesterday, signed his new deal with the Astros. 5 years, $125 million gets tacked on to his contract. He will be an Astro through the season 2029. Mayor Whitmire yesterday named February 7th, Jose Altuve Day in Houston. Here was Altuve talking about that honor and that Houston is home.
Obviously, it's an honor to me to have a Jose Altuve Day. Feel happy and proud and blessed. And in the other side, Houston is my home. I have obviously 2 homes. I grew up in Venezuela, my country. Every time I go there, I told my wife, let's go home. And then when it's time to come back, I tell her, let's come back home. So it's good to have 2 places where you think you can live, where you think it's your home. So we live in the best life in Venezuela and in Houston.
There you go. It's good to be Jose Altuve. 2 homes. Houston is home. Venezuela is home. It was cool yesterday. He had teammates that were there. I mean, he's I think I could say the most beloved athlete in the history of Houston. Him and Hakeem Olajuwon, I think, are the big 2 because both are associated with winning championships as well.
Yeah. It's just the greatness plus that.
Yep.
I saw a lot of clips from that documentary that was done a few years ago on Altuve, where he was interviewed in Venezuela.
Yes.
And I just remembered that one. Maybe some people listening know. Was that entire apartment building, was that his apartment building, his family was in that whole thing?
I don't know.
Did you remember this? Okay.
I don't remember that part of it.
It felt like
I watched the doc.
He may have basically locked down a city block in Venezuela just for his family.
Okay.
That was my little fantasy that I had, and I don't know if that's the actual reality.
I don't remember that part of it. The clip I saw floating around was one where he was gushing about being an Astro, but then the interview they did with, I think is it Al Padrique, who was the scout that found him? I hope I'm getting the name right of the scout, but the scout that discovered Altuve in Venezuela, who deserves kudos for discovering Jose Altuve for $15,000. So that was cool. But yesterday, Altuve Day, and good day to be an Astro fan. We'll see what happens through the rest of the offseason here. 2. C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud is going to play in the Celebrity All-Star Game at the NBA All-Star Weekend. C.J. Stroud, presumably, I believe, is going to be here in Las Vegas today and tonight because, Seth, tonight we have the NFL Honors. C.J. Stroud up for Offensive Rookie of the Year, Will Anderson up for Defensive Rookie of the Year, D'Amico Ryans, a finalist for Coach of the Year, and Bobby Slowick, a finalist for Assistant Coach of the Year. The big one, I think, to Texan fans that trumps all 4 of those is we're going to find out later today or tonight if indeed Andre Johnson makes the Hall of Fame on his 3rd try at this. I think if Texan fans were power ranking the things they want to see happen tonight, Andre Johnson into the Hall of Fame is a runaway winner compared to the 4 awards that guys are finalists for right now.
Yeah, that's
big time.
These yearly awards, especially like Rookie of the Year, as one of our listeners pointed out. It's not like Rookie of the Year quarterbacks have a glorious history of going on to win Super Bowls. As far as we can tell, in recent decades, Ben Roethlisberger is the only one who won Rookie of the Year and then would go on to win a Super Bowl.
Go on, not even that season, go on in his career to win a Super Bowl.
I mean, some of it's almost like Executive of the Year for a long time was the worst thing to get because they all got fired a year later.
It was like a delayed fire, a delayed termination paper.
Yeah, but as far as Rookie of the Year with quarterbacks, I mean, it's RG3, Kyler Murray. The guys who get it, and where a lot of it's based on their athleticism, those are are the guys that are maybe the biggest boomer busts stories. Whereas
RG3 and Cam Newton won it back-to-back years.
Right. And Cam went on to have a good career.
Sure.
But, like, as far as like the big disappointments I would look at so far, Kyler Murray, RG3, whereas, like, Ben Roethlisberger, Dak Prescott won it. And Dak was more athletic than he is now before his injuries, but his production was based on a lot more than just that.
Yep.
3.
Rex Ryan, we learned yesterday, interviewed for the open defensive coordinator's job with the Dallas Cowboys. So we know Rex has been on the set on ESPN for the last couple of years since getting let go by the Buffalo Bills as their head coach. I like Rex on TV. He's got, especially for a former head coach, got very strong opinions on certain things. I did go back into the Wayback Machine, Seth, to see if Rex Ryan had any strong opinions on Mike McCarthy that would prevent him from getting that job. I would imagine the fact that he interviewed for it would mean that if he did, it was probably put to bed. But as it turns out, Rex Ryan, at least in the one that I was able to find, he was one of the few people saying a few weeks ago that Mike McCarthy deserved to keep his job.
Do you think it was the right choice to keep Mike McCarthy?
I absolutely do. I mean, this guy, it's just amazing how I just think he's so underrated. Look, yeah, they laid an egg. There is absolutely no question about it. They laid an egg in that playoff game. But, I mean, the man has won 12 games, 3 straight seasons, all right? He took over the offense this year. Well, they were top 5 in points scored and in yards. Like, Dak Prescott was playing at an MVP level until that last performance. So, to me, yes, it made perfect sense.
If you were Jerry Jones and you were making this decision, would you hire Mike Zimmer or Rex Ryan?
Mike Zimmer.
Yeah.
Yeah. For one, I don't know if. Well, neither of those guys is likely to get another head coaching job.
I don't think so.
You know, Zimmer. Zimmer would be a guy that people would want to say, well, players don't respond to that type of personality anymore. But he's had awesome defenses up until the very end there at Minnesota. Guys still responded to him, and they don't guys can still respond to tough love. But I think Zimmer is just like a more solid and steady personality.
Yeah.
And I think might end up, I told you, I think Zimmer could take that job and be the Cowboys DC until he's 103 years old. And they'd probably be really good. And then he would, at 103, he'd get arrested for beating up a contractor at his house
and winning the fight, for sure.
Remember didn't Chuck Bednarik get a police call to his cops because he was strangling a contractor that pissed him off or something when he was 90 years old? I could see Mike Zimmer doing that.
Doing that? Yeah, I have no idea. But, Rex in the mix right now. I would miss him on TV. I like him on TV.
You know, and Rex Ryan, who I love both those guys as defensive coordinators. They do it differently. But I want to say that over the course of their careers, I'll fact-check myself on this during the break, Zimmer's been more consistently dominant.
Yeah.
He's had more consistently dominant defenses. And I think his personality tends to not perhaps great against others as much in the organization.
Well, I think, look, Rex brings some drama and some glitz with him wherever he goes.
I think he brings, he's like a less violent version of his father.
Yeah.
You know, Buddy Ryan was a hard guy to have around for a long time.
Yes. Yeah. He's Buddy Ryan without the fist fights. Yes.
Yeah. 4.
I'm actually going to hit this one here at number 4. J.J. Watt. Something he said yesterday when he was making the rounds here on Radio Row. He was on the Pat McAfee show. It's not in the rundown, Seth. I'm going off script here. J.J. Watt was on the Pat McAfee show, which is about 50 yards from us here.
Yeah.
McAfee's set.
Yeah.
And then J.J. went in front of some backdrop somewhere and did a media session with looks to be about 8 or 10 media people, kind of a scrum. And he was asked about being 100% retired from football, which was a big topic during the season at one point when it looked like he was getting that itch. Yeah. He said this, quote, "Yeah, absolutely I am retired. Halfway through this last season, I definitely was monitoring the Steelers and Texans situations, but it never escalated to any sort of actual potential," end quote. So JJ was thinking about it a little bit.
What was wrong with being in the playoffs? What was the situation with the Texans that wasn't good enough for him, apparently,
to come back? I'll let you put words in JJ's mouth.
I'm asking.
I that's all I have is the quote right there.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to it. Yeah, I think
you're putting words in my mouth, putting words in mouths. I was asking the question.
Yeah. Well, I think just taking a look at how they were doing midway through the season. TJ's on the Steelers. Texans are his former team. He was just monitoring how the season was going for both of them. They weren't surefire playoff teams midway through the season, that's for sure.
I guess that's what, but he wouldn't even. I wonder if there were any feelers just as they hit the playoffs, whether it was a chance or not.
Yeah.
For JJ to make that decision, just leave the Steelers out of it. For the Texans, it would have been. It would have been obvious. He's not gonna, I don't think, want to come back after the Indy game.
No.
Hey guys, here I am.
Right. Well, that's why the rest of the quote, where he says it never escalated to any sort of actual potential, tells me that he probably didn't even talk to either of the two teams.
CJ, when he was on the podcast, The Pivot, cited JJ, Andre Johnson, Jonathan Joseph, Brian Cushing as guys that are around and kind of talk to the team. He got a little defensive on the history of the Texans. He basically was like, "Hey, it's not like it's not like they've been bad forever." He said, "It's not like we've been bad forever." And then he brought up a lot of the old great players and everything.
That's really good to hear.
Yeah,
because I still have a little bit of Deshaun Watson PTSD that I just. There's 5% of me that's like, there's no way we're going to keep this guy.
Yeah,
he's not going to be here.
Yeah.
And literally every time I hear a quote from him, like, Houston's my second home, I'm like, okay, cool.
Yeah.
Now we got to make it his first home, just to be sure.
Yeah, none of this Jose Altuve dual nationality stuff.
Right. 2 homes. No. None
of this World Baseball Classic stuff.
That's right.
5.
The more information coming out on this combo service from ESPN, Fox, and Warner Brothers that was announced earlier this week.
You're very caught up in all this.
This new streaming service. I think there's some. Maybe this is too nerdy. I don't know, but I think there's.
You're very Richard Deitch on this.
Am I? Okay.
No.
I'm very curious about it because. As it turns out, I didn't know if it was going to be some. For those who don't know what I'm talking about, which may be a lot of you, there's ESPN, Fox, and Warner Brothers, who owns TNT and TBS. They've combined, and they're going to launch this fall a bundled package of their networks. So if you're a cord cutter and you don't have cable anymore, but you're using Fubo or this or that, if you're a hardcore sports fan, and you're like, man, I just want the sports. These 3 companies are combining to give you a package that's going to include all the ESPNs, all of the Fox, Fox, FS1 and FS2. ABC is going to be part of it.
Yeah.
All the Warner Brothers, TNT, TBS, True TV, even ESPN Plus is bundled into it as well. And there's no price point yet on it. I just find it interesting. No CBS, NBC, or Amazon as part of this. And so if you're like, okay, well, that sounds good. I'll get 85% of the sports. This might be the package for you.
These are the old. I guess it's the notable thing. I guess is these are all broadcasting companies.
Yeah.
Where Amazon and Apple and all these other competitors are showing up the scene. Where whatever you watch on your whichever screen you're watching now has become way more hyper competitive. I guess and cord cutting has kind of been hey kids, we're going hiking today. Where? The Amazon jungle.
Yeah.
We're going to go out into the middle of nowhere and get killed by
cord cutting's become a way dicier proposition than it looked like when everybody started doing it.
So I don't worry about monopoly or antitrust or anything like that, because you could say all 3 of the major television networks are getting together and teaming up, and it doesn't feel like a monopoly because there's so many other players in the game right now.
Mm-hmm. I wonder how this is going to do.
It is. It's getting closer to me just never watching television again.
Sure is.
Or I'm gonna pick one streaming service, and that will be my universe.
Yeah.
Which one should it be?
If you were to pick one streaming service, you had to have.
It's not going to be ESPN because they make me log in every 3.5 minutes.
No.
And then a lot of times, hey, you're logged in. No, you're not.
Right.
Hey, you're logged in. No, you're not.
Yeah, they trick you. They do. They trick you.
Go die, Disney. Go die again, Walt Disney.
Here's the other thing, though.
I'm going to unmelt your frozen corpse and kill you again.
I'm legit curious how this is going to do, because if you're a sports fan, you're like, yeah, this is awesome, all these sports things, and yet I feel like I need CBS and NBC to watch all these NFL games. That's why I find it interesting.
What am I going to do? Go spend time with my kids?
Yeah, that's brutal. Yeah.
6.
Nick Saban. Back to some more conventional TV news. He is headed to College Game Day. That is going to be one crowded desk, because everything I've read, they're not getting rid of anybody for Nick Saban. Lee Corso, Kirk Herbstreit.
So Lee Corso
McAfee.
And Nick Saban are going to have deep debates about the state of college football.
I hope so. I hope so.
I want to see. There's no way in hell that by week 3 there aren't going to be a bunch of gifs of Nick Saban giving, like, what the hell are you talking about looks
to Lee Corso?
or anybody else on there. Yeah, Pat McAfee, whomever, I don't know.
I think he's going to be good. Every time he comes on TV, and I think Belichick's going to be good whatever he does in TV this year. They're both very different on the set of a TV studio than they are at a podium.
Who's going to be better on television, Nick Saban or Bill Belichick?
Nick Saban. I think.
You know why? Because he can do it without Brady.
That's right.
Saban's proven that he can succeed without Brady. Whereas,
Good call.
Yeah.
Good call. No, I'm basing that totally on what I've seen from the two of them when they've been on. I like Saban better.
I think Saban's got more versatility.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Saban going to be part of Game Day on a very crowded set this fall, coming to an ESPN near you.
7.
This is a funny story out of Green Bay. The Green Bay Press Gazette has this story about a guy named Bill Port, a Green Bay resident, who applied, Seth, for the team's vacant defensive coordinator position.
Oh, yeah.
He had previously applied for the head coaching position several years ago when Matt LaFleur got it.
Mm-hmm.
He applied for the defensive coordinator position. This is just some average Green Bay Packers fan.
Yeah.
Team CEO Mark Murphy actually turned him down for the job and sent a rejection letter to let him know that he wasn't getting the job. And he said this: Bill, thanks so much for your cover letter and resume regarding our defensive coordinator position. While your fantasy football experience is impressive, I regret to inform you that we've decided to go in a different direction. I hear the Bears have an opening. You look to be a perfect fit for them. Thanks again. Sincerely, Mark.
Damn, he slammed him.
He slammed the Bears,
wow,
too.
I thought this was going to be polite.
Yeah. Dude, I would be framing this letter 3 seconds after I got it. That's hilarious.
They got, does he have any kind of a coaching background, this fella?
It doesn't say in the article that I'm looking at here if he does.
I mean, the closest, I've always...
No, he sells industrial heat-treating ovens to make his living.
Every bit as difficult as...
He's won fantasy football leagues, and he played high school football. That's his biography.
Yeah. The whole thing is, like, winning a fantasy football league has almost zero to do with being a defensive coordinator.
Mm-hmm.
Applying for the GM job or something would make more sense.
And barely.
Yeah. Well, like the Art Briles story, which is a magnificent one. Just don't read the last couple chapters. But the Art Briles story up until the epilogue is a hell of a story. But him going straight from high school to Texas Tech is probably one of the more like that. I don't know if that'll. Well, no, he was a running backs coach first. It wasn't like he jumped right into being a coordinator or something. But it was only like 2 or 3 years, right, from high school to Houston.
Well, dude, Jerry Faust went from high school to Notre Dame.
Oh, okay, that's the more impressive one.
Yeah. He coached Mike Golic, who's joining us in the next segment.
It's no University of Houston, but it is Notre Dame.
Yeah, right. It's a college.
So he spent, let's see.
A small parochial school in northern Indiana.
He was 3 seasons at Texas Tech, Art Briles was, when he got the job at University of Houston.
There you go.
8.
All right, last one here. I feel like this is an annual thing, and now the fact the Super Bowl is actually in the state of Nevada, where in parts of Nevada prostitution is legal. Good job by the Chicken Ranch. They get mentioned in segments like this every year.
Is it not legal in Las Vegas?
I don't believe so. Yeah, I don't have the...
That explains the handcuffs last night. I thought it was all part of the setup. I was like, hey, I didn't pay for this.
Yeah. I mean, I paid for this, but not with you guys.
I mean, I paid for the body cavity search, but not the handcuffs. This is awesome.
Thanks, Hal. The Chicken Ranch is offering a sex extravaganza to the winners of the Super Bowl.
Oh, I would totally take them up on that.
That wins the Super Bowl.
That doesn't sound like a setup for blackmail one bit.
Basically being offered by 2 of the employees of the Chicken Ranch.
Oh, just 2 employees?
Just 2 of them. They're going to be tired. They're going to be tired. Yeah. Just 2 of them are offering it up.
So it's not officially by the Chicken Ranch itself? It's just 2 Chicken Ranch employees?
Well, no, the Chicken Ranch, the people heading up the Chicken Ranch have blessed this as well, that Alice Little and Addison Gray, if those are their real names, have volunteered to provide whatever services. You know, they don't necessarily have to have sexual services. Yeah, because they've got VIP cabanas and things like that there.
I think that I'm guessing that illicit sex videos are still one of the more powerful and underrated blackmail
for sure.
tools in America.
We've been desensitized, but not that much.
It was one of the warnings the FBI used to give us.
As players, you mean?
Well, yeah. I don't know how they still do this. We would have a speech from somebody. The league would have somebody speak every year, some kind of retired FBI person or security person, to explain who owns a lot of the adult entertainment clubs in America.
Yep.
A lot of organized crime ties to a lot of them, and that B, the things that happen in private rooms aren't always so private.
No.
And, man, they can wield a lot of pressure on you if you're married with kids and everything.
Cameras can be the size of a pin.
Yeah, yeah.
All right.
I wouldn't take him up on that personally.
No.
I mean, sure, there's a whole morality side of it, too, I guess.
There's that.
Yeah, but then also, the fear of blackmail. I got too many blackmail. I'm being blackmailed from way too many directions already.
Right.
I can't, it's hard to keep track of.
It all blends in, yeah. All right, that was the 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 stories to get your day going. Up next, speaking of Mike Golic, Seth and I talked to him about the Super Bowl. You're going to hear that conversation coming up next. He's on the broadcast team for Westwood One. He's the sideline analyst for Sunday's game, a game that you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610. So that is next. But first, I want to tell you.
presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Hey, everybody, welcome back in. Payne and Pendergast live from Radio Row in Las Vegas. And it is great to be joined right now by, of course, he was a defensive lineman in the NFL for how many years, Michael?
9 years.
9 years in the NFL, of course, and he's been one of us in the broadcasting game for decades now. And Mike Golic joining us. He's part of the team that's going to be on the call for the Super Bowl on Westwood One, a game you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610 on Sunday evening. You're going to be on sideline analyst duty.
Yes, yeah. It's going to be Kevin Harlan and Kurt Warner in the booth, and I'm going to be the, God rest his soul, the Tony Saragusa on-field kind of analyst type deal. It's going to be my third year doing it. So, and Laura Oakman will be the real pro on the sideline.
Honestly, I have more respect for the sideline reporters in a lot of ways because you have to get a lot of information from maybe like the worst vantage point on the field.
You do. That's why I move a lot to make sure I'm right there by the plays to see. And then to get on TV, I want to get on TV, even though it's a radio broadcast, but TV. So whenever there's a sideline play, you know, as players, you know this. You can kind of see how the play's going to where you're not going to get hit, but still be as close as I can, so I can have my wife text me and say, "Oh, you were in the shot." I said, all right.
You were one of those guys, weren't you? There's guys that have a skill.
Yes.
Sean, you and I both know Troy Evans.
Yes.
He was a special teams player who was incredible at getting on camera.
Always getting on.
Just always, yeah. See, and that's how you ended up when you're done playing. Even executives that might not know that much about football remember, oh, yeah, that guy.
I used to see him all the time.
Yeah.
That's what you're in the brain.
They don't know when you've got your helmet on. They don't know.
That's exactly
but they see
right.
On the sideline.
That's exactly right.
So you've been on the call obviously all season long and for a few of these playoff games.
Yeah.
And we were talking before we started the interview. You were on the call for the Green Bay San Francisco game.
Yeah.
So I wanted to start in getting your thoughts. The theme with San Francisco, the big storyline seems to be Brock Purdy.
Right.
And so I want to get your impressions when you hear people talking about, is he a game manager? Is he an elite quarterback? Is it somewhere in between? From having seen him and just seen him all year long, what are your thoughts on Brock?
Game. There are two, one's a term, one's a word, that are F words in football. That's game manager and analytics.
Yeah.
You know, everybody just kind of like, oh my God. Game manager, so we're looking to change the name. Is it game CEO? Is it game executive? So here's the deal with Brock Purdy, and a lot of people talk about when Cam Newton said he's a 10th best player on the team. You can't be a game changer when you're that. And in all honesty, you start breaking down the players on San Francisco, and Purdy isn't near the top of the list.
It's not near the insult that it might be.
That's exactly right. But I disagreed with Cam when he said you can't be a game changer if you're not one of those players. He absolutely can be a game changer because he has the ball every play. I mean, in the playoff game, I believe it was that Green Bay game when he needed to, hits the pass over the middle to Juwan Jennings. You know, so when he's asked to make that throw, he makes a throw. And it's the little thing. So San Francisco, since Kyle has been there as the coach, has either been first or second in yards after the catch. So people think, oh, he throws a little dinky pass and the guys run with the ball. Well, number one, look at his stat about his average yards downfield throw. It's one of the highest in the league. Yeah. And number two, you throw a swing pass or you throw a slant, the accuracy you need to let that receiver get the yards after the catch is important. How many times you see a swing pass where the back has to turn around? He's not getting anything. A slant pass where the ball's behind the receiver, he's not getting any yards after the catch. Brock puts it on the money so you can get yards after the catch. So while he manages the game because he is like a point guard because of the talent San Francisco has, he still has the ability to make the play that can change the game, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I guess that's where it gets ridiculous sometimes, I think, when you start having these conversations about where this guy ranks as a quarterback, when the fact of the matter is the offense in total is getting it done.
Yes.
And he, whether it's because of his natural ability or his ability to get the right plays dialed up or what have you, he's making the plays he needs to make for the most part, except he's been a lot dodgier in the postseason. You were at that Green Bay game.
Really off. Now, again, we talk about this, and it's talked about as players all the time. Didn't play in Week 18 because they had the top seed, had that seed wrapped up. So he had 19 days off. For a guy who was a rookie the year before and then playing the second year, was there rust there? Was it the ball was slick because it was rainy? Whatever reason, he was off. And even the Detroit game, he was off in the first half. I think 7 of 15 for 93 yards and then blew up in the second half. But he did not play his best. But that's then a credit to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan that you have the talent around you offensively and defensively where you can pick up that slack and get the win.
Mike Golic joining us on Radio Row. He's going to be on sideline analyst duties for the Super Bowl that you can hear on Sports Radio 610 this Sunday. Let's flip over to the other side, Mike, and talk about Kansas City a little bit. As a former defensive player, I would imagine that the transformation they've undergone over these last few years, going from basketball on turf to now a team that's really, the defense is kind of their calling card. I would imagine that's been pretty intriguing for you to watch.
If you look at when Tom Brady went to Tampa Bay and they won the Super Bowl, they don't even get to the Super Bowl if that defense isn't playing the way they are, especially in the playoffs. You can say the same thing about Kansas City defense, especially in the playoffs, especially against Baltimore. That Baltimore game was 3-0 in the second half. I mean, that's it. Both defenses played great in that game, but Kansas City's defense really has stepped up their game. What Spags is doing, Steve Spagnuolo, the D coordinator, has been incredible, what he did to Lamar Jackson. So what he has to do now to Brock Purdy, little different. You want to keep Lamar contained so he can't burn you with his feet. Now, even though Brock had a couple of good runs against Detroit, he's not going to kill you with his legs. So it's a different kind of pressure on Brock because Brock's going to get the ball out to his guys. So that's the job for Brock. But I love what their defense is doing because the offense, this is the best defense Mahomes has had while he's been playing for Kansas City by far, because he's dealing with the most drops of a team they had this year in 33 drops. 3 drops in the last game, the AFC Championship game, 2 by Kelsey himself. So the offense has been spotty at times. The guy I love watching though is Pacheco. When he run the ball. It's phenomenal.
Yeah, that's we've talked a lot about whether the Texans should pick up a free agent running back or not. And then you look at Pacheco, who was taken where? Seventh round, right?
Yep.
And, oh my God, he's like a cartoon character. He's like that Sonic one.
Yeah.
The legs
hedgehog.
The hedgehog. Yeah. His legs never stop moving in a circle. Yeah, and that's the one thing I wonder about the 49ers is that, like, one of the blemishes that they showed down the stretch was, they've got really good numbers against the run, mostly because they've been in a lead so much, but I don't know if they can actually stand up to a genuinely tough running attack.
So it's what have you done for me lately?
Yeah.
Regular season, they gave up little under 90 yards a game. That was 3rd in the league. Playoffs, they've given up 159 yards a game in their 2 games on the ground. I talked to Fred Warner at the beginning of the week, and he's like, you know what? He says it's execution mistakes. You know, as a defensive player, D-line, linebackers, whatever, you have gaps. If I'm a 3 technique, I got the B gap. That's my gap. Who's playing the A gap? Who's playing the C gap? One guy doesn't play his gap. Katie bar the door. You're out the gate, right? You got a long run. So he said it's execution on our part that we have to shore up, and they think they did. But that's going to be the issue for them because, Kansas City's going to try it. They have 3 main weapons. Travis Kelce, Rashee Rice, good on him as a rookie, and Isaiah Pacheco, outside of, obviously, Mahomes. So San Francisco has got to be able to contain their – it sounds weird, but make Kansas City one-dimensional.
Yeah.
Even though that's Patrick Mahomes passing, but if he has the run game going with him, he's damn near unstoppable.
Yeah, the one thing – we were talking about this morning because, obviously DeMeco Ryans runs the defense. It's very similar to what they have in San Francisco. And as good as those linebackers are, when you've got those wide 9 defensive ends cocked out, it funnels everything to the inside.
Right.
And then all of a sudden, you got to defend. Those linebackers are huge for defending the run, but they also got to get back to their pass responsibilities. And I wonder about Pat Mahomes.
So here's where, while everybody's going to talk Mahomes, Brock Purdy, Christian McCaffrey, the offenses, the defenses, to me, still win championships. And a place I'm looking, Nick Bolton, the linebacker, because you have 2 of the best tight ends, right? Kittle, who was the All-Pro this year, and Kelsey. So Nick Bolton was 3rd best linebacker in coverage. First, Fred Warner. So you have 1 and 3 in coverage when they're in coverage as the best. So how do they protect the middle of the field? And then how do they cover when they're asked to cover one of those tight ends? To me, that is going to be monstrous in this game.
Mike Golic joining us on Radio Row. He's part of the team on the call for the Super Bowl on Sunday. Curious your thoughts. We're a Houston show, and I don't know how much of C.J. Stroud and the Texans you got to watch this year, but I wanted to get your thoughts on them.
I said Stroud he was my number 1 quarterback.
Yeah.
I would have taken him over Bryce Young. And and I love it when I'm right. Because too many times I've been wrong. So you cherish when you're right. Loved him in college, loved him, cool, calm, collective. Love what he's doing. Love what D'Amico was doing there. I mean, you have a first-time play caller in Slowick, a first-time head coach, a first-time quarterback, and you're in the playoffs. And Will Anderson and what he's doing on defense, I mean, my God, is the future bright for them. So it's players, young players buying into a young coach, and now you build while your quarterback is on his rookie deal.
Who was your first few years you were in Houston in the league? Who was your defensive line coach? It wasn't.
Padilla was his name.
Okay.
And he wasn't a well-known coach. He was my coach for a couple of years.
And your defensive coordinator? It wasn't Buddy.
No. That was in Philly.
Yeah.
My God.
Oh, don't worry about it. I wanted to. You went on to Philadelphia.
I went on to Philadelphia. Yeah. Jerry
gotcha.
Glanville ended up being the coach in Houston.
Yeah.
My last couple of years there.
Oh, yeah, Glanville.
Yeah, Jerry. Okay. Yeah, that was his first head coaching job. He used to leave 2 tickets for Elvis everywhere.
We heard some stories about Glanville.
It's interesting.
Was that like one of the last little old NFL type of scenarios where you had personalities?
Yeah. Well,
like
because I went from that to Buddy Ryan, who was a personality himself. So interesting times.
Yeah. 9 years. You got some good stories.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely.
Mike Golic joining us. I'm curious this too. Your son's in broadcasting now. Did you want him to get into broadcasting?
Well, I mean that's not my choice. I mean that's something he loved.
Yeah.
He wanted to play football. I had 2 sons that played football, both at Notre Dame, a daughter that swam there, and then Mike speaks well. He's very smart, and he just kind of leaned into this.
He's very good.
He's unbelievable. He speaks so much better than I ever did. He's smarter than I am. And listen, he's the first to admit, did he get a chance because of the name? Yes. But connections everywhere, inside of sports, outside of sports, somebody gets a chance. That doesn't mean you stay. He doesn't get the contract extensions he gets even when I leave ESPN if he isn't doing a good job.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
So while you get a chance, you have to prove yourself when you get that chance, and he's done it. And now to be able to do a show with him has been fantastic.
Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah,
and you've kind of been able to. I remember listening to you do a couple interviews when you first broke away, and everything was just wide open.
Yeah.
And I think did you kind of have to sit back and assess the landscape?
Well, I wanted to sit back and more assess what I wanted to do.
Yeah.
Because there were opportunities out there, but I'm like, do I want to jump back into a 4-hour show in the morning? Not really, unless everything is right. I love calling games. So actually the first year out, I did Westwood 1 games, and I did the college game of the week for their radio partner, Learfield. So I did a college game Saturday night and an NFL game Sunday night just to see what direction I wanted to go. And I was doing little bits here and there. I was actually almost more busy than when I was at ESPN. So then after that first year, I just kind of decided, okay, I'm just going to do this and just going to do this, and loved doing Westwood 1. And then when the opportunity to go with DraftKings and my son Mike, I wasn't passing that up.
Yeah. So when you go, so you're doing sideline on Sunday night.
Yeah.
For the Super Bowl, in the working areas, are there still more people that you have to contend with, on the side? So it's
so
different than a normal work environment.
So many cameras.
Oh, okay.
Without question, just so many cameras. Now I'm allowed to go in areas where they're not, because we're a partner with the NFL. But still, it's a lot of stuff to work through.
Yeah. It's not like if you were doing a noon Texans game in 2021.
No, you got all the room in the world.
Around all over the place.
Exactly.
Mike Golic joining us live on Radio Row. You can hear him as part of the team calling the game on Sunday here on Sports Radio 610, Super Bowl 58, live from Las Vegas. Mike, great to see you here on Radio Row. Have a great call on Sunday, and enjoy the rest of the week here in Las Vegas.
Thanks, guys.
All right, good stuff. That's Mike Golic, and he will be the sideline analyst for the Westwood 1 broadcast of Super Bowl 58
He
on
got
Sunday.
so skinny.
Again, he looks great.
He does.
He looks great. Yep.
If you were younger, if you're 20 years younger, I'd be like, dude, you got a little too skinny. But he's at an age now where you're like, do everything you can.
He looks good.
Keep the old ticker running.
He looks good.
As opposed to when you're 40. When you're 40, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
You'll live forever.
Oh, yeah, you're fine.
Yeah.
All right, you can hear the game on Sunday here on Sports Radio 610, thanks to Solo Stove, solostove.com. Up next, former Texans wide receiver, now analytics guru, now a cutting-edge leader of the analytics movement.
And one of the best personalities that's ever gone through that building.
Absolutely. David Anderson is going to join us on the show live from Radio Row here in Vegas next.
I'll tell you what, some of the best dip that's ever gone through my belly. Daisy French onion dip, Daisy ranch dip, incredible. Yeah, it's like
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Yingling Flight bringing us to Radio Row. We're actually going to spend a couple segments with our next guest since we're a little bit up against it here in this segment. We went a little long with Mike Golic. He was great. Big thanks to Mike Golic joining us here on Radio Row, part of the broadcast for the Super Bowl here that you can hear on Sports Radio 610 on Sunday. Also big thanks to Low T Center for bringing us out here to Radio Row, and to Bull Shirts for these beautiful golf shirts that we have that you can see on the YouTube and Twitch streams. And if you're watching on YouTube and Twitch, you can see as well that in the hot seat here, we've got former Texans wide receiver, radio legend, and captain of industry,
Thank you.
CEO of Breakaway Data, David Anderson, joining us here.
Seth loves captain of industry.
I do like captain of industry.
Yeah.
He's like innovative industry.
You've coined that phrase in Houston.
I think Sean did.
No,
Sean used to
that's on
refer
my
to
Twitter
himself.
bio.
Sean referred to himself as a captain of industry.
I
Personally, I like to look outward.
Yeah.
So I put that
You're a
on
man of
you.
the people.
I didn't say I was a good captain of industry. Just that I was like, there's good captains and bad.
You're more like a
captains.
coxsling?
Radio
Is
legend.
that an actual word?
That's the guy that's in the rower.
That's a coxswain.
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 I think it's pronounced coxswain.
Coxswain.
Yeah, I think it's
I mean what I know.
The guy who
I thought you
yells
said
at
it.
all the
I thought you
rowers.
said the C word sling.
Yeah,
which is like
could be something. Yeah, I mean, if
Coxswain.
you walk around the strip long enough, there's probably some of those laying around too.
Definitely a bunch of those.
I was having a heated debate with Will Anderson because I was saying that his draft class of 2006.
David
was,
Anderson.
What did I
That's
say?
David. You said
Will.
Will is
We were
the player.
debating
Yeah.
about that class versus
Yeah.
ours.
That I was saying to David Anderson, the original Anderson, that the 2006 draft class, until further notice, is the greatest draft class in Texans history.
That's fair.
And David was arguing, well, I don't know about it. It's going to be hard to beat this year. And I said, well, it's 1 year. And I take into account, I handicap it based on where the draft positions were.
Well, here's a question: do you rank it just based on total snaps?
Oh, if it were total snaps,
Because if you do
2006
total
would
snaps,
crush a lot of them.
Yeah, because we have basically of our 6 drafted players that year, 5 of them played over 6 years.
Yeah.
The majority of them started for 6-7 years.
Yeah. Mario Williams.
D'Amico.
Ryans, nobody knows where he is.
Charles Spencer, Eric Winston, Owen Daniels, Wally Lundy, Dave Anderson.
Yeah.
That's a lot of players.
That's a lot of snaps.
A lot of snaps, a lot of seasons in the league from top to bottom in that draft.
Top to bottom. That's the thing is, like, how do you know who did the 7th or 6th or 5th round pick get a lot of run this year?
Not really. Like Henry To'oTo'o has some promise.
Jared Patterson.
Jared Patterson did well, but he got injured.
Yep. A lot of injuries in this
Xavier
class.
Hutchinson still has upside.
Yeah.
And there's the guys with upside, but it'll take a while. Like the biggest thing is, okay, Mario Williams was a number 1 overall pick. But C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson at number 2 and number 3.
That's tough.
Well, you know what? A lot of number 2 and number 3 overalls are
Well, we have
abject
D'Amico.
busts.
We have D'Amico, who's the captain. That's kind of like your C.J. Stroud.
Yeah.
He's the captain. You know what I mean?
D'Amico's still paying off because D'Amico. There's no way in hell D'Amico was going to take this job if he hadn't had this prior experience with the Texans.
Not only would he not take this job if he didn't had an experience, or if they didn't have probably the pick to take a quarterback.
Yeah.
Like he knows enough to know that like. You got to go where you can get a guy.
Mhm. Yeah.
You got to get a guy.
Yeah.
And it's a perfect marriage between these two. And I want to get your – I love talking to former teammates of D'Amico, especially you. You're a draft classmate of his. So you were in – you guys literally – you're 06 through 2011.
We share a birthday. July 28th.
Okay.
I have a good birthday. I think I've told it a number of times on this station, but we share a birthday.
Okay. Well, if you got a story about that, I'm all ears for it. But first and foremost, just as a former teammate of D'Amico's, like how have you been processing this season, watching it from afar? You got to be super proud of him.
I'm on a text thread, and I'll tell the story after this with me, D'Amico Ryans, and Anthony Weaver. We all share a birthday July 28th. I'll tell you that story.
That's cool.
But I was just blowing him up all the time about how proud we are. Like, there's a group of us that still play fantasy football. They're on the Texans. D'Amico just eats up our chain when we're talking during Sundays. And we've never talked about the Texans.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we often are, like, talking about, like, you know, the other teams or the league in general or Arian Foster starting this whole kind of scripted thing that he should be getting residuals for and whatnot, like having a good laugh. But this year it was always like, dude, the boys are rolling, blah, blah, blah. D'Amico's got him, like, tons of compliments for him, and I just wanted him to know that, like, that stuff means a lot because it's like your former teammates. That's always who you play the game for. It's the guy next to you, the guy across from you. You want his respect, and he certainly has ours as his draft class and former teammates. We love seeing him out there.
So what's your story?
So, drafted 2006.
Yeah.
And you go through spring football, blah, blah, blah. And now it's second day of training camp. And I had made a couple plays against Philip Buchanan. And I was excited, and I was all gassed up. And Coach Kubiak's like, all right, we're going to break it up, but we got a birthday boy out here. And I was like, oh, right. And he's like, this guy we brought in this year, he's amazing. He's going to play tons. He's made a ton of plays out here. He's probably going to be a captain on this team. Everybody give it up for Anthony Weaver. And everyone's like, Weaver! And then Cooper.
Kevin Cooper.
He was the assistant. The assistant comes running up and is like, hey, and he goes, and Kerry goes, wait. There's another guy.
Oh, no.
This guy was drafted. This guy we are so excited to see. He's been making plays out here. My heart is pounding through my chest. And he goes, everybody give it up for a birthday boy, D'Amico Ryans. And D'Amico and Weaver start crying, laughing, and they're looking at me in like the saddest face ever. And then they're like, break it up. And like they're all just laughing like this. Because in the locker room, we talked about our birthdays. But then outside, everyone's like, oh Dave just got got.
Did Kubiak ever
no
find
one
out?
ever. No, years later, I told him.
Was there a part of you at first that thought maybe they were talking about you? That he was like, I'm in it for captain?
Yeah.
Yes, Seth.
Yeah, that's exactly.
Yes, Seth. The whole time, both times. He got me with the Hakeem Olajuwon 2 pump fakes. I was up and then I went up again.
Oh my God, that's hysterical.
Yeah, and so we always laugh about that, but and both of those guys, Weaver's now defensive coordinator for Miami. It's been exciting to see just guys that. I mean, and what's wild is people don't give that Texans staff enough credit. You got Kyle Shanahan, Mike McDaniel, Matt LaFleur, Robert Saleh, D'Amico Ryans, and probably like 2 or 3 others coming from that. I mean, granted, that kind of went to the Redskins and McVay, and that group kind of grew out of there. But it's wild to see guys my age and now in my draft class now heading up the team. It's fun.
Did you? So of course you were with the Texans when Kyle Shanahan was the wide receivers coach, and then the OC.
Yeah.
So you had the full Kyle Shanahan Texans
I was
experience.
his first draft pick. That was his first interview at the Combine ever.
Really?
Yeah. So
okay.
I saw him grow up a little bit.
One thing I read about Kyle Shanahan a lot is just like kind of how deceptively vicious he is in wanting to destroy people.
Yeah.
Is that something that he had when he was that age too, or is that something he's grown into as a coordinator?
He grew into it a little bit more. His first year, we had Eric Moulds on our receiving corps, and Eric was like 4 years older than Kyle, and gave him some humble soup every now and then.
Oh, really?
And I think that was good for Kyle.
Yeah. When I say destroy people, I mean destroy the opponent, just for the listeners.
Well, but it goes with your team as well.
He's pretty tough on guys.
He's really tough, and which never bothered me because he does an amazing job explaining the game.
Yeah.
And he does a great job breaking down a play and then saying, okay, here's where we got this play from. Mm-hmm. Here's what we think is going to happen. Here's what we think the defense is going to do. They're going to do this. If not, they're going to do this. Yeah. And here's how we counteract that. Now, he only gets in trouble when it's way off.
Yeah.
And every now and then that happens, but he'll kind of be like, all right, now you have to bail me out, and here's the bailout for you, Mr. Quarterback. And I think that's what Purdy does an amazing job, is he understands, okay, here's what we're trying to get to. Here's my backup, and here's my, oh, crap, bailout situation.
Emergency parachute.
Yeah, and so I think, but he's really tough on the guys, and, he absolutely tries to just destroy the other team and based on their tendencies. And I don't think that's bad. I mean,
oh no, not at all. No, I mean in a good way. Yeah, well, because the thing that I always impressed with is that he's known for his passing game, obviously, but it's actually like in the run game. Like he wants
to run the ball more than anyone in the NFL.
Yeah, exactly. Like he wants to take your manhood.
Yeah.
Like he just wants to humiliate you on the field.
Yeah, they're physical.
Respect.
Everything starts with the run. That's a whole West Coast. Well, his version of the West Coast offense is getting everyone on skates, as you say. Get them on skates, and then you can and then sneak Purdy out, and then you got plenty of time for a double, triple move downfield. You got guys running all over, and you got Ayuk and Kittle who know how to kind of weave throughout the defense.
What's the secret? I've got a question about Shanahan that hopefully will apply to the Texans.
Yeah, let's hit that in the next segment. I'm going to stay with the Shanahan stuff and look at this Super Bowl. You've in now what you do is your day job, post playing career.
Look at a lot of these guys.
You've actually worked with Brock Purdy, who's one of the more prominent figures in this game. So you can hang around with us for one more segment?
Sure.
Okay, cool. David Anderson, former Texans wide receiver, CEO Breakaway Data, joining us here.
Tell us whether Brock Purdy's a game manager.
Yeah, or a game
changer. Grill you on that. Okay,
yes, you and Cam Newton.
Scam Newton.
Yep, he was bumping around here yesterday.
Put a Scam Newton jersey on Bear Bryant. I burned down the tree. I poisoned the tree.
David Anderson, more DA coming up next. Stay there.
We saw it on Sunday. The C.J. Stroud effect is real.
And I know it's the Pro Bowl and it doesn't mean anything, but honestly, like if you're a Texan fan, you can observe and watch C.J. Stroud interact with these guys, and there is a magnetic quality to him.
Yeah.
That guys really gravitate towards him.
There's a magnetism to him.
Yep.
It puts the Texans in a different category than they had been.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
From the Bell Furniture Unbeatable Prices Traffic Center, 288 southbound at Elgin, the right lane is blocked, and then you've got 45 north.
Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, welcome back in, Payne and Pendergast. Excuse me. Sports Radio 610 live on Radio Row. Big thanks to Yingling Flight for bringing us here. The Low T Center as well, helping us get to Las Vegas and Radio Row. Bull Shirts, thank you for the shirts that we are wearing on the YouTube and Twitch stream that you can see. And you can hear the game, the big game, here on Sports Radio 610 Sunday night, courtesy of Solo Stove, solostove.com, the smokeless fire pits at solostove.com. All right. Previously on Payne and Pendergast.
Yeah, can you use those inside or outside? What do we do with those Solo Stove?
You have to visit solostove.com.
Okay,
That's the tease.
I'll get one. That's not the one. No, I can't say that. Snoop did a different one, right?
I don't know. He did one, though.
Oh, was the Solo Stove?
No, Solo Stove has a definite, it has a flame. Yeah.
Okay. David Anderson is the voice, the non-Payne and Pendergast voice that you hear. Former Texans wide receiver, CEO of Breakaway Data. I want to talk about that in just a little bit. And by the way, DA is not one of these guys who's here to pimp Breakaway Data all over Radio Row today. We're just bringing that up.
I will, though, if some people want to
Right. He's a friend of the show.
That guy's by himself. I'll go talk to him.
He's a friend.
That woman's interviewing people.
Yeah.
Actually, she's not. She's standing by herself.
Yeah.
I'll go talk to her.
You know what I did one year? One of our listeners did this for me. He adjusted my Wikipedia page to it was 3-time Super Bowl champion and stuff. So when I would go, and this is back when I used to still do interviews for other people, they would introduce me and bring me on to 3-time Super Bowl winner.
You wouldn't correct
Which
them.
one are you? Oh, no, they'd ask details.
Oh.
And then I got to watch the disappointment on their faces as I explained.
You're no, I played for the Texans back when no one knew who we were.
Yeah, exactly.
I was on two
I was an
expansions.
AFC championship game participant.
Two-time expansion team participant, Jags and Texans.
Hey, all right, that's enough now. I was on some good teams.
You were on good teams.
Sons of bitches. David Anderson, who was a fellow draft class member with D'Amico Ryans, and who was coached by Kyle Shanahan in Kyle Shanahan's first year as a full-time assistant coach, wide receivers coach.
Correct.
We were talking during the break about just the screen game with San Francisco. We're talking about the San Francisco offense, but that's as a defensive lineman where. A lot of times the worst part of your day is when you chase the quarterback, you think you're going to get a sack, and damn it, it's a screen. Then you got to turn and run after a screen. So I watch very keenly to who pulls it off well and who executes it really well. And the 49ers are one of those teams.
Yeah.
The Texans are not yet. What's the key in your mind to why some teams are so good at running screens compared to others?
You got to run the ball.
Yeah.
You got to run the ball. I think this is what we talked a little bit on off air is that, if you're just hand that ball to McCaffrey and they're wide zones – but those wide zones back when even Arian Foster used to run them, you set wide and then you can cut back inside that tight end, and so Kittle's going to seal the backside, and that might end up like an 18, but it might end up coming all the way back to the backside, almost like a 15 or something like that, right? So they're trying to run right, and almost looks like they're coming left. That means all those D linemen have to run to chase their gap. So they're sprinting. And if they're used to guys crossing their face and it being a run, all of a sudden you pull that ball and now it's a little screen. They're already going the wrong direction. They're 2-3 steps out of the way. That's the key. Is the game is so fast in the NFL. If you can get a guy to take 1 to 2 extra steps, that's all you need, especially for those guys, for Debo to catch a ball. Now all of a sudden you're diving at feet instead of hitting him in the chest. And that's 12, 15, or a touchdown versus a
it's everything in offense especially really kind of boils down to attention to detail at the end of the day, doesn't it? When it comes to execution, just actually obsessing over those little things.
Obsessing over those little things and just willingness to kind of be physical on every play, not taking plays off and stuff like that. You'd be amazed. And it doesn't really happen in playoffs, but if your right guard takes a couple plays off here and there, and now you got to run a screen, and all of a sudden he looks excited, and you give away something. It's like receivers. If it's a run play and you're out there and your hands are down, you're looking lazy, and now all of a sudden it's a pass play and my hands are up and I'm excited. DBs are
that's what I had a couple defensive backs tell me about Arizona's offense, and that's why I'm amazed that Cliff Kingsbury's being taken seriously. Is that they're you could tell exactly who was getting the ball and who wasn't.
Yeah.
On that, the guys that weren't involved in that route were just just walking off the line.
Yeah,
and
wild.
you get a half season's worth of film on that, and that's over. That's pretty like
I just as a regular football fan, as not a former player like you guys, that's a fascinating wrinkle to me.
Yeah.
That it's almost like a poker game. Like you're reading the face and the body language of guys.
Yeah.
Something that intricate.
You know, one thing I didn't learn until like my last year in the NFL, I was so pissed
Math?
that I hadn't. Yeah, that's
addition.
Watching wide receivers like about coming out of the huddle. Like some wide receivers will be like a lot more eager coming out of the huddle if it's a pass play versus if they're just kind of like you can tell they're just checking the boxes.
Yep.
So you can tell run pass real easily that way.
Yeah, you can tell that, and then you can also tell a lot of times like how if they're looking around.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? If it's a run play, you're just like staring into the abyss.
Yeah.
And then if it's like a pass play, you're like, who can tackle me?
Yeah.
Who can tackle me? You're like a chicken
They're
looking all over
dialed
the
in
play.
on
You're
the
like, oh my god,
checking with the quarterback and everything. Yeah.
We're talking to David Anderson, former Texans wide receiver. As long as we're talking about this offense, and you brought up Arian Foster as an example.
Yeah.
You were with the Texans 06 to 2011, so you were there for the rise of Arian Foster.
Yeah.
He was on the practice squad in 2009, got into a few games at the end of the year in 2009, and then in 2010 he blew up.
Yep.
And I'm curious, two things. One, did you see that coming with Arian Foster in 09? And two, is there a running back that you've seen that's a better is he like the premier type of fit for what that offense was?
So I remember Alex Gibbs was our offensive line coach at the time, and Arian was on practice squad. And I don't know if I walked in on an offensive meeting and he was talking with Kyle, but he really wanted to see Marshawn Lynch run the wide zone. So they were making a play. They're like, this guy can do. He can do this. And the whole key is what Christian McCaffrey is you don't sprint full speed at the hole. You run at the hole because people are going to get washed. And then if they don't get washed, then you hit another gear and you go around, or you hit another gear and come backside. And Arian understood that better than anyone by far on our roster, and then it was pretty clear once he got through, he had enough wiggle and acceleration to get past people, make people miss, run people over, and he could catch the ball.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing that people forgot. He had great hands, and that makes you a threat, and that's what Christian McCaffrey can do. He can catch. So now we can do that screen game, and he's a threat even if he does. Because you'll see Christian McCaffrey will get a fake handoff. They'll do some weird stuff coming this side, and they'll come back to him and throw him the ball, and you've forgotten about him, and all of a sudden he's scooting out the backside for 20, 25 yards. And so, it takes a certain type of build because you're going to get the ball a lot, right? And so both those guys have that, and Arian had that. You got to catch the ball, and you got to obviously be a good running back for that type of scheme. It's not for everybody because some people just want one hole. This is where I'm going. Some people got a lot more wiggle, and they're going to try 5 or 6 different holes, and that doesn't
be that
work
right
either.
Balance between knowing when to hit it, but not dancing around in the backfield either.
Exactly right.
Yeah, that's Arian Foster just had such a rhythm about it.
It's a nice rhythm,
and it would just he knew how to change the tempo up and when to hit it and make it through some of the holes on those cutbacks. It's incredible how small they were, and it ends up but behind that it's wide open.
What you'll get is a right guard, a defensive tackle and a defensive end that aren't in concert with each other.
Right,
so the defensive tackle will sprint to cover his hole, and the defensive end will kind of lag behind, and now all of a sudden you don't even have to block him.
Yeah.
He blocked himself, and you cut back, and everyone's like, look at this huge hole, and the defensive end stand there I was waiting for the boot or blah, 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 and then you're like, now you're not going to tackle Christian McCaffrey flying right by your face.
Miss Arian. Who was talking about him the other day was Warren Sapp.
Yeah.
He actually said this about a 36-year-old running back.
Where's
Arian Foster now?
Yeah, he's retired. He's lighting cigars with $100 bills. Yeah.
Out of nowhere. He was Warren Sapp was verbally assaulting
Every
Cam
NFL
Newton.
player thinks you can get they can still go back and give you 2 or 3 good plays.
Yeah.
No, that's dope.
They're warm me up. No.
You're the one sane one. Huh?
Actually, that's a lie. I can.
Did you
I go get you a choice route. I'll get you a first down on 3rd and 7.
Did you happen to see Steve Smith Sr. running routes a couple days ago?
No, I didn't see that.
Oh, yeah, he's still working out. He was doing it against NFL defensive backs. Yeah.
Is he trying to come back?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I think he just still likes.
I'm not going to tell him he can't do it.
No.
That's because he'll verbally abuse you.
Yeah, or physically maybe.
Yeah.
Who knows? As long as we're talking to David Anderson, former Texans wide receiver. As long as we're on the topic of former teammates, tonight could be a big night for Andre Johnson. You were in a wide receiver room with him. Yeah, for 5-6 years. When you see Andre up 3rd time now as a finalist for the Hall of Fame, obviously we're all hoping for that. But what are your when I say Andre Johnson, what's the first thing that sticks out to you?
Most athletic human I ever played with.
Really?
Yeah. So Human.
Yeah.
Human. Like there's when you're in high school and you're the best player on the team, there's like you watch film of other people and you're like, oh, I'm going to add that to my game, and you can kind of do it in high school, and then you get to college and it's less. You're like, okay, well, I can't do that anymore. I got to do this. I got to kind of find who I am, and then you get to the NFL and you realize like all the people that you mirrored your game after are in the NFL, and that is their game. So you got to kind of find your own. Andre was still one of those elite athletes where he could still take parts of people's games and make them and make it his own, and he was so obviously physically gifted, just size-wise, that he was intimidating to anyone that he was playing against. He could catch. He had made some of the most amazing catches that I've ever seen, and then obviously like has the speed, the package, and he was a constant professional. I would have loved to see if he would have ended up on. It would have been interesting to see if we were any good those years. How much easier would him to get into the Hall of Fame? But like I tweeted, I think last year or something like that, put up his best 3 seasons against like Calvin Johnson's best seasons, Jerry Rice's best season, Marvin Harrison's best seasons. They're right there, and like his catch to pass ratio, his number of first downs, all the things that when you're in a receiver room that you evaluate, not just touchdowns, receptions, and total yards, like. The amount of the offense that he was responsible for the Texans was some years like over 50%.
Oh, yeah.
And that's wild as a receiver.
Yeah.
That is wild.
Yeah, no question about it. Hoping for big things tonight, man. Hope he gets in. Will that be basically another Texans reunion if he's going into Canton?
It'll be more
summer?
wild than a Texan reunion.
Really? So everybody's going.
I am. Oh, if you're not, you're a fool.
Yeah,
we're there because this will be the first Texan in, right? So he's got to beat JJ in is basically.
Yeah, we don't count Ed Reed. In his 5 games as a Texan.
He didn't get voted in as a Texan, though, did he?
No, he didn't. I'm joking around.
Yeah, you don't go in the NFL or the Pro Football Hall of Fame. You don't go in under a certain team the way you do in baseball.
Right.
You don't have to go back. You just go in as that player?
Yeah. But usually one team kind of adopts you and, like, takes care of the party and everything.
Yeah.
So, like Ed Reed, obviously the Texans didn't. They weren't responsible.
This would be the McNair's first crack at a Hall of Fame party. Put it that way, right?
Yeah.
Well, I remember hearing, when Peyton got in, Owen and Joel and all those guys got to go because they played with him in Denver.
Yeah.
And I guess Peyton rented out the whole restaurant, and everyone's just smoking all of the stuff and drinking all of this stuff. And I was like, I want to go to that party. So Andre's got to go big.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
I'll make sure he does. I always was on. I was Andre's road dog.
You'll spend his money for him.
Oh, I would happily. He would take me to the Rockets games.
Yeah.
And I'd be like, we want stuff. And it's on him. He'd be like, man, cool. Take it easy. I was like, no, we're good.
Bring the good stuff.
Bring the more.
Yes, this is the good. The stuff.
No. The one on the top shelf.
Didn't he routinely bring you guys to the Pro Bowl too, to Hawaii?
The 10 greatest days of my life was in Miami when the Pro Bowl,
Miami,
the Super Bowl,
that's
where they almost died twice.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
So you went to the Pro Bowl and then stuck around for the Super Bowl and just man.
So he made the Pro Bowl and he tells us all, hey, I'm going to fly all of you guys out there.
Yeah.
I'm putting you up at the Fontainebleau for the Pro Bowl.
All the wide receivers.
Kevin Walter couldn't go, Andre Davis couldn't go, and one other receiver couldn't go. So it was me, Jacoby Jones, and Glenn Martinez.
That's a reality show.
Andre Johnson, Reggie Wayne, all the guys from Miami are in Miami, and we're with them. Yeah. I'm the only white dude.
Colorado State, Lane College.
I'm the only white dude, and it is wild. Wild. And all his Miami cat friends are there, too.
Oh, yeah.
And he was there for the good times.
I hadn't even thought about the Miami.
He's like, don't drink that.
Yeah.
He's like, there's stuff in there. I'm like, oh. It was like, okay. He's looking after me the whole time because I'm walking around like a zombie because I was up till 4 in the morning and then waking up, go to the Fontainebleau pool until 3 in the afternoon, take a nap, and then do it all over again. It was wild.
Oh,
that was so fun.
Oh, that's great. That is great. Okay, we're just going to need to keep you around for another segment. We haven't even gotten to Brock Purdy yet.
Yeah, we got to talk Purdy.
We got to talk Purdy. We got to talk the Super Bowl and get your thoughts on it. David Anderson, former Texans wide receiver, is hanging out with us on Radio Row. Jake Plummer set to join us a little later on in the show as well as we roll on here live in Vegas. Stay there. Zadok.
Oh, Zadok Jewelers. This is Valentine's Day.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you live on Radio Row here in Las Vegas. Thanks to Yingling Flight for getting us here, the YouTube and Twitch stream. I actually got a couple texts from people watching on the stream asking if I've given you a hard time, David Anderson, former Texans wide receiver.
A hard time about what?
David Anderson.
About what?
His Dodger hat that he's
wearing. Why do you think I have brought this here?
Yeah, because you knew you were coming on with me.
Because I knew you were coming on.
Yeah.
So they bought their way to an even more disappointing playoff exit.
Yeah.
Like, oh, wow, they're the best team that's ever sucked in the playoffs.
$700 million.
Wow. Yeah, let's pay a lot of money.
Sorry, is it illegal to do that? Is it illegal to use capitalism to get players?
Oh, no, I'm just saying it must be particularly embarrassing.
No, it's not.
It's
paying
players to win championships.
It's different than cheating.
Like the multiple cheaters on your Dodgers team?
Different. Yeah. It's different
Mookie Betts and whatnot?
Yeah. Oh, so Houston couldn't have got Ohtani. It wasn't allowed. They didn't allow him. Oh, they didn't allow. He wasn't allowed to go there.
If the Astros want to get rolled out of the playoffs by a lesser team, they can do it on their own.
Okay, so you wanted the circus midget to come back.
Yeah, that's
for 5 years.
Hey, now.
I like him though. I love him.
He'll launch you out of a rocket right into your
I love that guy.
Loyalty.
Right? When he holds that bat, it looks so awkward. It looks like my son. I'm like, this like he's like a kindergartner holding a
magic
thing.
Yeah, David Anderson, father of 3, by the way. 6'4" and 1, you said?
Yes, I am.
Okay, a girl and 2 boys.
Okay. Johanna, Vigo, and Roscoe.
Really?
Yep.
Those are cool. Roscoe Anderson. Okay.
Sorry, you said 6'4" and 1, and I like immediately I was like, what, is that a record of a high school team or something?
No. Those are the ages.
Sorry. My MMA record. Going back in fighting.
There you go. So David Anderson, former Texans wide receiver, but also CEO of Breakaway Data. And when people ask you what is Breakaway Data, what's your 30-second elevator pitch?
Sports analytics company. We work with leagues, teams, and athletes. Our goal is to give all the data and information that's collected on athletes back to them. So that's wearable information. That's that tracking GPS stuff you see on Amazon Prime now. That's all the training and force plate stuff you see in the gym, and it's also now medical records. So
medical records.
Yeah, so you get all that. So you don't have to go. Remember when we had to get our second opinions, and they printed out the CD, and then they gave you 6 PDFs?
Yeah.
It's still the same thing, so we fixed that.
Okay.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Do you, with the medical information, just like, okay, how do you handle HIPAA with all that stuff and everything?
You just do all the security. We're SOC 2 and we're HIPAA.
Yeah.
Like with the phone now, you can do really cool security. So, like, you have to sign in, and then you have to kind of use your face to sign in. And if you want to get your medical records, you got to do it all over again. So no one can steal your stuff. It'd be pretty hard.
Yeah.
And no one really cares about your torn meniscus anyway.
Right. No. Exactly. Yeah. When it comes to, it's not the. It's not like teams aren't generally like talking pancreatic cancer and stuff in a 21-year-old.
Yeah.
What? So when you do, like, are you having to do a lot of like hardcore explanation to like meatheads like myself when it comes to like trying to sell your data to teams? How's that go?
Well, sometimes, sometimes really easy, sometimes really hard.
Yeah.
So that's a short answer. But the majority of what I do is try to take the subjective things that coaches talk about and turn them into objective measurements. So Brock Purdy was brought up, right? And what did we do to analyze Brock Purdy?
And this was at the East-West Shrine game.
East-West Shrine game, 3 years ago, right before he was drafted. We had set up and analyzed every player, so they would either run or, depending on the position they played, they would do a different move, right? And so quarterbacks are obviously throwing the ball. And so a lot of, when you see pitchers, they show those blue skeletons of the pitcher and they show all those biomechanics. That's what we did for quarterbacks. And what could you see? You're trying to look for how smooth is the quarterback, but what you're really looking for is how his kinetic chain. So, like, is he disconnected? Does he throw the ball with his arm and then his hips move and then his feet, right? Those quarterbacks that are super easy just kind of look like they put their foot in the ground and then it looks like a whip that just the ball just comes out. And Brock Purdy is one of those guys where it doesn't look like he's throwing the ball hard, but it goes out there perfectly fine. It's got the right velocity. It's always in the right place. So he was one of the guys that definitely stood out. He was the best quarterback at East-West that week, and has kind of shown up and obviously had an amazing career in the NFL thus far. But, we were able to get a lot of cool information on guys, tell them about their game, which I think is the most important.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times when you're playing, they just tell you, your coach will evaluate you and be like, hey, Seth, so we need you to, get stronger this offseason.
Yeah.
You're like, that's no help whatsoever.
Right.
Like, what do I really need to do? You're like, at the point of attack, you need to do this, that, and that better. And So that's
what's limiting. You can tell them what's limiting him at that point.
You could tell them what you're better at mechanically than other players and what you're not as good at, right? Like for a receiver, if I were evaluating myself, I didn't drop into routes as I didn't get my butt down is what I was always told, but I didn't know why, and it was because I had a bad ankle and a bad back. So if I would have fixed those things, I could have dropped in, and you can see that when guys run, that their foot's off the ground a certain way and whatnot. So it's really cool to get into all this stuff because it keeps me attached to the game. It's on the kind of the smarter, less meathead side of the game, but it's still got meathead in it.
Well, you got it because you can translate the information and talk to coaches about it in a way that they're comfortable with. I'm not saying they're too dumb to comprehend it, but you can talk to them in their language.
100%. You can't just go at them with hey, this is your FS2. What does that mean?
Do you guys do visual cognition?
No.
Do you guys do an S2?
No.
Did you ever think of you should attach a score to it?
No, we're okay.
All you have to do is attach a score or a grade to it.
We're all right.
Well, along those lines, when you're describing, we're talking to former Texans wide receiver David Anderson, who runs Breakaway Data as well, analytics company. When you're describing your work that you did with Brock Purdy at the East-West Shrine game and just how connected his throwing motion, how efficient his throwing motion is, I immediately think of C.J. Stroud. I'm sure you watched plenty of C.J. Stroud this year. How would C.J. Stroud grade out on the Breakaway Data analytics?
We had him as well.
Okay.
And off the charts in the same way.
Yeah.
A little different of a delivery in that, his arm is in there a little bit more, and so a lot of that wasn't taught until more recent. A lot of guys used to have their arm kind of out, but he's magical with his hips and how he can come across. And you saw that in that one tweet or Instagram when he was rolling left and rotated his feet and just flipped the ball to the corner in the Pro Bowl the other day. That stuff is really hard to do.
Yeah.
And a lot of guys do it, and it looks hard, and they can still get it done, right? Remember who's the quarterback for the Zach Wilson? He did it in his pro day. He rolled left and then launched one like that. But you're like, whoa, what an impressive arm.
Yeah.
You said arm. You didn't see that. You didn't say arm when you saw CJ do it. You said, whoa, look at that pass, because it looked easy to him, and that's what's impressive to me is when you can do the hard when make the hard stuff look easy. That's always good.
So when you're looking at that stuff now, do you start to see that when you're watching quarterbacks, are you kind of seeing a stick figure more so than the person?
I think we always watched it, right? You watch guys at every position and you're like, oh, he's athletically gifted. You see him in the weight room do stuff that's amazing, and then he gets on the field and he does this amazing play, and the coach sometimes won't give him a bunch of credit. He'll be like, dude, that was hard. Back to Andre.
That's true.
Talking about Andre, he would do this. Sometimes he'd run a route, and Kyle wouldn't give him attaboys. I'd be like, I don't know any other human on the planet that can run that route.
Yeah, because they make it look easy.
Because he make it look so easy.
Yeah.
Like, just do this again. You're that's not, you can't do that.
It is frustrating playing next to guys like that.
Yeah.
Because the coach is like, why are you guys not doing this?
It's
simple.
It's
stupid.
You just go around the offensive lineman and get the quarterback. Seth.
Have you considered running around him?
Have you tried to juke him out, Seth?
You know what?
Your feet? You juke him with your feet. You're like, I did that.
Why are you not doing a John Randall spin move here?
Right.
Yeah.
You know who I
come off the ball faster. Oh, thanks, Coach.
Appreciate you. I retroactively, you say that, and I retroactively now feel most sorry for Jacoby Jones. Because, height and weight and body type-wise, he was the thing with the Texans that most looked like Andre Johnson.
A little bit. He was more slight, though.
Yeah.
More slight.
Yeah, well, and Jacoby used to be super small before. I mean, he was at Lane College.
Yeah.
He used to say, when I got to Lane College, I was 5'8", 140 pounds, soaking wet with bricks in my pocket.
Yep.
Yeah, and he got big.
He was way funnier than Andre, though.
He was way funnier.
Yeah. Jacoby he's hilarious.
Was Jacoby misunderstood? Or did we understand him just fine?
I think he was misused.
Yeah.
On our team, and then he got to Baltimore, and he was used more. Was
it just a scheme mismatch, or was it
I think we had a lot of talent. People forget on that Texan team, you have Arian, who demanded the ball and should have, Owen Daniels, who demanded the ball, and Andre Johnson, who demanded the ball.
Yeah.
All right. So there's 70% of it, 80% of your offense right there.
Yeah.
Kevin Walter was a hell of a player. Andre Davis, whenever he got a chance, did a hell of a job. Then you have Jacoby and you have myself. And so it's there's just not a lot of balls to go around with those guys unless – unless some guys are willing to take less snaps. And that's what they did in Baltimore. They should have pulled Andre in a couple of those snaps and just sent Jacoby flying down the field. and let him outrun people.
And just let him be a rhythm changer in that.
Yeah, same with Andre. Like, I wasn't going to do that.
I could see Jacoby also being maybe kind of guy like a basketball player who also needs a certain amount of touches to stay engaged.
He's like,
and if he doesn't get those touches, he's completely disengaged.
What's like the six Jamal Crawford? He's like a Jamal Crawford, probably.
Yeah,
like 6 man, come in, let him get buckets, get off the court.
Okay. No, he's not gonna. Don't ask him to do a bunch of stuff as a.
And then maybe because he was hot earlier, you keep him in the fourth quarter. But Jacoby should have been like 1st and 10 when the defense with a quick defense change.
Yeah.
Throw him on a deep
get him
post.
out there immediately. Yeah.
I love the cross-sport comparisons. Does your company isn't just football?
We do a bunch of stuff. Yeah, we do a lot. So we just signed a big deal with the NBA. That's fun.
Congrats.
So we're doing basketball. We're working with soccer. We did some stuff in English Premier League.
Yeah.
It's fun to work in all the other sports. I'll tell you that. Like, it's fun to see how they evaluate talent. In Europe, the whole academy system, that's coming.
Oh, yeah.
In the U.S. with the S show that college football is and basketball is right now, the academy system, has to come.
Well, like in basketball, are you going over to Europe at all?
You do a little, but mainly basketball's here.
Yeah.
Soccer is just all over Europe.
Yeah.
Belgium soccer.
Do you get to travel a lot?
I do.
Yeah.
I was supposed to go to Riyadh to go to the AT. So we work with tennis. The ATP was in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
Tennis, huh?
I had to sharpen up on my Saudi Arabia geography.
Are you willing to sell your company to the Saudis?
A piece of it. I'll sell a piece of it.
You could honestly. Let's work up a fake press release about how integral and important.
But you guys had some business ideas. Maybe I'll take them to the
Saudis.
Yeah, they're all written down back in the studio.
Which one? What do you have any favorites?
We write them down in the big book of business ideas, and then I completely forget about them.
The big one was our search firm that we wanted to do for coaches. Like if Korn Ferry can do this and demand $400,000 for every coaching search,
and all they're doing is like the same old stupid old boys network stuff.
Yeah.
We need like an AI based. All you got it doesn't have to be AI. You just put AI on it.
Right.
AI based.
You want to know what you do? Is, and Sean would like this, against the spread. They never talk about coaches against the spread because they're like, oh, so and so was 25-6 at Notre Dame or whatever, blah blah blah, and you're like, well, that's different. If you might have a losing record at Bowling Green, but if you beat the spread every time, like it's
expectations,
you're above expectations. That's different, and the crowd is the best assessor of talent, in my opinion.
I think the angle with coaches also, that's a very, very good measuring stick. And then I think when you add into kind of maybe some of the personality assessments and things like that, but like for college, like how does this guy work with this particular administration and culture?
Well, that's
like
why
Texas.
Saban left.
Yeah,
Saban left because that used to be the thing. Now it's not even recruiting. It's how much you can pay me.
Yeah.
Like talk about a guy like that got into the game and was developing players and getting guys through 2, 3, 4 years, and guys would wait to be Alabama's next guy. Now it's like, no, I'm going to leave, and if you don't pay me an extra $10,000, I'm going to leave.
Yeah,
like the college football has to figure it out fast.
Saban, to me, in a lot of ways, reminded me of Burt Reynolds at the end of Boogie Nights. It's like, there's no art or elegance in it anymore. It's all just VHS straight to video.
Vaseline in his boots.
Yeah.
The way it squishes between your toes. That's an unbelievable scene.
Boogie Nights is tremendous.
Unbelievable scene.
It is tremendous. Hey, before we get you out of here, you mentioned college football. So you went to Colorado State. Where are you on the whole Coach Prime phenomenon right now? Coaches at your arch rival.
Yeah, so
you almost beat this year.
Yeah, I was by the end of the game. So my kids were in bed watching the game on prime time. I started fully clothed. By the end of the game, I'm in my boxers, sweating, screaming at the screen because I wanted them just to go for 2. I don't know if you remember. Went to overtime, and I'm like, go for 2, end it now because our defense. We had just lost our best defensive player because he got thrown out for hitting Sanders hard. I love how he's disrupting it. I'm a big fan of change and kind of like to stir the pot, so I'm a fan of that. Obviously, that comes with issues, and we've seen that, and he's lost a bunch of coaching staff. He's trying to figure out how to kind of recreate a roster every year, which I think would be exhausting.
It's hard.
So we'll see what it looks like in 2 or 3 years, which is really the tale that we have to follow. But the overall kind of like college football and where he fits in, I like it.
Yeah.
I like it. it's changed. The college football game has changed. NIL, transfer portals makes 0 sense. And so the coaches that can kind of like figure that out for the next couple of years until it finds its footing, will have some interesting spots. But like I'm excited to see like what they do in a new conference and stuff like that.
Yeah, in the Big 12.
It's fun.
David Anderson, former Texans wide receiver, awesome radio guest, great friend. You can tell how long DA and I have known each other because when he brought up gambling, he's like, "You'll like this, Sean."
You'll like this, Sean.
Yeah, exactly.
You're a degenerate gambler.
Yeah, you know.
You and I talk about the 20 football games we bet on. And
Back
there's a
in the
reason
day.
I know Bowling Green's record.
That's right.
It's not because
Was there
I guessed.
Is that really a reason that we know you've known each other a long time? Was there a time in your life where somebody might not know you were into gambling?
Yeah, it's just, it's we go way back. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. David Anderson, DA, we appreciate you stopping by,
Anytime,
man.
guys. I love it.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right, up next, we expect to be joined by Jake Plummer here on Radio Row. If we are, we'll
see
talk
about
to him.
that.
If not, we'll have some more CJ Stroud for you coming up next. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast, but first, West Point Lincoln. Chris Poulos, the owner.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's Payne and Pendergast.
Getting a lot of good feedback on David Anderson, former Texans wide receiver. People enjoyed that. That was fun catching up with DA. If you missed it, you can download our podcast on the Odyssey app. Use the rewind feature. Spent a few segments with DA. That was fun.
I'm glad I didn't ask. I told David I was going to go to Wikipedia to try to find something about him I didn't know, and I'm glad I didn't get a chance to ask him because he went to Thousand Oaks High School, and I was like, oh, that's where Travis Johnson went. But Travis Johnson went to Sherman Oaks High School.
Oh, okay, yeah, so, and DA's is still within earshot, and he's shaking his head disgustedly at you right now.
I think they're both kind of pretty posh, like upper middle class
they
neighborhoods.
Are. They are.
I think Travis and David didn't come up the hard way.
No,
that's
like me.
Not like you.
Hard Scrabble streets of Simsbury, Connecticut.
It was, I know.
Yeah.
You get caught on the wrong part of
the stuff that went on a 4 Winterset Lane, I tell you.
You get caught wearing the wrong Argyle in Simsbury.
They'd hit you with their tennis racket.
Yeah, that's.
You know how many times I got hit with a croquet mallet?
I bet they still play tennis in Simsbury.
Oh,
instead
yeah.
of pickleball, huh?
Yeah, for sure. Oh, they both. Yeah, that's
like a war being waged in a lot of places in America right now. As people taking over like the old school handball and racquetball type people and everything are getting taken over by the pickleball, and I guess tennis courts too. I don't know.
Yeah. The big thing with the pickleball is when they're putting them in neighborhoods is the noise.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's what I'm hearing is the noise.
A lot of thwack, thwack, thwack.
Yeah,
thwack.
it's a very loud sport, whereas, tennis not quite as loud.
Brandy wants to take up pickleball with me.
Well, why not?
I've told her to just go ahead and go find some good-looking young dude to go play with you. I'd rather have you do that than me play pickleball.
Right.
Yeah.
let the chips fall where they may. Seth, she might leave you for a young pickleball stud.
Go have your good friend from work who's from Italy and he's 28 years old. Go play with him. I would rather have that than me play pickleball.
That's great. The expectation is that Jake Plummer is going to join us. I was just told by Laura Reynolds, our assistant program director, that he is on his way.
I don't know, man. After David Anderson, I don't know if I can.
That's a tough act to follow.
Well, who David's hanging out with, too, this week is Eric Winston.
Yeah.
This is the
former head of the union.
Yeah. And Eric's doing some both those guys are doing really interesting things in like the post-athlete realm where they found a little angle. And I wouldn't describe it. I don't know exactly what Eric's job description is, so I wouldn't try to describe it. But he was the NFLPA president, too.
Yeah.
So he's kind of worked into the little licensing side of things.
They are two guys that I would have guessed. I would have given a strong probability of at least one of those two guys winding up doing some version of what we do in broadcasting, because they were both excellent, thoughtful radio guests back in their day.
Yeah. The hardest part about this is showing up every day. Like that's no. I mean, there's a certain amount of. I go back to like when I decided to do it. It felt like a good fit in a lot of ways, but I also had like 5 years of doing whatever the hell I wanted every single morning, and then I realized after I started doing it, I wish I should have had this the last 5 years. There's too much freedom's rough.
Little structure.
A reason to stay sober in the morning.
There's that.
That's
too.
what I needed these last 5 years.
Not much.
Turns out.
I don't ask for much. Just a reason to stay sober.
As kids. If you can find a reason to stay sober, it doesn't mean you have to be sober all the time, but it helps a lot in life.
The best is when you can find a job that you have to get up for, so it gives you a reason to get up, but you can still get drunk and do that job.
Yeah, like forklift operator. What?
For some. For some. John Lopez is sitting down in what may be Jake Plummer's seat. It might not be. We'll see.
I understand that it is going to be Jake Plummer's seat out of the chute in about a minute. So
okay. Gotcha.
I will get out of your way.
That's okay. Did you know that your co-host right now is dealing with some Uber issues?
Yeah, I don't believe him.
Oh, you're not buying it? Okay.
I don't believe him.
You think it's just a smoke screen?
Yeah, come on. Oh, the Uber canceled in Las Vegas?
Twice, I think it's canceled on him now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, cancellation without a phone call.
You could have been doing the first hour of this show by yourselves. I had a little bit of a story this morning, too.
What happened?
So I got a red car yesterday because I went fishing.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm going to return it after the show today. So I went ahead and parked in the lot there at the hotel and decided, hey, I'll just drive to the Mandalay, and then I can drop off the car because it's like 12:30. Here 2:30 our time. Still flooding.
Oh wow!
The rapids were blowing out of.
I can't believe how much it's raining.
Yeah, it rained overnight.
Yeah.
So I'm driving out. And all of a sudden got interesting.
And you'll have to save it for In the Loop in a few minutes,
I will.
the rest of your story, because right now, sitting down in the hot seat here with us, great to be joined by former NFL quarterback, former Arizona Cardinal, Denver Bronco, Jake Plummer, sitting down with us here on Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Jake, how we doing?
I'm good. I'm driving out in the Ram, wondering what I was kind of caught up with what you're doing.
Okay.
But you can finish it if you finish it whenever you want to do. I didn't mean to interrupt. But
Yeah. It's what we want to make
doing good, man. I'm here. I'm present and accounted for on Radio Row, spreading some good word.
Yeah.
Ready to see what's up.
We're going to get to getumbo.com here in just a second. We know that's what you're on Radio Row talking about.
No, yeah, for somebody to show, it's hard to get into this place. It's right? Like you just had to go through like
all the security and everything.
Yeah, I got a guy, Chris Visser, working for us and helping line these up that handed me my credentials, so that was nice.
Oh, okay.
Sometimes if you know the right people, I guess
that's not us.
Easier.
Yeah.
Well, a couple days ago, when we first got here on Monday, Sean and one of our coworkers were sitting down talking in the media work area there, and started having a conversation with just a random homeless guy that had walked in.
Yeah, I don't know how that guy
through
got
like
in.
3 layers of security. But you're safe.
Isn't
Don't
that
worry.
funny?
You're going to be.
If you were trying to do that yourself,
Yeah.
you'd look suspicious. But here's this dude just probably walking because he walks this way every day.
He did it with confidence.
And
Yeah.
he walked in like nothing was different. Here I am. Yeah, man. It's amazing what you can do when you set the mind to it.
It's Jake Plummer joining us here on Radio Row. Is Colorado still home for you?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yep.
yeah, because I lived in Parker for a little while.
Okay.
Well, you were the quarterback for the Broncos.
I first lived in Parker when I first
remember.
moved there, and then moved back up a little towards
I
Cherry
think you
Hills area.
signed a helmet for like my kid's kindergarten auction or
Oh,
something
sweet.
like that.
Right
yeah,
on.
I'm like,
Cool.
Jake Plummer's a good guy. He did that. But you played for Mike Shanahan when you
Yes.
were there in Denver. So as you watch Kyle in this Super Bowl here, like how, as somebody who played for the old man and played in this offense, like what are your thoughts on what Kyle Shanahan and the Niners are doing these days?
I mean, it's. I don't think it's a secret that Kyle is a great coach, being advised by one of the greatest coaches that has coached the game. I mean, Mike Shanahan, what he accomplished in his career, his offensive brilliance and his mad scientist genius, and not just offense, but he knew defense. Like my friend Nate Jackson just did a great article on Mike and like this system, and what Mike did was took him back through his time getting to be with San Francisco and understand, like Bill Walsh telling him, if you want to be a great coach, you got to be able to coach every single position.
Yeah.
Not just be a quarterback coach or offensive coordinator. So Mike knew the whole entire game. Like, I mean, mad scientist. So, Kyle is the same, probably the same way in similar ways, probably a little different coaching style. But I know his dad's watching film and breaking it down and showing him wrinkles and saying, hey, try this play on third down in the fourth quarter against Baltimore. You'll score a touchdown, and there it is. It's a touchdown.
Yeah,
So
it's one thing. Kyle had talked to. Kyle went over and wanted to learn the defensive side of the ball, which I'm sure his dad gave him that advice. Of course, there's something. It is amazing, like when you. It's weird in the NFL. There's not a lot of that necessarily. You kind of get stuck in your own little silo, and you forget that, like, oh yeah, that other guy on the other side of the ball has a different perspective than me completely. Did you talk to like defensive backs a lot when you were playing about that type of stuff?
I wasn't talking to them more or less like, okay, hey, what do you look for? But sometimes I would, like, hey man, see anything I can do, anything that I'm tipping my hat with, and like they'd be honest with me. And I played with Aeneas Williams and Champ Bailey. So like every day I'm going against some of the best that's ever played that position.
Yeah.
You can't help but want to go say, hey, what can I do better? Or just observe what they do.
Yeah.
And understand, like, in Arizona after the Corey Stringer incident, they made us take water breaks.
Yeah.
And during those water breaks, we're all under the tent having a Gatorade or drinking water, whatever. And Aeneas is running laps. And they're like, Aeneas, you got to come in. He's like, no, I'm going to play in this.
Yeah.
And he's doing push-ups. And he's like, we're out here to practice. 10 minutes off, I'm going to get better. And so that's, you learn a lot that way, too, by just observing how the greats manage their day.
Is there, okay, so like your last year was what, 2006 or so?
Yep.
So 2006, that was like right before things started getting super interesting for quarterbacks, especially guys who could move.
Yeah.
Like, so is it, when you're watching now and you see all the different things with RPOs and with zone reads and just like like coaches all of a sudden are embracing quarterbacks who can move instead of like trying to beat it out of them. Does it? do you wish you'd been able to play in this era?
Sort of, but then I got to do my thing in my own ways. In Arizona, I had some great coaches that were able to put me in some good positions. Mark Trestman, one of those in '98. We went through an 8-game stretch where I threw for 2,500 yards.
Yeah,
and that was in 1998.
In 8 games.
So you put 16 games together, I'm approaching 5,000 yards in a season. Whoa, that wasn't happening a lot back then.
Yeah.
But we went into the no huddle. We were spreading it out. I was calling plays at the line of scrimmage, full on, the full entire play.
Yeah.
Why? Because the defense can't process that right away and be able to do anything. And so it's changed. I enjoy seeing that process because now I remember many athletic quarterbacks that could do amazing things would get out of college and not find a way to play on the greatest stage, which is all about what? Entertainment.
Yeah.
Do you want to see someone throw a check down all day? No, you want to see somebody roll out like Brock Purdy and go get 20 yards and make a big play, or watch Mahomes look over here and throw it way over there. Like, what the hell did he just do? I haven't seen that. So the game has opened up. Coaches are more open to bringing these athletes in and then helping them learn the game a little deeper level of playing quarterback. And I was coached by so many great coaches. I wouldn't change it for a thing. But, yeah, I do enjoy watching. I sometimes think, man, wow, what would it have been like with all these openings and this ability to not get smashed every single play? Like, I mean, I played in an era there's plays like I would throw the ball and guys would take 2 steps and smash me, and then I'd jump up and be like, that's all you got? So they'd come even harder. So when they'd get me, they would really want to get me. Yeah. And that helped me, though, because then if I moved real quick, they'd miss me. But it was different then, and that still hasn't changed. You're still going to get hit, but there were times where it was a little.
Oh no, it was kind of messed up.
Violent.
Yeah, it was. Even I guess I heard some officiating expert the other day mentioned that, like, well, you're allowed 2 hits before you hit them. I'm like, yeah, back in the day, but not now.
Not now.
Because it used to be you could take 2 steps and wrap up and land on a guy, and it would be all right.
What bothers me is there seems to be a discrepancy of who gets some of these calls at quarterback positions, where if you're a mobile quarterback, Josh Allen can get plastered. It's okay.
Yeah.
But another quarterback who's not like him, we'll get a flag. It's like, where's the line here? Like, can we hit him? Can we not? What do we do? How do you really manage this?
Yeah, and the rules are different. I mean, the rules are different everywhere. It's because it's not just the RPOs and the quarterback hits, but just how you're allowed to hit receivers. So, like, you don't have to worry about the suicide ball as much, like throwing it. You can throw guys into danger without it being as big an issue.
That was the worst, to throw a high ball and your guy running a dig across the middle and like, I'm
time
sorry,
slow down.
man. Like,
are you just like, because you can see it coming?
And their ribs get crushed in and their spleen's bleeding, and you're like, damn, that was part of my fault.
What's that feel like? Is that something you can feel almost before the ball even leaves your hand?
Yeah,
you're like,
know,
oh, it's coming.
You kind of know sometimes. And then there are times, too, where I'd throw a ball that would be low, and they'd go down for it, and then you'd watch video, and you'd see him go down, and I'd be mad, I didn't throw the right ball, and I'm like, oh. And a safety would just over the top. So it's like a muscle memory.
Subconscious
it's
genius.
It's a weird thing, because I wasn't, okay, throw it low. It was just something that you maybe saw over here. I mean, I don't know, man. That position is so dynamic. But just anybody on this field this weekend, I mean, I commend them for taking the time, putting forth the effort to be the best in what you do. And that's like something special. That's why with the work I'm doing now and talking to former athletes, it's like, don't forget what you did. Don't forget that, it didn't end the way you wanted. You got replaced by a shinier, younger, cheaper version of you, and it pissed you off. But don't forget, you put your mind to do something, and you were one of not 1%. You were point whatever 0.005% in the world.
0.002 of the high school football.
Yeah,
players.
right.
I mean, you were the best in the world. At one point in my life, I was one of the best quarterbacks in the entire world.
Mm-hmm.
Who can say that about anything you're doing? Not many people. So I try to get these guys to remember that. Remember what it took to get there. And if you're hurting now and you're not feeling good, it's going to take effort to get your body back to where you want to be. It's going to take a health lifestyle change.
So tell us about that.
GetUmbo.com.
Yeah.
GetUmbo.com.
GetUmbo.com. I was involved early with hemp and the education between the difference of marijuana and hemp, and now I get another opportunity through my buddy Del Jolly, who I met with Charlotte's Web, and our other partner Rashad Evans, who's UFC Hall of Famer.
Mm-hmm.
We get a chance to bring this to people's attention who are curious to approach health and wellness in a different way through nature, through these organisms that have been here for time eternal, have been used for centuries in Chinese medicine, Eastern medicine. So GetUmbo.com. We're doing a 21-day challenge, which is to try to initiate something positive into your daily routine, to get up and just shake it up a little bit, and with consistency over time equals results. These mushrooms, you don't just have some one day and all of a sudden everything's great. It just is a positive intervention to initiate that step towards, I want to feel better, I want to function better, I want to sleep better, I want to have more energy during the day, and I don't want to crash from all the caffeine. I want to do it in a natural way. We're trying to bring that to people's attention, and there's a lot of great companies out there. We're one of them. We're less brand-driven. We're more cause-driven. But to be able to do what I did on the field and now be able to bring this to somebody and have teammates call me and say, yo, man, thank you so much. I'm sleeping better. I'm back to working out. Things are just better. It just helps initiate a good positive change. So the 21-day challenge is just asking people to join us. Me and Rashad will be in your corner giving you some movements, yoga, some meditation, some just ideas on how to start your day to create good habits. Create some good habits, good lifestyle changes, because there's a lot of trash out there, and that's okay. I sometimes eat pizza because I love pizza, but don't eat it all the time.
Right, all 3 meals.
Yeah.
Like I may have done on this trip one day.
And, sometimes
I need GetUmbo.com.
The part of it is convenience. You can't do much if there's no other options. But it's been a really great time. It's been a lot of fun to help guys and help just the general public that's curious find another path towards your health and wellness.
That's great. GetUmbo.com. It's a 21-day challenge. That's former NFL quarterback Jake Plummer joining us on the show. Jake, it's great to catch up with you.
Yeah.
As someone who was a fan of yours when I was living in Denver, it's great to see you thriving in your post-career.
Thank you.
20 years later, thank you for autographing that helmet for
of course, man.
Should have won the Heisman.
That's
Lutheran
the
Church
coolest
pre-K.
thing.
Should have won the Heisman.
Did you vote for it?
Let me just say something real quick. Back then, I was working at the Houston Chronicle, and I was covering national college football. You beat Nebraska.
Yeah.
And then went on. I voted you first in the Heisman. I think Werfel won it, right?
Thank you. Yeah, Werfel won it.
He had my vote. It was incredible. I think the Rose Bowl was a little bitter, but no, absolutely, positively should have won the Heisman.
I was in that building, though. What an honor.
Yeah.
And then we were right on the doorstep of a national championship.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. And then I'm a game away from the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I didn't pull all of those off, but, I was still right there.
I won't be petty in front of you on your behalf, but, you should have given it to Werfel's receivers.
Steve Spurrier. Spurrier should have gotten his second Heisman. One as a player, one as a coach.
Yeah, cool.
Absolutely.
Hey, thank you guys for having me on
Jake,
the show.
thank you.
Appreciate it. Enjoy your week.
GetUmbo.com. My wife's really excited about this because she's recently started doing stuff with mushrooms, and she's really excited.
Yeah.
All right.
GetUmbo.com.
Thank you.
GetUmbo.com is where you can find that. Jake Plummer, we thank you for dropping by and coming on with us.
No, that's true, though. That's when I was traveling the country and covering all kinds of national college games. And, boy,
great player.
That's when Arizona State should have turned the corner and stayed there.
Yes. Yeah. No question. No question. How was the fishing yesterday? Did you want to finish your story you had about the floods earlier?
Okay, so just to recap.
Yeah.
Previously
on Payne and Pendergast.
I got a rent car because I went fishing down to Willow Beach near Lake Mead.
Yep.
Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. We'll get into that a little bit.
Okay.
Didn't catch a single fish. I made a friend.
Okay.
I made a friend, Teresa.
No fish, one friend.
One friend.
Yeah.
But then I'm driving back and I'm like, if there's 1 week where I would trade not catching a fish for being extremely hot at the craps tables, this would be the week. So yeah, but
it's a good trade-off.
It was a great trade-off. But no, it was it was a lot of fun. Didn't catch any fish, and absolutely gorgeous. But I parked I parked at the hotel.
Yeah.
Because I got to return the car at 12:30,
Right.
which is a half hour after our show ends.
Okay.
So I wasn't going to Uber back. It cost the same as parking.
So you're returning it today.
I'm returning it today right after the show.
Yeah.
But when I left the hotel, I didn't even know it rained overnight. And it
Yeah.
rained overnight.
Again.
And the rapids were blaring coming out of the hotel again.
Were you parked somewhere?
I was parked above it.
Oh, my God.
And it was barricaded off. And I'm like, okay, well, I guess I can go park again, pay another day of parking, Uber over there, Uber back, and then ask for forgiveness from budget.
Yeah.
But security guy, police officer on a bicycle said, you can get through that water. I'll move the barricade.
Oh, okay.
So he moved the barricade.
Wow.
And I'm sure his superiors probably wouldn't have appreciated that.
John
too.
Lopez, barricade mover.
He's like, yeah, go ahead and go through the rapid water. Go ahead and push it through.
It is crazy. This is the weirdest weather. We've been to some weird weather Super Bowls, like that.
Dallas
when it just had the winter storm. And,
yep.
and
Indianapolis back in the day.
Yeah,
was,
Minneapolis. Minneapolis wasn't weird. It was just like, why are we here?
It's Minneapolis.
It was just cold.
Yeah,
right.
exactly.
Well, you went ice fishing in Minneapolis.
Yes, I did.
This is the strangest one.
It is the strangest one because it's an inch and a half of rain. I mean,
it's raining every day.
We cry an inch and a half of rain in Houston.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah, a lot of people here accused us of bringing the weather with us.
Yeah, it's wild, man. But no, that police officer. I'm sure he broke some sort of rule. But he goes, I'll move the barricade. Because I told him the whole story and all that stuff. So, you know how it kind of it makes that sound underneath your car when you're going through high water? I was like, okay.
Notice the taxi drivers.
Here we go.
Hey, real quick, let me mention you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 and Odyssey Station. I had like 30 seconds to get that one in.
That's
Thanks.
fine. That's fine.
Appreciate that.
So what's Landry's issue? They keep no-showing him?
Well, they no-showed him twice, I believe. Yeah. And now he jumped in an Uber. It's fine.
This is not hard.
Yeah.
Take a cab from the hotel. It costs about the same, and it's sitting right there.
Just go to the lobby.
Take a cab.
Yeah, people have.
Don't be so beholden to
Uber. They realize that, like Uber and Lyft are really, really good when you have a specific destination you need to get to, like outside.
When you're leaving your house.
Yeah.
Yes.
If you need them to pick you up somewhere.
Yeah.
You remember the old Houston cabs? When you would
I've
got a 3 p.m. flight. I'll have the cab pick me up at 11 a.m.
You don't know where they are.
They don't come.
Yeah.
You got to call the dispatcher.
Yeah.
No, let me see if I can get a hold of them. Oh God.
No, there's big parts of Uber that are revolutionary and stress relieving. The GPS part of it.
But when you're at a hotel, step out the door, jump in a cab, and go.
And it used to be there was a cost element to Uber where it was much less than cabs.
Yes.
The cab industry has adjusted to
the cab industry has adjusted.
I have been paying attention. It has been pretty consistent.
Yeah, it's been $20 every time.
Then if it's, or you just tell if you negotiate with them beforehand, you're like, you show them the Uber price.
Yeah. But business is picking up, man.
Here on Radio Row.
Yeah, security was a little more intense.
Mm-hmm.
Saw Kurt Warner walking by. I mean, the Stars, they are arriving.
It's crazy. The afternoons are wild here. We were here yesterday talking to Mike Golic. And we got some interviews lined up for today, too. Today is a busy day, and thus tomorrow for us is going to be a busy show.
Yeah, but
we're going to see old Nick Caserio at some point here in the next few hours.
Good.
Yeah. Can you think of a better way to and I may ask him about this, like, can you think of a better way to be reminded that you had a great year as a general manager than to be sitting at the NFL honors watching the coach you hired?
Yeah.
Your quarterback you drafted and your defensive end you traded up for, all nominated for 3 of the biggest awards being given out?
No. And with Nick Caserio.
How was your year? Pretty good. Well, why do you say that? Yeah, those guys. Those 3 guys.
Those 3 guys up there. Yeah. He's an interesting sort of case study in ego.
Mm-hmm.
I think Nick Caserio is a great case study in ego. You know, people always tell you to check your ego, don't be so full of yourself. But when they bring in a guy that is clearly going to have power, maybe more power than you.
D'Amico, you're talking about.
Yes. To sit there and say, all right, that's hard.
Yeah.
Especially once you reach the highest level.
Yeah.
And I've got a lot of respect for that. I've consistently said that on our show, and that's what I would ask him about. Because, and I'm not telling you to ask him about that. I'm saying that's what,
No, I'm stealing that.
Can we do that? Mm-hmm. Could we do that, like us, in our job? It's hard.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess I was confused, honestly, by the amount of discussion there was about that, because I think that there are a lot of NFL teams where there is, like, generally Like, people just never believe when a GM and a coach say that they work on things together or in tandem. There's this obsession with knowing who has final say, who's in charge. And, like, it's just not always that way. So, and Nick Caserio worked for 20 years with a guy who had the ultimate control. So I think there was an assumption that Caserio was like egomaniacal or something, needed it to be that way, or wanted it to be that way, when in fact it was just something he had to do out of necessity because David Culley was not they messed up in hiring David Culley.
Absolutely.
Basically is what happened.
My point on that is, though, while you're right, he was conditioned for 20 years that there's one voice.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden he was that voice.
Yeah.
Here, whether it was by accident or because of a dumb hire or whatever.
Yeah.
So he was conditioned for 20 years. There is a final voice, and it's not the coach. Well, it was, but you know what I mean? It was
right. But think about what happened. Yeah. But when he came here, though, remember, it was with Jack Easterby and whatever he thought Jack Easterby was.
Right.
And I think he would have come here when Bill O'Brien was here, depending on like whatever the actual tampering was or alleged tampering was. I guess that's, you know what it was, John? That's where I kept trying to bring myself back to. I was like, all right, look, when he first came in here, it was a different situation than he expected. He had certain beliefs about Jack Easterby. I think maybe a couple years earlier, if he had come here and it was with Bill O'Brien, I don't think for a second he would have thought he was going to have final say over Bill O'Brien.
Yes, that's true.
You know,
no, that's true.
So I guess that's where I felt like it wasn't going to be as big a deal.
Yeah.
So like if I don't know, if you ask like if I would do that personally, like that's exactly how I would want it to.
But it'd be difficult, like if you all of a sudden, like Seth Payne is in charge of Sports Radio 610 hosts.
Yeah.
And then they bring in Sean Pendergast, and you know Sean's going to have a lot of power. I'm not trying to start a fight.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of hard to once you're conditioned that way, you're the guy, no matter how you got there.
Yeah.
To all of a sudden say, all right, what do you think?
Yeah.
You know,
I think it's a lot harder if it's somebody who's incompetent. Sean.
Yes.
So like,
it would have been easy for me.
I know exactly what you mean, Seth.
Oh, crap, I did start a fight. Oh, no, I did start a fight. That's not what I wanted to do.
Yeah, it is. So I guess, I think what it is, yeah, I could totally see what you're saying. I didn't have that read on Caserio's personality.
Mm-hmm.
And that, you know what, I guess part of it too was that like I felt like I knew how D'Amico was going to be as a coach and like D'Amico's just not wired that way either to be a power struggle guy or anything.
Perfect.
You know?
It's perfect.
And sometimes it does end up being a power struggle, not because guys are wired that way, but because like there's one
ego.
There's one, or they just don't have a good working relationship.
Right. Right. Know? I mean, and Caserio even said it famously in the press conference. I'd be willing to step back if that's what they want me to do.
Yeah,
You know, so that's why I'm like, I got respect for that. That's not as easy as it seems.
Well, like John Harbaugh and Ozzie Newsome were probably like the prime example of two guys that it was never written into their contract or anything that one had final say or the other. And they would just genuinely, they called it scrimmaging, I think. Well, Billick said it beforehand, but I think John Harbaugh had the same relationship where they would just, you don't always agree, you battle it out, but you figure it out at the end of the day.
Yep.
It's like a family-run business. If you have like two siblings that trust each other and respect each other as business people, but they have equal say, you come to business gets done.
Yep.
You might battle about it, but business does get done.
Yep.
I do have confirmation that Will Anderson is in Las Vegas.
Okay.
A good buddy of mine said he was sitting next to, across the aisle from him on his plane.
Can you think of a Texan you would more want to sit across the aisle from than Will Anderson?
Oh, you know, because he's fun.
He'll chat you up.
Yeah, he's fun. And RG3. Like to have heard that conversation.
Yeah, Will Anderson would be a whole lot of fun to chat across the aisle with.
Let's talk about Will Anderson.
Like we said. No, RG3 would be fun,
What would that
too.
conversation be,
I just think
with
some
RG3?
of his opinions are
what would that conversation be like?
Actually, RG3 would probably be super interesting. I mean, he has a very unique football journey, you know, playing for Baylor, Art Briles winning a Heisman Rookie of the Year. And then I'm always fascinated by guys who show a ton of promise, and then their career falls off a cliff, and they reinvent themselves like in broadcasting or something.
Yeah.
I do respect that part of it. Some of his opinions I don't respect quite as much.
Oh, yeah, I'm with you on that.
But he's done a good job of prominently getting back to a place within football. Do any of you see the irony that the guy who was basically our tour guide here in Vegas is not here yet?
Well, the Vegas expert?
Okay. Here's what we need to talk about. Tell me if he walks up.
Okay.
If anyone else did that.
Yes.
If anyone else did that.
Yeah.
What would Landry Locker's reaction be
slime off
on air?
Slime ball.
Yeah.
He's a slime ball.
Yeah.
Didn't make it to the show on time.
Figgy hit it.
Let's nominate him on his own show.
Let's nominate him right now.
Figgy, let's go.
Hit it, Figgy.
Let's go.
Oh, no. This sounds like a slime ball nomination.
Mr. Tour Guide would destroy us.
You guys must have had a long night.
Oh, yeah. How much did you drink last night?
I don't know. I guess that's what it takes.
Guess you don't.
That's a rough look.
Guess you don't want it that bad.
Man, come on now. We're a team.
He's walking with purpose up the joint.
Is he here? Yeah. He looks pissed.
He is so
He is
pissed.
walking in like Vince McMahon down the ramp right now.
He is so pissed.
No chance. He's got the no chance music playing. Here we go. I'm getting out of the way. Here we go.
Oh, boy. Someone just got nominated for the Slime Off.
That's fine. This is not my fault, though.
Oh, of course not.
No, on God, this is not my fault.
Of course.
This is on.
I believe you.
No, you don't need to believe me. So here, look, I got my Uber at 7:04. 7:04. The Uber right there, right at the link. It's originally it's an 11-minute wait. It goes up. It goes to 9, and then it goes up to 12.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there. I'm like, oh, that's fine. You can. It's like a 15-minute ride here.
Yeah.
It's flooded.
I got a story for that too.
So I decided to go in front of where they were turning cars around at flooding.
Yeah.
So that when the guy comes through, he just sees me or he calls me and we figure it out.
Yeah.
He gets 600 feet away at the stop sign, no kidding, where that 1025 the game is right over there.
Yeah.
And he cancels the trip and U-turns. So they say, your trip's been canceled. We're sending a new Uber on the way.
Yeah.
This guy's 10 minutes away. He's in a Tesla.
Yeah.
I message him as soon as the Tesla's coming. So it's 10 minutes away. So by this time, it's like 23.
Yeah.
I say, hey, I'm in front of where they turn you around, so don't worry. I'll be right there. Tall guy, white hat. This dude gets 800 feet away, and he sends me a message, and he says, well, you're going to have to change your pickup location. Canceled.
Oh, my God.
I'm looking at the Tesla. It's a black Tesla. So at this point, I'm just like, okay, I'm not going to catch it here. So I try to go to Batista's. I walk to Batista's. They won't let them pick you up at Batista's.
What time was this that you were at Batista's?
This was like 7, so 26. It was about 38.
Oh, so I was already gone. Okay.
Yeah. So it was 38. So then I just go to the Flamingo, and the guy comes and picks me up. And honestly, I could have walked here.
All right, so here's where it gets interesting. Now, I'm not saying there's a hole in your story because I easily could have missed you. But I was just telling the boys, I parked my rent car because I got to return it at 12:30 today. So rather than park it there and then Uber there and Uber back, I decided I'm going to drive to the Mandalay today.
Oh, wow.
So I parked at the link. And as I'm leaving, and it was like 5 after 7, that's why I might have been able to see you, but I didn't. And I'm driving to the link. Rapids coming out of that parking garage again. Rapids.
Yeah. No, they're there. But the
barricaded off.
But here's the thing.
Yeah.
That where they tell them to turn around, it's perfectly fine. It's just that smooth.
That's kind of part of my story.
Yeah.
So I went through the water.
I didn't get a call or anything. Hey, where are you? Hey, I'm right in front of you.
So I'm driving out the ramp, thinking I'll just park in Mandalay Bay, take the car right after our show. Right? Piece of cake. Don't have to pay for an Uber. Just paid for parking. It's barricaded off, and I plead my whole case to a bicycle police officer, and he goes, yeah, you can get through. Because it was still running through there.
Yeah.
So he moved the barricade for me, and I got here.
They were moving the barricade for a lot of cars.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I might have been able to see you. I didn't, but I might have been able to see you. But, no, that first part of your story.
They had it barricaded.
They had it barricaded off.
No, I'm telling you.
Yeah.
Look, if you're going to – and then the guy – like, if I message you when you're 11 minutes away, why are you messaging me 1 minute, tell me to change the pickup location?
Yeah.
I said I'm right between the Caesars Forum and where they're going to tell you to turn around.
Yeah.
And you know what? As soon as they cancel, those guys are gone. You can't say what the F or anything.
No, they're gone.
It's over.
They're gone.
It's absolutely done.
It was wild. I was panicked there for a second that I would have to go back and park and then take an Uber and then go Uber back to the link.
I don't know if I want to drive in Vegas, bro.
Dude, it was fun because there's not a lot of traffic at 6 in the morning.
So moral of the story, I'm not catching any more Ubers at the link. I'm going to go back.
Well, it's not going to rain anymore. I don't think you should be.
Did it rain last night?
Yeah, it rained overnight. That's why it was flooding.
Okay.
Yeah. It was pretty bad, but I don't think it's going to rain anymore. But Wild day, man. Yesterday was fun.
Did you catch any fish? That's a no.
I did not. I did not. I made a new friend.
Okay.
I made a new friend, Teresa. But I put this on the post. If I was going to pick a week where I didn't catch a fish, but I was red hot, white hot on the craps tables, I would go ahead and make that trade. Just 1 week.
Yeah.
Just 1 week. I got back to the hotel last night. Didn't make a lot of money, but I made about 160. So I've got we'll get in my pocket in a little bit. I'll give the total. But dude, I don't know what to do. Should I just stop?
You should just go over aggressive now.
That's what I'm wondering. I'm about $1,300 and something dollars up.
Yeah, I think you should just go real aggressive.
Should I just drop like a GER?
Just be reckless
Tonight? I'm up. I brought $2,500 fully expecting that I would leave with like $200 in my pocket.
Just be reckless with it. Just go all in.
It's a tough call.
Yeah, you got to be aggressive.
It's a tough call.
Charge it to the game.
Like, I can gamble tonight, and then tomorrow's probably going to be light because we're flying out. So if I gamble tonight, what's the minimum to get into a high rollers room?
I don't know.
I've never been in a high rollers room.
I'm not sure. Why do you want to do that? Those guys know what they're doing, dude.
I know what I'm doing. No, I don't gamble any. You know this. You've seen me. I know craps. I've
told you don't know crap. I don't know about craps.
I don't know crap, but I know craps.
All right, so we're going to have Trey Wingo coming on this hour. We'll talk a little ball with him, how he feels about the Texans. But coming up next, let's look at C.J. Stroud in the place of the quarterback rankings. How many quarterbacks would you take over C.J., and how many would you take over Brock Purdy, including the most pathetic lie that's been told perhaps all Super Bowl week? That's next.
D&M Auto Leasing, people. D&M Auto Leasing.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
No position is as scrutinized and criticized as the quarterback position, and the greatest quarterbacks are the ones who've proven multiple people wrong over the course of their careers. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig live from Radio Row, presented by Yingling Flight. CJ Stroud, he has a whole commercial talking about being the number 2 pick. That's going to be something that he's going to carry with him. It is interesting, there's I was watching the Pivot podcast, and he's talking about proven doubters and all that. Man, you were the 2nd pick.
Yeah.
I get that.
He's using it.
I get yeah, good for him, and the good ones do that. And a lot of times it's valid, but CJ, you were the 2nd pick. Despite the fact we want, some of us wanted Bryce Young, me included.
Yeah.
You were the 2nd pick. So it's not as extreme as, say, Brock Purdy, where Brock Purdy was the last pick in the draft. The most amusing thing about this, though, when these quarterbacks succeed, is there's always someone that a story leaks or they go to the podium and they basically say, hey, I knew it from the beginning. Bill Polian had a first-round grade on Tom Brady. Now, he passed on him 6 times.
Yeah, he did.
Apparently. He said he had a first-round grade on him. I guess Frank Reich started leaking that he wanted C.J. Stroud.
Oh, yeah, that's the more recent one, yeah.
And then we have Matt Rule, now the coach of the Nebraska Cornhuskers, formerly with the Carolina Panthers. Listen to this effing guy. Here is Matt Rule talking about Brock Purdy.
I think Brock Purdy is an amazing player because I played against him at Iowa State. When I was in the draft room at Carolina, I brought his name up. I said, hey, guys, he should be on the draft board. I got vetoed on that one, but you can ask Coop. But I think, we used to tell our guys when we were playing Brock Purdy, we're like, do not fall for his pump fake, right? Because Brock will come out, he'd pump fake. And first game, he's 10 yards down the field, he pump fakes, our DBs are jumping. I'm like, guys, he's past the line of scrimmage. So a lot of respect for Brock.
Look at this guy.
What are we doing?
It's happening, man.
What are we doing now?
You're going to hear some more of that. And that's the ultimate compliment for C.J. Stroud, but that's I'm not going to nominate him, but that's a slime ball move.
How many quarterbacks would you take over CJ right now? Prisoner of the moment.
Like that are active in the NFL?
Yes.
Regardless of contract?
No, let's factor in.
Factoring in
if you factor in contract, there's 0.
0, yeah.
Yeah, if you're factoring in contract, then it has to be 0.
Yeah, why would there be anyone else?
And that's a prisoner. You can say that's prisoner of the moment or whatever, but it's 0 with the contract factored in.
Yeah, you say how long are we going to say prisoner of the moment? Because I don't think you're wrong, but I've heard that at various places. Just kind of whatever reading and around here on Radio Row and all this other stuff. Like the kind of the what if with C.J. Stroud. I don't think there is a what if anymore. It was a whole season. It was the playoffs. There's no more, he's not going to fall off a cliff. There's not prisoner of the moment.
Well, I'm not saying fall off a cliff, but we're talking about what, top 6, top 7 production, right?
Right.
I don't envision, a lot of times you can look at stuff and project and figure out. I don't envision it getting more difficult for him.
Right. Absolutely.
I don't know what is his biggest obstacle right now.
Well, when you look at the year 1 to year 2 production increase of good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Not like some, workman-like backup that's going to end up being in the league for 8 or 10 years. Like good quarterbacks that from year 1 to year 2 in history, like obviously Peyton Manning, Andrew Luck was awesome but got better. I mean, there are like even the good quarterbacks still improve after year 1. There is no prisoner of the moment for me with C.J. Stroud.
Yeah, it's just a year-to-year league, so you just got to be careful with it. The Brock Purdy talk has kind of intensified. We'll hear Cam Newton at 11. He kind of, I don't want to say he doubled down. He more so just kind of explained where he's coming from with this game manager, game changer type of joint. I do wonder, like, if Brock Purdy wins this game, is there going to be like a extreme, like, are we all of a sudden going to overrate Brock Purdy?
Well, I think he's underrated now, which is weird for a guy that was Mr. Irrelevant. And I said that yesterday. I really do. More people consider him like, and I put myself there, like good, very good, maybe even somewhere in the neighborhood of great, but not elite. Well, if he wins the Super Bowl, I think that's going to change, and I think all of a sudden
you're going to call him elite if he wins the Super Bowl.
Well, no, I don't know if that. I'm saying like the regard for him is going to elevate, especially because the uniform he's wearing. You know those comparisons are coming.
Which ones?
The Montana. You know they are. They might not be accurate. They're not even close to accurate. But 100% because he's wearing that uniform. The Montana comparisons are going to come.
The quarterback path, like, because the 49ers had an overseer during their quarterback struggles, it almost just gets wiped away because you don't even look at, like, you don't even think about it anymore because Kyle Shanahan, for whatever reason, whether it's getting lucky, whether it's talent, whether it's scheme, like, you look at the Texans quarterback struggles since 2017 when Shanahan took over. They drafted Deshaun Watson. They ended up going through what they went through with Deshaun Watson. Then they had to roll it with Tyrod Taylor. Mm-hmm. Then they went 1 year with Mills, and then they hit on Stroud.
Yeah.
Look at the 49ers during that same time. They passed on Patrick Mahomes and Deshaun Watson. Passed on them.
Yes.
They signed Jimmy Garoppolo. They went to a Super Bowl with Garoppolo. They whiffed on Trey Lance like a mofo.
Mm-hmm.
Big time. Then they went back to Garoppolo, went to the NFC title game. Then Brock Purdy, they select him as like a developmental guy, and they put Brock Purdy in, and now they're favorites to win the Super Bowl. Like, their quarterback, like, when we talk about
like
quarterback or coach,
of how they
quarterback or coach, if you have a stable organization like the 49ers have had, you can make a case that's perhaps the most hellacious quarterback situation of anything. It's as bad as the Texans.
What would a bad coach have done with all that? Gotten fired?
Yeah, there'd probably be 3 more.
They'd be gotten fired, yeah.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing about the 49ers is you hit on Purdy, but you also, you paid Jimmy G. You didn't like him. He cost you a Super Bowl. Trey Lance, that situation. You passed on Watson and Mahomes.
Yeah.
So there you go. And I've yet to hear Kyle Shanahan say, to his credit, I really like Mahomes.
We had him, I wanted to take him.
Yeah, we really liked what we saw.
I wanted to take him.
Yeah,
It's starting. It's going to be more on Purdy like that, too. Man, we had him. I had him at a first rounder. Okay.
I think Bill Polian's saying it right now.
Yeah, okay.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
We're live at Radio Row. We're going to talk to one of the people you may have grown up watching on SportsCenter. Still a big player in the football media field. Let's talk to Trey Wingo live from Radio Row next.
Radio Row will be filled with plenty of guests and Radio Row, coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
We're making the stories from outside the loop matter to you. This is Localize It.
Don't you know I'm local?
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
All right, we'll talk to Trey Wingo in a sec. We're live at Radio Row. Always good to talk to Trey. Big part of the golden age of ESPN, if I do say so myself.
Oh, no question.
If I do say so myself. Yeah. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. J.J. Watt yesterday, he was on the McAfee show. He said this in regards to a potential comeback, and I thought it was kind of interesting. I would say kind of contradictory as well. Here was J.J. Watt on the McAfee show yesterday on ESPN.
So we have put that to bed. You are retired.
Yeah, no, I absolutely am. I mean, halfway through this last season would have been, I mean, I definitely was monitoring the Steelers and Texans situations, but it never escalated to any sort of actual potential.
We're proud of you for coming to that decision.
Yeah. I mean,
that's big news. Yeah, Tony, he was going to play for the Steelers.
Sorry, Tony.
He's monitoring it. He's monitoring it.
Uh-huh.
That's a tough word.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, I trust
what
it would have been an absolute dream come true. Like, to play with my brother would be great, but I mean, it's just realistically.
Why didn't it happen?
Yeah, that's just your decision. No, I mean, I'm also not like coming in. They were all set. Like, they got great players. They were fine.
So you didn't make the decision.
Well,
you
didn't want to. If you would have said, "I want to play," by the way, they would have signed you right away in a heartbeat.
They'd signed Ty last.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, it's not as simple as that. I also I'm very happy and pleased with the way things went. I think if it was something where I could bring something that would help propel somebody to a potential Super Bowl situation, like where you fill in a need and something that could take them to a new level, absolutely. But just to do it would have been ridiculous.
Okay. That doesn't sound like 100% retired to me.
Well, here's where I am with this. 100%, he's telling the absolute truth there, because we saw him.
But he's saying that he's 100% retired, but he's basically saying that he's not.
I think he is, though, because let me. You know, he was not too far away from us yesterday on the set with Pat McAfee, which is kind of to my right, your left. He looks like he weighs 180 pounds. He's already lost the weight. That, to me, is the sure sign. Because remember
You don't think he could put that on pretty quickly?
No, because remember during the season, he was enormous. We actually commented on it some. Like, he looks like he could play. He was pumping iron. You know, he was his at or near, I'm guessing, his playing weight. I walked by there, and I did the legit double take. I went, whoa. I mean, real thin face, looks like, I know he doesn't weigh 180. He's probably, 230, 240, but just like really, really thin. So that right there, you want a sure sign a player's retired? When they go skinny former football player. He is skinny former football player. Watch him. He'll be here again today. I mean, you'll be blown away.
I saw him. Him yesterday, yeah.
He's thin.
Yeah, but he can still play.
It's a whole, you got to ramp it back up and gain the weight
That's not hard for him. He's fine.
But it is a sign.
You think he's better than Jerry Hughes?
What do you mean?
I mean, you think he's
as
better
a player?
Yeah, right now.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. But I think, no, I'm not saying you're wrong that he could do it. I'm saying the fact that he already went full Wade Smith, full all these former players that you see him, 6 months later, you're like, wow, I guess he's retired. He looks like he's swimming, something like that.
We'll talk to Trey Wingo in a sec. Now, here is something that really bothered me yesterday, and I just don't get it, man. Mm-hmm. I tweeted it out. I'm just really I'm confused why this is a thing, dude. Like, what are we doing here? Like, what?
Oh yeah.
The Bloody Mary with the bacon, onion rings, all that. Figgy, I could see you ordering this drink, man.
I'm not a Bloody Mary person, man.
Okay, but if you were, I could see you ordering this for the gram. A little cheeseburger, onion ring,
there's a cheeseburger
kebab on top of a Bloody Mary.
I mean, that sounds good on the side.
Oh, there's a slider.
Yeah, what are we doing? Why don't put it on the side and let's see what's popping.
Good grief.
What is going on here?
I've never seen
That's
a
not even for the
cheeseburger
gram,
slider
bro.
on it. I've never seen it.
It's just embarrassing. What the Instagram is.
I mean, that's
causing
exactly
people to
what
lose
it's
their
for,
minds.
though. It's for the gram.
Yeah,
No,
but
it's not.
what are we doing here? Like, what's going on with this?
I put a celery stick in mine.
Yeah.
One celery stick.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's what you do.
That's all you need.
I don't even like the tomato sauce vibe. To be honest with you,
Yeah.
I'm not into that.
No, I do like Bloody Mary, but
drives me crazy.
put that in there.
Drives
Hey,
me
look at here.
Trey Wingo
Hey,
joining
what's
us
up,
now. How you doing, Trey?
Good, man. How are you guys?
We're doing good, man. We'll talk about what you got going on with Stunt Sports. We have a lot of social media rants on here. I think you're trying to solve some of those problems and provide a pretty good service. Well,
or am I putting gas on a fire? I'm not sure which one it is.
Either or. So who do you like in this game? San Francisco, Kansas City. I'm starting to lean towards 49ers. I don't know why. Maybe I'm just like the dog that goes back to the electric fence betting against the Chiefs. But
That's actually as good of a rationale as any I've heard.
Yeah.
I mean, look, the 49ers are favored for a reason. They're the better team, top to bottom. But
It hasn't moved.
Why would you bet against that guy?
Yeah. That's where we
Haven't
and
learned
I
my
disagree.
lesson. Well,
Like he's convincing me that the Niners are should probably win, and I'm like, can't do it.
They probably should.
Yeah.
Ravens probably should have won. Bills probably should have won.
Yeah.
You know, look, at the end of the day, let me tell you a great story. Super Bowl 54, we had the president of the 49ers on, Al Guido, when we were doing the radio show at ESPN, Golic and Wingo. And did the interview. It was great. I said, after, so what do you think? How you feeling? He goes, I love our team. We're a better team top to bottom. But that guy scares me to death.
Yeah.
They were up 10 points with 8 minutes to play in that game, and they lost by 11.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 20-10, 31-20. Mahomes, as a Chiefs starter, when the Chiefs are down 7 or more points in a playoff game, they've won 8 of those 10 games.
Mm-hmm.
That's a winning percentage of 800.
Down 7.
7 or more.
Yeah, 7 or more.
At one point, they were down 24 to the Texans.
Yeah.
You guys might remember that.
Yeah, vaguely.
The next best winning percentage for any quarterback in postseason history, dating back to 1950, is Tom Brady, under 500. Under 500, 10 and 11. Mahomes' Chiefs are 8-2 in those situations.
Yeah. Take that.
It's wild.
Take that, Landry.
I mean, like, look, the 49ers should win, could win.
Yeah.
I'm not like, what did Andy Reid say after that Texans game? When it looks grim, be the Grim Reaper. That's who he is.
Yeah.
Like 3rd and 9 against the Ravens. They hadn't been able to do anything all second half, but a first down wins the game. 32-yard completion to Marquez Valdes-Scantling, who suddenly grew hands again.
Yeah.
Like, you know, he was so bad in the regular season. Huge catches against the Bills, huge catches against the Ravens. They're a different animal. They're just a different animal.
And I think it's crazy how when this run started, we were Trey Wingo here live from Radio Row on Sports Radio 610. When it started, they were kind of a track. I mean, they could run a track meet, they could beat you, and now their defense, like they've just completely evolved, which is what the dynasties do.
Their defense is actually better than the 49ers right now.
Yeah.
Statistically, over the regular season, about the same. But if you look at how Aaron Jones gashed the 49ers, and you look at how David Montgomery and Gibbs gashed the 49ers in the NFC Championship game, the Chiefs are very capable of doing that as well with Pacheco. And you know, the Tooney injury hurts them a little bit, but I think the Ravens' front seven was probably better than the 49ers' front seven.
Right.
You know, and Allegretti played pretty well. Look, it's basically a toss-up game, but that guy.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
he's right there.
He's right. That 15 is 15 for a reason. You know, we do the numbers, and it's just, he's completed 6 seasons as a starter because only that one game last year, first rookie year against Denver. In every category, he's better than Tom Brady's first 6 seasons with the Patriots. The Chiefs have a better winning percentage in the regular season, a better winning percentage in the postseason. He has a better touchdown to interception ratio. He has a better completion percentage. He has more passing yards. And here's the one that really blows me away. In the postseason, Patrick Mahomes' passer rating is 106. I think Brady's through his first 6 seasons was 88.9. Why is that significant? Patrick Mahomes' regular season passer rating is 92.
Yeah.
He's 17 points better against the better teams in the postseason.
Yeah.
The Chiefs' record with Patrick Mahomes. He's completed a full postseason, a full regular season in the postseason. The Chiefs are 14-3. He's responsible for 45 total touchdowns, 8 giveaways, and again the passer rating higher. Like he's played at an MVP level through an entire postseason. If you look at his numbers, like if you take somebody with those, they're winning the MVP by a mile, and this is what he does against the best teams in football.
You said that guy, and and I know it's a cliche, and we hate cliches, but kind of you know it when you see it.
Yeah.
And with Patrick Mahomes, I've been covering this team since that's our cliche bell.
Okay.
Every time one of us says a cliche, we ring the bell. But it fits here because I've been covering this team since day one. I feel like the Texans have that guy.
Yeah, they might. They really might. C.J. Stroud was unbelievable. You can't say enough about not only C.J., but also what D'Amico Ryans did.
Yeah.
It's really been phenomenal. And, it's very similar to what we have with Andy Reid over a longer period of time, obviously, and Patrick Mahomes, what you had with Bill Belichick and Tom Brady. You have that symbiotic relationship between coach and quarterback. You're going to win a lot of games. You're going to win a lot of games. And I was happy for D'Amico because everyone, for the last 5 years, give me that flashy offensive coordinator guy. Now, D'Amico's a hard-nosed, defensive-minded guy who knows how to get his team ready to play. So I was happy to see that. It sort of dispels that rumor, that myth that you have to have some Sean McVay-type guy to have that kind of success, and you don't. You absolutely don't.
Tell the people about Stunt Sports, the first major social media platform for sports content and real-time fan engagement. Trey Wingo with us out here at Radio Row.
Think of it as Twitter. It's not X. It's never going to be X. It's Twitter.
Me too. Thank you.
It's Twitter. Think of it with Twitter without all the garbage, right? Without all the opinions that you don't care about, whether it's politics or geography or food takes. No one really cares. No one really cares. If you just want to talk sports, the Stunt app is the place for you. We do trivia every Tuesday and Thursday nights. Mark Schlereth and I have a show on every Monday night, 6 o'clock Eastern, 5 o'clock Houston time. It's just a chance for you to build your platform, talk sports, post your own content, your chance to get noticed, be known, and create something for yourself. So you can download it at the App Store on the iPhone or Google Play on an Android. It's just a place, if you want to just talk sports and not get invaded by everything else that comes on every other social platform that you really don't care about, and if you just want to deal with sports, the Stunt app is the place to
You heard it here first. Trey Wingo hates geography.
Yeah. I just don't care about your opinions on it. That's basically the way to describe it.
Trey Wingo live at Radio Row. Coming up, we had Cam Newton weigh in on the game manager, game changer debate. We'll also hear him kind of clarify his original statements.
Why is he clarifying?
We saw it on Sunday. The C.J. Stroud effect is real.
And I know it's the Pro Bowl and it doesn't mean anything, but honestly, like if you're a Texan fan, you
Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, so CJ is going to win Rookie of the Year tonight at the NFL Awards. He's going to go up there. He's going to make a speech, and it's going to be a cool moment.
It's going to be awesome.
CJ. It's going to be great for CJ Stroud as he goes up there and he's probably going to say something like, "Hope to make it here as a player someday," or something like that. He's going to do his thing. He's going to win over a lot of fools. He's going to beat out Puka for the award. And we got the confirmation yesterday from Cam Newton, right here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610, that he considers CJ a game changer, not a game manager. So he is above Brock Purdy per Cam Newton. He was on with Dan Patrick. We already had Trey Wingo on. Here's another ESPN legend, Dan Patrick. Here is Cam Newton talking about what he would tell Brock Purdy.
I would tell him silence the noise and just do what he's been doing. I think we have to stop this narrative that I do not like Brock Purdy. That's not the case. I'm a fan of Brock Purdy, right? And what he's been able to do has been wowing from a fan as well as a person who's played this game. But I just call it how I see it. And I think what he's been able to do with getting guys the football has been something that we've seen a lot of people do, but not at this level.
That doesn't make sense.
What do you mean?
That doesn't make sense. I think two things are going on here. He's backpedaling a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, because he knows the pushback he's gotten, the criticism he's received, et cetera, et cetera. And what is a game manager that does it at an extremely high level? That's a game changer. That's a game changer. Like a game manager who's just like a game manager. And first of all, it has a bad connotation, right? It's a good player.
Well, I mean,
a game manager is a good player.
It's the Trent Dilfer, Alex Smith type.
Yeah, that's the connotation, right? Yeah. But a game manager that does it at an extremely high level, and you just heard him say that, oh, he's a game manager. He does it at a real high level.
What is CJ?
That's a great quarterback.
But CJ can manage too.
At a very high level.
Yeah.
Now, he doesn't have necessarily the arm strength, but he has the accuracy. Purdy, maybe not as good, but right up there with C.J. Stroud. So I think he's kind of like changing the definition as he's being asked about it.
Now here is Cam doubling down on Brock Purdy being the 10th best player on his team, which I don't know. I mean, maybe, but I mean, what is that? That they have a hell of a squad. They're favored to win the Super Bowl. Here is Cam Newton doubling down on that.
He is.
Okay.
That's just the truth. We have to normalize the truth.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I think that's where we're having a problem with digesting in sports, in media, and everything. It's the truth. But a
lot of athletes don't tell the truth.
Correct.
Because they're, it's like a brotherhood here. That quarterback and quarterbacks, we don't criticize each other.
I'm not criticizing him.
But it can come across that way.
It could from an untamed ear. Okay. Like you would hear that and you'd be like, oh, Kim's bitter. No, it's not. When you look at the 49ers roster, that assessment was garnered from people saying Cam can't be serious. Brock Purdy is a game changer. And that's what I'm saying to myself. I'm like, yo, to be successful, you don't always have to be a game changer, right? So that kind of transitioned into another stint where I said, hey, in order to be a game changer, you have to be the top tier of your team. Right now, when I analyze the roster, and I'm saying to myself, I'm like, oh, okay, cool.
Dude's all over the board.
Red Warner, Trent Wood,
all over the board.
Debo, George Kittle, C-Mac, that's a lot of guys, but that's not to discredit what Brock has been able to do. And I think having platforms, people take sound bites, and this is a whole media is full of sound bites. Yes. And the narrative has always been Cam's just mad that Brock is doing something. I want Brock to win. Like I said on my show, I don't think the world is ready for Taylor Swift to garner a Super Bowl. What would that look like, right?
He's all over the board, man. Like the definite. First of all, he called him Brock Purdy, not Purdy. So there was a little bit of a subtle something there, or maybe it was a faux pas, whatever. But the second thing is, look, he's trying to explain himself because of the backlash. I mean, would you disagree with that?
I mean, I think
he's changing the explanation.
Okay.
Because he said it with his chest the first time. Like he flat out said, game manager. Not the good connotation, the bad connotation. And now it's like 10th best. He's got Juszczyk ahead of him?
Juszczyk's a weapon, man.
Okay. Ahead of him?
He's a game changer, dude.
Oh, man.
Sorry to his face. Sorry to his face.
Hey, let's go. Let's get him on here.
He's doing his thing. I haven't even seen him today.
No, I haven't.
He's probably radio rode out.
Probably doing calf lifts.
But he did define the definition of a game changer. Tell me if this satisfies the disgruntled OG John Lopez live from Radio
I'm not
Row,
disgruntled.
presented by Low T.
See, it's like tiers, right? And I think this game has only seen 4 to potentially 5 game changers in the 2023-2024 season, right? Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, and Josh Allen.
Okay.
Right? That's 5.
Okay.
So let's look at it through this lens. Game changer is at the top sphere of talent. Are you saying Brock Purdy is in that realm?
There he goes again.
Okay. So going back to my first thought was like we have to normalize the truth. This is not coming from malice. This is not coming from hatred.
Yeah.
This is not coming from, there's times where I've said I've held myself to that same standard. I did not play my best football when I was forced to try to just be a game changer. No, Cam, just be a game manager. C-Mac is wide open. Hey, Greg Olsen is wide open. DJ Moore, Steve Smith, these guys are wide. Just get them the ball. I was not able to do that. So the great ones have that ability to say, okay, the game is dictating me to manage the game. Okay, now when everything is covered, now I have to take it upon myself to impact the game, and that's what the game changers do.
Called him parody again.
It's just a mispronunciation.
It's worth asking him. Do you know? Are you mispronouncing
It's
that?
just a mispronunciation. Why are you so mad at Cam?
I'm not mad at him. It's called analysis, Landry. And the analysis of his words has changed, is all I'm saying. I don't see how anybody can not see that. I think it's because of the criticism he's getting. And you know what? He's not the first to do that. You know, a lot of people kind of like change their story a little bit as it goes on. Now, I will say this, to support his comments there, the 5 that he mentioned are the super elite.
Yeah.
Like it's almost like the tiers of a Hall of Fame. There's the Super Hall of Fame, and then there's the Hall of Fame. So I'm not saying he's wrong on that. If that's his parameter, if those are his parameters, then okay, I get your point. But he's all over the board, back and forth.
I feel like that the quarterback position, to a certain point, is starting. I don't want to say it's overrated. It's obviously one of the most important things, but it's just. It's starting to be quarterback or nothing, and that's all that's talked about. Like if Brock Purdy's the 8th, 10th best player on his team, that says more about what San Francisco has done and how they've been able to function than it does anything else. Like we don't have to make him Joe Montana or Jimmy Garoppolo in less than 2 years.
Correct.
That for me, like when you talk about and Christian McCaffrey. Like if you ask me, I think Christian McCaffrey should be the MVP. Like it's only going to be a quarterback, but I think Christian McCaffrey does Brock Purdy a lot of favors. He makes the job easier. He's the straw that stirs the drink on their offense. It almost feels like quarterback you have to like either say this guy sucks or this guy's awesome, and there's no middle ground. And then sometimes the middle ground will get you to this point.
No, you're right. That is absolutely the case because people you can't just say he's close to the super elite, but I would say he's a great quarterback.
I really think it's almost like Cam should just say, I don't think he's elite. I think
that would be a lot simpler.
It would be a lot easier because when you start talking game manager, like you start saying, well, Tom Brady managed games. Well, the C.J. Stroud at times will manage games. Like, just say you don't think he's elite. I don't think you would get too much pushback.
No.
Like, if we had a quarterback draft, how long does it take you? And let's just say you need to win one game. How long does it take you to say Brock Purdy?
Boy, that's a good question. God, that's a good question. Because I think it would be around about 10, 11.
I would say 15 for me.
Maybe, yeah.
I mean, if you put these guys in the San Francisco situation, but dude, he was the last pick in the draft. Like, what are we doing now? Like, he's the last pick in the draft. Yeah, when you're like last pick in the draft, I would think more times than not you don't even make the team.
Yeah.
Like he's starting at quarterback for a team that's favored in the Super Bowl. He's the last pick in the draft, and now all of a sudden it's, well, he's not elite, so he's not a game changer type of thing. Well, nobody thought he was.
I think only 3 have ever made the team, like, for more than the first year. Yeah. I saw that, that's ringing a bell. So, yeah. No, but he's not. Look, if he wants to say, I don't think he's elite, I'm with you.
Yeah.
I'm with you.
Yeah.
Now, that might change. People are going to start calling that, because if you look at the postseason run he's having right now, and the things that he's done, and if he wins the Super Bowl against Patrick Mahomes head-to-head, I mean, that's kind of hard to argue.
We heard Wingo, and he was kind of comparing the Texans to the Chiefs with like
and the Patriots.
With the quarterback and coach kind of arm in arm starting off. Do you think they're more Chiefs or you think they're more 49ers?
I think they're more 49ers.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
With C.J. Stroud, with the potentially elite quarterback.
Yeah, I do because obviously Stroud to me is better than Purdy, although we'll see about that, like I just said. But I just think all the physical stuff he's better, but he's also so incredibly smart like Purdy and puts the ball in the right spots like Purdy. But I would say that.
Yeah, I would agree. I would say they're more 49ers. I mean, you can make the case, though, if you want to talk elite quarterback and coach. You think D'Amico's going to win Coach of the Year today? No, I'm serious. At one point, it was. I think Stefanski would get my vote.
I was just laughing because I was talking to Sean earlier, and like they're going to have Nick Caserio on, and Caserio's coming in today.
Where at?
I think they're going to interview him here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and he's coming in today.
Nick Caserio, Texans GM, joining us on the show. Nick, you okay on time right now?
How'd you like to be Nick Caserio sitting in
I'm going to say something to him.
Sitting in the crowd, and, hey, what kind of year did you have? Well, see those 3 guys up there? Will Anderson, C.J. Stroud, and D'Amico Ryans? Yeah, I'm their general manager.
Here's what I'm going to say to him, running back. That's it. That's all I got for running backs. Sir.
Let's go.
Running backs. That's all I'm going to say. No running backs.
Yeah.
Be careful when you shake his hand, by the way. He's got Adrian Peterson type to him.
Yeah, he'll crush
He'll
you.
slap you on the back.
He'll crush you.
Have a handprint like he's Ric Flair or something like that. You got to be careful with Caserio. He's a wired-up guy.
Yeah. So he's going to be there today. And
what time? Sean's been
here in just a little bit. Yeah, think about.
Sean's been hanging around to
do a couple of interviews.
Yeah, I think he's interviewing the AEW wrestling guy.
Yeah, that guy.
Tony Khan.
And
the son of the Jags owner.
Some comedian.
Did you know that?
I did not.
Yeah, he owns that wrestling company, and he's the son of the Jags owner, Shad Khan.
I did not know that.
Is that his name, Shad Khan?
Yeah, Shad Khan.
Yeah, Shad Khan. What did he do?
He bumpers.
Bumpers.
Yeah.
Man.
He's a billionaire from making bumpers.
Damn, you need them.
Have you seen bumpers lately?
You need them.
Have you priced them? You know, the ones that wrap around with the lights, like the ultra new vehicle bumpers. He's made billions of dollars on that.
Bumpers.
Yeah.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Could use those, man. It's very useful. So when's Nick coming by? What time? 12? Okay.
Yeah.
All right, and we're getting off the air. Okay.
I got to book it. I got to take that red car, and then we'll go downtown. I've got a big decision to make tonight.
Nah,
man.
It's easy.
Big
Nah,
decision
it's a very
to make.
simple decision, bud. You're good. You're straight.
I want to go home with money, with up. I want to go home up.
You're good, man.
I know I'm going to go home with money. I'm not going to lose that money.
You're good.
Yeah.
You're good.
It's been a hell of a run.
Yeah, you're good, man. You got it going. Although you didn't catch a fish yesterday, but let's not bury the lead.
I didn't catch fish yesterday. I'm telling you.
Yeah, it's all good. I probably would have caught one.
No, you wouldn't have.
One at least.
No.
I mean, come on.
No, it was tough. I tried a little bit of everything. I tried to catch some rainbow trout.
Man.
Tried to catch some bass and some striper.
Yeah, well.
It was just a complete shutout. Absolutely good. Dude, I actually kind of felt sorry for you yesterday. It was so.
Why?
It's just an hour away. It was about an hour drive.
Yeah, no, thank you. I don't want to drive an hour when I'm in Vegas.
Mountains, beautiful blue water.
No, thanks.
River, the Colorado feeding into Lake Mead. I saw 2 deer. I saw a coyote.
Who cares? You can see that anywhere.
I saw hundreds of ducks.
Who cares?
Hundreds of ducks
See
were all over there.
See those at Memorial Park.
I made a friend who had a great story. You want to hear a good story?
I don't know if it's going to be a good story, but
It's a good story.
Tell me a story, OG.
This is a really good story.
Is it top of your story from yesterday?
Yeah, my fishing story from yesterday. No, which story from yesterday?
Your daughter's story.
Oh, God, no. Wouldn't top that. By the way, I got to get an update on that. But anyway, so we're fishing, and there's this woman down the path from me a little bit. And, I'm fishing up and down the bank trying to catch fish. I finally get, within about earshot of her, about 10, 12 feet. How you doing? Blah, 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 all the stuff. And she says, well, I really just started fishing again in the last 6 months. So don't ask me, because we were talking like, what are you throwing? That type stuff.
Yeah.
And I said, oh, really? She says, yeah, my dad took me fishing like every week until I went to college. And then I never got to fish again. And he died about 8 or 9 months ago.
It's pretty depressing. Man.
So I decided to pick up fishing in his honor. So she's been fishing. She's picked up fish. She was by herself.
Did she catch anything?
No, nobody caught anything.
That's not good honor right there. Landry Locker, John Lopez.
Dang, that's a
Piggy
rough crowd,
with
man.
you here in Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 6. I'm going to throw it in the line and just let it sit there. Thanks for the lessons.
No.
Come on, man.
You're just showing us how little you know about fishing.
Well, I don't know. I don't know if you have a leg to stand on. You're coming off. You're only as good as your last cast, and yours was empty, sir. I could have done exactly what you did yesterday.
You could have, but
I could have done exactly what you did yesterday.
Figgy, it was
Mr. Bite Me.
Beautiful. It was gorgeous.
I believe
Coming up. Coming up, OG passing thoughts, and one of C.J. Stroud's closest friends throws a former coach under the bus. Live from Radio Row next.
Area 45 with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we got our Bull shirts on here live from Radio Row. Shout out to Bull Shirts for getting us nice and geared up out here, presented by Yingling Flight. So something crazy just happened in the restroom.
Oh yeah?
I was in the restroom. I was washing my hands. Our sister station, 105.3 The Fam, run by Gavin Spittle, former 610 boss.
Mm-hmm.
One of their midday hosts, Mike Bassick, was washing his hands by me, and as we were leaving, like the bathroom, kind of got in like that awkward like race car type joint where I'm hugging the right and he's kind of in the left.
Yeah.
So he's kind of in the way of people coming in. He runs into someone pretty hard, because he was kind of walking hard.
Yeah.
The guy kind of doesn't like fall, but he like kind of like, oh shoot.
Yeah.
Puts his head down. Puts his head up. It was Emmitt Smith.
Oh,
so
Emmitt.
He could say he tackled Emmitt Smith.
Got clotheslined.
He could say he tackled Emmitt Smith.
Emmitt got clotheslined.
How about that? OG Passing Thoughts live from Radio Row here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
All right. So I got several interesting ones that I know you're going to have an opinion on. There are a lot of ways casinos burn through your money. Obviously.
Yeah.
I'm not sure there's anything that is a bigger burn through your money waste of time than the massage.
Yeah.
Dude, the massage, these women walk around the casino,
like
all the
$1
tables.
a minute.
Would you like a massage?
$1 a minute.
And this guy next to me playing craps last night had a bad back. He was sitting down playing craps, and he had like a scooter.
Yeah.
He had a bad back. He goes, oh, boy, that would be a godsend. And she goes, oh, do you have an injury? And he said, yes, I had surgery whatever months ago or whatever. She goes, oh, well, I can't do it then. I'm sure liability or whatever. But, dude, what's the point?
So you're going around charging people premium dollar for a massage, and if your back hurts more, you can't do it?
Yeah.
Something's wrong with that.
Even if you're healthy.
Something's wrong with that, though.
and even if you're healthy and you just want a massage, it is the biggest scam in the casino. 100%.
Yeah, it's always weird when guys are doing it. I saw some guy just sitting at the bar the other day getting like his back massage. I came here, this was probably 12, 13 years ago. I came with someone and he was doing it while he was playing poker, and it was like, dude, he just got in a rhythm, like it felt so good. A couple hundred.
Yeah.
I was like, dude, you're dumb. You could have gotten a full body right there. Like,
I had a really cool, there's a lot of cool Uber drivers, but I had a really cool one that was a Cuban national.
Oh, wow.
Well, he came from Cuba. He said about 12 years ago. Dude.
Yeah.
When I told him I was from Houston, you would have thought Yuli Gurriel was Babe Ruth. He knew everything there was to know about Yuli, his brothers, his
dad's a god there.
His hometown.
Yeah, his dad's a god there.
His dad, and just like talking stats, and the Astros never should have traded him. And right as I was about to get out to what is going to end up being my next passing thought, he goes, everybody cheats. Just like unsolicited. He said, everybody cheats. I was like, all right, go Astros, let's go. Next passing thought. I'm 90% sure I've been to this place a few years ago, but he also told me, he goes, when you pick up your rent car, go across the street and get tacos right there.
Yeah, I've been there.
Tacos El Gordo.
Yeah. In the morning when it opens, it's a long line. Like, it's all the way back. You know how there's the shopping center behind it?
Yeah.
It'll be, like, back to the shopping center. But it's just down Las Vegas Boulevard, probably like 2 miles from the hotel, mile and a half, something like
guess.
Yeah, around that range.
Supposedly
it's like a big thing in San Diego or something.
Yeah, but I walked in.
They got that assembly line?
Yes.
They ain't messing around.
And different lines for different flavor. Different types of tacos.
It's like the assembly line is probably like Luby's almost.
Dude, and that asada thing that they have spinning?
Yeah.
Enormous.
Yeah.
And awesome. But I walked in,
Yeah,
I was like, I know Landry's been here. This has got Landry written all over it.
Yeah, it goes in.
Yeah. Next passing thought. It's weird how, and I think you're probably like this too. We see famous athletes all the time. I mean, they're surrounding us right now.
Yeah, I don't feel like there's as many stars out right now.
Yesterday was more so far. It'll probably pick up. Anyway, the people that I've been most impressed with, and this is always the case because we're around athletes all the time, are like, entertainment celebrities. I ran into one yesterday.
I've probably never heard of him.
You have. I ran into one yesterday.
Where?
That has been mentioned on this show multiple times.
O.J. Simpson?
No, at the Flamingo. I was walking through the Flamingo, and I guess, I don't know if he had a show there or just going to whatever. Pauly Shore.
What?
Pauly Shore.
Dang, man.
I saw Pauly Shore. I didn't even stop at it.
I watched him on a podcast the other day just because I got so into the Comedy Store, his mom.
Yeah.
And I just did a dive into Pauly Shore.
Pauly Shore.
How did you not say what's up to Pauly Shore?
I just kind of looked.
That's a legend, bro.
I know, but those are the ones that impressed us.
He fell off quick, but he was so big. He was so big.
He was very, very, and I was like, dude, this is crazy. Like,
Mom's a freaking legend.
We've got
dude.
Cam Newton, all these,
Yeah.
and I'm like, okay, whatever, and they're like, hey, Pauly Shore. I'm like, hey, Pauly Shore's here.
God. Sick.
This is something that I was going to mention it yesterday, and I wasn't sure if it was too soon. It's not too soon anymore. So I'm walking back to my room, and I've seen at least, I hope I'm not exaggerating here, 4 or 5 dudes that I thought was Tyler Milner. That look that he has is all over Las Vegas.
Skinny jeans and the Vans.
And the beard.
Skinny jeans.
And the
Vans,
T-shirt and the
tats.
skinny jeans. Like, I'm walking, I'm like, he's not here, but that sure does look like. I've seen like 4 or 5 dudes that look like Tyler Milner.
He's got the skinnies and the Vans and the.
That's a very common look in his age.
Oh, wow.
group.
You just called Tyler basic. Okay.
Well, no, I said very common. And this was a conversation, my next passing thought, a conversation I had at the craps table with a guy. Now, let me give you a little background. This dude clearly had money. He was gambling black chips a lot. He was with actually, he was with the guy that had the bad back. And they were staying at the Bellagio. They were not, they were well off. You could tell. You can just tell clothes they're wearing, etc. He came to the Super Bowl. You pick up conversations. He came to the Super Bowl, booked the tickets months ago. I believe he's a Browns fan, but was going to take his buddy to the Super Bowl. Lifelong, bucket list, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
They have money.
Yeah.
He said, and I was talking to him, and he says, I am not going to pay $7,000 for a ticket.
You shouldn't.
Yeah. He says, that's actually what he said. He says, I'm done with my money. That's why I'm standing here.
That's dumb.
But he booked a rooftop bar, or booked reservations at a rooftop bar that were like $1,500 a piece for the whole day Sunday. And he's like, I came all the way here. It's a bucket list. We are not going to the Super Bowl. Those prices are ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's just stupid.
It's too much.
2 more here real quick. I've become absolutely fascinated with the Sphere. I think it's
Dude,
it's
I don't
awesome.
even like U2, and I was like, man, do I want to go?
It's awesome.
No, it's crazy. The guys by us, the ticket guys, went to the U2 concert there yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't heard what they said about it, but they were really excited.
So the dude climbed it yesterday?
Yeah, that guy's an idiot.
He climbed
Do you feel sorry for him if he falls?
Not really.
Yeah, I mean, what are you doing?
Tough luck, but not really. And then as I'm looking at the Sphere last night outside, it's right outside my hotel window too. That's part of the reason I'm just like, this is awesome. They had all the Super Bowl rings going and all that stuff. And I'm sitting there thinking, and this is the most me thing ever. The most me thing ever. I'm like, I wish we had city leaders that could do something with that freaking Astrodome.
Oh, wow.
Because I went and got a hot dog on that little promenade, the little link promenade. They could do something.
How'd you like that?
It was good, man. It was very good.
Very homemade hot dog.
Yeah,
right
homemade grilled hot dog. But like even that little promenade where they have all those restaurants. I'm not talking about casinos. I'm talking about like the restaurants, the bars, the indoor out there, the Yard House there, and all that stuff. Why? For some reason, I started thinking about the Astrodome when I saw the Sphere, and I went down to the promenade and all that stuff. Why can't we have that? That in next to NRG Stadium would be absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, it would be insane.
It'd be great.
But yeah. Don't get me started on what they're going to do with that thing.
But just imagine, like, people walking around, drinking, having a good time. You got that little, it's not a cobblestone, but they're trying to make it look like cobblestone. It's awesome.
That's
awesome.
OG Passing Thoughts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up in the hits, J.J. Watt thought about coming back, and the biggest storylines localized live from Las Vegas.
All right, Low Cheese Center right now. Been seeing a bunch of my friends from the Low.
Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
J.J. Watt thinking about a comeback. Here was J.J. Watt on the Pat McAfee show saying that he was at least monitoring the Texans situation.
So we have put that to bed. You are retired.
Yeah, no, I absolutely am. I mean, halfway through this last season would have been, I mean, I definitely was monitoring the Steelers and Texans situations, but it never escalated to any sort of actual potential.
All right. What are we doing?
Well, what do you mean?
I mean,
it makes a lot of sense.
You retired or not, dude?
Huh?
You retired or not, dude?
I actually believe that he was very, very seriously considering coming back, maybe even had contact. It sounded as if he did have contact with team Steelers and Texans. But I also believe that's that. That's a wrap. Put a wrap on it, put a bow on it, because when you see pictures of him then midseason and the videos he was posting and some of the cryptic things he was saying on the McAfee show, and then you see him now, he looks like a dude that is retired. He's retired. I mean, lost a lot of weight. Looks. Obviously, it's been a while now that he's been out of the game, so I think that's it. But I think he was
complaining
coming
about
back.
the gym closing too early the other day.
7 o'clock is early, though.
Yeah, and then he did an update.
Yeah.
Man, tell me if I'm in the road here.
Is he a bro now?
I think he's going back to tire flip, JJ. I do think he's gotten closer to that.
You do?
Yeah, I also think it kind of explains his analysis. I think he was kind of being a little bit like very player-driven last year, because maybe there's a possibility that he was going to come back. I wonder what that looks like as time goes on.
Now, that's a good point.
Yeah, because, I mean, there were times where maybe criticism would have been valid, but he was just very player.
Yeah.
Yeah, but, yeah, I think we're closer to tire flipping, singing Fort Minor J.J. Watt now than we were while he was playing.
Yeah, that's a really good point, because we actually noticed it and talked about it. Like, he is not necessarily saying things that you would think an analyst would have a strong opinion on one way or the other. You know, he's just kind of being middle of the road, sounded like a player. So that kind of, speaks to him perhaps wanting to come back.
C.J. Stroud looks like he's probably going to win the Rookie of the Year tonight. Brock Purdy, by the way, apparently Matt Rule wanted Brock Purdy when he was in Carolina, but he got overruled. See what I did there? Here's Matt Rule.
I think Brock Purdy's an amazing player because I played against him at Iowa State. When I was in the draft room at Carolina, I brought his name up. I said, hey, guys, he should be on the draft board. I got vetoed on that one, but you can ask Coop. But I think, we used to tell our guys when we were playing Brock Purdy, we're like, do not fall for his pump fake, right? Because Brock would come out, he'd pump fake. And first game, he's 10 yards down the field, he pump fakes, our DBs are jumping. I'm like, guys, he's past the line of scrimmage. So a lot of respect for Brock.
If you wanted to pound the table for a guy in the 7th round, you wouldn't have to try that hard. You might have said in passing he should be on the – but if you're a Carolina coach and you want to draft someone in the 7th round and you push hard enough like Rule did and he was allowed to do, he would have figured it out. This is weak sauce. This is extra weak sauce by him.
This is watered down Taco Bell weak sauce.
Taco Bell sauce is good.
I know, watered down. Watered down Taco Bell.
Mild sauce goes in, man.
The watered down mild Taco Bell sauce, no offense, is what this is. I mean, but the other thing is we're going to see this so much now. Like C.J. Stroud's going to be, Brock Purdy's going to be like the Montana type. Everybody says, oh, yeah, we thought he was really good.
Jim Nantz is going to be calling the game for CBS, him and Tony Romo. He was asked by Dan Patrick about how to handle Taylor Swift mania. Here is Houston's own Jim Nantz. You're already nodding your head.
Yeah, shaking.
Here is Jim Nantz talking about that.
0. I react. I don't tell Mike Arnold, our director, how to do his job.
But how often, how much is too much and how much is not enough, in your opinion?
It's all
for Super Bowl.
Listen, it's all about instincts. The way I call it, the way he directs it, Mike, it's got to be a feel thing. Kelsey makes a big play, he's going to cut to her for a second or two. That doesn't mean it needs commentary with that shot. It just kind of blends in with the replay and another crowd shot. But I've never said on the cough switch, hey, give me a shot of Taylor right now. And there's been this uproar about how much we're showing her. And I don't get it. I mean, at the AFC Championship game, Travis had a huge part in her win. And they cut to her a number of times. But in the end, someone did this study on it. It was 44 seconds is how long she was on our 3-hour and 15-minute broadcast. So he has great judgment, our director. And so does Jim Rickoff, of course, our producer. They'll figure it out. There's not a single word said about, we're going to show her here, here, and here. And I probably 99% of the time, because I've had 8 games with her present, I don't even reference the fact, well, there's Taylor. Tony's had a few times where he's jokingly said, well, there's his wife. So I said, what? Not yet. Yeah, you know something we don't know, but it's all part of the shtick.
Not a word?
Yeah.
Are you buying?
I mean, I don't. He said he's not going to tell the director how to do his job.
Not a word?
I mean, you're not. I mean, surely Jim Nantz has like some sort of feedback. I mean, it would be weird if Jim Nantz, with all the time that he's done this, didn't like at least say, hey, maybe we should show her more, or maybe we should show her less.
Look, I saw a story just yesterday afternoon, that they have had apparently multiple meetings about this, like the production staff, producers, directors, like, how are we going to handle this? Got to do it this way. We got to show her. Is it fair? Is it unfair? And Jim Nantz hasn't said a word?
Not going to tell him how to do his job, man.
Well, everybody else having meetings about it. So I'm not criticizing Jim Nantz. I'm just saying, of course he has. This is one that he's just trying to play the middle of the road here or whatever, because it's weird that it's even a controversial topic. Like, it shouldn't be. First of all, it's not her fault. I don't blame NFL one bit for taking advantage of a true megastar.
Dude, she should be on TV every time something happens.
Yes.
Like, and I'm not even not even a Swiftie or anything, but every time something happens, I want to know what's going on in that suite. And that's just me. I'm not trying to be a hardo, but anytime something good happens with the Chiefs, I want to see Taylor Swift, Mahomes' wife. I want to see their reaction. That's me.
And it's not even if it wasn't just you, even if you're just business-minded, CBS, ratings, NFL, buzz, all that stuff, if somebody in that meeting raised their hand and said, I don't think we should show her at all, you're fired. Like, you're fired.
I'm also confused. Why wouldn't Jim Nantz mention it on the broadcast?
Yeah, I don't know.
He said Tony has, but he doesn't even mention it. He just lets it show up.
My gut tells me
the biggest star in the world shows up on TV. You're not saying there's Taylor Swift in the suite?
My gut tells me he's not a big fan of it. I don't know it. I'm just my feeling. But whatever, he's rolling with the punches here. But like, you would be dumb not to do that some. Like, the Super Bowl ratings are always setting records. This is going to be beyond anything. Like, because of her.
Yeah, that's wild. Yeah, I'm very, very confused by that. College football. Big change in college football. Nick Saban, we know he retired from Alabama. He's going to join College Game Day as an analyst. He's going to join Reese Davis, Lee Corso, Kirk Herbstreit, Desmond Howard, and Pat McAfee.
All right. Well, there's only how many microphones they got?
Hopefully 30.
I do like it, though.
No, this has been a no-brainer from the very beginning.
I do like it. I think he's going to be exceptional.
Yeah.
Like, he's press conference Nick and behind the mic Nick and recruiting Nick are completely different animals.
Yeah, he's going to – I think he's going to add an element. I just don't know, I don't know how they're going to handle the shuffling, because they do shuffle. They have Corso for some segments and then not others.
Yeah.
He's kind of still there. It's getting harder and harder to watch. It's endearing how Kirk has kind of carried him, but him breaking down the games and stuff is a lot.
I mean, maybe this is a transition here. You know,
well, I thought McAfee was the Corso replacement.
Yeah, but I'm saying Nick being the sage, older, former coach, he's not going to put a head on his, a mascot head on, or anything like that. But kind of that guy, that role of the sage.
So what are they going to put Saban in the interviews? Like, he's going to be interviewing coaches or something, like one-on-one.
I don't know about that.
Like the studio interview with Nick, I could see it. I know Herbstreit and Reese do it, but I could
Can you see Nick Saban interviewing someone?
Yeah,
I don't know. I think he's more analysis, stories, anecdotes. Maybe he could. I mean, like I said,
not for the first year.
Yeah, maybe not the first year, but like when you see
Nick Saban interviewed Lane Kiffin.
Oh, my gosh. Well, I'd watch. That's for sure. I would definitely watch that. He might be good at it. Like I said, he's got a lot of
No, he's going to be good.
charisma.
It's just about fitting him in.
No,
Like,
I'm talking about that part.
Oh, yeah. They have a large squad. It's just going to be about fitting him in. Like, how the hell are you going to do this?
Yeah.
Who knows? That show just keeps getting bigger and bigger.
Well, and it's a monster, so why not?
And now you're going to have the big playoffs. So I anticipate this being an extremely pivotal year for college football. Last year, the ratings, the increase was high. It's clearly the number 2 sport.
Oh, yeah.
That's
Yeah,
for sure.
it is. We've talked about that. It's NFL, college football, and then the rest.
Yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm.
Good old pigskin. We're live out here at Radio Row. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, Aaron keeping us on the air out here. So were the morning guys slinging mushrooms this morning? What was going on there? What went down there?
I walked up.
I'm just asking. I heard.
And they had Jake Plummer on?
Yeah.
And, you do your interview. He was actually very good.
Yeah.
Did a lot of stuff.
Arizona State, baby.
Oh, man. I voted for him number 1 on the Heisman. He finished 3rd. I'll never forget it.
I remember when they played Ohio State in that bowl game.
He was the best quarterback in the country. But anyway, and so they're doing the interview, and he starts talking about this company.
Yeah.
And he was, so let me tell you about the mushrooms. And I went, what? I was like, what? Mushrooms?
Mushrooms.
Yeah. Mushrooms. Now we're slinging merchandise. Now we're doing it. And so he was on with Umbo. Enhance athletic performance and recovery with functional mushrooms. That's an oxymoron. Functional mushrooms.
What does that mean?
I don't know, but Laura's
like
got his card.
7 of those cards.
Laura's got his
Goodness
card.
gracious.
That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah, she must have went to Costco to get those cards. Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
My Lord.
Laura on the shrooms.
Hey, they're becoming more and more of a.
Laura Reynolds on mushrooms would be good, though, because I've never done it.
Where's this going?
Well, listen, I'm telling you. I understand. Correct me if I'm wrong, Laura. But I understand that mushrooms, what they do to you is whatever mood or personality you have, you're kind of prone to have in that moment, it enhances. So, like, if you're in a bad mood, that's when you have the bad moments with the mushroom. If you're in a good mood, it's like the best thing ever. Laura's always in a good mood. So it's probably good for her.
I don't know, man. I don't know. The evolution of mushrooms. I did mushrooms once.
Did it get dark?
Dude, I was so I hated it
because
I just felt like I was in a weird dream, and I was just kind of I was in the dorms, and
I'm too scared to ever do that stuff.
Nah, I didn't enjoy it at all. I just wanted to go to sleep, but I couldn't sleep. Like, I felt like I was on a damn Ferris wheel when I tried to go to sleep. It was miserable. But I mean, the game has evolved, though. The game's changed.
Big time.
It's big time, man.
Big time.
Big time.
That's the other thing about Las Vegas. You can do all that stuff. All of it.
Anywhere.
Yeah.
Expanding. There you go. Throwing it around a little bit. Coming up, little lunchtime. Lopez is going to have some mushrooms for lunch, and we'll talk to you. We'll set the scene out here at Radio Road next.
Nighttime radio is back on Sports Radio 610.
We might once again be on.
always live on the free Odyssey app. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we're live at the Super Bowl. These big hats that people are wearing, what are we doing with this?
They're promoting the heck out of those.
What is this? Like, what are we doing?
Never in a million years.
What is this supposed? Is it funny? Is it what's the deal? You imagine sitting behind someone. You imagine paying $7,000 or whatever the hell it costs to go to a game, and you're sitting down and some weasel in front of you has one of those big hats.
They showed a fan in the Chiefs game in the AFC Championship, like standing up with one of those big hats. I'm sure they showed more, but you could tell, like, take it off while you're watching the game, man. I mean, come on.
Yeah, but then where are you going to put it?
Yeah, that's true, too.
It ain't something. It ain't something you can just put in front of you. I don't know what the heck is up with these big hats. I can't get down with it.
Dude, I guess they sell. I don't know.
Nah, yeah, it's a big deal now.
I guess. I don't understand why.
I don't know.
It's going to be one of those fashion trends where and I don't even know if it's a trend yet.
I think it's like more like let's be goofy at the game.
Yes, fashion, little outlier, whatever you want to call it. Like, we're going to be looking back in about 10 years, like, what were these people thinking? Like parachute
I just don't
pants.
see how it hit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't see how it hit because it's clearly hit.
Yeah. And it's definitely popular.
Yeah, it's hit, and I just don't see how. I'm questioning the world right now.
I don't know how popular, but it's definitely popular.
Yeah.
It's not me. Never in a million years, man.
I can't get down with that. Yesterday I was out. I went to Batista's again, just because it's.
You ordered manicotti again?
Of course. Come on. And they set us by like another table of family, and you could tell it was the one real loud guy at the end of the table. It was like a table of 6. Mm-hmm. He was the drunkest. It might have been like his in-laws or something and whatever, but you could tell he was the talker. Well, he started talking to me about the game and stuff, and I guess he was a Dolphins fan. He was hoping the Dolphins could make the Super Bowl, but they took the trip anyway and stuff. And I think I talked him into betting on the 49ers, and I was like, don't take my advice. Y'all just asked me who I thought was going to win. I've been wrong about Patrick Mahomes every time, but I broke it down, and I think I just had them all in, like the whole table all in on the 49ers, and I was just like, I did not – this was not my intention.
You're going to cost a lot of people a lot of money.
Yeah, this was not my intention, folks. This was not –
It's like, who was that guy? What was his name? Landry? Houston?
No, it didn't even come up there, what I was doing. What I did or anything like that. But, yeah, I'm starting to just really feel it, man. I'm starting to really feel it.
Today's the day, by the way. I'm going to place my Super Bowl bets.
Okay.
It's got to be today.
Okay.
And you're going to hear confession in about 17 minutes. That's going to explain one of them. But you got to get them in now. And I don't care, you can't cash them until you come back. Yeah, whatever.
It's just an excuse to come back.
Yeah, you'll cash them. You got a year, right?
I think you got a year, or you can mail it in. I ain't mailing in my bet. Like what? What are we doing here?
Yeah.
I ain't mailing my bet. I can promise you that. That's not going to happen. C.J. Stroud, I don't think you can bet on the NFL honors, but I would imagine that you would have to bet $100,000 to win $100 that C.J. Stroud wins the Rookie of the Year.
I got a hunch we'll see him out here today. I think we might see him out here.
He was out here yesterday a little bit later.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, he was.
Okay.
He was talking.
Yeah. And we'll see what we can do.
Seems like it's gotten CJ's getting asked a lot of the same questions now.
We got to come up with something if we ever have the chance to talk to him. Something a little more out there.
Get to know CJ a little bit.
Yeah.
He's got his calm, cool, collective.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder, like, if he is out here, like what the attention is like for C.J. Stroud.
Oh.
I mean, is there going to be like some gravitation to him or what?
I think he's going to be one of the more popular ones because he's new. He's obviously he took the league by storm, and everybody's going to want a piece of that. Because I remember one year, I think it was in Dallas, after Mark Sanchez had a good year.
Yeah.
And Mike Melcher was literally following him around.
What do you mean?
He's a big Jets fan, big Mark Sanchez fan. and trying like following him around. He was so impressed by Mark Sanchez. Taking
whatever happened to him?
To Meltzer?
To Mark Sanchez. Sanchez. You got me saying Sanchez. Mark Sanchez.
Well, it depends on how you want to
Mark Sanchez.
emphasize. It's Sanchez, but in Spanish it's Sanchez.
Mark Sanchez.
It's Sanchez.
Spanglish.
Or Sanchez.
Spanglish.
We have to get Mark Vandermeer on for this.
Why?
Is Vandermeer all about this?
Yeah, he brought it up that Lopez always say Sanchez instead of Sanchez.
Because it is in Spanish.
Does Vandy not roll the tongue on the pronunciations?
I think he can. Yeah, I think he can.
I don't know if he says Sanchez, though.
No, I don't know if he does or not. It's also context with who you're talking to. You know?
What do you mean? I change the way I talk?
Yeah, like.
So Mark Sanchez, hola, like, am I supposed to?
No.
What are you saying?
No, that's not what I'm
it's
saying.
It's also who you're talking
like
to?
Like the pronunciation.
Hola, joining the show, mi amigo, Mark Sanchez.
Okay, so I mentioned Yuli Gurriel.
¿Cómo estás?
I mentioned Yuli Gurriel earlier.
You too?
My Cuban cab driver knew everything there was to know about his entire family.
Yeah.
If I'm talking to you and Parker or whatever, I'll say Gurriel. If I'm talking to someone, who is Hispanic or with him himself, I say
Oh, I've heard you habla. I've heard you talk.
It's a code switching.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's Gurriel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get Lopez on the phone, man, he goes.
Dude, you should have heard me with the Cuban Uber driver. Because Cuban accent is very difficult.
Were you speaking Spanish to him?
Yeah, the whole way. Yeah.
Wait, so y'all just spoke Spanish?
Yeah.
All right, let me hear.
Oh, God.
Let me hear a little piece of it. I just want to get in the Uber with Lopez. Let's get in the Uber with John Lopez.
No,
I'll give you a little something.
No. Why? You're not Cuban.
Here, I'll be the Uber driver.
You're not Cuban.
I'll be the Uber driver, and I'll be careful.
Okay, ask me a question in Spanish.
All right, you ready?
Here we go. This is the best part.
Hold on, I got to stop and make sure. Hola, John Lopez? You got to say yes or no.
Sí, señor.
Adios, amigo.
¿Cómo está?
Te llamo, Houston Astros.
Te amo.
Te amo, Houston Astros.
Sí, por supuesto.
¿Por qué?
Porque es mi equipo.
Yuli Gurriel. Yeah, see, I can't do this, man. I can't switch styles like you.
Yeah.
Just can't do it.
But you do. It's context.
Yeah.
There's a term for that, and I used to know it, and I forgot. Like when you go back to the high school, you have your high school accent, or you were talking with someone from a different.
There's some people who get drunk, like someone from like hardcore New Orleans.
Yeah.
Like they'll get drunk,
sudden,
and then all of a sudden they sound like they're on like Swamp People.
Yeah. I know it. I can't remember it, but like let's say you spend a week in Boston, all of a sudden you kind of have a little bit more of a Boston thing.
Figgy's usually good at this. Figgy's like really good at like hearing dudes and saying, all right, that dude's from Cali, that dude's from Cleveland, that dude's from here. Does CJ have California vibe?
I think so. Yeah,
okay.
I think so. He sounds like a Cali dude.
Nah, Figgy can do it like really nicely. Like Marcus P. Oh, he's from Cali.
Chameleon effect.
Chameleon, like a lizard.
The chameleon effect. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, my family up in Cleveland think I sound country now. I don't hear it, but they feel like they say I sound Southern now.
People have stopped me occasionally and said, "Are you from Texas?" I'm like, "How do you know?" I don't think I have any.
No, you sound like you from Texas.
I do?
Yeah, especially when I first moved down here. I'm like, this guy country as hell.
Get him in the right Uber.
Not when I'm talking to my people.
Get him in the right Uber. That changes real quickly. So Nick Caserio, I think he's in town now. So I don't know where he's at. I think he's enjoying Sean and Seth.
He'll be with Payne and Pendergast, and I really have gained a lot of respect for Caserio, just the way he's handled this whole last year, man. I was telling him that this morning. It's, we can talk about certain things.
What would be his biggest mistake? Like if we were just to sit here and we were giving like critical feedback of Nick Caserio, because when McClain was talking about he could be exec of the year, that Lions exec, if we're just talking 1 year, he did not do what Caserio did. They did a good job drafting two guys. But as far as like putting together a core, hiring a coach, all that, the Lions is like a 3-year award. If you're going to give him the exec of the year, I could understand that, like a 3-year window.
Yeah.
But if this is just about what happened this year, and C.J. Stroud is the rookie of the year because of what happened this year,
and
how
Will
is Nick
Anderson
Caserio not the exec of the year?
And D'Amico Ryans. No, I agree. But you asked what was his biggest mistake. You know what it is. Titus Howard's contract.
That's true.
Yeah, Titus Howard's contract.
Yeah.
I mean, that
was unnecessary.
That is a wart on an otherwise, beautiful face of what he's done this year.
Yeah, that was weird to begin with, but he got it. Good for him, and I'm happy for him. It's a big piece of the pie, and you're paying the guy like he's a top 5 right tackle.
Yeah.
So we'll see how it goes.
Texter says, Figgy, I hate to tell you, but you do sound country.
Man, I don't hear it, man. I don't hear it.
I don't think he's insulted by it. I don't think he mad.
No. Nah.
He minds.
Nah.
I think he's down.
I mean, I'm down here, man. Been down here 7 years, so.
Yeah.
Oh, look at you. Who's counting now?
Me.
How's it going down there, Fig? I appreciate you for holding it down there. Is it quiet?
Around the office or just in the city? Around the office.
Around the office.
It been the same pretty much.
Okay.
Like a lot of people was up here yesterday.
Oh yeah,
so
sales
I think
folks?
I think a lot of people getting ready for
Wednesday
rodeo
must be
stuff.
sales day. Must be salespeople in the office.
Yeah, it was.
Was there any food or anything?
Yeah, somebody actually stopped by and brought a lot of food. It was like some chicken wraps.
It seems like there's got to be food when they're in there.
Got to bribe them to come in the office.
Oh, wow. Glad I didn't bring my lunch. It smells like barbecue.
I'm packing my lunch at home. I'm like, oh, wait, tomorrow's Wednesday. There'll be food.
Oh, wow.
Please come to the office. We got pizza. Oh, man.
Do you miss us in the studio, Fig?
I kind of do. I kind of get bored around here a little bit.
Yeah, there you go.
So
we miss you too, man.
So a texter also added, hey,
Pause.
Did you guys get in Lopez's pockets yet? No, but I do have a very big question that B. Scott put on Twitter and on Instagram.
Go aggressive.
And all that.
Go aggressive.
So long story short, came into the day up 804. My stake is 2,500. I'm up 841, so I was over 3,000. Yesterday, pretty light day of gambling because I was out fishing, but I did win $210, and I was in for 500. I won to 200, went up to bed, whatever. So I am now up $1,141. So I have $3,641 in the safe. The question becomes, this is going to be
what room?
So, and the code is so
what floor you in?
So
housekeeping.
Freeze. Oh God. So the question becomes, I got $3,641. This is my last.
Yeah,
this is my last day to gamble.
Well, tomorrow our flight's late.
Yeah, I can do a little bit, but I'm not going to get all in serious and.
No, we're downtown today.
Yeah,
downtown.
But do I go light and just try to maybe win a couple bucks and go home up? Clearly up.
Yeah.
Or do I say, you know what? I'm up 3,600. I've been betting 500 a day. Maybe go a grand or a little more.
Yeah.
On the tables.
Depends, man. It's up to you.
That's the question.
It's up to you.
713-572-4610.
I would say go all in. Screw it.
I will say this.
Glory, man.
I did expect to go home down. I was determined not to go home down empty on my stake, but I was determined to go down.
Go all in, dude.
I got a big decision to make. We'll talk about it.
You're a big go down guy. So, yeah, go ahead and do that.
I'm sorry?
Get on it. Oh, my bad.
Yeah.
Andrew Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with
No
you
complaints.
on Houston Sports Leader Sports Radio.
Not
610.
one.
You know one of the gyms downtown. You'll probably laugh. But
Gem or gym?
Gyms.
Like a GEMS.
GEM.
Okay.
So this hotel that we're going to go gamble at today, they have $5 blackjack, they have $5 craps.
Yeah.
It's kind of spread out.
Now maybe I'll just go
it's
light and
like
have
a family
some fun.
hotel. Hey, you can go in.
No pressure. Or maybe I'll go ahead and stack them.
It's right by Fremont Street.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, like as far as getting a drink, The Texas tea from Saltgrass goes in, and they put it in like a big-ass to-go case. $10. $10.
Yeah, I could
do that. The Texas tea, Saltgrass, boom, $10. Local little thing in that nugget. But it's the most underrated, like, carry-around drink at the downtown.
Yeah.
Not the Strip. Sometimes you got to go downtown if you're in Vegas. You got to mix up the scenes, bro.
You do.
It's like, like if the Texans are going to win a game, like there's going to be certain weeks where you need to run the rock. And then there's going to be certain weeks where you're just going to have to abandon the run. But it's two different styles. It's two different vibes. It's what completes a good football season. When you go to Vegas, you can get lost. There's no such thing as a bad time. But you've got to divide, especially if you're here for 5 days.
Yeah.
It's one thing if you're here for the 3. You've got to divide your Strip experience and then you're downtown.
Yes, you do.
And that's what we're doing today. This pizza place, by the way, might be the best one in town.
That's a bold statement.
Might be the best one in town. Right by the hotel. Literally, like closer.
Where we're going?
Yeah, closer than that Super Bowl sign right there. And then there's a biker bar right by it too.
Dude,
it's like a nice biker bar.
You can start fights saying that's the best pizza in town.
Yeah, I said might be.
Yeah.
It's good. This guy had like a whole story. Like he brought it from like New York. It's legit. Mm-hmm. You don't get that prime real estate without knowing what you're doing.
No, that's true.
Yeah, you don't get that prime real estate without knowing. You either got to run a good chain or you got to run a good.
You don't stay in Vegas even unless you know what you're doing.
No.
I mean, they'll close you down.
Doesn't happen.
You'll be out of business.
Be out of here. Jumps on like a trampoline.
Yeah.
Live from Radio Row. I think Kyle Turley and Ricky Williams going to come by a little later. So this is just your official station of drugs today. We got the
mushrooms this morning. Gonna top it off with a little weed. We have tequila shots. We have this guy dropped off free tequila shots.
Oh, where at?
Someplace right here on Vegas Boulevard. Tasting party tonight. You want to go?
Come on, bro.
Free tequila shots.
At Total Wine and More?
Total Wine and More is on the back. I don't know if that's a sponsor.
So I'm just supposed to go. You're just going to go get some free tequila shots. When's the last time you took a tequila shot?
Not too long ago.
When?
Suavecito tequila.
No, when is the last time you took a tequila shot?
Probably at a football game or something. Tailgating. Something like that.
Like how long ago?
This past season, probably. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's about the extent of my tequila shots.
You a lime guy afterwards, or you just?
I like sipping tequila. I'm more like Clint.
Oh wow.
I'm more like Clint.
Oh wow.
Just a little bit of a sip here, sip there.
Guy.
A little salt.
This classy guy. Yeah. Lunchtime confessions coming up here on In the Loop, live from Radio Row. Don't go anywhere. We got a lot of surprises coming up.
All right, guys.
La Michoacana.
Let's talk about La Michoacana. It is that week. La Michoacana has got you covered.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
These are my confessions. All right, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the loophole. Shout out to the loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. Brian Baldinger coming up in 15 minutes. He likes to crunch tape. We'll talk to him about the Texans.
He does.
But right now, it is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
This confession is one of those it's funny now kind of things. Wouldn't have been funny, though. So, as we mentioned, I went fishing yesterday. I forgot to go get some nail clippers to cut the line. Remember I asked you I was going to go to CVS to get some clippers. That was not just for my nails, just so cut the fishing line so I could change lures and stuff. So I went to the little store there on the way, and I got a 7-inch fillet knife to cut the lures and line and all that stuff.
Okay.
It was in my backpack this morning.
Okay.
And I was like, I just happened to put a receipt in the front pocket because I took my backpack to go fishing. I just happened to put a receipt in the pocket where I stuck the knife, and I went, oh crap, that would have been fun at security. A 7-inch fillet knife was in my backpack as I'm on my way to Radio Row. I was like, oh, good luck there, but. It's only funny now because that would not have been very fun. They would have done something, right?
I mean, I would hope so, John.
Would I have been tased or taken down?
They probably just would have said, sir, excuse me, what is this?
You would have been arrested.
Follow us. I would have been what?
Arrested.
I don't know, man.
Follow us to the back, sir.
But I went fishing. Yeah, sure you did. What's your last name?
Figure that out. Dude from Pawn Stars just walked by.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, the dad in Pawn Stars.
That all kinds here, man.
Man, he slings it, man. He makes people feel bad about themselves. They take their prized possessions and, $23 bucks.
Exactly.
$23 do it for you.
Yeah.
Sometimes they end up getting talked down, man.
Mm-hmm. Occasionally they'll get the big money.
Occasionally.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So yesterday I made a parlay, and I have a new least favorite player in the NBA. I have a new least favorite player in the NBA.
That's saying something.
Jalen Green is no longer on the list because he was actually on the payroll. He won my parlay because he had over 2.5 turnovers. So thank you. Zion.
You do you, Jalen.
Like, you can luck into a few rebounds. Yesterday I had Andrew Wiggins over rebounds, like 4.5. He had 5 at half. I put together a magical parlay where 5 out of 6 things hit, and the one thing that didn't hit.
Dude, that's a lot.
Dude, I was going to be 260 off of 20. Zion, big-ass Williamson just had to get over 4.5 rebounds. I don't follow him enough. I thought maybe, okay, he can luck into 4.5. This dude got 3 rebounds, man.
Zion. You can get over 4.5,
dude,
on free throws. Because they put the big dudes down there. They just put the big dudes down there to grab the
I was like 4.5. All right, we'll see. 3 rebounds, man.
Oh, man. Zion couldn't get 5 rebounds.
Golly.
Not even 5.
He's not known for rebounding, but damn, I thought he could like luck into it.
Yeah.
Not fun.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I had 2 legitimate feelings this morning that were conflicting. I felt bad for Landry and his escapade this morning trying to get here. But Figgy, I think you can agree with I was tickled a little bit. Like one guy that would have absolutely destroyed.
Oh, for sure. Oh, no doubt.
Destroyed.
No doubt.
Any of us.
No doubt.
Was the one like, yeah, the Uber
100%.
driver canceled.
100%.
He would have still been giving me a hard time about that.
No, you're absolutely correct. Yeah. I waited for an Uber for 15 minutes. He canceled because of the flood, even though I was right in front of the flood. And then the next guy, when they cancel, they say, okay.
Or they text or call.
No, he just cancels, and then they say connecting you to another driver. So then you look down at your phone, and it says this driver's 10, 12 minutes away. Sometimes 10 minutes goes to 13, 6 goes to 8, like all that. I texted this guy. I said, hey, they have it shut down, but I'm right outside the front.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, I'm literally looking at his Tesla, and he says, you have to change your pickup. That would have been nice to know 13 minutes ago, and he had canceled, and you turned out.
Sure you did. No, I'm just kidding.
No, I promise. That's on my daughter.
No, I know, but he would have killed us.
No doubt.
Killed us.
That is a fact. That is a 100% fact.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I saw a show in the lobby yesterday on the way back to the room.
Yeah?
He looked like he was having a pretty damn good time.
Oh, okay.
He looked like he was having a really good time.
That's something we can chat about.
Yeah.
Like how good?
I just looked like he was having a really good time, man.
How good?
Just not like anything
stumbling
crazy.
or anything.
Not anything crazy.
Yeah.
He looked like he was kind of chilling.
Good for show. Good
he
for
was
Ron.
feeling the vibe.
Yeah. Are we back to show, by the way?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I
Is it
can't
still
keep up.
Ron?
I think it's still Ron.
It's still Ron? Okay.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You almost had me. You almost had me. I was this close to going ahead and betting on the Niners, and then Trey Wingo happened.
Yeah.
He stated the strongest case, like better than any of us could have done on that guy, as he kept saying, and he was pointing to the poster that's over our heads of Patrick Mahomes. He was like, and I've kind of, well, I've said it, but not as authoritative and as detailed as he was saying, like, I just can't bet against Patrick Mahomes. He explained why I cannot bet against Patrick Mahomes. Are you still going to bet on the Niners?
Yeah.
Yeah, I knew you were.
Yeah.
I'm going to get that down. I'm going to get those down today, though. I'll get those down something. I'll let you know.
500?
Nah, I don't think so.
These are my confessions.
Talked the table into betting on San Francisco, man. I kind of felt bad. They just asked my opinion. I told them, and next thing I know, they were all in on the on the 49ers.
At Batistas?
Yeah, all in, man. I feel bad because I don't think you should follow my betting advice. But anytime I say it, I'm doing it as well. So I'm not telling you to, like, I think the worst thing in this business is, let me tell you what to bet, but I'm not going to bet.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, thanks.
Well, and anytime you pick a side and you decide that's your side, you can state a compelling, especially in a game like this, you can state a compelling, man, I don't know how I can go against that type of argument for either side. But even in other games, like, I'll tell you why they can cover 28, you know. Well, that's a pretty strong case you made there, why they're going to cover 28. But yeah, once you start selling it, you can do it.
Talk yourself into anything.
Yeah.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I almost forgot. Today is a huge day. Huge day for the city of Houston and Houston Texans fans. I almost forgot until this morning. I saw it on Twitter. Andre Johnson might be a Hall of Famer today.
Yeah, I saw they put in they put in Devin Hester, deservedly so. He was a game changer, perhaps the best return man of our lifetime. And they put in Steve McMichael, man.
Mm-hmm. You're talking about the other committee?
Yeah, whatever it is, they put Steve Mongo McMichael in.
Yeah. Good for him.
Yeah, I mean, 5-time All-Pro.
But here's the thing. If McMichael can get in, Andre should be, like, slam dunk.
I mean, he's a 5-time All-Pro.
Today. Yeah, but come on.
I mean,
come on. He was the 10th best player on that team, as Cam Newton would say.
He's in bad shape, isn't he, or did he pass?
I don't know.
Is he?
I had heard something like
Steve
that.
Steve McMichael alive right now, Fig?
Steve McMichael.
I know he's in bad shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's up against it, but yeah, I think Steve McMichael.
66 years old.
He's still alive?
It looks as if he is still alive.
He's in really rough shape, though.
Yeah, I think he has something.
Yeah.
Mongo.
Yeah.
Ming the Merciless.
Yeah.
Steve McMichael.
Yeah. He was in WCW.
That's right.
Yeah, he's in WCW.
That's right.
He was a Four Horsemen.
He was with the Four Horsemen?
New version, yeah.
Yeah. So, man, it could happen. Could happen today, anytime.
When do they make these announcements?
It's going to be at the honors, right? Or before the honors, something like that.
Who inducts Andre?
He has ALS. Steve McMichael.
Okay.
Well, you were asked.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's not.
So, what now?
Who inducts Andre Johnson?
I think that
Kubiak?
No, I'm
talking about like if he gets in, like who's the first voice? Kubiak?
Who is it?
Probably Kubes.
He's on the list.
Probably Kubiak.
Maybe.
He loves Kubiak, man.
It's got to be Kubiak.
Yeah, it's got to.
It's got to be Kubiak.
Yeah, I would think Kube.
Yeah. I don't know.
These are my confessions.
Those are lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop. Coming up, let's talk ball. Brian Baldinger.
Boy, we are.
We're going to make him sign a running back. We're not going to do we're going to make him sign a running back for the Texans, okay? I'm going to put him on the spot. He doesn't even know what's coming. Let's talk ball with Brian Baldinger next, live from Radio Row.
So the weight loss plan has been just
610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we got Brian Baldinger coming on. Not sure where he's at, man. Very adventurous guy, that Brian Baldinger. Hell, he might be fishing where the hell you were.
Talk about somebody that goes into the lab.
Yeah, he goes in the lab. He goes in the sticks. So we'll get him in a sec. We're gonna make him sign a running back. Speaking of running backs, went to wash my hands just a minute ago. This was the bathroom trip after Mike Bassick from 105.3, the fan, damn near tackled him at Smith. Ran into him. I was washing my hands. There's a little fella next to me. Didn't think much of it. Thought maybe he was a broadcaster or something like that.
Yeah.
Guess it was Austin Eckler, one of the running back options on the market. I just didn't know. Someone came up to him, Mr. Eckler, I'm a huge Chargers fan.
Oh, good.
He's like, appreciate you, man.
That dude, you talk about a workout warrior.
He's a little guy, though.
He's short. He ain't little.
Yeah,
I mean, no way.
Yeah, he's a short dude. For sure.
Yeah,
another option. We don't really talk about Eckler that much when it comes to options. I don't know. Is he a scheme fit for the Texans?
He would have to be, right?
I mean, I know he can catch the rock.
Yeah,
man.
the way he runs, catching the ball too. And he was one of the more upset ones. I mean, they were all upset.
Pissed.
Yeah, they were all upset, but he was one of the more adamant ones about the way he was getting treated.
Yeah, and the other thing about him that I like about him is he's a man of the people.
Mm-hmm.
And he understands the value of fantasy football. He's a big fantasy football
That's right.
nerd.
Yeah.
So, like, when it's, like, week 17 or something, he's trucking, he's trying to get it done. How many Texans do you think will be on fantasy teams this next year? There's probably, I mean, Tank, Nico.
Well, obviously, let's start at the top. CJ,
Tank, Nico, and CJ are going to be on fantasy teams.
CJ, Nico, Tank.
Yeah. And then we don't know who the tight end's going to be. I don't know.
If he's here.
He's a Texan? You breaking that?
Yeah, if he's here.
What's your source for that?
my head.
And then perhaps the running back?
I mean, Singletary might be, even if he's number one. He won't be number one, but he would be.
That's a later pick.
Special teams. Defense and special teams.
Come on.
Texans are a high draft pick.
Come on.
They're the number one special teams in the NFL.
Yeah, that doesn't score you nothing. The only way you score
They had a return kickoff, two return kickoffs.
Yeah, come on.
One was not a touchdown. No. Heck yeah. Texan special teams are going to be top 5 pick.
No.
Top 5 pick.
No. I don't know what Baldinger's doing. I guess he stood us up.
He's probably in the film room.
It's all good.
Yeah.
I just got a text from Weeks.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, Weeks is walking around. He asked where we're at. I told him I don't know what he's he's going to come on tomorrow, but he's making the rounds right now.
Good.
I don't know is he promoting anything? What are you laughing at?
I'm just like,
what the hell's wrong with you?
I'm just
it's the longest tenured Houston Texan right there you're laughing at.
Respect,
sir.
Man.
Yeah, show a little respect. There he is. That's another average looking white guy.
That's kind of what I was thinking. That's kind of what is it that you do again? What exactly is it that you do?
Bro, you know what's crazy, though? Like, there's all kinds of NFL players, and Mr. John Weeks is the one that has the most games under his belt, walking around this whole thing, than all these guys.
In there, how many active, like 2, have played as long or longer than him, something like that?
I'm not sure. I am not sure. I do not know. Jason Bristol over here making the rounds, too.
That's our guy, man.
Look at him.
Yeah.
Yeah, he looks like he's walking with a purpose.
Hey, man, I'm the one that wanted to put Weeks in the Ring of Honor.
Yeah, which was a little much.
I stated a case for it.
Yeah, which was a little. There's CJ. He's rolling.
He's rolling in.
Yeah, CJ's rolling pretty deep.
Yeah.
He's got.
Dude, let's watch this. Do play-by-play.
All right.
Because he is going to be. And he's coming in the regular people entrance, too.
Nah, he's walking around.
Oh, he's going past us.
Yeah, CJ's in.
He's going to be bombarded. It's a testament to – he's wearing a Pepsi jacket, dude.
Oh, he's got the Pepsi?
He's got the Pepsi. I think we just broke news here. Got a new endorser.
Jonathan Alexander following him.
Got a new endorser. I'm guessing. Remember when I predicted he would be in a Super Bowl commercial?
Huh?
He's got a Pepsi jacket on.
Are you sure about this Pepsi thing, though? Is he going Pepsi Zero?
I think we might have a little news here. I've been predicting he's going to be in a Super Bowl commercial. So he's got,
dude. That's but
you don't wear a Pepsi jacket, Letterman's jacket, by the way, to Radio Row, unless there's a reason for you to be wearing a Pepsi Letterman's jacket.
Well, let me say this: as far as endorsements, I mean, right now we're looking at C.J. Stroud. We know that he's got the Cheetos.
Here he comes right here.
We know he's got the Cheetos.
Yeah.
Now he's got the Pepsi. I mean, this dude's getting.
Yeah.
Now, I think Pepsi is co-owned with Frito-Lay.
Yeah, but I agree with you, and I think you're right.
But that is something else,
this is the Pepsi logo.
Yeah.
Like, so maybe that's going to be part of his deal.
Yeah.
Like, I've been adamant he's going to be in a Super Bowl commercial. So that's one thing I'm going to be keeping an eye on. And now he's wearing a Letterman jacket. It doesn't say Fritos on it. Doesn't say Cheetos on it. It's Pepsi. So we'll see. And the other guy's got a Pepsi jacket on, too, I think.
Oh, CJ.
Yeah. I think we might have some news here, man. I'm feeling good about that prop bet that he's going to be in a Super Bowl commercial.
By the way, I've just been informed. Where's Weeks at, man? Man, I don't know where Brian Balding is at.
Well, there's a lot of tall people here, so it might be hard to see him.
Can you leave John Weeks alone, my friend?
I love John Weeks.
Yeah.
Here, get down lower. Get in the weeds.
Come on, man.
Get in the weeds a little bit.
Have a little bit of respect.
Yeah.
Goodness gracious.
You know what we should do is we should get John Weeks on now, and when Balding gets here, bump him. So sorry, John, you got to leave now.
No.
So CJ's in the house. We've got the best people in the business that I'm sure are going to endeavor. So we'll see how that goes.
Oh, we're going to get.
I'm endeavoring. I think they're endeavoring. You never
Pepsi,
know.
What kind of Pepsi do you think CJ likes? Like regular, diet, Pepsi Zero?
Their Pepsi Zero is pretty good, and I'm not a Pepsi guy. But whenever they say all we have is Pepsi, we don't have Coke, whatever, one of those restaurants or whatever, I'll go with Pepsi Zero. It's not bad. I like it.
Are you a Pepsi guy?
No, not a Pepsi guy.
Diet Coke?
But I'll drink the Zero. Coke Zero. I'm actually kind of off with those a little bit, but I'll drink like one a week, usually a Coke Zero. If they don't have it, I'll go with the Pepsi Zero. It's pretty strong. Pretty good. You?
I mean, I can mix it up a little bit.
Yeah.
It just kind of depends where we're at. You just got to be open-minded. Sometimes you go to an Italian spot, they only got Pepsi. Sometimes you go, they only got Coke. So
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
It's kind of there.
Yeah.
So we'll get CJ on, I think. Perhaps.
I mean, I'm feeling good about it. Put it that way.
Still don't know where Weeks is at.
Let's put it that way. Can't make any promises, but I'm feeling real, real good about it.
Let's pretend that you're a Radio Row guest. And we just interviewed you. We don't need to hear the interview. It'd be boring. But you're just going to pass through that.
I was just reading a text that said he's Pepsi Rookie of the Year. Maybe that's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he's one of the...
But yeah,
so say that again.
Lopez is a Radio Row guest. He's going around. We don't need to hear the interview. Yeah, cool Kerry Strug book, bro. Yeah. Cool Pastorini book.
I think the Texans. I think the Texans are really on to something. Is it Landry? Yeah, Landry. I think the Texans are really on to something.
No. I want.
No, I'm going to go into it.
No. I want the plug.
No. You're going to have to prompt me for it. So yeah, C.J. Stroud clearly going to be Rookie of the Year. Is it? Landry, yes, Landry. I'm looking at your name tag. They've got a good thing going. I could see them going.
All right, we got to hurry up. We got the deep snapper for the Saints coming up real quick. We got to hurry. I hate to rush you.
Yeah.
What are you here plugging?
I don't know if you've had the OG sauce, but it's a great story behind it, and I'm just happy and proud to have been a part of it. But with we started this probably about 20 years ago, but really just been on the market since 2021, and I'm very proud and happy that it's something. And I think the listeners are going to get a lot out of this with OG sauce. So it's all natural. It's homemade. It's made there in Abilene, Texas, and
Abilene.
And I think it's I think it makes you feel better. Sometimes making you feel better. Sometimes people come on here talking about mushrooms, making you feel better.
All right, thank you very much, sir.
Weed.
Sir,
hold on, I'm not done.
Hey,
talking about weed, making you feel better.
Thank you, sir.
This makes your inner self feel better.
I appreciate it. That's John Lopez.
It's delicious. I got to go to
John Lopez, author of Kerry Strug and Pastorini.
I got to go to the New York station where they actually listen. So I'll see you guys later.
Who you on with? Michael K?
Yeah.
You on with Michael K?
What's that, Pat? Oh, okay. I got to go to McAfee. I know his name. Jim, what's up, Jim? I have a take. Oh, hey, sorry, Florio. I got to be somewhere else. Gonna have to bump the Florio hit.
He's gonna write a mean article about you.
Yes, he is.
He's gonna write a real mean, strongly worded article. Do you think Florio is a what do you think he's like at a restaurant?
Oh, I was gonna say he would be brutal, like always asking questions and maybe complaining a little bit. I bet you he's not, though. I bet you he's pretty laid back. I'll bet you he just is appreciating the working man.
So he's like tipping and all, like he's good with that.
Yeah, I could see that.
Okay,
I could absolutely see that.
What do you think Weeks tips?
Oh, Weeks is a good tipper.
I bet you Weeks.
He's a generous guy,
and I bet you Weeks.
Oh yeah.
And don't tell him I said this.
Does he go 30?
No, I bet you Weeks hands it to the wife and she signs all the receipts. Hands it to Amanda.
I don't think so. No, I don't think so. He's a generous guy. The Walter Payton nominee and all that stuff. Yeah, I bet you he's pretty generous. Yeah.
30%?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm thinking 30.
Okay. There you go. Get down with that. Mm-hmm. We're live at Radio Row. No Brian Baldinger, so we're not going to sign a running back. Austin Eckler walking around right now.
That's that.
Yeah, well.
Yeah.
Thanks, Baldy.
So much for a running back.
Yeah, well, it's all good. It's all good.
So we got stiffed?
I think so. I mean, there's a lot of stuff going on. A lot of
we got stiffed by Brian Baldinger.
Yeah, that's kind of an ego blow, isn't it?
Yeah.
I kind of feel.
I've been stiffed by better people than him.
I'm sure you have, John. I'm sure you have.
Yeah.
Figgy, what'd you think of that OG sauce plug?
I think it could have been a little better. I think he could have put a little more oomph into it.
Just stick to the sauce.
I'm sorry, your name is Edward?
You got to make people want to buy it, man. I feel like
he's trying to act like it's going to change your life. Like like he's sitting there acting like barbecue sauce is going to change your life.
It's a vibe. It's a feeling.
Like I should be on the website right now, ogsauce.com on there.
I'm boycotting
I feel like I had to go to the website at that point.
You should be on the website. We got gear now. We got swag. We got these hats. Well, not this one. This is a Sports Radio 610 hat. We got hats. We got shirts. Yeah, and it's a vibe. It makes you feel good. I'm sorry, what's that? WFAN? Okay.
Yeah, you probably give a little more oomph to them instead of us.
Yeah. Man, that barbecue sauce changed your life, huh?
I'm going to go visit with the Godfather.
Let's go around the NFL coming up. J.J. Watt says he was thinking about coming back. And a guy who is perhaps one of the top 5 prospects in the draft. He wants to play for a team in the AFC South, but it ain't the Texans. Round the league next.
Area 45 with Bajani and content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, C.J. Stroud is in the building. We may or may not talk to C.J. Stroud. Who knows? John Weeks is here too, though. So we will talk to John Weeks in 10 minutes.
We might.
I just told Weeks, hey, come through.
No, he's coming through.
Yeah. What are you doing?
No, I think he's coming through.
Yeah,
it's John Weeks.
Yeah.
We know we'll get him.
Yeah. J.J. Watt. He was teammates with John Weeks, not teammates with C.J. Stroud, although it was on his mind. This was J.J. on the Pat McAfee show on ESPN yesterday.
So we have put that to bed. You are retired.
Yeah, no, I absolutely am. I mean, halfway through this last season would have been, I definitely was monitoring the Steelers and Texans situations, but it never escalated to any sort of actual potential.
All right, there you go. So he was monitoring it. Good for JJ. Just don't know if that really works very well. By the way, did they have ever since you said something, I kind of just shrugged it off because you're kind of mean sometimes.
I'm not mean.
But did they have 95% off spray tan sales or something like that? I have seen more. Honestly, some of these. I thought the Cheetos mascot was walking with C.J. Stroud a couple of times.
I asked for my bacon crispy, and it's lighter than what those legs were. Spray. There's just press stop.
There's Ricky.
Just press stop when you. That's Ricky, man.
That is Ricky.
There are some bad spray tans.
Yeah.
Bad spray tans.
It's going bad.
Yeah.
Brock Bowers. We've talked about Brock Bowers and some dream that he falls in the draft, the Georgia tight end. He was asked yesterday what team he would like to play for. He would like to play in the AFC South, but it ain't for the Texans.
Well, I know you can't control it, but if you could, where would you want to go?
Whoever wants to take me. It's hard to say. I'd love to go to. He wants the Niners to get rid of Kittle, and then he wants to go to the 49ers. I'd be all right.
Let him say it.
I'd be all right with going to the Tennessee Titans. I liked it down in the Georgia, Tennessee area. I thought it was cool, but that'd be a cool spot to be.
You hear that, Titans?
What the hell is that?
Well, he's got fans down there.
I mean, come on, dude. The Titans?
That's his stomping ground.
I mean, give me a dang break, man.
No, I don't disagree with your larger point here, but it's understandable. He's got fans down there.
All right.
I mean, Tank Dell said he wanted to go to play for Houston.
All right.
He's not from Houston, but he's got fans down here.
All right.
Yeah. What's your problem?
Whatever, Brock Bowers.
Yeah.
Weasel.
Yeah.
Cameron, the It Is What It Is podcast. He was talking about Travis Kelce. Man, I never know which direction it's going to go when they start breaking stuff like this down, but let's find out.
Shit done got out of hand. They're talking about is coming in the barbershop asking for the Travis Kelce haircut. It's a fade, bro. And it's a white with a fade. Steal everything from us, bro. Can we have anything, B? The New York Times did an article. I'm going to send it to you. An article that has been coming. Look at
it's
with
a blurry fade.
The
blurry fade.
My Nick in them
Nick running with your look, Nick.
Running with Nick look now. It's a whole.
It's on the New York Times.
It's in the New York. I see.
Kelce fade.
Yeah.
But the whole thing is, it's a regular. We got
it's a Puerto Rican fade,
bro.
All right, so
look,
Travis
as
Kelce.
black people and Spanish people and brown people, can we have anything? Now y'all trying to take the fade from us and call it the Travis Kelce? That's wild.
Yeah.
That's wild, B. That's wild.
Everybody in Terror Squad had that fade, man.
Yeah, B. No, that's wild, bro. That's wild. Big Daddy Kane pulls out that fade. Come on, man. Eric Sherman had the fade. Yo, this is not nothing new.
PMD had that
That's
fade.
what I'm trying to tell you. So,
All right. It is just a fade.
But
the Travis Kelce fade?
I've never had that type of haircut. Maybe when I was a kid. So correct me if I'm wrong. it's been like, how do I put this? White people have been getting that haircut a long time, right?
Yeah, it's a Kelsey fade now.
But it's not.
It's a fade. It's a fade.
But it's not like he's all of a sudden the first white dude getting
Travis Kelce fade.
Exactly.
Bro.
So how is it the Kelce fade?
So why is it the Kelce fade?
I've had a fade.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Travis Kelce fade. Okay. Tony Pollard. He was on the McAfee show yesterday. Is he being serious? Because if so, props to him. Apparently, he had no idea that Cowboys defensive coordinator Dan Quinn was the coach of the Washington Commanders.
I know your guys' defensive coordinator obviously got the head coaching gig in Washington. I think you guys are still going through the process, right, of figuring out who that DC might be. When you face that defense, you guys have stars everywhere you look. What do you think? What do you look for them for next year, and who do you think they might bring in?
It's crazy. See, I hadn't been on social media. Like, I got rid of Instagram like midway through the season.
How come? Too much people being negative?
I mean, being a Cowboy, you just have to find ways to keep your mental on point,
Yeah, keep the noise out.
Yeah.
Did you just find out you lost your defensive coordinator?
I just found out right now.
Oh,
hey, he's the head coach of Washington.
Newsbreaker.
Yeah,
he's the newsbreaker.
Dan Quinn's the head coach of Washington.
Head coach.
Yeah, do you believe him?
That he just found out? Yes. Yeah. Happens all the time.
That's impressive, though, avoiding social media like that.
No, it happens all the time.
It's very impressive.
Yeah. No, I do believe him.
Joining us now, longest tenured Houston Texan of all time, a man of the people, John Weeks in the building. John, you see CJ's crowd around him?
Hold on. Here, try that one. There we go.
Hello.
There
we are. Hey, guys. No, how can you miss it? I mean, the man of the hour, right?
He's the man of the hour. So another year of John Weeks. How about that?
You guys got stuck with me for, you guys got me through training camp.
No,
and then let's see what the guys want to do after that, right?
Are they going to try to bring some meathead? Are they going to try to bring some meathead weasel
Landry,
Instagram model?
I'll always love Landry. He defends me till the day he dies.
No, because they brought
super mad about it.
No, this was 3 years ago. It ticked me off because they brought some deep snapper who was like a meathead shirtless guy. I forgot his name. You don't have to say his name. But and I was like, what are we doing? A 40-yard dash?
John, now I'm self-conscious, right? Like, what are you saying about me, Landry? Hold on, man.
Yeah.
What's going on?
Yeah. I was very protective. So how did it go down? Did they just call you and say, hey, we want to run it back? What was the process?
Those conversations are private, Landry, and you don't know better than to ask me on radio how those conversations go down. You know that.
But you probably after the season, was there at least a wonder, is this it with you?
I think once you get to a certain point, I think there's always that question, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I can tell you adamantly that question has never popped into my head. I love what I do. I love playing in Houston, and I love playing for D'Amico, and I love what D'Amico and Nick are doing, and the energy that the young guys brought in. And watching those young guys work, I want to win a Super Bowl, and I think being in Houston is the place to try it.
But isn't like the transition I'm not doubting what you said, like makes it even more adamant. I got to stay around a little longer because of D'Amico and CJ and turning the team around and all that stuff, right?
Right. Well, how could you not want to stay around?
Right. You're just like, okay, now I got to.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now I got to.
And if there ever was a split second where retirement creeped in, as soon as they made that D'Amico hire, that went away.
Yeah.
And I'll play for that man as long as he's going to keep me around. So I'm thrilled and excited to be back. I can't wait to see what Nick and D'Amico are up to free agency and during the draft and that kind of stuff. But I'm happy to be back in Houston.
How hard was it for you the 3 years? We're talking to John Weeks live at Radio Row, one of our goats. How hard was those 3 years for you? Because it sucked for us.
Yeah,
I don't know how you listen to a David Culley locker room speech and keep a straight face.
Come on, man.
I'm just saying.
That's him saying that.
Come on.
All right, come on. No, listen, this business, the NFL, when you're not winning, it's hard.
Yeah.
And that's really you put so much into it. You put your body through so much. You do whatever you can to get physically and mentally ready for a Sunday, and you want to go out and compete, and you want to go out there and you want to make your city and your fans proud. And those 3 years were hard. They were hard because you weren't winning, and you felt bad for the city. You felt bad for the guys in the locker room because you knew the guys were working their tails off to try to get out there and get the win, and it was tough. It was definitely tough.
I was doing it, and I don't think you'll complain about this or say or argue. I was doing a tongue-in-cheek John Weeks needs to be in the Ring of Honor segment. And I talked about Pro Bowl.
I'll be honest. I said no. I said
yeah,
no.
you okay.
No, he destroyed me.
No.
But I said, and look,
I said
we all know,
I said
right?
you need a statue. I said you need
Well,
like a statue.
I'm getting to that.
I said in the Diamond Club statue with
I
you
said
bent over.
Pro Bowl,
snapping.
longest ever, played in every playoff game the Texans have ever had.
That was my last selling point to Nick, by the way. I was like, you guys have never been to the playoffs without me.
Yes.
So.
Okay. Exactly.
So you were talking to Nick. Okay.
So like if he wasn't a deep snapper, 15 years, he would be in the Ring of Honor. Now I think realistically we can agree you probably won't be. You never know.
Oh wow!
You never know.
Look at this guy.
He switched on it.
You never
I thought
know.
this was pro.
You never know. I'm a big John Weeks fan. If we're being objective, I would be bucking for you. But they got to do something. 15 years.
They got to name something after you. Or something.
They've done. They've done enough by bringing me back every year.
Dude, Cal and Hannah wore your jersey, bro. And
they
Andre.
did. That was a special.
And
that was a special moment. Seeing the goat. Seeing the GOAT in the 46 on that day.
Oh,
was
shots
a
fired at J.J. Watt. Oh, my gosh.
J.J. knows how I feel about him.
Breaking news. John Weeks says Andre, not J.J.'s the GOAT.
J.J. knows how I feel about him, but Dre will always be the GOAT. So
today's a big day for him.
Today is a big day for him. And fingers crossed, it's got to happen. It's got to happen.
He deserves it.
No one deserves it more than Mr. Johnson.
It's good seeing him around too, right?
Having him back. First of all, let's just be honest. The man could, if he wanted to, could suit up on Sunday and just go play for us. I don't think I haven't asked him to do it.
Yeah. We were struggling at receiver at the end of the year.
That's right.
But what a big day. I'm excited for him. He's got to get in. Got to.
Eventually he will. We just don't know when. This whole Hall of Fame thing is pretty stressful. So what does John Weeks do in Vegas? What are you doing?
Oh man, my Vegas guys, that's for another time, and we'll talk about it. Vegas trip so far has been a little stressful.
Okay,
really? A little stressful. I have been to Vegas a few times. I've never stayed at Caesars. I'm lucky enough to be put up at Caesars right now, and I did not realize how big Caesars was.
It's pretty much. See, I don't like Caesars because it's so far out of the mix. That's our corner right there.
I got lost pulling luggage around
going to
for
the
about
room,
an hour
all the way back left.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah.
It was bad. So last night was pretty rough. Unfortunately,
did you hit Hell's Kitchen up?
No, the wife had. Am I saying this right? Carbone.
Okay.
Some Carbone reservations that we unfortunately had to miss because we didn't get to the room.
Yeah,
we didn't get check-in on time.
That was that bad.
Yeah, it was
huge,
bad,
man.
Yeah.
It's huge.
It was bad.
It's kind of back there too. That northeast.
Oh, it's a
corner.
city, man. We're across the street. We're over at the Link.
And then I felt bad because the Uber guy today to get me up here, I guess they can't go to the front, and there's different stations around. That
get dropped off at the Four Seasons.
Yeah, it was like, holy cow, man!
If you're coming back tomorrow at Four Seasons and then just walk through.
You're not getting me back tomorrow.
Walk through. Okay.
It's not after. Not after what happened there.
You already Vegased out, huh?
Yeah.
So I get to be here for the festivities. I'm excited.
CJ's creating quite the buzz, as we talked about.
As he should.
And everybody you said it, about how you'd follow him. But how? How did it happen so quickly that he just immediately – I get he's a leader. He's he knows all that. But, this is the NFL, and it still takes time for a lot of people.
Yeah, 100%. No, but I think the special thing about CJ, and I think what everybody realized if you're in the building with him all the time – is that, and I think I heard him say it on an interview the other day, that where he is a very vocal leader, he's also not opposed to what other guys have to say. He also understands that if he needs to step back, let someone speak, they do that. He understood this year what you heard him say was that it's his first year. He doesn't know everything.
Yeah.
So you would see him gravitate toward the vets and ask them specific things on how to handle specific situations. And just, you watch the maturity of the guy, and you just what? My guy's working his tail off. He's doing everything the right way. That's somebody that you want to follow into battle every day. And when you have that, when you go into a locker room, especially as a rookie, and you can show the veteran players that, veteran players, they want to follow. His talent alone is – you don't need to speak about talent, but all the characteristics he has as a young man and as an individual is what makes him such a great person.
Are we going to keep the kicker and punter on special teams? We'll go in the sticks. We have no problem.
What are we doing?
No, I'm asking. I know you and Kaimi. Kaimi said he wants back. Cam Johnson wants back.
Okay, are you putting the GM hat on Mr. Weeks?
Yeah. All I know is y'all had the top-rated special teams.
Of course, my guys
the last
are back.
2 years. Yeah, we got to get Fairbairn and Johnston back.
Yeah, that's 100%. That's on my wish list.
Going those 4 weeks without Johnston, man, that was hard.
He's a special cat, man.
Yeah.
Cam can do it. Yeah, Cam can boot it.
Hold on. Let's be honest here. He was in love with the punter from Iowa.
No.
You said.
Oh, no, I saw it. Don't worry. Amanda already showed. My wife already showed me your little tweet, you little buddy. I saw that.
Which one?
one.
that.
I'm sitting here going,
Secret
wait a
weapon or
minute. That's
something
not
like
what he
that,
said
right?
last week. That's not what he said last week.
Something about
I
a
love
secret,
Cam
like
Johnson.
a secret weapon.
Oh, I
I
love Cam Johnson. Last week he was like, I got to draft that guy. I drafted him in the 4th round.
No, I said Cam Johnson is on my top 5 free agents, but that Iowa punter was putting on a show. The Iowa punter was putting on a show.
I drafted him in the 4th round.
We don't
literally
need to touch the special teams. Let's be honest. Special teams, we got to bring back the special teams. But hey, if that Iowa punter, hey, he's sitting there.
Unbelievable.
They played 3-0 games, man.
I mean, the man was used a lot, wasn't he? I actually, you know,
he might be worn down.
He's a great young man. I had the chance to meet him last summer. He came out. He came out to where I trained.
Yeah.
No, don't do camps.
I thought you did.
No camps for me just yet. But I trained in San Diego in the offseason. He made a trip out there to work with former Texans kicker Nick Novak, and Nick's got a little kind of thing going where he does some great stuff for specialist free agents, putting out tape, getting them to teams and all that kind of stuff. And he likes to work with a lot of the upcoming young kids too. And he made a trip out there, so I got to meet him.
How'd he look?
Very nice young kid.
Okay.
He's no Cam Johnson, though.
There you go. That's all I needed to hear.
I
respect your opinion.
You're changing your opinion now? Yeah, we're good. Just changed it 5 minutes ago.
He's a great kid, and he's going to have a fantastic NFL future, but he's no Cam Johnson.
Weeks, I got to put you on the spot here, man.
Do it.
I want to put
we
you on
talking
the spot.
apples? I'll talk apples.
No. So you still haven't made a bad snap in an NFL game.
Dude.
But
So
we witnessed you. It might have been a bad snap in training camp last year. You were very upset.
I get upset a lot.
That was the first
one. I got to work on my snapping temper all the time.
I think Cam said hold on or something like that, and then it was like what?
Oh, in the end zone.
Yeah, we were like that was like our big controversy. Did we just have a bad snap?
I think you just snapped it before he was expecting.
Oh,
it.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
the broadcaster tried to say one time it was a bad snap this year. Did you hear it?
Well, I didn't hear it, but I didn't hear it. But when I got to my phone and I had 20 text messages saying "Don't freak out, it wasn't a bad snap."
Yeah,
I was like, "What just happened?" I was like, "Oh no, what happened?"
Troy and Joe Buck were trying to explain the Fairbairn missed extra point, and it was like, dude, there was no bad snap.
No, there was no.
I'll tell you one, and I'm gonna feel terrible about telling this story because I like him, but if we can remember the unfortunate moment where we were playing, this was a few years back, we were playing the Colts, and Nick had the bad snap to Deshaun at the goal line.
Mm-hmm.
I have never been destroyed more in my social media in my entire life.
They thought it was you.
They thought it was me.
Yeah.
And I remember going to my wife and just asking her, I was like, what happened? What did I do? And then she's like, John, I think they were talking about the other. And I was like, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But the amount of attacking I got for that one snap was.
So the Sugar Bee story.
Sugar Bee story. Let's talk apples.
Let's talk it.
Because my daughter loves apples.
Green
and
or
Sugar
red?
Bee is a fantastic apple. And the great thing about Sugar Bee is it's red and yellow.
Okay.
I bet you didn't know that.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah.
So the Sugar Bee.
Little honey, right? Beautiful honey, beautiful crisp. Charcuterie boards, lunchtime
be beautiful.
snacks.
Beautiful.
Oh,
right? I bet you he would have caught a fish this weekend instead of using that bad bait.
Did you call it a charcuterie?
Charcuterie? I don't know how to say that.
See, I didn't know. I don't know how to say it. My wife always makes fun of me. I call it
It's charcuterie.
Charcuterie.
Oh, boy.
See, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, so in the Weeks family, for some reason, we call it latte boards.
Okay.
My 6-year-old
That's easier.
started calling it a latte board, so that's what
Good
we go
enough
with.
for me.
But, I mean, he would have caught a fish, right?
Yeah, I would have caught a
He
fish.
can't catch fish, dude.
He can't catch fish.
He can't catch
He
fish.
can make. He makes a heck of a barbecue sauce.
He makes
though.
barbecue sauce, but
Oh,
he
you
can't
got
catch
some.
fish.
That's
Oh
right.
yeah, you were kind enough to throw the barbecue sauce at me. So
So the honey, the Sugar Bee. Where
so the
can
Sugar
we get
Bee,
it?
fantastic. So that's the great thing is right now, from what I understand, our friends at Sugar Bee are working their way into Houston.
Okay.
Okay, so we gotta help them out.
Okay.
I'm thinking a little
Let's help 'em out.
little HEB action.
Yeah.
But so where's OG? Where's OG?
Let's
do the sauce?
Let's do a twofer.
Where's OG? A little OG sauce with a honeybee apple.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay.
Let's go.
You down with that?
Yeah, I'm down with that.
Love me some apples, man.
That's right.
Weeks, we appreciate you, man. It really is good. It really is good seeing you.
Hey man,
continue
I'm happy
another
to be
year.
back. I'm
And
happy
you know,
I can jump on here and goof around.
And
with
you
you
know,
guys,
if
man.
they
It's
bring in
awesome.
another deep snapper, I'll go Tanya Harding if you need me to. That's how much I'm riding with you. That's how much I'm riding with you.
I'm confident in myself to please don't hurt the young man. Okay,
Yeah.
let's leave him alone.
They know what they got.
Unless they draft the Iowa punter.
If they draft the Iowa punter, then we're in trouble.
I'm never going to hear the end of that, man.
I mean, don't think I have that. My wife sent me that text. She's like, "What is Landry talking about?" And I was like, "Oh, don't worry."
He was putting on a show.
I was like, "Don't worry. At some point, I get to talk to him, and I'm going to ask him about it too." And I'm glad John brought it up because I'll tell you what, there's no Yeah, he's a good kid, but there's no one else other than Cam Johnston.
All right, John, we appreciate you, my friend.
Guys, thanks for having me.
All right, coming up, I think we're going to talk to Ricky Williams and Kyle Turley. I think we
way
are
better guest than me.
I think we know what they're pushing to next.
Yeah, think.
First, I want to talk about Orchard's win-win program. It makes home selling easy.
Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
I got the internet going nuts.
Internet going nuts, Radio Row going nuts here on Sports Radio 610. Ricky Williams, Kyle Turley, supposed to come through?
Yeah.
Don't know what happened.
Oh, I do.
Okay.
They were just here.
I was supposed to talk to you,
Maybe they
but
got
then
hungry.
I got high.
The weed. Maybe they got hungry.
It's possible.
Yeah.
I think Dalton Schultz walking by right there.
Who?
Dalton Schultz.
Oh, that's our guy.
Yeah, there he is.
Yeah.
Dalton Schultz in the mix right here. Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Sports Radio 610. We don't know if Dalton's going to be here or not. Texans.
Yeah.
What's he pushing? Video games?
know.
Got to be video games.
Got to be. Yeah, you're right.
Got to be video games.
You're right.
For sure, no doubt. Video games.
Dude, John Weeks knows everything on Twitter.
Dude, he was talking to me after.
He knows everything.
Bro, he just sits there and he pulls me to the side. He goes, "Yeah, my wife saw your tweet and she said,
yeah,
why is Caserio watching this Iowa punter? What is Landry doing?" I was like, "Well, he's at the Senior Bowl and the punter's going on."
It was pretty funny though. Because you were like, oh, yeah, Cameron Johnson. I'm like, hold on.
Hey, I said he was a top 5 keep. I just said if the Iowa punter, if the price is right for the Iowa punter.
See you, Cam.
I'll take me an Iowa punter.
Yeah.
Why the hell not? There's Dalton Schultz over there getting in the mix, trying to do his thing. Yeah, it's got to be a weird offseason for old Dalton.
I think he's fine. No, he made his $11 million, wasn't it? 10 and a half, something like that. And he had a good enough season that he's not gonna take a pay cut. No, I think what he's looking for is that extra year or two.
Or 3, probably 3 years maybe.
Yeah, something like that.
Something like that.
No, I think he's in a good spot. And I think they want him. I just don't think they should want him as the number one guy.
Yeah, well.
Yeah. We'll see.
It's got to be weird, man. Walking around. I know that there's been kind of a push for other squads because it's a thin tight end market. It's actually pretty favorable for him because it's a very, very thin tight end market right now when it comes to Dalton Schultz and all that. So it'll be interesting. I think the churning of the roster is such to where I don't. What's going on right now?
I have no idea. I think we're having a guest that to be determined.
I've never heard of it. I don't know. I don't even know who that is.
Who's that dude in the green?
Yeah,
some dude looked like he stopped right behind Lopez, like he's about to take something.
I don't know what's going on.
They got the headset ready.
Yeah,
I don't know who we're talking with.
Going on. Let's just do some behind the air stuff. I don't know what this is.
Who exactly are we going to? Jamal Lewis.
I didn't even know that Jamal Lewis was coming on.
Yeah,
did you?
I did not.
Okay, well,
yeah.
Here you go.
What's up, Jamal?
Jamal Lewis. Here we go.
He is a running back.
He's coming through.
Yeah. There we go.
So.
Yeah.
Former Baltimore Raven. Tennessee.
Browns legend.
He's coming through. Yeah, here we go. Off the dome. All freestyles, no freestyles. Here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We got Jamal Lewis with us right now joining the show. Landry Locker, John Lopez, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm good. How about yourself?
We're doing good, man.
Terrific.
So what's it like watching the current state of the running back position with – I think it's undervalued. I'm sure you probably think the same thing. What's it like watching that for you?
It is a little – it's not disturbing, but it's just one of them things, man, where it's just how things change, and how this game evolves. I remember a time when – a guy my size, you had to play fullback. And all the teams, especially in the college, game, it wanted a smaller guy, shifty, that can make moves and this, that, and the other. But then it went to the bigger back, But now, it's the running back by committee. That kind of started happening at the end of my career, and I just couldn't do it. But I think, on our side as the running back, everybody's the same now. You don't have a guy that stands out like a Jamal Lewis or Adrian Peterson or a Jerome Bettis, Eddie George. There's not a guy in the league right now that you can compare to one of those guys as a workhorse, as a featured back that can go and take the ball 25, 30 times a game and do that consistently over a 16, 17-week season.
You know what I wanted to ask you about? We're from Houston, obviously, John and Landry. We talked about the running backs with the Texans all year long. Now, I don't know how much you watched the Texans, but it started out Dameon Pierce, and then it was Devin Singletary, and it just wasn't a fit for that Shanahan-type offense, the Bobby Slowick offense, the blocking scheme, zone blocking scheme. That fit is a real thing because Dameon Pierce did not have the year he had as a rookie. So how important is that, like, from your perspective? You would think running back, let me find the hole, let me cut and go, as they say, but it's real, man.
It's real, and it depends on what you're running. Some teams are outside zone, some teams are inside zone, and they just have different running schemes and blocking schemes too. Mm-hmm. And as a running back, what I had to learn, because I wasn't a student, like a board guy, whatever. But, going into the Ravens and having a Priest Holmes who was a real student, and he helped me understand where your blocking is going to be, where this is really going to hit, versus just finding the hole and just hitting it, you know? But, that running back, man, you have to know it. You have to know that system. You have to know how to be patient. You have to know you don't have to have all your speed when you're trying to run a track, or whatever. So it's understanding the whole approach as a running back, and that's understanding your offensive line, that's understanding the defense that you got to go up against and how that's going to fit or whatever. And it's just a lot of these guys, they're not trained like that. They just, it's just like running the ball, just go.
We got Jamal Lewis with us here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We'll get into what you got going on with MBO, which could be a good resource for many people in many fields. But you played at Tennessee. The guy on our afternoon show, Clint Stoerner, he played at Arkansas. What was it like being on the other sidelines? We've heard Clint talk about what it was like, the fumble. What was it like on the other sidelines?
You remember.
Did you think y'all were done?
Man, I thought we were done. I was standing on because that year I was injured, so I was on the sideline just standing on the end and like watching our defense, play ball.
Henry was running the rock, right?
Henry was running the rock, and man, I'm just watching this play and thinking like we're done, and next thing you know, we're coming up with the ball, and I'm like, wow.
Clint will be here in like 5 minutes.
This is awesome. Like, we really appreciate that.
Lord.
That was big for us, man.
Who did you hate back then the most, like football hate, healthy hate in the SEC? Was it Florida?
Florida was that was our nemesis. That was the team that we just had to beat. Spurrier, he would talk about us. He didn't like Coach Fulmer at all. So Florida would be probably top of that list.
Okay. Tell the people about MBO, mind body optimization, and everything you got going on there. I know it's a good product. I know it's in many professions it can pay off.
Yeah, well, Mind Body O is basically just kind of like bringing mental health to the masses, so that I don't know if you guys have been through any of this, but, I've went to see therapists. I've been to see psychiatrists, stuff like that, just dealing with mental health issues after playing, while playing or whatever. But you got to go all over the place to find us. So it's like you got to go here, and then you got to wait, and you got to go over here to kind of bring it all together. But what they've done at mindbodyo.com is basically put that all under one roof. So now you have that under one roof, and when you do as a player, what I like, I wish I had this like a year ago. But at the same time, you can go into one place and you can see your therapist. You can get diagnosed from your psychiatrist. They can pull everything together just so you know where you're at, from a standpoint of your protocol and what you need to be doing. But men are 4 times more likely to commit suicide than women. And that is a big thing and a big number. And, it's okay not to be okay, and men need to understand that and be able to go and talk to and let it off and let out whatever you got going on, and you don't have to be a hero. And after retiring, that's something that you got to learn.
Yeah.
Because you're everything to everybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're everything to the fans of the city you played. You're everything to the team. You're everything to your family. You're everything to your friends, and So it's kind of like you kind of build that. That facade, but at the same time, inside, nobody knows what you have going on. So being able to let that out and get that out, that's what you're trying to push. And I think with mindbodyo.com, it's a great area so guys can go in and you get diagnosed, you can talk to somebody and get it out. So
I appreciate that. That's a good message.
Cool. And you can go to mindbodyo.com or call 682-837 Talk. That's 682-837-8255. Jamal, we appreciate you, man. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Thanks for having me, and you guys have a good time at the Super Bowl.
Try,
you too.
Man. Try. Some
Appreciate
say
it.
5 days is too much in Vegas. Some people say. I might be one of those people. Coming up, we'll put the bow on the show. Might have some surprise guests as well. In the Loop continues next.
Ability Trees, abilitytrees.com. This is where you're going to go to take care of those trees, make them beautiful.
Coming to you live from Las Vegas, here's In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, it's picking up around here, live from Radio Row. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. I'm liking the energy today, man.
Great energy.
I'm liking the energy today. A lot of energy around C.J. Stroud. He's doing his thing. Dalton Schultz walking up and down. I think it'd be a good opportunity. Honestly, didn't the afternoon guys get rid of him last week?
Did they?
I think they did. Yeah, they got rid of him.
Yeah.
I think it'd be perfect to have old Dalton on here.
Well, we'll see about that. We got the biggest names, the biggest name, too, of the Texans is roaming around. So I would stay tuned. I'm not going to say, I'm just going to say, stay tuned.
Yeah, he's rolling around.
Yeah, just stay tuned.
He might come after us, but,
Yeah.
Can't have them all.
No, well, it's all right. We got Brian Baldinger.
Figgy, what was your favorite moment from today's show? Let's just be honest.
Honestly, the last segment when I ain't know what the hell was going on with y'all.
We didn't either.
Y'all sounded weird. I'm like, what is going on? I seen some dude in a green shirt.
Well, I'm very good
hanging around.
Full disclosure, and I won't give too many details. Me and Lopez are the faces of intense stuff going on in your life, and listeners never knowing it. But there was it
was bedlam.
50 people. They were grabbing sheets. They were grabbing people. All that. So I was just like, okay, let's.
Yeah,
just,
when you start getting a little choked up a little bit, I'm like, something's going on because y'all usually stay calm.
No, we've had family emergencies where we're handling it during the commercial break, and we're going on and breaking down the 2 deep. But I was just wondering what the hell was going on there.
My daughter yesterday had a woman's bloody body in her arms, and I'm doing the first segment of the show.
Yeah. By the way, I think the silver marker might have been a bad idea on that.
It might have been. By the way, updates. It appears that woman is going to survive.
Which woman?
That my daughter saved her life yesterday.
Yeah, I was hoping so for the sake of the story yesterday. I didn't want to have to revisit that.
Yeah, the dog unfortunately did not make it. Moose did not make it.
Oh, darn.
But yeah. But
Brian Baldinger did make it. He is right here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610.
Right here, right now.
With
How are you, Brian?
Brian Baldinger join us right now. One of the best film crunchers, I would say, for my money. Brian Baldinger. On the air here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Speaking of which.
Yeah.
All right.
Mr. Baldinger, how you doing, sir?
I'm doing fantastic. You just call me Baldy, man.
Oh, Baldy.
Baldy.
There you go.
The formality here, man.
Hey, all good. So we always enjoy your film breakdowns. How much more enjoyable has the Texans film breakdown process become now compared to the last few years?
I mean, it became a priority breakdown.
Yeah.
To be honest with you.
Yeah.
I mean, I fell in love with Tank Dell and Nico and the whole group. I'm good friends with Laramie Tunsil. But, I mean, to watch this quarterback execute and literally never really struggle.
Yeah.
Like, you just don't see that. Yeah. And to see the command that he had all season long and one big throw after another. I mean, listen, we all love the NFL, but the NFL is only as good as the quarterbacks. And we get a young quarterback like CJ come in and play at that level, get his team to the playoffs and all that. I mean, we can't be thrilled enough because when you get bad quarterback play, you just get bad football.
Yeah.
And we saw that before, for a while in Houston. So this was a great coming out.
Let me ask you about the offensive line development because as much as he got a lot out of the line. The line had spurts of really good play. Kenyon Green is still a big-time question mark and has been injured and didn't play well when he was on there. Titus Howard got a big-time contract.
Got hurt.
And moved to guard, and he got a contract as a right tackle. So my question is not necessarily specifically about those guys. I mean, if you want to talk about them, fine. But, how long until you can't develop into a high-quality offensive line? Because we're going into year 3 now with Kenyon Green. Titus has been around 4.
This is 5th, yeah.
This is his 5th,
yeah.
So at what point does it kind of go, okay, it's not going to happen?
You have to keep drafting. You have to keep developing. Scruggs came in, played center, played guard. I mean, stepped up. You have to continually fortify the ranks. And some guys don't work out. They just don't. And sometimes they find a new position and it works out for them. But you have to have depth at that position, and you have to continue to develop and draft. And you can go out in free agency and overpay for guys. That happens. But ideally, I mean, you got this quarterback right now. You should never stop building around him. And I would expect this is a deep, deep draft in tackles. It's a good draft for offensive line. It's a good draft for centers. You have to continue to develop.
Mm-hmm. What would you do if you were us at the running back position? Because we've been looking kind of at the
just feed motor.
Yeah,
feed the motor.
Do you think you need to bring in other backs too? Because they brought him in originally to be kind of a complement to Pierce, and Pierce kind of fell off. Do you think they need to be shopping at the top of the
not at the
free
top
agent running backs?
No, I mean, look, Dameon Pierce was a third-round pick.
Yes,
Motor was a third or fourth-round pick. I mean, you can find running backs in every level. I don't think it has to be a priority position, but I think the way that Dameon went backwards this year, and Motor stepped up and played really well. I mean, I think that you probably say, you know what, sometimes the shelf life for these backs, just isn't real long. I mean, you can't go wrong with bringing another guy in.
The combination of D'Amico and CJ. I mean, that's the next level. We've been talking about that a lot. A lot of people have. It's awesome to have a great quarterback. But when you have that guy that everybody is kind of lining up, I mean, that's extremely rare. There's not a lot of them right now.
No, there isn't. And what I loved about D'Amico was just his sideline demeanor. No, he's not a guy that's in a chart, reading plays. He's not doing any of that. No, he's not doing that. He's got other people that do that. He's reading the game. And what I like coaches that have a demeanor on the sideline where they are fixing things in real time. It could be a bad play, it could be a bad read, it could be a missed tackle, whatever it is. It could be a good thing. I mean, he's there reading the game, challenges, decisions. I feel like he's got the pulse of each game.
Mm-hmm. Brian Baldinger with us. Tell us what you got going on with Synergenics.
Well, Synergenics is a way that, I'm not the same man that I was.
10
years ago. Not many of us are. I mean, it's very deceptive here. No, but I mean, look, your testosterone levels kind of dictate your energy, your mood, your vitality, and these things can be just one simple blood test. You could find out just where you are, and if you're low, there's ways to get that score back up so that you can retain that and regain that vitality that we all had.
Mm-hmm. There you go. Brian Baldinger with us here on Sports Radio 610. Baldy, we appreciate it. We love your film breakdowns.
Yeah,
I like your adventures, man. I like your online adventures.
Me too.
Yeah,
me too.
Seems like you stay in the sun, man.
I'm going to be I have a house in Fort Lauderdale. I'm in the water every day. I had a goal of diving 75 days this year.
And?
So I'm a free diver.
This coming year.
Throughout the course of the year.
Where are you at already?
Well, I'm at 6 right now.
Yeah, I feel like you're
it's football,
on a good pace right now.
But I'll be in Costa Rica and Belize, and I'll be in there every day. I'll catch up.
All right, man. Brian Baldy.
Thanks, guys.
For,
very much appreciate it.
One of the best at breaking down the Texans here on In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. We'll talk to the guys from the drive shortly, Clint Stoerner and Ron Hughley, live out here at Radio Row. CJ Stroud still making the rounds, going around a little bit. Clint Stoerner walking up to the table. Clint, how you doing, my friend? How you doing, my friend?
What up, fellas?
What up, dog?
I hit Greg Ellis. What's going on, baby?
There you go.
I'm good, man. Good to see you.
Yes,
sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm doing good. I hit the old straight flush last night in 3-card, boys.
Oh, wow. How about that?
Hit that old straight flush in 3-card last night. Still not out of the hole, but I put the shovel down.
Okay.
I put the shovel down, boys.
Okay.
I put the shovel down. So, hell yeah, I'm good, man. How y'all doing?
We're hanging, man.
We had a funny moment. Not funny for you, but we had a funny moment with Jamal Lewis a second ago.
Oh, God. I heard about it.
Dude, I didn't. What happened?
Dude. So
I got the audio.
So we're interviewing Jamal Lewis and Landry, and I figure you got it. Listen to this.
Oh, what was it like being on the other sidelines? We've heard Clint talk about what it was like, the fumble. What was it like on the other sidelines?
You remember.
Did you think y'all were done?
He was there. Man, I thought we were done. I was standing on because that year I was injured, so I was on the sideline just standing on the end and watching our defense play ball.
Henry was running the rock, right?
Henry was running the rock, and man, I'm just watching this play and thinking we're done. And next thing you know, we're coming up with the ball, and I'm like, wow.
Clint will be here in 5 minutes.
This is awesome. We really appreciate that.
Oh, Lord.
That was big for us, man.
Man.
You damn right it was. I mean, hey, look, here's the deal. If they really appreciate it, Fulmer hadn't given me one of them damn McDonald's bags that they used in recruiting to pass that money around.
Oh, hey now.
Jamal ain't never came through and said, "Hey man, let me buy you dinner." I mean, look here. T. Martin ain't ever said, "Hey man, let me send you a bottle of high end tequila or something." I mean, if y'all appreciate it so damn much, show your appreciation.
I wish I could have seen his eyes.
Oh, he went
like when it jumped to. At first, it got big
because I knew he was on the sidelines.
I remember.
He was on the sideline because the year before with Peyton, he was a freshman, so he had to be there. Yeah,
it was Henry running against y'all. Though. He was not bad himself.
Yeah, he had a good finish. That's for damn sure. But well, it'll never die, boy.
Oh, I know.
It'll never die.
I know.
Yeah. It's all right though. I love it, man. I'm entertained. I would much rather than say, "Yeah, man, hell, we appreciate that guy," than what? I don't know what the hell you're talking about.
Yeah, that's right.
So,
spell the name right, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'd rather them say, "Yeah, boy, they really knocked us out of the hunt there." That was a tough game, but it is what it is, boys.
How you feeling, Sho?
I'm good, man. I ain't gonna lie. Yesterday,
I saw you. I didn't want to. I wanted to let you be there. You were enjoying yourself a little bit.
Yeah, I was a little tingly.
Where'd you see him at?
I was walking to the elevator and Sho was right there, and
hey,
he was
I'm
there.
gonna tell you right now, I was in the line from the restaurant. I don't know what I ordered, but I was in the line from the restaurant, and I saw Landry and his wife walk past. And I said, "Yo." Something like that.
He said, "Man,"
and I remember a lot. I was a little tingly. I got another daiquiri on the way up.
Oh, of course you did. There's a daiquiri bar right there.
I'm telling you, it's right there.
There's a daiquiri bar right there.
I went with
you
the
could have
small.
gotten a tattoo.
I went with the small this time.
Okay.
You could have gotten a tattoo.
Did you get the extra big there or what?
Is your wife in town?
Yeah,
just got in.
My God, I thought Ron just slipped up, and I was like, "No, please tell me he did." He said, "I saw Landry and his wife," and I went, "Wait a minute."
Yeah, I talked to Holly.
Wait a minute.
Come on, man. You think I'm hiding the kitchen like that?
No, I immediately looked at Landry and was like, "Are you going to check that one up or no?" Okay, I got you.
Yeah. He ain't listening to any of the rest of the story.
I'm totally.
Hey, what are we doing?
No, I was lost from there when you said his wife. I'm thinking, damn, are they talking about something happening back in Houston? What's going on here? What am I missing?
He wasn't that high.
Ooh, my whole heart jumped for you, dog. Good guy.
He wasn't that gun. That wasn't me. That's for sure.
Oh, man.
I was feeling good though. Good night.
Yeah.
Got a good night's
Good
rest.
night. Yeah, man. Yeah. I did. I watched Clint clean it up, man. He made it up, man.
Good for you.
He was killing them when I was down there.
Boy, I sat down, Ron standing behind me watching, and I had a couple decent little hands, yada, 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 and all of a sudden, I looked, I said, whoa. I said, Ron, that's the big one.
That's the big one.
That's the big one. That's what you play for right there. And I put that thing back down, and she flipped it over and ran that. It was 10 Jack Queen of diamonds, and I immediately. So I knew I got
You're winning.
I knew I had 1,000 no matter what
winning,
happened, right?
Yeah.
And so then I'm sitting there and I'm like, I didn't play the progressive, and so I tell Ron, I said, Ron, I'm a king ace of diamonds being in that hole right there, away from being. Missing a chance of winning $400,000. And look, I never wanted those two cards to not be the king ace of diamonds.
Yeah.
I was like, please don't, please
That's
don't.
true.
Just let me get my little old money and move on, man.
Yeah, that's true.
So, but hey, we got one more night, boys. I can get out of this hole now.
Yeah.
Two, really. I mean, tomorrow you got
but as soon as our show's over, we got off there at 4 and our flight leaves at
7:30. You can go get you an hour.
Well, you got an hour in there.
An hour, out there. Hour and a half, maybe.
Look at you giving it.
I'm gonna get out. I'm gonna get out today.
I'm gonna get blitzed in that hour. I'm telling you.
Are you really? You gonna snore on a plane, huh?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Can you sleep on planes?
I can.
Okay. I wish.
B. Scott can too. I got a picture.
Oh yeah.
Oh man.
I cannot.
Hey, he said to me, boy, I was out, boy. It'd been funny if somebody got a picture. I said, oh.
Well,
I actually do, B. Scott. I got a picture of you sleeping on a plane.
Yeah, his mouth was wide.
And he didn't snore once. I
would snore.
I'm in a phase. I'm in a phase now to where the last about year I've been hammering the snore, and I've got to get that. I got to get that taken care of. But I could see me really pissing some folks off on a plane if I was good and tired
I'm
after a Vegas trip.
self-conscious of it because then you're the guy that's
Yes. Yes, and it's only happened to me a few times in terms of being on a plane where somebody in the row behind you is just absolutely bringing the house down.
Yeah.
And it's just like, come on, somebody wake that dude up, man.
I know, that's mean.
Somebody, I'm gonna tell you, if I can reach him, I'm gonna go ahead and wake
Tap
him up.
him. Yeah, hey,
I'm
you're
gonna go
snoring,
ahead and
man.
wake him up.
Not, it doesn't bother me, but
Miles Garrett, I probably let him sleep. But there's, I mean, a lot of them old boys.
You tap somebody?
Yeah. I would tap somebody. Yes.
It had to be real bad.
I would tap them just because I feel bad for them.
I think I'd just kind of touch them a little bit.
Yeah.
Just to kind of wake them up. Just to wake them up, but I feel like Clint would tap them with words.
I mean, it would just be the old two fingers.
Tap them like, hey man, you really calling these hogs, man.
Yeah, man. That's when you hope they go thank you. And not, man, shut the hell up. Not on a plane.
Somebody's throwing a football in here now. What the heck is going on?
There's a lot going on around here.
Golly.
My man Stephen A. and that's straight purple.
By the way, that purple? You're here's coming by with y'all.
Who's coming by with us?
Dalton Schultz. Didn't y'all cut him last week?
I would not resign. I would not.
I would not resign.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, ask him.
Yeah, let's talk about it. That's a tease.
I will
right
not
there.
tell him that I will not resign him, but I'll ask him what he thinks about it.
I'm glad to hear we're getting Dalton Schultz.
Yeah, Dalton's coming through.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear it. I just found that out.
Yeah. Well, it just happened. We didn't even really know he was going to be here, for being honest.
Yeah. Let's go get Dalton Schultz. All right, we got Blake Cashman on the show and Dalton Schultz.
There you go.
I'm talking
Where's
about.
Cash at?
Hey, we
you are
talked
stacked.
to him.
Yeah, you are stacked.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Talk to him.
I'm looking forward to it.
He has some clean J's on.
You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right. The Drive is live as we take things over here at Radio Row. We are here back at Radio Row, Clint. I can't wait to hear. We heard a little bit of your daily. Dirty's Daily, but I can't wait to hear.
Well, it's a little light today. I mean, it's day 4. It's a little light. We had you and I had us a nice little evening. Damn, you got your stuff up through you. What's going on here, man? He's got his wire run up through his jacket. What the hell's going on here?
Trying to switch real quick.
Yeah, it's a little bare today, man. But it was a good one though. It was definitely a good one.
Tyler, you'll hear mine, Tyler. Man, I tried that gummy world for the first time. Whew. That was a strug mission right there, man. I don't know I'm gonna do that again. That one.
Did you get some good rest in?
Got a little rest. Yeah, I did. I got a little rest in there. Was caught off guard there a little bit. Felt good though. Felt good.
Well, I knew. Look, Ron hit me with the old, hey, I'm gonna plug his phone in for a minute.
And I did.
Said, well, that means I ain't gonna see him again.
But I promise you, I thought that's what I was gonna do because I partied. I bought another daiquiri. I partied, and I'm like, all right, let's get it in. And then I was just sitting in that chair.
Oh, you bought you a daiquiri on the way up?
Yeah, I did. Yeah, I walked past.
I just can't believe how many of them $33 daiquiris you're.
Well, I didn't get I didn't get a big one. I got the small one.
Okay.
Got the small one.
How much would that hit you for? 20?
15, I think.
Oh.
Small 15 fee. So I got the small one, but
them on $9 Red Bulls, I'm about over them too. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, but boy, they need it. I had to give me one again this morning. No, but man, big show today is we'll have a good guest list. Hopefully, some good surprises in there soon as we are here on Radio Row live here in Vegas. Clint, we will hit your daily Dirty's Daily here in just a second as we potentially await a guest coming up here live on the Drive. I'm telling you what, man, I'm in a dangerous spot, Tyler and Clint. What'd you say this happened to Kenny Mayne yesterday? I bought some new jeans for the trip, and I forgot. I've been working with Red a little bit. And they a little too big. They're a little too big around the hip area, and I need a belt.
Oh, so what you're saying is
I've got to be very protective of my shirt behind me and make sure it's pulled over because I can't have a crack issue in this house.
Well, I know some folks back behind you, so if the crack becomes a problem, I will.
I need somebody to give me a sign.
I will see them staring, pointing, laughing, and I'll get you right, man.
And they may not even stare and laugh. They may just be pretty much amazed.
She just glanced down at the back of your seat. I don't know what she was looking at when she walked behind you. She glanced down at the back of your seat.
I didn't feel any air. I didn't feel any wind.
You didn't feel that cool drift?
I didn't feel it. All right, Tyler, let's hit it.
Let's hit it as we kick things off. Let's hit Dirty's Daily, number 4.
The Drive is taking over Las Vegas ahead of Sunday's big game.
We're going to Las Vegas.
Let's check in on the latest shenanigans in Sin City with Stoerner and Hughley. The Drive is live for Dirty's Daily.
Nevada!
Damn, that's good, boy. I really, Tyler, that's some of your best work.
That is really good.
Thank you.
And you know the most beautiful part about it, Ron? It's unprompted, man. The man's just a professional.
He did it.
He goes out and has a sense about something and thinks it may have some legs while we're here in Vegas.
He knew what he had to hear. He knew what was needed.
They're going to make me blush, man.
To knock it down.
I mean, that's just the reality of the situation.
Shout out to our voice guy knocking that down. All right, go ahead. What's the daily?
Well, this one's going to be quick, which is good because I think we got a pretty big guest coming over this direction, I believe. But it's going to be quick, boys.
We'll see.
Me and Ron, Guy Fieri's. Guy Fieri's was
it's a nice little restaurant. We changed it up.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm gonna be honest, Ron. I was disappointed.
See, I think you thought of it what it was more than it was going to be. When I saw the menu, I knew what kind of thing we was looking at.
Well, I mean, look, it's when I saw the picture that was on the menu, when Guy Fieri's head and that blonde spike is there, I just expected.
You expected more?
Yeah, I didn't expect. I mean, it was a burger and some fries were decent, but yeah, I wasn't real impressed with the really anything, for being completely honest.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, you got a little squirrely with the drink, so you may have a little more to add to Dirty's Daily on this part. But I went with the Cold Coors Light, of course, long neck bottle.
Tyler, I had this maple bacon old fashioned. Had the bacon inside that puppy.
Yeah,
that was something else.
I've had a couple of those. Oh, that's tasty.
It was. I ate the hell out that bacon too, Red.
That's the first thing.
Yeah,
you
but
did.
it was just a regular joint.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? Just like it was like a bar, almost a bar joint.
Tad bit disappointed.
You tad bit.
And then this is the kicker. This is the headliner, boys. Went and sat down at the 3-card table where I told you I've dug me a little bit of a hole. Over the first 3 days, and now I sit down. Ron standing behind me. I have proof, and boom, I look up and I got 10 Jack Queen of diamonds in my hand with a nice chunk out there on the pair plus, and that one hand brought me in about $1,000. So, boys, girls, ladies, and gentlemen, I'm not out of the hole, but I am well on my way to being out of this hole. It's Tyler still hadn't put your 13. I tell you, I did walk up on the roulette table, though.
All good.
And the first number that hit, guess what? I didn't put the money down, but guess what number hit?
I don't want to know.
13, bro.
Gosh, damn it.
So
it did, man. I promise, man.
Why would you
he wasn't gonna say nothing, man. It did,
bro,
though, man.
Bro, just keep that to yourself.
I didn't put anything down there. I just
damn it.
I looked up and 13 was flashing, and I said, "Oh boy, today's not the day." But I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get it today. That's all I got for you.
It was 13. All right, joining us now, tight end for the Houston Texans, Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz joins us right now. I mean, I'm trying to look at him, but this watch right here is just giving me some problems.
Relax.
I'm trying. He's in here feeling good. All right, man, we got the tight end here. We got to kick this off with the question we've been asking all our guests. You think by the end of 2024, Taylor's going to get a ring from Travis? Man, we got to get. We got you. You think he going to get and pull this off? Because we right here, we totally believe.
I'm on Houston radio. You guys are asking about pop stars. First question.
I'm asking you about tight ends and pop stars, baby.
Damn.
I need a yes or no. We got to add to it.
Damn. Okay. Is this like a
right now 2-1 right now on the yes.
2-1 on a yes
on our guess. 2-1 on the yes.
All right. I'm gonna go no.
All right.
Tied the ball game up, boys.
I'm going to go no.
He did, Dalton Schultz. Dalton Schultz hit this with the no right now, man. Man, dude, great season. This year for the Texans, a bit of a surprise. I heard you in the offseason talking before the season about feeling good about this team. I'm curious from you, when did you know, like, man, this isn't just a rebuild thing. Like, we got a shot. When was the moment for you? You were like, this could be a special season and we could surprise people.
I knew we were going to surprise people. Like, I knew we were better than everybody was, like, saying we were. And that's just playing against, the D'Amico Ryans, San Francisco scheme, playing against that offense. Dude, the schematic structure and the Shanahan offense and defensive structures, dude, it's good. They're really good. And so, I knew it was going to be better than a lot of people would give them credit because you just put a better system in. You're going to have more success automatically. And then being around the guys, being around, the support staff and the strength staff, the nutritional staff, the coaches, you can tell everything in that building is set up for success. So, early, I kind of had a feeling that we were going to be pretty good. Now, playoff team winning playoff games, early, maybe not. That kind of came later in the year when we were we started to see the fruits of our labor getting put on film. You know what I mean? You start to build that confidence, and it was by the end of the year, dude, we were rolling. We didn't feel like we'd lose to anybody, quite frankly. Obviously we did, but the mindset kind of changed dramatically from, when we first got together and then when we ended the season. We had a really good football team, man. And the future is bright in Houston for sure.
When did you know C.J. Stroud was what he's obviously become? At what point? I know I've heard you talk before about the Atlanta game, the adjustments on the sideline, and some of the different things that he brought to the table. But I'm talking about, at what point did you, as somebody that works with him every day, look up and go, man, this guy is legit a potential MVP and Rookie of the Year?
Dude, when you can stack game performances back to back to back to back the ways that he did, when you're down a touchdown and you can just will your team to get the go-ahead and score versus Tampa Bay, and dude, you go back and you watch those throws on the final drive, and tell me that's not a top 5 quarterback. Tell me that kid is not one of the best in the league. He's just he does that. He does that week in and week out, and it seems to me, playing with him, it's when the lights come on, when it's game day, when you need him to perform is one, when he's at his most calm and when he performs the best. Yeah. Dude's just stone cold. He's a killer, man.
Dalton, am I crazy as yes. I watch it?
You are.
I mean, I'm an old quarterback, so maybe I tend to maybe embellish some things quarterbacks do a little bit, maybe. But when I watch CJ and the way in which he accumulated stats, and you guys were productive on the offensive side of the football, and ultimately he started getting recognition, am I crazy to say that the way in which he did it, in terms of how some of the higher level difficulty level throws that he made consistently and how accurate he was, the run after catch, the ability to run after catch for you guys, is it crazy when I watch it? I'm like, this is different.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing to me is guys can do that, a couple times here and there, make plays. It's oh my God, dude, it was every game.
Effortless, yeah.
It's just some of the throws, go back and watch the tape. These made some throws that are just bro, how did you do that?
Yeah.
There's no way. There's maybe 2 other guys in the league that can make that throw. And you're a rookie. You know what I mean? And so it's he started off so fast and so hot so early that he's got his ceiling, bro, is just so freaking high. He's so young doing all this. What is he going to do in year 6?
Yeah, Houston Texans tight end Dalton Schultz joins the drive. And Dalton, we were talking. I was looking at the resources, the money, the draft, and everything, and we'll see what happens, with some free agents like yourself. But I looked at this offense, and I thought, boy, next year I've kind of got some expectations. This could be a top 5 type of an offense. No. The Baltimore game is not really reflective of what the year was offensively for this team. In your opinion, what do you think is the next steps for this offense next year? CJ, a year under his belt, everybody. What do you think is the next step to get into that?
I'll be honest, just having that success that first year is going to be a challenge in and of itself because now people know.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You're coming in and people have a whole year of tape to watch, and they're okay, we know these boys are good. We know CJ's good. We know all these things. Now it's how do you respond? Because the plans are going to be different. The effort on defense. And I'm not saying defenses don't give effort, but it's you play a team that's okay, they're not that good, and then it's you might be a little lackadaisical. Now those teams are going to be on.
Yeah.
They're okay, we got CJ coming, we got to be on it. So now it's how do you respond to perhaps maybe a little tougher challenges, tougher opponents? You have a year of success, you get harder, you get a harder schedule. That's part of it. And I think for us, it's going to be big to start in the offseason, not from ground zero. Yeah, it's like the foundation's been laid. Everybody knows what they're doing. There'll be more tweaks. I'm excited to see what Bobby does, just in the offense with putting guys in different spots, but not like having a foundation to build off of is going to be huge because, dude, I've said it in interviews too. Is like the offensive scheme and like all of that has been. It's just so much volume, dude. Like there's so much to learn. There's so much that you constantly have to go back and refresh because it's just a lot, dude. There's a lot to know. And so having that year under their belt and being able to go back into year 2, I think it's gonna be a spectacle, man. Like I'm excited to see what they can do with it.
You guys made it to the second round. What do you think from a percentage standpoint? How much of this offense do you think ultimately was in? Because we've heard Bobby Slowick say, "Hey, man, Baltimore game week 1, I was in 501
Dude,
and I had to go back to football 101." So he told us, "Hey, man, we had to pull the reins back a little bit."
We did.
By the end of the year, what do you think? What percentage-wise, how much you think this offense was in?
Oh, a large percentage, if not all of it. Like, I can't put a number to it, but like we didn't feel like we were holding anything back necessarily. Now it's dude, if anything, I felt for the first time that like we had the complete advantage in like our entire offensive capabilities. Like I feel like we had an answer for it. Okay, listen, they're playing this way, we got this. They're doing this, we got this. And granted, Baltimore's got a great defense, but I'm saying like in those playoff games, that's when you need to be able to do that stuff. So I do feel like we had all the stuff in that we needed to have in to have. Bobby calls them offsets, right. You know, change ups, switch ups, stuff off the same look that you've been doing all year. That's now another play, another look. But yeah, dude, I think that stuff was all in. I'm interested to see how much. Again, putting guys in different spots, putting tight ends out at number 1, putting your running back in the slot and having them run different, just some different wrinkles. You know what I mean? Receivers in the backfield, running sweeps and run play. Bobby's got it all. You know what I mean?
Is this where you want to be next year?
Oh, I would love to be in Houston, man. There's no doubt about that. Like I loved my time. Like again, special organization. Special quarterback. Love the scheme. Love the coaches. I've loved everything about Houston. So I'm confident that we can find some common ground.
Is that something you talk to your agent about and you let him know? Hey, man, look, I would love to be there.
For sure.
Solid. What is the Baltimore Ravens game? You mentioned it, and obviously it wasn't pretty for you guys.
Yeah.
Hell, it was a tough watch for us that are fans. But what did that? How does that sit with you guys? Like, what is that? That means obviously got to drive you and. What's your thoughts as a player on that game in particular and what it means for the Texans?
Yeah, I mean, again, everybody's going to say, like, oh, man, they won a playoff game. They got to the second round. But, like, as a player, like, I learned early there's no moral victories in football, just losses. You know what I mean? And so I think hopefully everybody saw that, you know, in year 1 we had that much success. We got to be able to turn it up a notch and bring it back in year 2 because you're not guaranteed. Just because you made the playoffs in year 1 doesn't mean you're guaranteed to make the playoffs in year 2. You know what I mean? Like, you might not ever make the playoffs again, you know, knock on wood, but like that's just the reality of the league. You got to be able to get back on the horse and work your ass off all offseason to come back and have a chance to go to the playoffs. And then in the playoffs, it's on, dude. Like it's time. Everybody's playing 100%. Like everybody's got that taste now. You know what I mean? Everybody knows what it means to play playoff football. And so for a team that's got such a young core, that experience is going to be so valuable going forward because, in my opinion, the Houston Texans should be in that striking distance of the playoffs every single year.
Yeah. Absolutely.
With CJ. And with CJ and the coaching staff, like that's the standard now. And that standard's been set. And if we said that last year in the offseason, everybody would be looking at us like we're nuts.
Right. Absolutely.
Yeah. And now everybody sees it. You know what I mean?
There.
And so,
it's absolutely there.
And so I'm excited to see just that fruition because I think it's going to be a good time for football in the city of Houston.
All right, Dalton, man, we appreciate you getting with us and dropping by. I know you got a busy schedule here, and I know the Texans fans enjoyed listening to you talk about your time here and how much you loved Houston. So we appreciate you joining us.
Thank you. Appreciate it, guys.
All right, that is Dalton Schultz, tight end oh man, I was coming in hard, coming in hot, knocking down the water bottle.
the handshakes are always different, man. It's like
coming in, baby.
Like,
no, I'm coming in, baby. Look at him. He gave our guy.
That's a question. What made you shake his hand like that and come in hard at me?
He just felt he came in. Well, he.
Oh, okay.
He'd been around him, so you didn't know what to do. Like you looked at this dude, you thought like he's got to have the Bill Belichick handshake. The meeting the head coach. Hold on, calm down, Everett. All right, before I put you out there. Somebody be texting me during this show many a times, and I'm telling you, I'm gonna put Everett out there. All right, as we're here live on Radio Row, Dalton Schultz. It was great to talk with him, and hopefully we have more surprises moving forward. But we'll continue rolling out. Hey, I want to get some with the Astros. They got a new hashtag, Clint. They got a new hashtag, and I know nobody like you are into stuff like this to set the stage for a run. We'll let you know what it is and see how you feel about it as we continue live on Radio Row coming up next.
Radio Row will be filled with plenty of guests and big game conversations, but you'll also get whatever this is.
If radio had a Radio Row, who would be a Monday guy on our staff?
Probably me.
No,
I'm a Monday.
Yep, thanks to Planet Fitness. Get that big fitness energy. Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on The Drive and live here in Vegas on Radio Row. We appreciate Dalton Schultz for joining us. And a little bit later, I think another one of the tight ends for the Houston Texans will be joining us. Brevin Jordan coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, in the 4 o'clock hour, excuse me. We'll be talking to Brevin Jordan, who had that big 70-yard touchdown run in a playoff game against the Browns and started to come on a bit late. So Texans tight ends in the building coming up today. So we appreciate Dalton Schultz for joining us. Coming a little bit earlier ago. If you missed it, you can go to the Odyssey app and listen to that on the podcast page, that full interview we did with him. All right, Clint, the Astros released it. You know, last year, what was it, Ready to Rain? That was the hashtag that they rolled with. This year, Clint, it's hashtag relentless. Relentless. Let me try to do it.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let Tyler, try to sell it to him.
Okay.
Give it to him, Tyler. Like, his face did make it. I tried to. Tyler, you give us. Tell him. Come on, give us the
Relentless.
There it is. Relentless.
Yeah, I'm be honest with you, boys. I don't like it.
Oh my!
What were the last three?
Like
what
it.
were the last three?
Oh, hell, I just remember what Ready to Rain. I don't remember the one before that.
Take it back.
Take it back.
For the H, I think was
For the H, yes.
For
I
the
mean,
H.
those are 10 out of 10.
Relentless.
Boys.
You don't like this is relentlessly charged. It makes sense.
I like it a lot.
I don't. I mean, well, Tyler, it could have been a poop emoji, and you'd have liked it a lot because it's tied to the Astros.
No.
Yes.
I was giving them hell last year for having those banners up with players that weren't on the team anymore. I don't put up for garbage.
It's one word. I like it.
I mean, what is it you like about it? What is the?
I just like that mindset. I'm not saying it's groundbreaking.
I like the relentless mindset as well. But like, I mean, you sit around the table as some of the greatest content creators in the game in pro sports with the hottest franchise in baseball over the last handful of years, and that's where you landed.
Relentless. 713-572-4610.
That's all. I mean, I'm just it's a little underwhelming.
YouTube and Twitch. Where you at? Relentless. Relentless.
You think TK is going to really growl that one as they crank it up, or
hashtag
what?
relentless, baby.
Yeah, I'm just not. I'll be honest with you. I'm a little bit just kind of whatever.
You thought it
sounds good.
You thought it could have been more, huh?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. The Astros.
I wonder if it should have been something that specifically came at the Rangers.
I think it probably that'd have been a rough.
Arlington asshats.
No, I don't know if we got to ass hat them, but
okay, it was just testing the water.
Coming for you, 45.
Destination Dynasty.
Yeah,
something like
that's
that.
Pretty good.
You know what I mean?
Damn, that's good.
I mean,
good.
Okay, that was strong.
You did it in 3 minutes. That's pretty good.
You see, I'm just an old hayseed, man. Took me about 10 minutes, and boom, I come up with something that moved you and Tyler more than relentless.
713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. What do you like better, the Astros hashtag relentless, or what Clint just came up with, hashtag Destination Dynasty?
With the Astros logo at the end of it on Twitter? Get the hell out of here.
I like relentless, but that was strong, sir.
Yeah, I mean, all I want is a player on weekly from the Astros, and y'all can have it. I want a player weekly for 52 weeks. We got 52 weeks in a year?
Sure.
That's what I want. And I'll give it to them. I'll let them have it.
That's good. Boy, that's you surprised me with that one. Someone texted in redemption would have been better. Redemption?
I mean, hell, that's a show that that's a documentary that I was in. What are you talking about? We're talking about the Astros, man.
They should have. Somebody texted in. They should have just let Hannah McNair come up with it.
Yeah, everything she touches turns to gold these days. No, Hannah. Are they in town? Are Hannah and Cal in town?
I'll give them a call. I'll find out.
I tell you what, if I find out that Hannah and Cal are in town and they didn't stop by, I'm going to riot.
Yeah. Someone said they like Relentless. Yeah,
I like it, but man, that thing you just popped off with, Clint,
that was good.
That was...
People are rolling at Destination Dynasty. That's strong, man.
I think. Look, all joking aside, when you're talking about hashtags and things of that nature, like they're on every tweet, and every platform, and it's part of your identity. And I like Relentless. It'll be a good tie, but I think it lacks a little pop, boys.
Yeah.
It lacks the pop. It lacks the cockiness, maybe the arrogance that you expect.
I hear you. I
don't know.
Coming up, Mark Schlereth in the next segment. You want to hear from him. We'll get his thoughts. Tyler, by the way, man, and people are asking about it on YouTube and Twitch. And I apologize, man, Tyler. We didn't make it. Not only did the drive with Stoerner and Hughley not make it into the top 20, we didn't make it into the top 25.
Yeah, and now I can't take this list seriously. So here we all are.
Tyler, I'm going to break it to you right now. We're never going to make that list unless the mindset of voters change. I've looked up and down that list, and I'm telling you, I don't sense that the 58 voters, if they feel like this is the gold standard, when they flip us on, I don't think they sense that we're in that same.
Oh, yeah. If that's the gold standard, I don't want to be on this list. Now, if they change it down the line, we can revisit.
To each their own. I think there are great shows on there. I'm just saying.
I do too.
I just want to level with you. I don't think that this is our category.
I hadn't looked at it. I don't know who is or isn't on there, but I'm assuming since we're not, there's no sense in me.
And to the point, like I think we have found our stride. I think the last 10 months to a year has been some of our best work since we've been together almost 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's reflected into the ratings. You all that are listening to us have made us the number one drive time show in the city in sports. And I'm going to tell you what, from the birdies I'm hearing, the last month we just pulled off was even bigger than we've had on this entire show and in the city in a long time. So it all adds up. And it's crazy, Clint, because all the other years we've been together, we've been somewhere on that list in like 21st or 22nd. But this year, our best year, we're not on it.
Our numbers are bigger than ever.
All I can tell you is that there's a good chance, a real good chance that Ron pissed somebody off.
Might have been.
You pissed somebody off along the way, and now you've cost me and Tyler a ranking, man.
All right, so you're going to go Patrick Creighton here, I see. There are many people who believe it is on me.
Ron Hughley.
And that's fine. But I'm just telling you, we're never going to be on that list. Tyler, I want you to just get that through your head. The only way we're going to get on that list is if we just have some rating takeover that they, as Clint would say, they just can't deny it.
Yeah,
right? we got
to Brock Purdy this thing, boys.
That's right.
I mean, it's just not a serious
list. Thing, man.
Yeah,
that's not. Yeah,
we're just going to Brock Purdy this thing. It ain't hard.
Yeah. Or, we could find our way to get CJ every week. That could probably help. All right. Or D'Amico.
True.
Let's just get out of Vegas without getting fired. How about that?
Or Dalton Schultz. Just somebody. Anybody. Every week. God, man, when Cal and Hannah came on, really shot our ratings. And the
you think they're in town?
People watching.
Hold on, Joe.
I think so. Maybe not yet. They will be.
I think I'm going to lie about a text and see who's here.
Wow. Big time here.
Yeah.
We got Mr. Big Time. All right, Mark Schlereth coming up next. But I do want to hit Clint up with something that we've kind of been talking about and something that we'll talk about during the offseason with one of the most important positions on this Texans team. We'll do that before we talk with Mark Schlereth, 3-time Super Bowl champion, coming up next here on The Drive.
Yeah, before we do that, I got to tell you about Coshada Casino Resort. Man, it's just a quick drive east on I-10, y'all. I've had some great times over there. Me and my bride have gone.
Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here, Radio Row. We expect to be talking to Mark Schlereth coming up here in a few moments. Former Denver Bronco, former Washington R, won 2 Super Bowls with the R's and won another one with the Broncos. I mean, one Super Bowl with the R's and won 2 Super Bowls with the Broncos.
Can we not say Redskins?
I don't. I choose not to. And then as well as he works with Fox Sports right now and then hosts mornings in Denver as well. So he'll join us coming up in a bit. Hey, I wanted to throw this out to you, Clint, because we'll be talking about this a lot, the offseason running back, and I know you have been dead set on getting Saquon Barkley. And I'm just wondering, people can go with this as well. Do you think that maybe we're overreacting a bit to the pressing need of the certain running back, that it has to be like, all right, we got to go get a Saquon Barkley. It's got to be a Derrick Henry to some. It's got to be, or is there a thought of maybe we don't have to it's that pressing that we can look in the draft or we can look at other resources? Do you think we're overreacting a bit to the need of having a guy like Saquon Barkley in the backfield, and maybe we could go a different route?
Hell no, I'm not overreacting.
You don't think so?
I don't know if we are. I know I'm not. You just heard Dalton Schultz sit down and say, "Well, I'm looking forward to Bobby Slowick putting the backs out there and throwing ball." Who you going? I mean, look, I like Devin Singletary. I like Dameon Pierce, but they're not guys that are going to go out there and win on routes. I mean, so there's clearly some level of hey, there's some wrinkles that they can throw out there with the certain, and there's got to be a reason why they didn't do it this year. If the guys that you have are capable. So I think that was very telling from Dalton Schultz of, like, yeah, if you're going to put a receiver in the backfield and let him get some runs, it's got to be Tank Dell or somebody not yet on the team.
I was going to say, but for you right now, you think the best thing, it has to come from almost free agents. It has to come from.
Well, I mean, look, if there's what's my kid's name? The dude's from Alabama that's at Detroit right now.
Gibbs.
If there's Gibbs out there,
a player like that in the draft,
then yeah, I mean, there you have it. If there's another Bijan Robinson out there, then yeah, there you have it. The problem is, would those guys go? Would Gibbs go 12? I mean, Gibbs was a top 15
12,
pick, if not a top 10 pick.
12.
So I mean, you look at it. I mean, you get that those kind of guys aren't going to last long. The guys that could in any way, shape, or form mirror and I'm not even saying what Christian McCaffrey is, just that style of play, right? Just that running back style, that kind of durability that can play 70, 80, 90% of the snaps some games. That guy you're going to get in the top 15 of the pick, or you're going to have to go pay him in free agency. And with that guy, of course, in today's world, there's all in NFL world and football world, it's going to be, oh, well, you don't pay a running back that. What if he gets injured? And reality is we see wide receivers and tight ends get injured all the time that are making big money. So I just firmly believe that it's, for me, Ron, too, it's more about like consistently passing on game-changing backs when you have the opportunity to bring one in, and then realizing mid-season you don't have the horsepower in the backfield. That's what scares me more than anything, is right now it is highly more likely that you get to mid-season and you look up and you go, man, we don't have the horsepower mid-year to generate this run game, to overcome some of the deficiencies up front. Like, we don't have the horsepower. Like, I just hope that's not what the Texans end up doing. And consistently passing on guys that are out there and available that have plenty of horsepower, and then you look back and go, man, we should have, because those guys just don't come available very often. Like we're talking about Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley is going to go out there and he's going to sign a deal, and he's going to be with the team for 3 or 4 years. So you're forget about he's not going to be available in 3 or 4 years. Christian McCaffrey's not going to be available. Gibbs ain't going to be available. Bijan Robinson ain't going to be available. And so we start knocking Derrick Henry wherever he signs at this year. He's not going to be available. And I know he's going to get a little bit older, but you get my point. It's like, I mean, DeAndre Swift. I thought he looked really, really good in Philly this year. Like, he's going to sign a deal somewhere 3 years. He's not going to be available next year. I'm worried you keep passing on those opportunities. You're going to look back and say, damn, man, if we just had a little more horsepower in the backfield or versatility in the backfield, we could have done something.
Yeah, someone texted in. By the way, I want to put a little money on the line on Mark Schlereth. I'm going to do this right now. I'm going to put this. I'm going to bet against myself. I got $2 good right now on it. I bet you, Tyler, Clint, it's yours if he doesn't. I bet you he says, oh, yeah, Travis is going to propose.
You think he says yes?
Yeah, I'm going to put it on the table right there.
Well, I mean, it's $2.
$2 big.
I don't know if Schlereth's dealt in ones since about maybe the early 70s.
This is me and you.
Oh, me and you.
Yep.
And I don't have any ones in my pocket either.
No, it's alone. I'm going to pull it back if I'm right.
Oh, you're just putting it out there. Okay.
You can't be in Vegas without ones, bro.
That's right, baby. I did. No, I got. Hey, I bought a little drink and I had.
You paid cash for that joint?
Well, I got a little cash back. I bought a little.
Oh, you did the cash back, huh?
Got a little cash back. Got some ones in there to take care of.
How do you do cash back with a credit card? You just tell them?
Well, I didn't use my credit card. Yeah, I mean, you can put it in, and you got to put your passcode in, and then you have the option of getting cash back.
Oh, okay. I've never done the cash back. Mark, you ever done the cash back option with your credit card?
No, I've never done the. But I see the $2 here, and I feel like you guys. I need you to tuck that into my underpants.
Well, we got. Well,
how you feel about that?
This is big, right? This is big.
How old are they? First of all, how old are they?
My underpants are older than most people in this. Most of the guys that are playing right now.
Well, hold on now, Mark. I looked down. I looked down about. I don't know. It's probably a month ago, and I told this story to the fellas. I looked down and I had a hole about the size of a baseball in the crotch of my drawers, and I said. So I started pulling them out of the drawer in the room. You know,
Yeah.
I thought, man, I realized I had about 3 or 4 holes, man.
You're at the age where you're at the age now that you get a hole like that in your underpants, and you're going to tuck your nuts into your socks, right?
Well, I'd like to look you in the eye and lie to you, Schlereth. I ain't got that problem.
I feel real good. We got money on the line. On the opening question. Money on the line.
I hope we're not live, but we're going to get fired. Am I in trouble?
No,
we'll be all right.
Good. We might get a raise. That content right there.
The arrow's pointed up.
All right. The opening question we've been asking everybody in here, and we got money on the line. You think by the end of 2024, by the end of this year, Travis proposes to Taylor Swift?
Ooh, no. I think they. No. I think the whole thing. I think the whole thing is just for the next album, and I think it's going to be called when they break up. It's going to be called Tight Ends and Loose Morals. Like that's going to be the title of the album, and that's just
see. I mean, how long would it take you to figure that out? 30 seconds. Yeah. And the Astros go with relentless as a hashtag. I mean, you got minds like this. You got minds like this working, and these hashtags, these damn
by the way, let's
creators.
talk about me for a minute. Okay, so Super Bowl history. All right. So first off, I've got to believe that I'm only guy in the history of the Super Bowl to be on 3 Super Bowl champions, all ranked in the top 19 of Super Bowl history.
Wow.
So Super Bowl, the 97 Broncos are rated as the 19th best team in Super Bowl history. The 98 Broncos are rated as the 10th best team in Super Bowl history. And the 91 Redskins are ranked as the number 1 team in Super Bowl history. Top 5 offense, top 5 defense, top 5 special teams. Open a can of whoop ass on Buffalo, but it doesn't stop there. I'm on the top Super Bowl team on the list of players. I'm one of the players in the top Super Bowl players of all time. And then this is the scoregami. This is the Gucci right here. Get this. I'm the only guy in the history of the Super Bowl to win a Super Bowl on his birthday where the birthday corresponded to the age he turned. I won Super Bowl 32 on my 32nd birthday. Damn. And when that happens to you, you just quit celebrating birthdays. It's just over. Like there's not – what else are you going to do?
Let me guess. It all happened thanks to Low T?
Low T had something to do with it. No. Listen, man, they've been great to me. And I will tell you this.
They've been great to us.
Just knowing your numbers and going in and doing that. And, when I got done playing, one of the things that happens to a lot of players is your testosterone is so low. And it's from, what it's been explained to me is like a lot of head trauma will do that to you, right? And you use your head as a battering ram. And the good thing is I only have rocks up there, so I haven't had that many effects from it. But one of the things that happened to me is going in on a weekly basis. I do my blood every 3 months or so. But going in on a weekly basis, my resting heart rate's always like 58 to 65, somewhere in there. And one day I go in and my resting heart rate's 99. And I had developed AFib, and I would have never known. I'd have never known. And you're 5 times more likely to have a stroke with AFib. And so anyhow, then I went and made a doctor's appointment and addressed it, and ended up having to have an ablation heart surgery. But I wouldn't have known had I not been proactive. And as guys, you're never. You don't like, hey, something's really bothering me. It'll go away, I'm sure, right? And so they've been great to me, and it is one of the ways I discovered that I had AFib. So I'm thankful.
Yeah, Mark Schlereth joined us, 3-time Super Bowl champ, and you just heard
one time I won it single-handedly.
All by himself.
I just kicked ass.
Hell with Joe.
I don't like to brag about it, but it was amazing what I did.
The only guard in history of the NFL to win the Super Bowl by himself. Listen, I wondered this, and I know you. I listened to you for years in Denver, and I know you're going to speak the complete truth on this. What were you thinking when it was DeMeco Ryans there potentially for Denver, and he decides to go to Houston, and you guys get Sean Payton? What were your thoughts about DeMeco and the Broncos missing out on him?
Well, I love DeMeco, and DeMeco is I love meeting with DeMeco. I loved him when he was as a player with San Francisco. I had a chance to do a couple of Texan games this year and love meeting with him. He's just awesome, man. He is awesome. He's energy. He's incredible. But I'll be honest with you guys, I wanted a veteran coach. And I had seen.
That's where we were as well.
Right. Well, I had seen Denver. The difference was I had seen Denver go with Vance Joseph. I seen them go with Vic Fangio, who's a first-time head coach, and then I saw them go with Nathaniel Hackett, and it was just an abject disaster. And part of the reason I wanted a veteran coach is I was like, the culture needs to change. And culture is it's an interesting concept that everybody says about culture. Oh, we need to change the culture. It's easy to say, it's hard to do. And culture is not static; it's alive. It's constantly moving. And I always compare it to irrigation. Like water will find the path of least resistance. Culture in an organization will do the same thing. And unless you're living it, unless you've got somebody really preaching it, unless it's something that is talked about on a consistent basis, it won't change. And so that was a big thing for me. Is you need to come in here, because I always said with the Broncos, guys think they're working hard, guys think they're paying attention, guys think they're studying, they think they're preparing. They don't know what it means to prepare at a championship level. They don't know what it means to study at a championship level. They don't know what it is to have the discipline of a championship level. And that's why I wanted a guy that had been there and had done that, and a guy that could come yank a few chains or a few knots in people's chains.
Well, how do you feel that's going right now in Denver? How's it worked out? I mean, the Russell Wilson situation is how do you think that's going to work out?
Well, they're going to cut him, and he'll end up going somewhere for minimum wage or whatever. But they're like. Listen, Russell has not played well, and there are certain things about his game that if you're strictly trying to be a progression type passing offense, that he just doesn't do well, and really never has. And so, he wants a quarterback that can operate from the pocket, that can operate through a progression offense, and that can be anticipatory when it comes to throwing guys open. And that's never been Russell's strong suit. So. I am a proponent of moving on from Russell, because I just don't think he does those things well enough for you. Now, if you have a generational type defense and you can really run the ball and you can dominate up front, then can you win a lot of games that way? Yeah, but I'm a believer in what I call the 70-30 rule. 70% of the time as an offense, we need to be on schedule. 30% of the time when things break down, because you will get beat, things will break down, then I need a guy that can make a play. But you can't live on, you drop back on a 3-step drop and there's somebody open and you decide, I don't like that, let me spin out of the back of the pocket and take a 9-yard sack and be in second down and 19. That BS doesn't fly. And that to me has been a real issue with him this year. And it's one of the reasons they had to move on.
All right, Mark, we appreciate you jumping on with us. I know you got a busy schedule, but it was fun to hear you.
It was really great talking about me, because I sometimes I forget about how awesome.
And if you don't do it, who will?
Right. Not only I was, but I still am. So it's incredible.
I was going to tell you,
Mark.
I was going to tell you that some of your. I mean, I appreciate all the Super Bowls and crap you talked about, but that's a non-factor when it comes to your what is your what do you call it on social media when you're fixing the yard?
Oh yeah, my man 101 stuff.
That's your best work, brother.
Right.
I mean, the Super Bowls were good.
Yeah.
I mean,
your best work is when you tuck your balls in your socks.
If that ever happens, I got some tall socks on, brother. I got some pantyhose on.
Oh, we didn't get that once. We got that twice, baby.
They call those pantyhose, brother, because I ain't got a pair of socks long enough.
All right, thanks. That's Mark Slayer. Coming up, we'll get you ready for what could be a huge, huge night for the Houston Texans. CJ, D'Amico, Bobby Slowick, and Will Anderson Jr., and Andre Johnson. We'll get you all ready for that, guys. Took those balls, and I couldn't help it. That's coming up next on The Drive.
All right, before we go there, I got to tell you about Dr. Matoran, man. Look, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well to live well. It's a pretty simple concept that we take for granted pretty often, though. So if you're suffering from allergies,
462-3333.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
Boy, I'm feeling good out here, man. We're in Vegas here for the Super Bowl. I'll tell you right there, that man found a deal. I got to go to that Nike outlet. I'm about to look that up right now. That is a shirt that I could put together right there. I told him, I said, Tyler,
buy it for next year because his cold's about over.
Yeah, you're right. Tyler, I asked my man, I told him, I said, that's badass. I said, that's a badass shirt right there. I'd like to get that in my price range. My man stopped. He plays for somebody. I don't know who he plays for. He plays for somebody. My man stopped Tyler and said, how much just for the hell of it, how much you think it costs? I said, about $2,000. He said, $90 bucks at the Nike outlet.
Deal chaser.
I'm telling you, man. I think I'd get it for $75 if I worked the right outlet.
He quickly followed that up with that watch being about worth 18 stacks. So just to let y'all know, he's like, I got this jacket for $90, but just let y'all know I got a little paper.
I got a little bit. Mm-hmm. All right, but yes, we're live here, Radio Row, and Clint, this could be a really, really big night for the Houston Texans. A lot we'll find out, Clint, as NFL Honors happens tonight, and quarterback C.J. Stroud, he's expected to win the Offensive Rookie of the Year. We'll find that out. He has already won the Pepsi Fan Rookie of the Year by Pro Football Writers of America. But he has won a couple of there, but we'll find out tonight if he wins it at NFL Honors, as well as Will Anderson Jr., who is up for Defensive Rookie of the Year, D'Amico Ryans, who is a finalist for Coach of the Year, and Offensive Coordinator Bob Slowick among the finalists for Assistant Coach of the Year to be announced tonight. And, Clint, we will find out if Texans retired wide receiver Andre Johnson makes it into the Hall of Fame. So a big, big night for the Texans. All right, Clint, Tyler, let's hear it, you, the people as well. Of these, C.J. Rookie of the Year offensively, Will Anderson Rookie of the Year defensively, Coach of the Year for D'Amico, Assistant Coach of the Year for Bobby Slowick, and Andre in the Hall of Fame. Of the five of them, how many of you are confident that will go the way of the Texans?
3.
4.
What are your 3, Clint?
I am confident that C.J. Stroud is going to win Rookie of the Year, first and foremost. I'm confident that Will Anderson is going to win Defensive Rookie of the Year. And I feel strongly that one of the two coaches will win their respective award, and I'm going to go with D'Amico Ryans.
All right. Do you have all of those, Tyler?
Yes, I definitely have all 3 of those locked in.
What's your 4th? Andre?
Andre. He gets in the Hall, absolutely.
I'm with you. I feel the 3 of those will win. I don't know about Slowick. We'll see about Slowick. I think he has a shot. I'm not sure if he wins the award.
He should. I mean, look. I mean, and not take my fandom out of the mix. I mean, you're talking about a guy that had a quarterback that prepared, schemed, play called, adjusted to the level with a rookie quarterback that we've never seen. That rookie quarterback goes out there and puts up crazy stats. And again, I don't know the Pro Football Writers of America. I don't know how many of them can break down film, but if you do study the film and you look at how CJ accumulated, how often this quarterback and this play caller were right, and the ball was out quick, and you take all those things into consideration. Then you look at how Tank Dell jumped on the scene and was lights out. You look how Nico Collins jumped on the scene and was lights out. Dalton Schultz had a quiet, good year. In the pass game in particular, it's hard for me to think that somebody in an offensive coordinator role in this league had a better year than Bobby Slowick.
Like the finalists are Jim Schwartz, Ben Johnson, and Ben was working. This is his second year in it, working with I think a lot more talent. The one that I think has concerned these two, and that's Todd Monken and Mike McDonald. I think one of those two are going to win the award. The Ravens had a historic defense with the numbers. They were the first team to ever lead the league in total defense, in points and in sacks. and in turnovers. So I think it's him, and then Todd Monken's quarterback is going to be the MVP, and that Ravens offense overall kind of changed the new league. Those are the two, but I'm with you. I don't feel great about Andre. It's like in my mind, I'm thinking of guys like T.O., Chris Carter, and I know they had some off-the-field things, but those guys waited longer than he has, and they have these stupid dumbass rules that they go by. So I don't feel great. I hope Andre gets in. I don't feel great about it, but those three you talked about, I think, jump.
I think they're locks. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, I think D'Amico. Kevin Stefanski is the only one. I wonder if the voting was prior to that ass kicking that the Texans laid on him.
Right.
Because if it was to be regular season, I can see Kevin Stefanski maybe being the guy, but we'll see what happens. But it could be a really, really, really huge night. Really, really huge night for the Houston Texans. Once again, C.J. Stroud up for Offensive Rookie of the Year. Will Anderson up for Defensive Rookie of the Year. D'Amico Ryans is a finalist for Coach of the Year. Bobby Slowick, a finalist for Assistant Coach of the Year. And this will be the third opportunity, the third time that Andre Johnson has been a finalist. And we'll see if our old friend John McClain could really sell his ass off and sell him in to the Hall of Fame.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right. When our show started here, 2 o'clock locally in Houston, 12 o'clock here, the trade deadline ended, and Clint, no moves were made by the Rockets. So it looks like the Rockets are going to stand where they are and try to get into the playoffs, the play-in, with the team that they have now. And the number one person and the number one guy that I'm watching is a guy that we watch all year is that's Jalen Green. And Jalen Green, to me, picked up his play as we got closer to the trade deadline. You want to talk about that, fellas? You want to talk about that? Let us, don't you?
Look at his feet.
Is he shooting?
That's old buddy that plays for the receiver, Hollins, I believe. That plays.
Matt Hollins. Is he barefoot?
He's barefooted. Yeah, he shows up at games that way.
Get your foot placement right.
He shows up like walks from the bus into the stadium.
He's barefoot.
And he's barefooted right now.
Yeah, I see him right now.
Jeans.
What are we doing here, man?
Jeans.
I'm going to tell you
jersey, barefooted.
I'm going to tell you what right now, and we'll get to it, Tyler. And
Is it Mac Hollins?
It's Matt. Is it Matt or Mac? One of them. I'm telling you what, if it's the Hollins fella, Matt or Mac, he better not walk in that restroom to go take a piss. I'm going to tell you this right now. He better get something on his feet. Because, we got a lot of people in here doing some things that happen in our restroom back at the station. Is it Mac, M-A-C-K?
M-A-C-K, like the Mac truck, baby.
Like if he goes and stands and gets in there to go use the restroom, he's gonna have a hard time at any of them urinals not running into his feet into a little urine.
That'd be, clearly he's one with the earth, man.
Yeah, but I guess he's cool with it. Wow, that's too bad. No shoes, huh? Anyway,
is that when you see that? Is that like are you alarmed at all? Like, do you think you got to be in a little different headspace to walk through Radio Row at the Super Bowl barefooted?
Yeah, I wonder how much we would get along.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess there's got to be something there, man.
Real quick, and I'm going to get back to this, Tyler. Tyler, I found somebody whose head's bigger than yours. Puka
really?
Nacua, Puka Nacua's got you beat. Wow.
What size 59 you think he's rocking?
There is no size.
There's no size.
There's got to be Puka's got to have a specialized helmet. That is, and there's a young lady here who has got a solid dome on her.
I bet her head's as big as his.
Puka.
I bet it's close. She's a bigger human than him.
Puka looks like one of the heads on Mount Rushmore. Like it looks like they pulled like the size of Thomas Jefferson's head on Mount Rushmore is the size that man just walked through with. What a strong neck that fella has. Damn. Wow. Good heavens. Anyway, Jalen Green's a guy I'll be watching here on out because he really turned his game up as they got close to the deadline, and really, he's been averaging almost 30 points a game. He had a couple of stinkers there, but he had 30 again in their last game. I want to see if we're going to see that, this is the Jalen Green that turned the corner, and he started to kind of understand what was needed, because he wasn't just scoring. My biggest complaint is when he doesn't score, he doesn't really add much anything else to the game. he has had like 7-8 assists over that time frame. He's getting rebounds, going to the free throw line more. I want to see, does he sustain this, or does he go back to be? Was this just because, man, I think I'm about to get traded? I better get going.
I mean, look, when you hire Ime Udoka and you bring in Van Vliet and you bring in Dylan. I mean, like, to me, you've got. That's why part of bringing those guys in and part of hiring Ime Udoka. Now, if it don't work and you move on from him, that's fine. But a big part of all of those guys being here is you got to pour into the young fella and hopefully developing and getting moving in the right direction to where you can see winning with him in the future. And so if they're pouring in him the way that they should, we should start to see some adjustment. Now, it may work out, it may not. He may get to a point, Ron, where he don't take to it.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, he just don't take to what they want him to do and the style of play that they would like for him to adopt, if
Consistency has been the biggest issue for Jalen. We had Brandon on talking about that. I want to see if that continues, because that will be big to see if he continues this streak, or because we've seen players, oh my God, it's like the contract year. Oh, I'm about to be traded. My name's going out. Let me step it up. So we'll see what happens. All right, coming up, I'll give you the diary check where we are, or the daiquiri check where we are last night. I added to it. Damn near did this morning. I'll give you the check where we are, and we'll continue rolling on here on the on Radio Row as we continue getting you ready for the Super Bowl between the Niners and the Chiefs. We'll let you get ready for all of that coming up. Damn, that's Bobby Flay coming up next right here on The Drive.
All right, Coushatta Casino Resort. It is a short drive east on.
favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Kelly in Vegas. She'll be joining us coming up in just a bit. You know her from Outkick. And we'll get her thoughts on the lines and what's happening here and the money that's being passed. I heard, $2.5 billion being betted on this game?
I thought that was the average ticket price.
That was the average billion? Yeah. So a lot being I'm not really familiar with it, I'll be honest with you, but Tyler is. Tyler said, "Oh yeah, I'm aware of her."
This is going to be a good guess, boys.
I mean,
she's really good. She's really great.
Okay.
Tyler's amped up.
I've taken her betting advice before. She's good.
Have you?
Yeah.
We know you do.
I'm gonna bet a significant amount of money she's an attractive gal.
No, that's not Tyler.
Then you'd win a substantial amount of money, my friend, because she is fine.
What is she, Tyler?
Fine.
Yeah,
the most jealous I've been of y'all in Vegas the whole trip.
That's not true. Oh, okay. I got you. I see you. All right. Mm-hmm. Not bad. All right. As we await her, I'm up to 9. 9 on the daiquiri count, and yesterday was a slow one, just because I ran into that damn maple bacon old fashioned. I ran into 2 of those. Those were healthy pours too. I'm gonna tell you that.
Ron said, "Ooh, that's a little strong."
yeah,
the first drink was, "Ooh, that was gonna hurt me a little bit."
That's gonna hurt you. Then
so he commenced to have 2 more.
It's a good protein.
And it's come with good fried bacon too. It's fried at perfection. I'm in there just dipping it in that damn old fashioned, just getting ripped.
I would imagine that's the way it was intended. To be consumed, right?
I almost took a picture of it and sent it to Red. Now this is what I'm supposed to do.
This is what you're dealing with, Red. We got to rebound from this right here.
I ain't gonna lie to you, man. You know me. We've talked about it on the show. I'm not never really. When Stephen A. says stay off the weed, I have done that often, like most of my life, like with the exception of one time.
The weed.
I took gummies once before. Me and the wifey was on a little 10-year anniversary trip. We dabbled in Napa Valley, but didn't really do nothing to me. Took one yesterday, Tyler. Yeah, man, I think I'm gonna tap out for the rest of the trip.
How
floor you a bit, bud?
What it do?
I mean, and I took it before me and
Jake Plummer has gone straight.
Is that Jake Plummer?
In that green hoodie right there? Yep.
Oh my God, with that hat.
He was on Payne and Pendergast this morning.
It looks like chasing Bobby Fischer.
I mean, he has gone straight Denver mushrooms. Hippie.
Yeah, but no, man,
nothing wrong with it, by the way. Nothing wrong with it at all.
I took it before we went to dinner, and when it first hit me was we sat for a long time.
Yeah.
And then we went to leave, and I got up. And I just felt tingly.
Tingly and a little giggly.
You should not have taken it before you were going to a dinner, bro.
What? Really?
Just because of your lack of experience and how you're saying this was your first time, I would have recommended to you not to make that time right before you're going to dinner with some folks.
Well, I mean, I
thought it was a good time so I could have a little something on my stomach. Maybe that means nothing.
You took it on nothing with your stomach, actually.
Well, I guess I'm wrong. I mean, everybody reacts differently to this stuff, right? So it's really just.
I mean, you enjoyed it, didn't you?
I enjoyed it.
But you got to stop?
No, I felt. This is my thing. I didn't feel in control. It felt different. And it felt different than being blasted
Tyler,
drunk.
you're experienced with this. I mean,
you think it has anything to do with me being pretty drunk too at the same time?
That's what I was going with it. You ate it on an empty stomach, and then you went ahead and put 2 good size, healthy old fashions on top of it.
I mean, healthy ones.
And then you went to the frozen daiquiri. So I don't know what was it, the combination. Was it the gummy? Was it the old fashioned? Like what was what?
Yeah, what you're feeling will be completely different if you have alcohol with it, if you don't.
I mean, 3:30 I woke up, and I still felt a little tingliness.
I still felt a little tingly.
Yeah, a little tingly. Yeah, there it is. A little tingly. I was searching. I was going to grab it. I don't know, man. I had to one timer. Maybe I break up. Maybe I just do it by itself. But I thought, like, why not? And I didn't even have that much. I just had a corner. Just a little smidgen.
You're just trying to save it? You're rationing your leftovers, and now you don't want them anymore?
Well, no, I was testing it. Well, I mean, I was just testing to see what it would do. And yeah.
we probably ought to get off into them this afternoon.
Did you hear how Tyler, how disappointed? And now you got to stop?
No, I was just trying to understand because Clint was like, well, you liked it, right? But you had said, I think I need to chill out on this for a bit. So I was trying to gain an understanding of you, man.
Yeah, I think I might. Yeah.
And there's nothing wrong with taking a little break, knowing yourself. There's nothing wrong with that.
I knew myself. Yeah, I knew myself because I'm glad because I almost took 2. That might have been.
Last night could have got real weird.
Yeah, you may have got on the table with me if you'd done that.
I almost did. Like I know. I remember a lot. I know Clint was
gambling tables, by the way.
I know Clint was wondering because Clint at one point he's playing 3-card poker and he turned around to me at least twice from my memory. Might have been more. He said, "You all right?"
Well, I was just checking on you, man. I don't want to hold up the good time. I'm up for whatever.
Oh yeah, I'm good. Well, I was looking at them cards,
How'd you sleep last night?
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. By the way, I was surprised on that Mark Schlereth. I thought he would. First off, he was really ready for it. Like the Kelsey.
He's an entertainer now.
He is, isn't he?
Absolutely.
Did you know you were getting that from Mark Schlereth?
I didn't know we were going to get specifically that, but I knew I was getting that personality. Yeah, he's pretty good, man.
Yeah, he is. I like him. He's
anytime you can lead with the Super Bowl facts that he dropped out there in such a flippant way, then
God, did he have them all?
Yeah, man, that's pretty good. I mean, anytime you can lead like that, folks are probably going to listen and
he didn't have
be entertained.
He did not have a sheet of paper either. To hit it with that, he just kept going. He just kept going on the lead with that thing there. Yeah. All right. As we continue riding here in Vegas at the Super Bowl here. I thought I saw a tattoo on the side of the face. I thought that was Mike Tyson. Then I saw it went a little further on.
It looked like it might be a sparring partner. You might want to keep that down.
I'm telling you, hey, Doc, there's never been a better joke, like a more real joke told than that joke that Jamie Foxx told in the stand-up. And he said, like, he said, you ever been in a room with Mike Tyson? He said, it felt like somebody just walked in and just unchained their aggressive pit bull, and everybody in the room just step up and start getting to it. When I saw that tattoo on the side of the face, I started to get up in a defensive pose, like to prepare myself for Mike. Boy, just started looking around. All right, coming up as we look to hear from an Indianapolis Colt who played in the biggest game of the regular season against the Texans and watched this team personally up close defeat his Indianapolis Colts. We'll talk to Zach Moss coming up. But I do want to know, because the Chiefs have become the villain. It feels like they're becoming the villain, and I'm wondering why. Is it you're tired of them, you got fatigue, or is it that you just really don't like the Chiefs and it's more than just because they win? We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, Our Vision Homes, y'all. Houston's premier
First pick. Sorry, kids.
Yep, even easier than that. With no fees or minimums and no overdraft fees, is it even a decision?
Okay, here's the plan. Pass me the ball every time.
This is banking reimagined. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back as we are live here on The Drive here, right here on Radio Row. And I'm telling you, you never know who you're going to run into. All right? You never know who you're going to run into. Brian Cooper joins us, and Brian Cooper, president of the American Flag Football League. And I'm telling you, Brian, I'm wondering what position you think I'd play. Can I get in? Can I get in on this American Flag Football League?
Hey,
I got a quarterback here, I think, who can still sling it.
I've told everybody flag football is ubiquitous. It allows for everybody to come out and play and do their thing.
Trying to be nice. I like that. Brian trying to be nice.
But I think, you'd be a great center.
He's got some quick feet, man.
Exactly.
He's got some quick feet now.
Hey, and look, the centers
are eligible, ain't they?
If they blitz, the center's eligible. So you're right there.
I really, Ryan, you just judged the book by its cover. I got some good hands. All right, you give me a two-way go. I got a shot.
That's great.
I got a shot. No, man, tell us a little bit about the American Flag Football League, because this sounds like a fun thing that even our listeners would probably get into.
Very exciting stuff. We're going to be launching in April. We're here in Vegas. We've got a team in Dallas. We're going to have a team in Boston and in Nashville. And, as time goes on, I think, we're going to continue to expand. And look, I'm based in Houston. We've got people in the league who are based in Houston, and we look forward to one day obviously being in H-Town as well. And it's a great thing. And, I think right now flag football is really got a great trajectory, right? They've got the Olympics going on, and I think as people see the game and see how wonderful it is and how dynamic it is, I think that's going to be the exciting thing, is that basically it's 7-on-7, minus our interior linemen, but you get all the great passing, the tiptoe catches, all the dynamics that come with watching football as well. So the long plays, we play on a 120-yard field, a traditional field. Ooh. So it's just like watching traditional football. And so I think that's going to be the exciting thing. And so, we got an 8-week season that's going to kick off launch in August. In April of 24, and then we'll have a championship game that'll be played in Dallas in late June at the Star in Frisco. So we're really excited.
I think one of the coolest things for me, and we've seen an event this week on TV, or maybe it's the Pro Bowl, but the female aspect of flag football. I think that is really, really cool. I've heard that it's taken off really fast in terms of females joining and playing and excelling. What do you have in terms of, talk to us a little bit about the female aspect?
Absolutely. And that's what, that's the great part of the game, I think, and that's what's been over the last 10, 15 years. That's what really has driven the game, right? The growth in both youth and in female participation. You see in various states where they got teams in the prep leagues in Tennessee and Massachusetts, California, Nevada, and even Texas, they're growing the game. And all goes well for us in 24. We expect to launch a women's league in 25. I think that's going to be, that's going to be a game changer, right? Because, you got players like Diana Flores. Those players are players who are the absolute most elite flag football players or football players on the planet. So the upside is high for the women's game.
I was joking around. This sounds like this is, though, very, very serious.
Very. I think what people aren't going with a lot of NFL players want to play flag, and they're talented enough to do it. But we've got guys who have been playing flag football at an elite level for years. And there are certain things that translate, the nuances to the flag game that will have to be learned in order to succeed. The ability to evade someone pulling the flag and, dipping down and getting kind of different moves that just you don't see in traditional ball. But we got some great guys and some national team players. We've got 32 of our core 32 players. 11 of them are on the national team. We expect big things.
Tell us where people, our listeners, can go to find more information and keep tabs on what's going on.
Absolutely. Go to AFFL.com. And you can look at our website, look at our teams, and kind of get a sense of the players and get to see all the things we're doing on the flag side. And like I said, the future's bright for us, and I think the sport's going to just take off.
Brian, appreciate you joining us. Good luck
guys.
with everything, man. And
thank you.
I'm going to start getting my Clint, I'm telling you, man, we could be a hell of a quarterback combination.
We'll get you up there, man. You got to come up and see us.
Well, I need a
we
lower,
better start out in just a little lower level tournament and see what. I mean, them old boy, it's a different game now. I played some flag football in my time. It don't matter how good you are on the big field, boy. That's a different game right there now.
I hear you. Appreciate you doing this, Brian.
Likewise, guys.
That's
Appreciate
Brian
you,
Cooper.
man. Thanks so much, guys.
As we continue rolling on here at the Super Bowl, and this.
I first met Brian when he was Roughnecks were in town.
Right.
I mean, he was very, very instrumental in making that the success that it was. I tell you, it was a hell of a run. It was short, but it was a hell of a run the Roughnecks had in Houston. So
they're coming back though, aren't they? Or some version with the USFL.
Yeah, they joined that other league, and the Roughnecks are a thing. But I'm talking about the original, the OG Roughnecks, baby.
Yeah. The PJ Walker Roughnecks.
That's right.
Yeah, those guys. There we go. Yeah, they would have been the champs.
That's right. All right, man. Have a good one.
All right. As we continue rolling here, my man Kyle Turley. Yes.
I'm here.
In the building right there, man. How you doing, man?
I'm great, brother. Thank y'all for having me. Appreciate it.
We appreciate you jumping on with us.
Yes,
all right,
sir.
man. We got to get you. We got to get you with the opening question.
Okay.
You ready for this?
Yes, sir.
I can't wait to get your thoughts on this. I can't wait. You think by the end of this year, Travis Kelce's going to propose to Taylor Swift?
God, he better, bro. I mean, what in the world, man? I'd already had that done.
you already.
Oh, my Lord.
Had to pop this 6 or 7 times.
I think I just told my wife before I seen him with her. I was like, man, if things keep going the way we're going there, Taylor Swift's still available.
All you got to do is send her a bracelet. Put your phone number on a bracelet or something.
And he's got to make up for missing the Grammys, bro. She showed up to everything, and he left her alone there with all them creeps at the Grammys, bro.
Real quick on this, because our show, our midday show, we're having an argument on that. Like, he didn't have a choice in that, right?
You got a choice. You can go talk to the coach.
Think so. Super Bowl.
It was a night.
You're Travis, too.
Bro, please. How much money these guys making right now?
If
Jets. Give me a break, bro. What in the world?
It could have been West Coast and back, huh?
In a few hours.
If you were with Mike Martz at the Rams and you just said, listen, Mike, I got to be in L.A. for Sunday night. And you'd have made that happen. Damn.
Man, look at what the NFL's done with Taylor Swift. Look at what the Chiefs doing with Taylor Swift. She's taking pictures with the coaches and everybody, and she's doing all. And they couldn't give him one night to go support her at the Grammys. Give me a break.
Yeah.
It's a Super Bowl. What was he doing? In the stadium, answering a bunch of dumbass questions.
It's a quick trip.
Give me a break, bro.
Answering questions about her.
Exactly. Get on the plane. Go support your girl, man. She's another $300 million for the league, they say. You know what I mean? It's ridiculous.
We were talking about this, too, on the same front, Kyle. Like, we're talking about the prices of the suites in the stadium and how some people are paying $7-8 million for a suite, right? I mean, we immediately went to, where in the hell's Taylor going to sit?
Right.
I mean, the league's got to give her a suite, right?
They better.
I mean, the money they're making off of her, the appearances is
and
sick.
They keep showing like the kiss. It's everywhere, Unreal. On the field.
Former NFL offensive lineman Kyle Turley joins us, and I am so happy that you're here, because this man right here, we all need your help, because he is. I've watched this man who has a great head of hair, almost ripped all of it out.
I know, I'm jealous.
This year,
I lost all mine. It's gone.
I mean, if he would come back every week with the Texans, and they had a hell of a season, and the lack of physicality across this offensive line just kills them. And you played in the league, and you were known for physicality. Is that just something that you're in, or can this group develop it? Because they've got 4 guys that aren't going anywhere, and they have got to find a way to get that aspect of the game. They're just not moving people. They struggle running the ball. And Laramie Tunsil leads this group, who's a great offensive lineman and great in terms of passing game. But that is the biggest issue right now up front. When you say, boy, this team lacks physicality, how can that be improved?
Well, how can that be, period, right? I mean, this is the NFL. You've got, you're one of 1,800 guys in the league, if you're in the NFL, in the world, that get to play this game. So you're a top talent, you know what I mean? But the game has changed when it comes to the line position. And we were talking earlier about a great friend of ours, there's some dogs that got to the league, Now it's like real Purdy guys get to the league, it seems, even at the offensive line, defensive line positions, But that was, it's all about coaching at the end of the day. I'm available, so, they can hire me.
Right there.
I don't know who's talking to these dudes, but they got all the talent in the world in the locker room, right? And so it's just a messaging situation that seems to be the problem when it comes to issues with anybody, right? It's, are we on the same page? And so the coaching situation has to be addressed, period. These players are the talent. It's there.
Yeah.
You got the talent, especially at the line position.
Well, Kyle, we talked. I've talked to a lot of former offensive linemen that played a lot of football in the league, and one message I hear is obviously you can't make a guy physical that doesn't have it in his nature, right? I mean, you had some crazy and some physical in your nature, so you was a good combination of both. But the other thing is that offensive line play in college and in the league is coached totally different now, to where there's a lot of almost techniques that lean towards shielding a guy from the play side or the hole you're trying to attack offensively, versus physically grabbing him, manhandling him, pushing him around, and ultimately embarrassing him. Whereas back in our day and back in your day of playing, it was like, hey, man, I'm just trying to embarrass this cat.
Well, because we had to war against each other, so when it came to game time, it was fun. Let's go get after somebody else. They don't even practice today.
Yeah.
There's no two-a-days. There's no hard practicing. They're all in two-point stances. Nobody's putting a hand in the dirt no more, unless you're, a D-tackle, pretty much at the end of the day. And, so there's a soft approach, I think, that's just been kind of perpetuated here in the league. With all the new rule changes, I can't be the player that I was today. There's no way I could finish downfield like I used to and just, be just killing people. It was like, that video game on Nintendo, the Duck Hunt. I was like, wow. Night. See you later.
Hey, Ron, Kyle's a guy. I had crossed paths with Kyle back when he mentioned a good buddy of ours, Jeff Chase, that I played some ball with, and that's how I first met Kyle a long time ago. But we had a conversation, Kyle, about okay, here's the Texan situation we told you. Is there a guy out there, because they need a left guard. They need a left guard or a center, one of the two. Is there a guard out there that you could bring that guy in and put him in a room with a Laramie Tunsil, highest paid tackle in the game, and a coach that clearly for years kind of let this approach? Is there a guy you can put in that room and that dude change?
One dude
change the physicality. And we talked about this, Kyle, and I'm saying, Ron, there ain't too many of these out there.
There's not very many. It's Quentin Nelson. That's the name.
Right. Well, because there's got to be it's got to be a guy that plays the game the way y'all played it.
Yeah.
But then you got to have a level of I don't give a rip, call it crazy, call it whatever you want, to where I don't care. It doesn't matter what Laramie Tunsil's making. It doesn't matter what the coach allowed. Here's how we're going to do things in this room.
Sure.
There's just few and far between, right?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's the intangibles, as they call it, right? And is the guy a dog or not, right? But again, you have the talent level in the NFL is there.
Yeah.
They've gone through a tremendous process to whittle that thing down in their draft picks and the free agent picks and all those things. So there's capable guys in that locker room. It comes down to coaching. At the end of the day, I've been coaching for a long time. I've been coaching JUCO. I've been coaching high school. I've been training guys in the off seasons from the pros. They won't give me an O-line job in the NFL to just show what it takes to get guys ready.
Yeah.
But it's a lack of attention. You got these offensive coordinators out there now that aren't even working with the offensive line.
Yeah.
The offensive line sitting down at the other end of the field, and they're out there like they're going to go out on Sunday and play 7-on-7, and they're not going against the ones anymore. They're not pushing these guys to go at each other and build that toughness that you need.
Yeah.
You need to have a guy that is going to be a dog going against a dog that brings out more of a dog in that guy, right?
A lot of dogs.
Exactly. You got to bring that out to NFL. You know what I mean?
Real quick, can you I want to hear because I want to hear this explanation and see if I could see this with the Texan offensive lineman. You've said dog multiple times. What is the Kyle Turley definition of a dog?
Man, I mean, at the end of the day, like you said, it's a guy who's going to finish and a guy who's ready. I mean, when you get ready and instead of doing all this, looking around, let's try to fool everybody, let's do this, let's throw our hands out there. They're doing all this to the D linemen now. They're allowed to. I'm going, wait, isn't that a false start? No, they're able to go in 2-point stances. They figured out how they can try to trick everybody. And at the end of the day, you got to get down and just play football. That's how you be a dog. And it's mano a mano. It's taking a guy guy and is finishing that guy, all right? And if you don't see that, then you don't have dogs. If you don't see the finish and what players produce from the minute, in a second the ball is snapped, to get to where they need to be and then finish what they're doing instead of just standing in the way, which is what a lot of linemen, offensive linemen do that you see out there. Most guys just kind of take that first step and just kind of stand there, and they don't finish downfield and they don't get to the next level. They're not working that backside block, I mean, you can go to certain things that are keys in the offensive line that have to be accomplished, and that's the backside of the offensive line plays need to be better, right? And you got great blocks on these onsides and all that, and then how did that play get stopped? It's the backside, because there's no real attention paid to next level, getting up to that linebackers. There's all these rules in place to, guys can't get hit away from the play. You can't cut no more. You can't do all these other things. So you got to find a way to get to where you need to be and then just finish. That's the number one thing in coaching that you have to really get into, guys, is that thing that I had, that you had, that we had to have back when the game was played the way it was, that you had to finish. Now guys are just kind of, it's like a 7-on-7 game, and they're just getting in the way, and they're, some of these guys are just being put there, because they're so big. You know what I mean? I went against that. I was undersized at 6'5", 300 pounds coming out of college. I was undersized lineman. No, man, the best lines that have ever played were guys around that, even under 300 pounds, that could move, because that backside needs to get those blocks. That's how almost every defense makes stops that they need to make, especially in the NFL, is the backside's not getting blocked. They need to have athletic guys that can take that reach step, get through there, come underneath, and get up to that next level linebacker. And we got guys that are like almost 400 pounds that can barely move. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's ridiculous.
Hey, one guy that I know all of our listeners know, and we saw you the last couple of days here on Radio Row, Jim McMahon.
Yeah.
How's he doing? What's your tie to him? And catch us up on what's going on in his world.
Yeah, Jim and I, we came together about 15 years ago with a lot of retired player efforts. We worked with Mike Ditka on. He obviously won a Super Bowl with Coach, and then I was drafted by Coach Ditka. So we came together in these retired player effort things with the Gridiron Greats organization. And the Gridiron Greats organization came about because of all the problems that were had in our community with our retired players and the benefits and all these things that they weren't receiving. So we had to make a lot of noise, and then the cannabis thing came along about almost 10 years after that, and so almost 10 years now we've been at this thing, and then we started our own company together about 3 years ago called Revenant, and Jim and I just go around, we talk about cannabis, we talk about what it's doing for our lives, because he continues to go back to these 85 bear reunions, tell me about it. He's the only guy that's even gimping around. You got Mongo's passing right now. Hopefully he goes to Hall of Fame today. I don't know if they're announcing any of these things coming up about the Hall of Fame, but
should be today,
yeah, there's such a consequence of playing this game that there has to be the voices that did it and then had this resolution that we've had in cannabis go out and talk about these stories, because the league and everybody else is still continuing to try and suppress that information. For what reason, I don't know. It makes no sense to me, and they can call me up tomorrow and I'll be ready Sunday if they want me to prove it, and I'll help any one of these teams win the Super Bowl. But it's real, what we've experienced, and it's a span of 3 decades of football for me, Jim McMahon, Ricky Williams, Evan Britton, and now you got Calvin Johnson talking about this at the Hall of Fame. Jim and I came together. I was a huge fan, and grew up Mormon, so BYU, of course. I had to hear about Jim McMahon my whole life. My dad was a quarterback there, so it was like, of course, and had the opportunity to meet him, and we ended up consuming some cannabis together, and on my tour bus, I was playing music at the time, and that was it. That's all we needed to realize that we're the same, and we need to continue to work together, be around each other. That's what this world's about, is finding those that you connect with, continue to work towards, accomplishing things to make this place better.
Hell yeah.
All right, Kyle, we appreciate you joining us, man. That was great. We'll use a lot of that offensive line conversation down the line while we're talking about the Texans coming up.
I appreciate you, brother. Thank you so much.
Clint, what you got coming?
Well, it's easy. I heard a conversation this morning on Pat McAfee about C.J. Stroud and the standard that he set for young quarterbacks, and it's a good conversation, so I want to have it with my man Ryan Hughley. We'll do that next right here on Sports Radio 610. But before we do that, I got to tell you about Daisy Dip. Y'all know sour cream. Y'all
800-462-3333. That's 800-462-3333. 800-462-3333. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
All right, Ron. I heard a conversation this morning that I thought was really, really good on Pat McAfee's show. It was Dan Orlovsky. He joined, and the conversation was basically the bar that C.J. Stroud has set for rookie quarterbacks, first-year head coaches, etc., first-year play callers, etc. Is what it is, right? I mean, he moved. The bar is set really high for first-year coaches, first-year quarterbacks, and I'm sitting there wondering because I think it's real. They were kind of debating on whether it was real or not. And I said, no, it's real. There's no doubt about it that C.J. Stroud has put a bar for other quarterbacks to immediately have success. It's out there, and that's what the owners are going to expect. But I think it's real, but I just wonder how fair it is at this point, Ron.
Yeah, I mean, it's what CJ did is now going to fall into the line of what like Mahomes did in terms of expectation of now, hey, your quarterback can be this ready.
Right.
And not just your quarterback can be this ready and perform and your team win the way Ben Roethlisberger did with all those all-pros and Hall of Famers around him. No, man, you get a right offensive mind with him. Your quarterback should be able to get you almost playoff-like, and that potentially, even though, we certainly didn't see that with Bryce, right? And I don't know what would have happened with Anthony Richardson, all right? But I think there is a danger of, like, the expectation of how well a rookie plays should be raised. Like, I don't think anymore we're going to be talking about, hey, man, you remember as a rookie, Peyton Manning threw like 30 interceptions? No, C.J. Stroud just walked in here, and their team won the division and made the playoffs.
Yeah,
which is not fair because C.J. Stroud is the true anomaly. If you heard the name I just said, Peyton Manning, which was a struggle in year one.
Ron, that's why when I tried to at least get this across to the people of like how rare what C.J. Stroud did, and hopefully is long term, like how rare that really is, right? I mean, to have a guy go out there and have that level of success the way in which he did it, Houston, we got extremely fortunate. Now, look, D'Amico and Nick did a tremendous job of drafting the right guy that was available at the time at 2. But to watch him go out there and do what he did was absolutely tremendous. And I'm going to answer, I think it's completely unfair, like, to expect rookie quarterbacks, young quarterbacks, first, second-year quarterbacks to play at the level that C.J. Stroud played at this year. I think it's real. I think it is what owners are going to expect. I think it is what defensive-minded coaches that hire offensive coordinators and draft quarterbacks are going to expect, but I think it's absolutely 100% unfair. To think that Bryce Young right now you look at it, C.J. Stroud made everybody around him better, but the roster that C.J. Stroud joined, it needs a lot of help in order to get to a level where it's championship caliber. Bryce Young, he took over with a roster that we thought was better than Houston and actually ended up going downhill and sliding the wrong direction. But I find it hard to believe that many, if any, rookie quarterbacks are going to end up having the success even in year 2 that C.J. Stroud had in year 1.
Now, I don't think it's fair to have the C.J. level, but I do think if the expectation should be heightened, of, hey, if we find a good coach and we put him with a quarterback, like the expectation is your quarterback shouldn't be in the situation that Bryce Young was in.
Right.
That's bull. Where it's up and down, you don't know who.
Agreed.
There should
play
be
callers are changing.
There should be a level of expectation that and I'm thinking this from the organization, that your rookie is not put in the worst position for him to fail.
Right.
And I think we saw that with Bryce, and we're seeing that, right? Like his head coach has been fired prior to the season ending the last 2 years, right? That was what he was dealing with. So I think there is a higher expectation that organizations treat their young quarterback a certain way to get better. Because what happened with Bryce, he should have been in that position.
I agree.
It should have been better. But it don't mean that, well, it should be what CJ did. No,
Right.
that's unfair.
But I think it's fair to expect some level of like I'll even look at Indy. Like I know Anthony Richardson played in 5 games. He was injured in 4 of them, or something like that, 6 and 4, however it was. But you could see the promise with him and Steichen. You could see a little flash of like, okay, I could see this working out. Like I agree. I think the more fair bar is like for it not to be an absolute mess 17 games straight the way it was in Carolina. Nonetheless, I just thought it was an interesting conversation. The CJ bar has made the season that he had this year has made it unbelievably more difficult for young quarterbacks that have been drafted the last couple of years, as well as the Drake Mays and Caleb Williams and Michael Penix Jr.'s and all these guys that are coming out this year, especially the guys that I saw a draft. What do you call it? A mock draft the other day, and they had 3 quarterbacks drafted 1, 2, 3. It was Caleb Williams, Drake May, and then what's my man's name?
Daniels.
It's Daniels, Jaden Daniels, and from LSU. So
doing, Pastor?
The expectations put on those guys are going to be absolutely through the roof. And I'm gonna be honest with you, I think they're unfair. All right, we're live at Radio Row in Vegas.
You think any of them are CJ's level?
No. Who this year?
This year?
No, absolutely not.
Really, not even Caleb?
No. I do not. I think the only one that's got a chance is Michael Penix Jr. In terms of like the way they play the game and what they were asked to do in college and the decision making and the ability to stretch the field and you know, you got to be a certain level processor that is elite in order to play the game the way C.J. Stroud played it. Now you look at Daniels; he's got how well does his legs transition to the NFL? So his game's going to look different than C.J. Stroud's. You know, I've heard all the comparisons this morning to Drake May to Ben Roethlisberger and some of the different things that he can do. I'm not sold on
Is
how
Drake that big?
He's 6'5", 220. They said this morning been working out, so he's got plenty of frame to put more weight on. But I'm not sold on Drake May from a standpoint of – I'm sold on Drake May eventually being a quarterback. But to me, he is a real Justin Herbert type of where he's really raw with an extremely high ceiling. Like, it wouldn't surprise me if he went somewhere with a 500 organization that was playing a lot of catch-up football and put up some good numbers. But is he going to process at a level of C.J. Stroud? I would not bet on that. Caleb Williams, the same thing. Plays a lot of his game is off script, off schedule, off platform. How is that going to transition to the NFL? I think Caleb's a special talent. I do believe that Caleb is a very, like, he plays the game the way that Pat Mahomes. I'm talking about the Pat Mahomes, not the game manager we saw last week. I'm talking about the Pat Mahomes that we've all grown to love. He does have that kind of vibe to his game, and you got to question whether he can do it at the NFL level, because we've seen one guy have crazy success at the NFL level playing the game that way, and that's Pat Mahomes. So it's an interesting year. It's a very interesting year because I do think, once again, I think the most polished NFL-ready quarterback is Michael Penix Jr. However, he's not even seen in top 10 mock drafts right now because
really
the other
taking the injury into a high account with
him.
Sure.
And this, when you look at Drake May and the tangibles, just how big and physical he is. You look at Caleb Williams and that Pat Mahomes comparison, and then you look at the year Daniels had at LSU running and throwing. I mean, it's going to be hard for Michael Penix Jr. to get up there. But you talk about a guy that could play the game the way that CJ played it if he does get a shot early in his career. I think Michael Penix Jr. is the guy that is fast-tracked to have success in the league. He is playing physically at or above his ceiling, and I think mentally he's a higher level processor than most college quarterbacks coming out. So I think he would have a legit shot. Ron, we're awaiting Luke Kuechly, I believe, or is the schedule changed? Is we got him? We got them all over the place, but
there's a lot going on around, baby.
Yeah, we've got a couple hours left in the show, and we've got a list of 4 or 5 more guests that are going to come through. It is getting busy here on Radio Row. A lot of players, a lot of former players, a lot of coaches, couple of general managers walking around here. So we'll keep you up on that and make sure we get the right folks to sit down with us.
And speaking of that, man, Brevin Jordan, tight end for your Houston Texans. I can't wait. That 70-yard run, baby. My man is he's coming up next with us, and we'll talk to a Texan that really has a chance to impact the team next year. We'll talk with Brevin Jordan coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, let's talk about this right now. Let's talk about protecting your family. Let's talk about having peace of mind. Clint Stoerner here for Generator Supercenter of Houston. Y'all got to check this out, man. Whether it's a hurricane or a winter freeze or a drought or for any reason, it can be construction issues. It's a bad feeling to lose power at the house, man. And look, there is a solution. You don't have to.
Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back. Man, they passing these boxes of chicken around here, and I need me to give me one. I can't do the wings of it, but I see
what kind of chicken?
I see these red boxes of chicken, and I'm gonna tell you what. Right now, I got a
Chick-fil-A.
I got a thigh in me. No, it looks like
Checkers.
No, it looks like what's that? Crispy chicken or something like that. That's what it looked like.
It looks like a KFC box to me, but I don't know if they got those around here, do they? It's red and white.
It's red. It's.
But it's not. It's some kind of sponsor, I'm sure, that's running around here with the name on the box.
Yeah, it could be. I could do a thigh.
I can smell it. I can smell it. I could do a 3-piece, all drum, spicy with the large red beans and rice. Yeah, a little easier, man. Look.
I'll let George.
I'm just going to tell you, when we're in this situation we're in right here, I need finger foods, and a drum is I can pick that up and just knock it back.
Yeah,
the other ones I got a thigh I got to work through now.
Yeah, I want 2,000 abreast.
We'll see there. See, Tyler. See, I mean, it's,
I don't need a wing. I want the.
Are you speaking for Tyler?
No, I don't care what Tyler wants.
There's nothing wrong with loving a good breast, man.
No, there's nothing wrong with it. I'm just telling you, right?
They got a biscuit with this thing. That's what I want to see.
Or some breasts in the biscuit. That's
if
where
they got a Popeyes in Vegas, I'm fixing to go to Popeyes, y'all.
We got to find some.
3-piece, spicy, all drums, large red beans and rice, large sweet tea, please. And thank you.
Please.
And thank you.
Tyler has been disappointed in me, by the way. We're awaiting coming up soon, Brevin Jordan, tight end for your Houston Texans. You've been disappointed, Tyler. We got a 3-2, but I do see your list.
You picked it up today. You picked it up.
Tyler is being very specific on, in all caps, of no, who I didn't ask the opening question to. I am getting a little. I'd say I wouldn't say flustered, but the head's on a swivel, and it laps my mind sometimes.
What's going on?
You hear that safety's footsteps coming.
Right? Yeah, just like oh, here we go. It's coming in quick, and I forget. The Kelsey thing. I forget. And he writes it here. Carrot Top didn't ask. I cannot believe I didn't ask Scott.
Yeah, that
was on the heels of a rough the rough go. Who was it? Who was it that didn't respond well originally? Tyler, you remember who that was?
I don't remember anyone not responding very well.
Brian Jones may have been the worst response.
That may have been it.
Oh yeah.
But that wouldn't have deterred me. I just plain forgot what Scott Thompson.
Schultz wasn't a big fan of the question either.
He did it though.
He answered it, but I don't think he was a big fan of it.
I don't give a damn.
We sit down in the Super Bowl Radio Row and you want to ask me about a pop star?
Well, I wasn't a big fan of his drops in the playoffs, so sorry.
Tyler, that is one of the best.
Sorry, bruh. Maybe you catch the ball. Maybe I won't ask you about Taylor Swift.
Maybe you'd be playing in this damn game if you'd have caught the damn.
Yeah, maybe. We'll never know.
Oh, that damn Tyler. He'd be in a race to piss off as many people as Ron if he was here.
See, I actually like Dalton, but I don't care. Get it there.
Nah, man, he got yeah. I said you're damn right. I'm serious about that damn question. Answer it. It ain't like I said, hey. Picked up one of these football. Hey, Dalton, catch it.
Right, yeah, throw something there above the eyes.
Catch that bad boy. No, no, man. Still with it. Like he said, I'm sure we could get something worked out. Is what Dalton Schultz said.
With what?
With the Texans. He said because I said to him,
I bet you he's back.
You think so?
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. I think we agree that I would try to upgrade from that. But you get the feel is they like Dalton, and he will be back.
Well, I think they like him. I think they're aware of the things that we talked about. Like, I think Nick and D'Amico sit around and go, hey, we got to get more physical in the run game. And one place you can do that is a tight end position. I don't think I said anything out of line or that wasn't true.
No.
When you're talking about Schultz. But when you every list you look at of the available free agents, Dalton Schultz is going to be on the top of that list. And so you got a guy that's in love with your organization. You got a guy that obviously is bought into what you're doing and is a good fit. it might be in their best interest to keep Dalton Schultz around. Now, what does it end up costing them? At what cost does it come with? We'll see. I'll be honest with you, I've never thought about this, but I wouldn't be opposed to them just upgrading and keeping Dalton. Like, I have no idea what kind of money these guys are going to fetch on the open market. I have no idea. I know in watching Dalton Schultz, it doesn't appear to me that he's going to break the bank for anybody. But you get like a Dalton Schultz, and then we've talked about another guy that's a veteran free agent that's not going to come at a ridiculous price that I think is a more well-rounded receiver. I mean, a tight end is Hunter Henry.
I would do that in a heartbeat.
But you plug those two guys in, and then you've got the man that's going to join us next, Brevin Jordan, as the athletic, explosive,
but
versatile.
That's a lot. But that'd be a lot of money at that position, wouldn't it? If you're going to bring
I don't know what they're
Dalton
going. I don't know what they're going to come at. I don't know what they're going to come at. The thing is, Ron, you can't go out there and spend that same amount of money. There's George Kittle's not walking through the door.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, Travis Kelce's not walking through the door. Mark Andrews didn't walk through. So I mean, it's one of those deals where. Are you better off getting two, let's say, above average tight ends and working a true two tight end set and letting them play off each other, and Brevin Jordan being that use check type that can do some different things and line up in the backfield, and he can carry the ball in the backfield, line up out wide and run routes. Now he's your more versatile guy. I don't know that you need that, but I know offensively, if you're going to compete for championships, you're going to need to be special and better somewhere, and that would be a hellacious three. That'd be a hellacious tight end room overall. If you can't go get one of the top end guys, you better have two that are pretty damn good. I put it to you this way: we can't afford anymore to move forward with a guy that one is an H back in Brevin, and then another's a tight end, and he's doing he has a good run of 4 or 5 games in the run game, but then, he struggles otherwise. But he's good in the pass game, and then he has a couple rough games. Like you've got to have two dudes that can go.
I just saw Brevin, and he looks like he just walked right down the hallway there.
Damn.
Yeah, there's Brevin Jordan just walked down there.
Yeah, yeah. So we'll see if he jumps on with us.
Come back, Brev.
Come on back, Brev.
Hey, Brev.
I am going to try my hardest not to lose it.
Don't do it, man. Don't do it, man.
In all seriousness, hold on, show. We got you, bro.
I'm going to try. That's the thought of I'm mentally preparing myself. They're going to bring Dalton Schultz back, but if they do, they've got to have at least an answer of somebody that can lay some kind of punch in the run game in terms of blocking and being able to add that in the run game, because what it got down to at the end, and to me, I don't know if Tegan Quatoriano is just the answer, but what it got down to at the end is Brevin Jordan and Dalton Schultz being in the game. You're at a disadvantage in trying to run the football with those guys out there together. Not to mention with what we've been talking about all offseason long, the issues with the lack of physicality with your offensive line to begin with, and you're just adding guys. It's just like it's nothing on Dalton or Brevin. It's just not their strength, right? And so, to me, I'm mentally preparing that. But they got to get somebody, whether it's in the draft, whether it's somebody out there that could be physical. And there's a threat in the passing game.
Tegan Quatoriano, I don't believe is the answer. I've been wrong before, but we'll see. Like if you put a guy that was a more physical, again, more well-rounded in terms of being able to help you in the run game and the pass game, that was more of an inline tight end, hand in the dirt, had a little nasty to him. You put him and Dalton in the game at the same time. Now you've got something. Now you've got something, and you're not asking Dalton Schultz to block Jadeveon Clowney, right? You're asking him to do some of the things that we saw Brevin Jordan do this year, and so forth. So I do think we hadn't talked about that. I do think that could be an option for the Texans. It does sound like that Dalton Schultz is coming back. Now, if you get a complimentary piece to go with him that can do some other things that has strengths elsewhere, then you're on to something.
Yep. All right, coming up next, hopefully we get a chance to get with Brevin Jordan. Your guess is as good as ours at this point. But if not, there are some things that there's some talking about. We talked about the run game with the tight ends. There's something that needs to be discussed here. Do the Texans definitely need a Saquon Barkley, a Derrick Henry, a Josh Jacobs? Do they need that type of guy, or are we kind of overreacting with how bad the run game was and maybe trying to correct the problem? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Before we do that, I got to tell you about Ron Kraft Chevrolet in Houston. Look, if you're looking for a new rig, man, it's 20.
app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here in Vegas, Radio Row, holding it down for you. Clint, I want to get right to it. I want to get with the people, 713-572-4610, because I see some people jumping in on this as well. You on YouTube and Twitch jumping in as well. Again, I want to appreciate everybody listening, however you are listening to us, however the way you're listening to us. We thank you so much. You have helped make us the number one sports station in Houston, the number one drive time show in Houston as well. We appreciate you for holding us down. I want to get your thoughts on this because we have talked so much about the Texans and their need for a running game to improve and really a running back, right? We have thrown out those sexy names that people like. I know me and you are both on Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley is one. Derrick Henry is one. Josh Jacobs is one. I ain't going to lie to you. You've brought up the DeAndre Swift one at a cheaper rate. That's a sexy one to me. We know that they can't come back and just say, hey, man, we're going to roll this thing with Devin Singletary, motor, whatever you want to call him, or, hey, maybe Dameon Pierce is going to pick it up and get it.
Yeah.
But are we overreacting to a problem? And I know many of you hate when I give the examples of a previous stop for mine. But I remember when the Chiefs got just absolutely destroyed up front offensive line-wise in the Super Bowl against the Bucs. And what they did in the offseason, they just went crazy. They traded a number one draft pick to get a tackle. They drafted 3 offensive linemen. They then traded. It seemed like they overcorrected the problem. Are we thinking when we say the guys like Saquon Barkley and Josh Jacobs and the Derrick Henry, is that overcorrecting the problem? Shout out to a Houston legend and Bomani Jones just walked past. But are we overcorrecting the problem when we look at those things? And because I feel like my inner Tyler's in my head when Tyler says never pay a running back, never go after a running back, never. Are we overcorrecting the problem when we say we gotta go get a Saquon?
I don't believe so. Look, I would rather overreact now and say I gotta have that kind of guy than look up mid-season and go, man, I underreacted. When those guys were available, I let them fall by the wayside. I didn't pursue them, and I tried this running back by committee, or I tried this second tier, third tier guy again, and hoped and prayed that he would exceed expectations. Like I would just, you're at a spot with the Texans where you're good enough now with the same approach to be a playoff caliber team. I mean, you're going to be, the schedule's going to get more difficult, but you're still going to be a fringe playoff caliber team, one of those fringe playoff teams. You're going to be right in that mix. Now, you go get the right guys, all of a sudden, this C.J. Stroud, D'Amico Ryans thing can take another step, and you can become a real contender. Or you can just stay right where you're at and build you a solid team with good depth that's coached well. And I think you're going to have a hard time getting beyond where you got this year. You're going to have a hard time competing with the top 4, 5, or 6 teams in this league in a playoff situation. I'm talking about regular season. In a playoff situation when it's for all the marbles, you're going to have a hard time competing if you don't have game-changing impact-type players. And the Texans just right now, they're limited in that capacity. I'm not overselling it. I think at the running back position, you go get a guy that's going to touch it 25 times for your game potentially.
Yeah.
I mean, that's
where are you at on that drive, family? As I see someone texted in, Clint said, no, we're overcorrecting because we need to go overcorrect the offensive line. And that's the major problem. I understand that, but let's just be honest. Like, Tunsil's not going nowhere. Titus Howard's not going nowhere. Juice Scruggs ain't going nowhere. And Shaq Mason ain't going nowhere. That's 4 guys that you're not going to be able to change. I agree with you from this standpoint. You got to go get the best back in the draft, and this ain't a draft like that had Gibbs and Bijan Robinson in it, so I don't know if that is the thought, because the running back pool is not the same as it was. There's not what feels like a game changer, right? If there were Jamar Gibbs in this thing, and this is a guy that's going to be around the 12th, I'd say go get him. Yep. I would say, but I don't know that guy exists, right? And when you have the resources and the money they have, it is hard to say, hey, man, why don't you go give $12 to $15 million a year for an impact player that will make life easier for everybody? So I'm with you. I don't. Someone texted in, those backs don't stay healthy. I mean, we're not talking about signing for 10 years. I get you. And you know what? I don't want to poo-poo that because there is something to the health concern, especially with the Saquon.
Not for me, man. I mean, look, there's certain players. I hate the way the position gets labeled injury prone. To me, we see players, receivers, tight ends, O-linemen, everybody across the D. We still see those guys get hurt all the time. And for whatever reason, we don't do the same thing with them as we do the running back position. I don't know how you can sit around and talk about a guy. Obviously, 10 or 11 carries is not enough for your number one back, right? So we're talking about a guy that's going to touch the football 20 to 25 snaps a game, which arguably is going to be in the 40 to 50% of your offense. And we want to go bargain? we want to go by committee?
But you don't have to bargain. That's the big part of it.
Like a bargain to me is Swift. That's where my mind's at with the Texans right now.
Right. It feels like that has to be the floor of what you get.
Yes. What I keep hearing, well, re-up this guy and do – no, man. Like,
what was DeAndre Swift's numbers last year? Go ahead.
I don't know what his numbers ended up being, but I know he was a game changer for that offense.
He was really going early with that offense. They were running the football.
Watch any Eagles game you want to that he participated in, and you don't and tell me if you didn't walk away from that game knowing who DeAndre Swift was and taking note several times throughout a game, going, "Whoa, that's special." Then you didn't watch the game very closely.
I think he's a third leading rusher in the NFL.
Who, Swift? Yeah, I mean,
close to it. He's top 5. He's over 1,000 yards last year, 5 touchdowns, and they had a swoon, right? They had a fight and where they just self-destructed down the stretch.
Well, yeah,
of the season, then where the big complaint is they didn't give him the ball enough. Yeah, he's 5th in the league in rushing with 1,049 yards, and they just kind of moved away from the run game. So yeah, I can roll with the Swift. But that's got to be the floor, right? It's got to be at least somebody that is proven that you can look at and know what they're going to do, or somebody where you look at like, man, that Bijan Robinson, that damn Gibbs, man, I can't walk away from that talent. That's something that's scary, and I don't know if that player is, but I can understand if you were paying CJ right now, but you're not, and you don't have to bargain.
But Ron, look, man. We talk a lot about this quarterback getting paid deal, but you can't have a quarterback not getting paid and have fewer impact players. Like the Chiefs are finding a way to keep a few impact players.
Yeah, and their GM just came out today and said Chris Jones and L'Jarius Sneed are both priorities to sign.
Yeah.
I mean, how the hell they're going to pull that off.
Like, I get it. I mean, right now is a time where it just makes more sense because you're not paying your quarterback. But there's no reason.
But no, you're right. Because the Chiefs, we keep saying it, the Chiefs, you better get them now because we feel like they're going to have more weapons next year.
Yeah.
And they're going to make it happen while paying the guys that they are paying.
Yeah, all of it. I mean, you look at all these teams, and it's just they find a way they find a way to stay in that Super Bowl conversation. Now, whether the season pans out that way or not is a different story, but they find a way to stay because of the talent on the roster of sure the coach, sure the quarterback. They find a way to stay in that Super Bowl conversation. And so, yeah, it's the spotlight's on the Texans because they're not paying that quarterback, but there's never an excuse to not have game-changing type players, and I just think the Texans have an opportunity to get one or two this offseason because of money and the fact that they're available. And I personally believe that they'd be crazy not to make that move and look, that is a tip of the cap to them because I think they're ready. Like I mean, there was no sense for them to go out and sign a bunch of marquee players over the last couple of years because you're not even trying to win. But right now you're ready to take that next step, and the only way you're going to do it is to get more talented. And have more impact players. So we'll see what happens. There's some guys available. But, no, to answer your original question, hell no, I'm not overreacting.
Yeah, and it was an interesting point that Dalton Schultz, we had Dalton Schultz on earlier, today. It was an interesting point that he made. Boy, I can't wait to see the different things Bobby Slowey's going to do. I can't wait to see him line up backs in the slot and things like that. And you're right. Is that ability on the roster for them to do? Do they have that ability to do something? So I hope that they do find a way to improve their team coming up in some kind of way in that fashion. So yeah, I'm with it. Go get something to help you. All right, as we continue rolling through live here on Radio Row here in Vegas, you think this is going to be one of the rotation cities, right? Because I've heard early on, Clint, that people were saying, "No, man, this is going to kill. This is going to kill Vegas. This ain't going to be good. This ain't going to hang in Vegas." No, I think this is going to be here every 4 years. New Orleans, Miami. What's another one?
New York, maybe.
L.A. probably. They
LA,
just built that new stadium. This one we're going to see repeatedly. Damn, is that Merle Hodge? God, dog, he looks good.
Yeah, I got to get in his workout routine.
Wow, man.
Got to drop a few lbs. Merle, what you got going on over there?
Cancer survivor as well. Damn, he looks good.
Oh, is that it?
Well, he's a cancer survivor a long time ago.
Oh, okay.
Long time ago, years ago. But he looks, that is him in the weight room. Man, he looks like he can go run cross country right now.
I think he's probably CrossFitting. What do you think?
Yeah, P90.
P90. No, I doubt he's P90Xing.
Remember, Tyler said he was a P90Xer.
Yeah.
Tyler
dip my toe in those waters. Just not Tybo.
Dip your toe in them waters.
There's something, Tyler. There, I'm gonna be honest with you. There ain't much about OT that's got P90X written on it. I love you to death, brother, but I just don't.
I didn't say I did P90X recently.
I was going to say, what year was it? Because
I was in late college, so 2011-ish, 2010-ish.
Late college. Because this is prior to the ACL.
Lee College, sorry.
This was prior to the ACL, MCL twist.
Yeah, way
So that
before.
was you were your prime physical.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, look, I just don't.
Tyler, he has that same look on his face when him and Parker swore me down that I could not eclipse 6 seconds on the 40.
It's all right, man. You bully me, man. It's fine.
I'm not bullying you.
Cool. You just fall right in line with that stereotype of jocks in the locker room, bro.
I don't know why. Now that's hateful. See, now you're letting your real.
I didn't say you were. I said you're falling into that stereotype.
No, look. I mean, that's fine. Stereotype that. But I just if I were you, I wouldn't. You couldn't pay me to walk to P90X netting.
I had to as a part of my job.
I mean, you can walk into any store and pick up whatever gear you want, and it's going to fit you right. It's going. You got zero worries, man. I mean, throw on one of these tight pair of jeans I got to wear around, and it'll encourage you to work out in the morning. I get back in that damn room and I unbutton them britches and I'm like, woo! I got to get me a damn workout in the morning.
To be honest, I didn't do it out of my own good soul, like out of my own sheer initiative. It was a requirement for the job I had at the time.
I'd like.
You had a requirement from a job that made you have to perform P90X.
Yeah, I had to be up at the office and doing P90 with my boss and my coworker every morning. Yep.
Were you enlisting into the Marines? What job is forcing you to have to do P90X to go?
I was working at a church down in Old Baytown, Texas.
At a church?
Yeah.
Hold on, I need more on this. All right, coming up, big night for a church said, man.
True story.
Hey, for your ass to get on here, man, you got to do P90X. They looked at me and said, man, we just got to go another direction, man, with you. All right, coming up, as we get to you, 5 o'clock, stop laughs on, 5 o'clock fire, as the trade deadline came up. Did the Rockets do anything? We'll let you know if any big trades happen, and this could be an enormous night for the Houston Texans. A lot on the line. We'll discuss all of that coming up next.
Parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty and the Dill.
The big deal.
And Psycho T have the latest. And the latest is, fellas, this has a chance to be a really, really big night. And I hope there are 5 different things that can happen tonight. And I hope all 5 of them occur. I really do. Right now, by the way, the red carpet, that thing is kicking off right now.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm sure our guy B. Scott's out there being sexy and doing what he...
B. Scott's down there working that red carpet, huh?
I bet he is.
Anybody in here acting like no bitches.
Yeah, baby.
Well, I mean, I know, well.
You know, I bought an outfit just for that. I was going to do the splits out there.
You were going to do the splits?
Yeah, I think I could go really low on the split.
You better have the right britches on. Did you have some jogging pants to go with that suit top?
A good loose suit pants would have gone down on it. No, I can't get the splits. But could be a big night, Clint. C.J. Stroud, he is up for, obviously, Offensive Rookie of the Year. We'll see if he can win and sweep that. Any awards that have come out, like earlier today, he won the Pepsi Fan Rookie of the Year voting. Any of these awards have come out, he has been the winner over Puka Nacua, who we saw today. The enormous head in person. Something to behold. You ought to see it yourself.
Yes.
But he's been winning that. And then we also have to look at Will Anderson Jr. He's got a shot to win the Defensive Player of the Year in terms of rookies coming up, and as well as D'Amico Ryans, who has been the leader of this amazing turnaround as well. He's got a chance to be the rookie or the coach of the year, excuse me. And then Bobby Slowick, also a part of this, is up for assistant coach of the year. And then Andre Johnson is a finalist to get in the Hall of Fame. Let's start backwards. You're on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being really confident that it'll happen, 1 being no, it ain't gonna happen. Your thoughts of Andre Johnson making it to the Hall?
Ooh, man,
him getting that call.
I think he gets in.
You do. So you're above a 5, I would assume then.
Yeah, I think he gets in. I'll go a 7.
A 7, really?
I'll go a 7.
Where are you at, Tyler, on that?
1 to 10 on Andre?
Well, yeah, 10 being I know he's getting in.
I'm 8.5.
Yes. It's getting up there. Where are you at, Ronnie?
Yeah, I'm at a 5. Yeah, I just
Hold on, so.
And I want to say it's not that I don't think Andre deserves to be in. I do. I think he should have been in whenever he was allowed. I just look at this and see how they do things with receivers and things like T.O. waited 4 or 5 years after he was eligible, not when he retired, after he was eligible. Like Michael Irvin waited 5 years. Now, some of it, like to me, it's stupid if you punish him because he had a few, drug run-ins, right? Like he liked a little bit of that white girl. There's no reason. Like I think that's silly, but maybe that's a bit of it. I just think when you look at guys like T.O., Chris Carter, and guys like Michael Irvin who have all waited longer than Andre did, I don't feel great that he gets in, even though I think he deserves it. So I'm at a 5. I hope so. I hope he gets in, but I'm not confident yet.
Yeah,
your guy Charles Woodson, Darren Woodson. Like it's been 11 years.
Yeah, no. I'm not overly confident in any of them getting it right. To be completely honest with you, I just look. Andre Johnson obviously deserves to get in, and when you look at, I didn't realize. I'll be completely honest and transparent. I had no idea that Andre Johnson statistically
his
had the
numbers
career.
Like
I had no idea that his numbers were stacked up like that.
When McClain talks about it, it is crazy what he laid out.
To me, that gets you in, right? And so now, into the conversation. And then you start talking about, okay, well, how did he accumulate those numbers, right? He played with so many different quarterbacks. And the organization.
Matt Schaub being the best.
He absolutely carried the organization for an extended period of time. Like it's just one of those where I don't know. Like, that's got to weigh in at some point, get him over the hump. I know there's some guys in Reggie Wayne and what's my man from the
Torrey Holt is up there.
Yeah, Torrey Holt. I get there's some big name guys in there that were part of Super Bowl winning teams and borderline dynasties. I get it, but
it has to be something when you look at those two guys that are finalists with him, and those two guys had Hall of Fame quarterbacks and Hall of Fame coaches, borderline with Vermeil there also. Hall of Fame, no, Vermeil is in. Hall of Fame coaches with Dungy and Vermeil. Hall of Fame quarterbacks with Kurt Warner and Peyton Manning. And then another Hall of Fame receiver on the other side with Isaac Bruce and Marvin Harrison. He did not have any of that to go with it. And so I think there's got to be something that. All right, so you're at 7 with him. Tyler's at an 8 plus something. I don't know what his
8.5.
Okay, 8.5. That's at least normal.
I'm a fan of
all
details.
right, Bobby Slowick, 1 to 10 real quick. What are your thoughts with Slowick?
I'm at about although I think Slowick should be a lock, I'm at about
think he should be,
I'm at about a 4 with Bobby. I don't think Bobby gets it.
Yeah, Tyler?
Oof. 5.2.
Yeah, I'm at a 3 with Slowick. I just the Baltimore coaching staff. I think their defense.
One TD, man.
Yeah, I know they didn't score one TD.
God,
I know it, man.
Son of a bitch.
That's still right there.
He's talking about that Baltimore game.
Yeah, he is. He is.
Gosh.
But to your point, Mike McDonald, who is now the new head coach of the Seattle Seahawks, man, that's a struggle, dog. That's a struggle. They set records. They had a historic run with the Ravens this year.
Yeah.
I think he gets it, and Todd Monken comes right in, and we see the best Lamar Jackson we've ever seen before, and he'll win the MVP tonight. So I think those two guys are in front of him. So I'm with you on that. How about Will Anderson? His chances at Defensive Rookie of the Year, 1 to 10.
I got it. I'll go with 9. I think Will gets it done.
Yeah.
I think there's. I think obviously Will had a big name coming in, having played big time at Alabama, and he comes in with the hottest defensive-minded head coach in the game in terms of first-year guy in D'Amico. So I think all eyes are on him. The way the Texans moved up to draft him, I think all of this just kept drawing more and more attention to Will Anderson. And then he goes out there and has a great year. D'Amico's very vocal about how he is one of the pillars that they're building this team around. And they go out and get to the second round of the playoffs. So I think Will Anderson is as much. He's damn near a lot.
Yeah, I'm at a 9 too. Tyler, I know you're up.
Can I say 11?
You're at 11. Yeah,
in.
Yeah, Jalen Carter's the only really.
Can I say 11?
Jalen Carter's the only real competition, and anything with the Eagles just has a real stench to it right now. All right, what about D'Amico? 1 to 10. I'll go here. I'd say D'Amico. I would say at an 8. I want to know when the voting ended. If the voting ended at the end of the regular season, I think Kevin Stefanski has a better shot at winning. But if it was after, I think it's D'Amico and a lock. So I'll go 8 with D'Amico.
I'm gonna go 9. I'm gonna go 9.5. I'm gonna pull a Tyler 9.5.
So
I got Will
nice.
at a 9. I got Will at a 9. I got D'Amico at a 9.5. I just think. Again, you look at how not only the team improved to the second round of the playoffs, but the defense improved. You look at how they overcame and won through adversity in terms of the injuries. Again, when you talk about Bobby Slowick and you talk about Will Anderson and you talk about C.J. Stroud, all of these guys are under the D'Amico Ryans umbrella. And again, the success that they had at such a young, inexperienced stage of their career, I think ultimately puts D'Amico over the top. So I'll go 9.5 with D'Amico.
All right. Where are you at, Tyler?
Once again, can I say 11?
You're going 11. All right, and CJ's a 10, right? 10 all
10 out of 10. I think CJ locked it up. What we watched him do
11,
this year,
yeah.
what we watched him do this year is I've said it multiple times, man, in my time covering the game, in my time being out of the game and watching, whether it's a fan or covering the college or pro game, I can't remember anything even remotely close to what C.J. Stroud was able to do. I know there's some guys that have had good years, some guys that have had quick starts, but when you talk about the way in which he accumulated the numbers, the way in which he got his team to the second round, the way in which he got himself in the conversation of MVP at one point late in the season. I mean, all the way in which he did that is just I can't get beyond it. I don't think anybody in the voting world can either. I think C.J. Stroud wins.
I think Puka had a shot, and then I think the final game against the Colts in the regular season to get him in, I think Because when CJ missed those 2 games, and then the Tennessee game was just, an easy W. But that Colts game on national TV, I think, solidified it.
Well, we're just on a different planet. I mean, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
like when we're talking. I mean, I'm not minimizing what he was able to do, but I mean, he's playing with a Super Bowl winning coach and a Super Bowl caliber quarterback with one of the greatest play callers in the game, and they had some success. Don't get me wrong; it was absolutely beautiful. He's playing opposite one of the best receivers in the league in Cooper Kupp, and I know Cooper was injured some of the way along. I get it, but man, it's a different animal. It's easy to look back at the Texans right now and talk about Nico and Tank and Dalton having a good year and the defense doing it, but where were we when all of this started? Like the job that we're talking about CJ doing or D'Amico doing or these guys, like it's easy to look back now and see why they're where they are, but when we started, like Puka Nacua went in with, hey, I got Cooper Kupp over there going to get all the attention. Hey, I got Matthew Stafford out here throwing me the rock. It's not crazy to think that a good, well-rounded wide receiver could come in and have a good year. Now, he had a crazy year.
I was going to say, he finished second behind Tyreek Hill.
Right, no, he had a crazy year, don't get me wrong. But I think when you bump it up against what C.J. Stroud did, I still just don't know. I don't even think it's on the same planet.
Yeah, so we'll see what happens tonight. Should be a big night for the Texans. We'll see how big it is.
5 o'clock fire.
Yeah, Tyler, you're going to have a field day with that one, the way I just left that in. We'll see how big it is. God, man, when you do this long enough, you know what happens. All right, trade deadline ended at 2 o'clock today. The Rockets didn't make any move, so they're going to go with it this way. The Rockets are going to say, all right, we're going to compete and try to get into the playoffs, the play-in, with this roster as constructed. And I don't know. Yesterday, B. Scott said that he thinks they can still compete and get in. We'll see in that top 10. I think my eyes are going to be on Jalen Green to see how he plays the rest of the way. Because, boy, when this trade deadline start coming up, we start seeing stories by, like, Shams saying, hey, everybody – he named off all these players that were untouchables for the Rockets except for Jalen Green.
Right.
It was all the young players except Jalen Green, and his play really increased. And I want to see if this is hey, he's finally turned the corner and got comfortable with the system and what is expected of him from Udoka, or is this yo, I know my name's in the hat. I know I'm about to get traded. Let me turn it up. That's what I'm watching to see if we get a consistent Jalen Green, the guy that's shown up about the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean, that's the deal, right? You turn the page after the trade deadline comes and goes, and all of a sudden it's now, can Ime Udoka, can he continue developing? Can he continue to take to that coaching, take to the leadership that he is with some of the veterans on that team, and can he keep coming? I mean, I think, look, the best case scenario for the Texans is that he turns the corner and becomes a productive player, the way in which Ime Udoka wants him to become a productive player. So we'll see what all attention turns, not that it ever wasn't, but all attention turns to developing Jalen Green and what level can you get to with him as a big part of it.
And we'll see. Another guy's got to pick up their games. Jabari Smith, another one, has to pick up their game here to see if they can make this run.
5 o'clock fire.
Boy, man, you two, you're A&M and you're Razorbacks. Boy, y'all in the right conference. Y'all living right. Clint, the SEC will distribute $741 million to its 14 member universities. That's about $51.3 million per school from the 2022-2023 fiscal year. Greg Sankey, the commissioner, announced this is up $19.2 million from the previous year. And this is why, boy, everybody wants to go to the SEC and the Big Ten, because those two conferences, the amount of money, I mean, it continues to grow the more people they get in them. The amount of money that they're getting compared to the other Power 5 conferences. Like, I think Florida State looks at this and like, what the hell are we
Makes
doing?
them sick, right?
Got to.
Well, I mean, when it's all said and done, what are we going to do with it? Tyler, I can't speak for your guys. I mean, at least you guys got some recruiting. You got a new coach. I'm looking at Arkansas going, man, what are we going to do with it? I mean, we got some great facilities. We got to find a way that we can get in the conversation with some of these top tier top-tier recruits and top-tier transfer portal players, and we got to roll the dice and hope this Petrino rehire works out as the offensive coordinator. We got a lot of moving parts at Arkansas, man. That $50 million is nice.
Winners.
Yeah, I hear you, Mom. They better get to winning because the basketball team and that damn football team both done let us down.
Yeah. But boy, the money. Yeah, it's just that's what all these universities that are outside of the Big Ten and the SEC that have big followings like the Florida States, like the Clemsons, right? They're looking at this like, boy, we got to do something. All right, coming up, we look forward to hearing from Zach Moss. Zach Moss, who was there when the Texans clinched the division. He is a free agent. We'll see what he thought up close and personal with what the Texans did this year. We'll speak to him coming up next.
All right, are you dealing with chronic joint pain? How about them achy joints, man? Do you dread the idea of surgery? Well, if you do, you need
show every day. See your favorite 610 hosts like never before on YouTube and Twitch.
Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here. We'll speak to Zach Moss coming up here in just a bit here. It's supposed to be in this segment. I think he's a free agent. He played with the Colts.
Yep.
I want to get his thoughts because he got to see the Texans good up close. Because it's funny, he got to see him in week 2 when he ran all over him, and we saw a difference from that team. And then he got to see him in the final week. And I'm wondering how different up close it was to see from not only the defense that he faced, but to see from C.J. Stroud. So it'll be interesting to see.
Well, look, I mean, here's a beautiful thing about it is that we've got a free agent running back. I mean, what does that look like from somebody that could potentially come to Houston, right? I mean, what's his mindset? What's his outlook on Houston as a free agent would be big. So, but we'll talk about them running backs later. Andre Gerard.
Yes, sir.
What's going on with you, man? Former Dallas Cowboy offensive lineman.
There you go.
How many years did you end up getting in, Dre?
I did 12.
That 12 of them? 12 good ones, man.
Hey, I will tell you this. You were there with me when I went through one. I didn't think I was going to get more than one.
We had some good times. Dre, early in his career, he came on in 2002, and so he started out spending a lot of time with me and as he climbed up to start for several years and have a hell of an NFL career. But he got his old start in that old huddle with old Dirty, man.
Yeah, was he there when you played their really immature prank on the tight end?
Waylon? Yeah, he was there.
Yeah, I was there.
He was there.
Yeah.
That was.
That almost severed our relationship.
No,
early.
you
I almost said, man, you just can't do that to nobody, man.
You have no idea.
He wanted to kill him, man.
The level of pettiness that he can exhibit.
I don't.
No. Listen, Clint has a unique and beautiful way of pissing you off without doing too much.
Amen.
And then you're just upset the whole time. He's just looking at you like,
Clint Stoerner? No.
Nah. Come on, Dre.
Hey, he's a great guy. Hey, listen. You don't understand?
First class.
I understood early, yeah, I'm going to be on this side of Clinton. Let me just stay over here. I'm not even going to touch that side over there because you know what? That doesn't sound like anything that I'll even want to be a part of. But absolute great guy. And we've been battling each other since high school, which is crazy.
North Shore.
Oh, okay.
I know I always tell this story, Dre, and this was especially after we spent a little time together when I come back to Houston and we talk about North Shore, that high school team. I'll always remind people, and it was early in your high school career, but I remember playing North Shore, and the offensive line at the time was on average bigger than the Dallas Cowboy offensive line.
You said that, and that's real.
I'm going to tell you what. This man right here, early in his career, was a tight end.
Yeah, number one tight end in the state of Texas. He had the other tight end that was number one.
Chad Irwin.
Yep.
I remember him.
Chad was number one, and they moved me to tight end, and then I became number one, so we battled. But I didn't catch any passes, so it was just a title. But I was the second smallest offensive lineman. So the center
on the team?
Yeah. So the center was Melvin was 6 feet, 240 pounds. I was 6'3", 260. The right guard was 6'3", 290. Right tackle was 6'4", 295. The left guard was 6'4", 330. And the left tackle was 6'3", 320.
We wasn't seeing none of that in Missouri.
I remember that being like part of the story, and then when I met Dre, I was like, that name, man. And I was like, North Shore. He was a damn tight end on that team. Yeah. And now he's playing. Now at the time he's playing offensive lineman for the Dallas Cowboys. I was like, golly, man.
Yeah.
So tell us about your world, man. How's everything going? What you got going on here?
Man, world is great, man. I'm down here doing an event talking about my water company.
Okay.
It's Howell Water, highly oxygenated water. So Jefferson's a part of it, Tyree Phillips and a couple other guys, and we're just trying to get the word out about the water. But this being my first time in Radio Row, because all the years that I played, never came to Radio Row.
Really?
Right.
Just never did. So I wanted to come out here and do some marketing, and also talk to you guys and talk some football because I love the sport.
Absolutely.
All right, man. We appreciate you jumping on with us.
How Water. H-O-W?
H-O-W.
H-O-W. How Water.
It's real simple.
There we go. There we go, man.
Oh, well, we had some of that.
Yeah.
That was at Texas training camp.
Yes. It's already in the Texas
What
facility.
hell? Come on, man.
You didn't even know that was your dude.
I'm already supporting Dre.
There you go.
I drank the hell out of these. Right?
Yeah, we
If
do.
you get them good and cold, when you wrap your hand around it, it reminds you of holding one of them Coors Lights.
There you go. That
aluminum
so
can.
that's why
baby.
you got the silver bullet right here, to remind you.
The silver bullet of water.
Silver bullet of water. There you go.
All right, man. We appreciate you jumping on
thank
with
you
us.
for
All right,
having
Dre.
me, man.
Appreciate it, man.
Enjoy
Always good seeing you,
Yes, sir.
man.
Appreciate it.
Enjoy,
Thank
man.
you.
Yep.
All right.
All right. As we continue rolling in, man, we switching it, baby. We switching it up here, as we said earlier.
Finish strong, they said, don't they?
There you go. As we said earlier, man, I really wanted to get the thought and the conversation from Zach Moss. Zach Moss, who played for the Colts this year, and we got to get right in it with Zach because we do want to get your thoughts on this, man. You're unique. Now we're in Houston, man, and I just want to tell you the fans here are not apologetic for winning in that final game to send themselves to the playoffs. But I'm intrigued. What was it from you when you saw this team in week 2, and y'all came in and you put it on the Texans pretty good in Houston, and then seeing them that last week of the regular season and that huge game to go to the playoff? What was the major difference? Was this a completely different team from week 2 to you?
Oh yeah, completely different team.
Yeah.
I think we were a completely different team also, and then Houston obviously was too. And I think CJ said it the other day. I think he was doing an interview, and he was saying like how he kind of figured it out a little bit at the back end of that week 2 game versus us, where he started lighting us up, and they tried to really make a comeback at the back end of that game, and our defense stepped up and put it away. But the difference was him. Like he really, the beginning of that first half, it was kind of like a little bit of a deer in headlight. We was all right, we got him. But in that second half, he really turned it on, man. And he looked like that guy that we saw from the rest of the year. And he came in week 18, with all the confidence in the world. Those guys believed in him, and it was just a different team. It's a different team when you go from week 2 with a rookie quarterback to week 18 with a rookie quarterback. You really build that chemistry up and just all those type of things that go into it. And they were a different team, and it was a hard-fought battle. We knew it was going to be a tough game. We knew it was going to be one of those games where, we're not going to get – they know what we want to do. We know what they want to do, and we know what's on the stake. What's up for stakes and things like that. And, they got the best of us that week.
What does – because you're a free agent, right?
Yeah.
What does the Houston Texans organization right now look like through the eyes of a free agent running back?
It looks really good. I love the offensive style that they run. Obviously – Singletary, who I played with in Buffalo, he was just there and he did a lot of good things in that offense. Obviously, and then CJ adds a lot, to that offense with his ability to pass the ball down the field and really stretch the field. So that makes it really easy for a running back when you got a quarterback that can stretch the field. And it's very versatile in his offensive game, and the scheme that they run is really good. It's very similar, if not almost the same thing. The 49ers kind of run a lot of gap scheme stuff like that, and if you can get downhill in that offense really quick, that's what they allow you to do, and you can make a lot of hay.
Yeah, Zach Moss with us, free agent, but played with the Colts last year. About that Texans defense, as you guys were at some point having your way in the run game, especially going to that second half. What for you when you look at this defense as they're growing and they're a young group? What jumped out to you about the Texans on that side of the ball? A lot of it goes to C.J. Stroud, but that side of the ball also improved under D'Amico as well.
Yeah, I think obviously, like you said, it's young. It's a young defense, but those guys play with a lot of energy and effort. They really run to the ball. You can see the lateral quickness. They're not just fast downhill, but they got a lot of lateral quickness, which can put a lot of stress on defense. And he's kind of building it very similar to what the Niners have, you know, with those backers and how they can move side to side and be downhill. They can do both at a high level. And in this league, with so much RPO, you kind of need back linebackers who can do both of those type of things, can be in the RPO game. And I think, I can't remember his name, but number 48,
Christian Harris.
He literally can go side to side and downhill. he can play, man to man. He can play zone. He can, man to man the quarterback if you need to. All those different things. So it's a young defense, but they're getting better, and you can see it. When we play them, they struggled in the run game a little bit. I think that's just more so, that front four really. But it's a lot of good things on that defense, and obviously his first year there, D'Amico, so he's going to build it and get the guys in there that he believes can help him run that scheme.
Zach, we can't have you on, man, and not ask this question. I mean, I was shocked. I was shocked when this play was called, bro.
I think Zach would have called it.
Hey, Zach. I mean, when the play was called, I mean, I was happy because I'm not only covering the Texans. Hell, I'm from the area, so I'm a fan, right? And when I saw that ball go to Goodson, and look, no disrespect, but I thought, you got to be kidding me! For all the whole season on the line, all the marbles.
So it was that part. For me, it was when I didn't see Zach or Jonathan on the field.
Well, I'm talking about the whole thing. Like, how did you go to the sideline and have them conversations and then come out? And now Taylor, who went for what, did he have a buck 80 at that point in time, buck 60 or something? I
got you. 188.
Like, no Zach Moss. No Zach. Wait, Goodson. We're going to like how was that processed by you in the moment?
Yeah. So, that was my play. That wheel route play.
Damn.
With a pick by the receiver on that side was my play all year. Right, and that's something I had been running all year. Had scored like 2 touchdowns on it and all type of stuff. So that was my play. So, and I had been battling an injury at the back end of the year, anyways. So I wasn't really on the field as much as I would have liked to be, anyways. But when we got the play call, like I remember being on the sideline, and I asked my coach, like, "What's the play call?" And he told me the play call. I was like, "Oh, it's perfect." Like,
let me get my helmet.
No, I knew I wasn't going in,
but you knew thought it was going to work, yeah.
Right. All I knew was, they called Goodson in, and Goodson had been running that play ever since I had the injury. Mm-hmm. Like, he had been running that play, he had been executing it at a high level in practice, and he had built a lot of trust within the coaching staff and things like that. And they really wanted him to do that. And obviously, JT was battling a thumb injury. He played through that once he got back from the surgery and all that type of stuff. But, I had a lot of faith in him. Obviously came up short, but, that's going to go make him better. If it was me, I would have probably put JT in there just because of the type of caliber player he is.
Or Zach.
Yeah, I would have put myself in there too. but man, it sucked, to go out like that.
Sure.
But
it was there. I will say that it was there.
It could have been a touchdown, and but came up short. Can't worry about it now. But that's going to probably motivate the guys so much more going into the next season.
Man, tell us about Q collar, because I've seen a lot of guys wearing this. Yeah. In the league, and I've wondered what it's about. Kind of explain that to us.
Yeah, so it's it's a collar that you wear around your neck, and it helps with the brain impact that we take, and obviously in the game. And for my position, I love it predominantly just because I get hit every play. If I play 50 snaps, I probably got hit 100 times, right? So just the impact, just the movement, the stability in my neck, and it promotes brain health, right? And obviously with all the stuff going around brain health. In the league and any contact sport, really, it's not just for football, right? Guys in hockey, guys, women, whatever sport you're playing as contact, this is really something that you should be wearing, right? It goes around your neck right here, and it just allows your brain to be more stable, right? And if you can get 1% better, why not wear something like that? The easiest way for people to visualize it is it's like a seatbelt for your brain. You won't get in the car without putting your seatbelt on, right? So this is something that it's the same thing. Why not protect your brain, right, by wearing something that helps you do that, doesn't slow you down, doesn't do anything to you, but make you better. Since I've been wearing it, before I started wearing it, I'll feel fatigue, just kind of foggy, brain, all that type of stuff. And then as soon as I started wearing it, you can feel the difference. It took me 4 or 5 days to start feeling the difference. And ever since, I don't walk on the field without it. That's practice. That's obviously game day. I have probably 4 or 5 different ones, and I make sure they pack all of them to wherever I'm going that week. And just so I make sure I have them, man, because it really does work. It really is something, I'm trying to help promote it and all that type of stuff, but it's something I really do believe in. I had one of the vets that played with me in Buffalo, A.J. Klein. He was one of the first guys that I saw wear it. Him and Luke Kuechly were, teammates in Carolina. So Luke put A.J. on, and A.J. started, kind of just sharing it to guys. Like, A.J. would wear it in the sauna. I'm probably not going to do all that. But seriously, just he would wear it, and he told me about it, and I reached out to them, and they've been great. And I've been wearing it ever since, and I've been trying to get guys. And like you said, you start to see guys more and more. Tony Pollard's another guy that a lot of people really catch wearing it, but a lot of guys are starting to really catch on, man, to it. And it's like any age can wear this, right? We don't just start playing football when you get to the NFL. You're doing it in college, you're doing it in high school, you're doing it in Little League, and your brain is taking trauma all that time, right? It ain't just, this guy brain started messing with him when he got to the league or, whatever it was. You can wear it 10 years old, 11 years old, 12 years old, all the way up and really, start.
I'm telling you, my wife listens to this show every week and every day.
Trey will have one.
Yep, my son is 10. Played his first year tackle last year. He gonna be wearing.
Hey, it looks good too, man.
No, it looks good.
It looks good.
And they got this is the main color, but you can really put anything around it. They have sleeves, different color sleeves, white, blue, whatever your team is, red. You can wear it. I like it more similar, just like this, more simple, just easy like this. But, last year I was wearing it with a white sleeve. We wear all white. I'll put the white sleeve on it if it wore blue.
You got to make it fashion.
Yeah, you make it nice and easy, and it's still, it's great for your health, and you can make it a little swaggy for yourself.
Yeah. All right, man, Zach, we appreciate you jumping on with us, man. Enjoy yourself, and good luck in free agency this year.
Appreciate it.
All right, that's Zach Moss.
Let's try that again, Zach.
Yeah, man.
See, he did it now. He stiff-handed me over here.
Just about every black guest comes over and hits him with that head coach across the field handshake.
Let's try that again, boys.
Shane Steichen came across the field. All right, coming up, you know what? Zach brought up a player that, man, we got to look up even more for the Texans coming up, and we've been hearing that name a lot here of late. We'll discuss that, and them idiots are at it again. We'll discuss all of that coming up as we finish things out here on The Drive.
All right, what's good, Houston? It's Clint Stoerner.
up and running. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yingling Flight presents Sports Radio 610 live from Radio Row. Coming to you live from Las Vegas. Here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue riding here live from Radio Row here in Vegas on The Drive. And a lot happening around here today, the calm before the storm, as we get ready for the Super Bowl coming up on Sunday. Shout out to Zach Moss. Man, he brought up that, like, we've been hearing that name a lot. We talked to it, we've heard it with Blake Cashman, we've heard it with several guys, but he said, I don't know his name. But Clint, he said that number 48 can just go from sideline to sideline.
Kid is a freaking baller.
That dude, I'm not going to lie to you. I was a tad bit worried about him because I remember when we first got, we were like, man, if you pick people that is going to get impacted by D'Amico, it is Christian Harris, and it took a minute, it took a while, but man, that dude came on his final 2 months or so. He was something else, and like unprompted right there. That number 4, he didn't say nothing about no other numbers, no other names. He said that damn number 48.
Yeah,
it's something about him, man. I don't, and I heard Landry say this a couple of weeks ago, where I don't know if there are many other players that I'm more excited to see moving forward than to see what 48 does. I bet you he was pissed the season at the end.
Yeah,
because he was at that. What he was able to do with Lamar, that was ridiculous.
Well, that's one of those things that the whole league will take notice, right? Yep. And that's one of those, like, man, every team is looking for that guy that can, in the open field, just have a chance. Like, not necessarily, there's nobody that's going to consistently get him on the ground, but just give yourself a chance to get him on the ground, and Christian Harris is that guy. But, yeah, you're right. It's good to hear from an opponent.
Yep.
From a position that studies the linebackers as they play the Texans twice a year. It's good to hear that, not that we needed that confirmation, but it's good to hear that, hey, man, Christian Harris is the real deal, and he is coming. To your point, I think he's been the guy that's benefited more than anybody else from D'Amico Ryans, and he's the guy that, I'm going to be honest with you, because the three are right. It's Derek Stingley, Will Anderson, and Christian Harris. When you talk about, okay, these guys are super electric, they have the potential to be a game changer, you know, what does next year look like for them? Do they take another step? I'll be honest with you. Of all the three, Christian Harris excites me more. If I had to pick one guy, like you can dial in on one of those three guys next year, and you can be responsible for analyzing and breaking down what they do and covering those guys individually, which one would it be? For me, it would be Christian Harris. I'm more excited about what his ceiling looks like than any of the others.
It is like you started to see, and I think, and you see this with athletes in any sport, but to me it felt like you saw a guy that all of a sudden clicked to, I'm not thinking while I'm playing anymore, I'm just playing. And even with Lamar, you saw him just reacting and just going. You didn't see him thinking about calls.
Yeah.
We had earlier in the week Andrew Sandeo, and he was talking about kind of giving us a little insight on what it's like for like a Jalen Petrie in the system for the first time and all the thoughts going in your head. Man, that dude Christian Harris wasn't thinking about gaps and wasn't thinking about calls. He was just rolling. He was just rolling in and saying, "All right, I'm going to make plays. I'm going. I'm here." That was clear that it was not thinking anymore. It was just reacting.
Yep.
For him. So
that's what it looks like. To your point, that's exactly what it looks like.
Yeah. So it should be fun. Coming up behind us, the best of today with the drive. I'm sure going to be centered in that puppy a little bit, but the best of today with our guy Tyler Milner, 6 to 7, and then behind that, I see that you could hear the full conversation with Dalton Schultz. If you missed that, it was a good conversation. I knew Tyler liked that. After we got done, Tyler likes to save his compliments to really make it to really make it feel big time to us, but he said it. That's a damn good interview, boys.
It was, man. That was a hell of a way to start today's show.
He'd like to hold them off. He likes to ration those compliments. So you can hear that in full. And then the pathological liars will be coming up behind the best of today. Area 45, Patrick Creighton and Lion-ass Sean Bajani.
Oh, Bajani done got in there?
Yeah, I mean, they're both liars. Yeah, I mean, they want to come through.
Oh, man.
And roll through this thing in. They're lying. I just get people telling me the things that they're saying. They say, hey, you better watch out because, listen, I think you all should listen to them. They're great. They may be liars, but they put together a very entertaining show.
Ron, you better tell them. Now,
I'm in Vegas a little bit.
I ain't the guy, and now's not the time, Ron.
I want his ass.
Oh, man.
Yeah, I've had some apologies.
Today ain't today.
So stay tuned for. No, I'm kidding.
Stay strong.
Stay tuned for Area 45, our new nighttime show. These guys are really talented at what they do, even though they are professional liars. Stay tuned for that. That comes up after Best of Today. Tyler, great job. Clint, great job. Shout out to everybody who jumped on with us. We appreciate you help making this a successful show today.
Hey, great job from you, man. Great job from you, Ron.
Thank you, man. Sometimes you got to have it. I appreciate
are you guys through stroking each other?
I wasn't going to save that compliment up for you.
Go to break?
I have never done stroking.
You're a true
Tyler,
pro.
Coming up.
And you know I like to get stroked.
Tyler will be behind us. I'm Ron Hughley, as always, Houston. We love you. Oh, we got Kevin Harlan tomorrow.
That's your best work, brother.
Right.
I mean, the Super Bowls were good.
Yeah.
I mean,
your best work is when you tuck your balls in your socks.
If that ever happens, I got some tall socks on, brother. I got some pantyhose on.
Oh, we didn't get that once. We got that twice, baby.
They call those pantyhose, brother, because I ain't got a sock. I ain't got a pair of socks long enough.
Always seems to know the way.
We saw it on Sunday. The C.J. Stroud effect is real.
And I know it's the Pro Bowl and it doesn't mean anything, but honestly, like if you're a Texan fan, you can observe and watch C.J. Stroud interact with these guys, and there is a magnetic quality.